The most powerful divine system has been launched, and the hero's account has already received a random reward of 1 million minbi. There is an ancient custom in China where people burn paper money, believing that it will reach deceased relatives and help them in the afterlife. There were 975,500,000 minbi on the balance, and the first quest contained the task of spending a total of more than 100,000 hellish coins. The guy, looking down in confusion, carefully scratched the back of his head and, straining his thoughts, froze in doubt. Only after waking up, he sat tiredly on the edge of the bed, looking around the spacious room with its strict interior lines. The young man lowered his legs and put on slippers, avoiding touching the cold floor. This guy's name was Lin Yu. His balance in the system was 9,755,000,000,000, and it had been 3 years since he rose from the dead. Closing the narrow bathroom door behind him with a ringing sound, the guy remembered that the system had started exactly so many years ago. Seeing himself in the mirror, the young man irritably turned on the water, thinking that resurrection and the system suggest the possibility of success without struggling with difficulties. He splashed cold water on his face, sadly realizing that he had 9 trillion minbi in his account, which he could only use after death. The need to die again in order to use his money saddened the guy to the depths of his soul, and tears came to his eyes. The red tears from his eyes hit the surface with a loud sound, creating a splash and transmitting internal tension. Lin Yu cautiously opened his eyes and became silent, trying to understand the origin of the scarlet drops. A red drop quickly flowed down the leg of the sink, and another one immediately followed, making the atmosphere in the room very creepy. Suddenly, the guy saw his reflection in the mirror covered in bloody drops, and he jumped back in shock, bewilderment at what was happening. Covered in a cold sweat from fear, despite all the horror of what was happening, he began to stare intently at the mirror, hoping to figure out what was happening. A bloody inscription in a foreign language that suddenly appeared there informed Lin Yu about the 5th part of the thriller, which would start after midnight. The system immediately appeared in his mind, and now, even without seeing it, the guy could unmistakably identify it. Touching the bloody liquid with the tip of his index finger, he remembered a long-forgotten feeling that the young man tried his best to forget. He felt the touch of death's sharp fangs, its cold and foul breath, and he realized that death was hunting him again. Looking at his index finger in the horrible, stinking liquid that smelled of cold and blood, memories washed over him. The hateful smell of death washed over the boy, causing him to clench his teeth tightly, trying to calm down before the upcoming terrible game. After reading the scarlet letters on the mirror again, stating that this was already the 5th version of the thriller, the young man assumed that this game had existed for a long time. In search of new information about the test development of this game, Lin Yu decided to turn to the internet. As he searched the forums, he realized that the game was real, and the bloody invitation made it impossible to refuse. Looking for clues, the boy read about mysterious events unfolding as a result of the players returning from the thriller game. As he read the lines, he felt a drop of sweat slide down his face, symbolizing the fear and growing tension from the revealed truth. The source said that an official investigation center number 9 had been created to study the game. Those invited to the game will find themselves in a world full of evil spirits and will be killed by them if they break the rules of the quest. In each of the quests, at least half of all its participants will dissolve into eternity. While pondering the advantages of being the winner in the game, the young man learned that the survivors could gain the ability to control the ghosts and souls of the dead. Congratulations on participation made the hero think that in the game you can learn to defeat ghosts that may soon appear in the real world. The gigantic balance on the system gave Lin Yu confidence, as his chances of survival were quite high, and he guessed that the Minbi system was created through the game. The boy, with cold determination, realizing that only his own actions were important for survival, clasped his fingers in front of his face and, biting his thumb, purposefully decided to act. The clock hands moved inexorably forward, dispassionately counting down each second. Lin Yu was in a hurry, trying to collect everything that could be useful to him in the upcoming game. The clock struck midnight, the hand began to shake silently after its obsessive ticking, and the tension in the air reached its peak, foreshadowing an exciting moment. It has begun, the hero thought, and bright fiery rays of light broke through from underground, filling the entire room with a bloody light. The floor began to collapse, and the young man tried not to lose his balance, falling into a terrible, gaping abyss from which a threatening glow emanated. He fell rapidly downwards, disappearing into the depths of a frightening darkness, surrounded by the scarlet fragments of a destroyed world. The hero's cloak fluttered in the air as bloody messages from the system flashed in his mind that the first quest had already begun. Landing confidently on his feet, Lin Yun managed to read that there were 6 participants in this quest, and their goal was to survive by working hard for 2 days. Concentrated and determined, with a slight hint of tension, the young man began to carefully assess the surrounding environment. On the outskirts of the misty settlement stood a dark afterlife hotel with gloomy windows, surrounded by red lanterns that dimly illuminated the building. Coming closer, on a stone square framed by ancient walls, the hero noticed a group of wary people, looking around tensely. One of the men, looking away and adjusting his glasses, exchanged a restrained phrase with his neighbor that everyone was already here. The man, who was of strong build and had an expression of obvious superiority, looked at Lin Yu attentively and arrogantly, assessing him. With her hands clasped to her chest, the fragile girl with pink hair looked at what was happening with fear, listening warily to the dialogue. The participants stood in tension, discussing the strangeness of the game. The atmosphere was frightening, and no one was sure that they would be able to get out of it alive. The strong man, crossing his arms over his chest, coldly emphasized that everyone in this quest was a newbie except him, hinting at his superiority. The girl standing next to him flatteringly asked the man if he had been on this quest before and if he could share his experience. Confidently holding attention, the big guy said that he used to go through this quest in the 4th group once every 2 weeks, but now he has moved to the 5th. The girls clapped enthusiastically, showering him with compliments, trying to find support in him and gain a sense of security in the game. The brute, fiercely holding out his cut hand, declared that survival in the quest required a high price, and it would not be easy for newcomers to pay it. Lin Yun, who was closely observing the situation, saw how the girls, who were panicked by what they saw, trembled from the horror that filled them. Taking a decisive step closer, the young man looked up and began the conversation with firm confidence. Turning to his big brother, the young man expressed his impressions of his experience in quests and asked if he could share advice with newcomers. The big man listened to the guy with a tense, focused gaze, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The big man clenched his fist tightly and looked at the young man suspiciously, suspecting that his unconventional mind could be the key to survival. Taking the pose of a teacher, the man confidently said that ghosts do not kill without reason, and reminded people of 2 important rules of survival. Raising his index finger sternly, the man explained in a teacher's tone the first rule of the quest, that ghosts would not be touched if the rules were followed. And he added that according to the second principle of the game, the basic rules will be communicated to players in a very direct form. Listening to the experienced player, Lin Fan remembered that he had learned this yesterday, but he guessed that in order to survive, he would have to sacrifice the others. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaked sharply, closing slightly. Frightened glances turned to the door, behind which it seemed an unknown threat was lurking, ready to disturb the fragile peace. The skinny figure, making hoarse sounds, slowly walked towards them, bringing with it a gloomy atmosphere. The darkness was cut by the figure of a ghost with an icy gaze and a dark grace, who politely greeted everyone at work in the Afterlife Hotel. Introducing himself as an accountant, the ghost said that he had come to give everyone assignments as ordered by his mistress. No one could believe their eyes, and Lin Yu realized in horror that the old man's breath was so cold that it really was an evil spirit. Calmly raising his head, the old man began to explain that before starting work, everyone must listen carefully to the rules of the hotel. Lin Yun coldly realized that this was a rule of death, and if broken, there would be no chance of salvation. The ghostly figure darkly outlined the strict rules of the work, interrupting the speech with long pauses in order to instill fear in the listeners. With fear on his face, the old man with wide-open eyes and pale skin declared in a trembling voice that the mistress would not spare anyone for a botched job. Noticing the fear in the accountant's eyes, the young man realized that the old man was afraid of the mistress, which meant that he was weaker than her, but she would not attack her subordinate. The old man, throwing up his hands, emphasized that the store was very run down and the items were so fragile that they could easily be broken. The ghost sternly emphasized that every breakdown is paid for, and any disobedience by the client is strictly punished. He narrowed his eyes and added that even the boss's wife wouldn't protect him if the grumpy customers found a reason to complain, and asked sarcastically if there were any questions left. Having convinced himself of silent agreement, the accountant hastened to declare that he would begin issuing duties since there were no more questions. The big guy nodded in response to the order and went to the kitchen to start chopping vegetables, fulfilling the order. Walking away slowly and silently, he left the others in fear that something unknown was waiting ahead and that he would be the first to be touched by it. Smiling barely noticeably, he said, "Take care of yourself," and walked away without delay. The old ghost's hoarse groan filled the air with anxiety, and his gaze quickly scanned Lin Yu's figure as if searching for something. Having chosen a new couple, the old man ordered them to clean the guest rooms, adding that they should first find Zhang Nian to get the inventory. Noticing the man in glasses, the old man confidently declared that he would be able to master checking accounts under his guidance in the back room. Only our hero and the pink-haired girl remained on the empty platform, tensely awaiting their turn to hear the old man's instructions. With a slight grin and a flirtatious intonation, the ghost emphasized the sophistication of their flesh, clearly enjoying his sarcasm. After assigning them to take orders and serve food, the old man sarcastically asked if they needed training before they could do this job. Pointing to the door to the living room, the ghost asked with a grim smile if the heroes understood how to behave and were ready not to make mistakes. Lin Yun noticed how his companion, overcome with fear, broke out in a cold sweat from the old ghost's gloomy story. Taking her hand firmly, he showed that she was not alone, carefully pulling the girl away from her fright. Stunned, she hurried forward, trying to keep up with the accelerating youth. They quickened their steps to get rid of the ghost's attention as quickly as possible. The confused girl lagged behind, trying to keep up with the confident steps of the young man. Smiling gratefully, the girl introduced herself, saying that her name was Li. Lin Yun calmly declared that he would call her Xiao Li and she should call him Brother Lin. Frightened by his coldness, she did not realize that the reason for his secrecy was his unwillingness to reveal his real name. Expressing her gratitude once more, she quickened her pace, trying to catch up with him. The young man happily opened the large front door and called out in a loud voice to the girl, who was caught off guard. Entering the dining room, Xiao Li timidly asked the guy what they were going to do now. Without giving in to emotions, the guy reminded that there was no point in being afraid. We had to wait for guests. The sound of the shaking earth stunned and frightened the young men, causing them to flinch in fear. A huge foot crashed down onto the cold floor, shaking the surface. The girl, hiding behind the guy's shoulders, was afraid to even look at the approaching creature. The monster grinned evilly and bared its massive golden fangs. The frightened guy froze, not knowing how to react, and the monster was pleased to notice the presence of living people in the establishment. The guy put on a restrained smile and confidently set to work. The girl trembled with fear while the guy politely invited the thug to stay at the establishment while doing his job. The creature, with dirty blue skin and large sharp fangs and beads of sweat running down its cheeks, looked disgusting. It waved its arms widely and quickly headed towards the neatly arranged tables. Lin Yun thought that for a thriller with a hidden meaning, it was quite exciting. The giant, creaking as he sat down at an old chair that could barely support his weight, looked questioningly at the young man and the girl. The thought flashed through the young man's mind that he was lucky, because the monster had not broken the chair. Otherwise, it was unknown what consequences would have awaited them. The evil spirit, growling angrily and spraying saliva, menacingly demanded that hot water and a couple of plates be brought, pulling several gold coins out of his pocket. Serving the beast, Lin Yun politely agreed and hurried to fulfill the order, while the monster continued to look at him with a satisfied grin. Our hero noticed that the coins the monster was holding were copper, which surprised him because he expected to see something more valuable. Seeing the kettle already boiling on the stove, Lin noticed that the dishes and cutlery looked strange. As Lin Yun passed by, he couldn't help but be shocked when he noticed that the dishes on the table had faces with eyes and tongues, as if they were living creatures. The girl grabbed the kettle, but the young man hurried to help her, fearing that she would not be able to handle its weight. Taking the kettle, the young man added that they could not allow anything to go wrong and took responsibility. Suddenly, the kettle opened and let out a loud scream, and his eyes widened in pain. The girl jumped up in horror, not believing her eyes, and her face immediately became tense with fear. The young man tried hard to hold the kettle that was spewing boiling water, but his hands couldn't withstand the pressure and the kettle fell off. The kettle took off at a rapid rate, whistling furiously as it moved forward, leaving a trail of hot water behind it. The kettle crashed to the floor with a deafening crash, shattering into pieces and splashing hot water around. Standing over the broken teapot, they looked at it in silence, not understanding what to do next. The girl suggested hiding the kettle, hoping that this would help avoid trouble. Lin, slightly narrowing his eyes, realized that the proposed plan would not work and began to think about new options. He thoughtfully looked over the situation and came to the conclusion that it was better not to trust everything to chance at such a moment. The accountant suddenly appeared, examined the broken teapot, and groaned and said that the young man was too fussy since he had managed to destroy everything. With a sly smile, the accountant said that the teapot cost 50 grand and added that the newcomer would not be able to pay for it just after starting work. The old man held out his bony hands and ominously declared that he would take the boy's hand as compensation for the broken teapot. Xiao Lin covered her eyes with her hands out of fear, unable to look at what was happening. The young man dodged deftly, jumped back, and angrily objected that he was quite capable of paying. The young man, looking into the old man's eyes, gave the system the command to withdraw 50,000 minbi, and holding back his anger, added that he wanted to pay in copper coins. Fiery golden circles suddenly erupted around Lin Yu, forming a protective field that glittered in the darkness. The old man, usually confident in his strength, froze when he saw the rings of fire that protected the young man. The evil old man was forced to retreat, his body bent in pain as he tried to crawl away, clearly realizing that he could not win. With surprise and fear, the ghost realized that this man contained pure yin energy, more powerful than his own, and even than his mistress's. With surprising ease, the young man raised his hand, and glowing coins began to spin around it in spirals, creating an atmosphere of magic and mystery. Smiling slightly, the boy handed the old man 1,000 wen, demanding to know if it was enough to compensate for the damage. The accountant's gaze was full of fear. He stood in a stupor, stepping back, unable to understand what was happening. The old man remarked with surprise that 1,000 wen might have been sufficient compensation for his strange and painful existence. Realizing with horror that for 1,000 wen the client and the owner would gladly agree to get rid of him, the old man froze, astonished by this discovery. Xiao Lin, watching the guy closely, came to the conclusion that he was clearly not a newbie, since the money he had just withdrawn was 5 guineas. Xiao Lin thought with excitement that Brother Lin had truly shaken the ghost, and his confidence had impressed her. Even a ghost will subconsciously idolize me when he sees the divine system, Lin rightly remarked, confident in his position. Looking at the old man, Lin wondered how only 50,000 could scare him so much, while he had a whole 9 trillion in his balance. Lin Yun, holding back a grin, suddenly realized that his golden fingers were even stronger than expected. Lin Yun looked at the accountant and came to the conclusion that the ghost seemed to be bound by special conditions that did not allow him to simply take away his treasures. The coins, sparkling and making a ringing sound, gracefully twirled in the boy's hands as he picked them up. The young man, holding back a smile, handed the accountant the jingling coins, reminding him that, as an experienced specialist, he should always know how to handle money. The accountant, breathing heavily, looked at the coins and said that this amount was too much for him, and that he had not expected such a quantity of money. With a slight detachment, looking at the first task, Lin told the old man to keep the money for himself, as he still had a task to complete. The task was to spend 1,000,000 RMB, but the system limits the spending to 100 times, promising a cashback card and hell wine as a reward. Wine from hell is always more interesting than a cashback card, and with money, even the devil can be made to work, but there is no guarantee that the rules will not change. Suddenly breaking the silence, the young man asked the accountant how much one plate cost in this hotel. The ghost replied, a little hesitantly, that the price of the plate was only 100 wen. Brother Lin easily threw the pile of plates onto the floor and calmly watched as they crumbled to pieces with a crash. The plates burst, eyes and bared teeth popped out, and tongues unfurled into dark spirals, creating darkness all around. With a calm and confident look, the young man offered the old man more coins, presenting them as compensation. After accepting the money, the accountant couldn't help but be surprised to hear from Lin that it was his first time here, and he hoped to make friends with everyone at the Afterlife Hotel. The old man, with excitement shining in his eyes, thought that whatever the personality of this young man, this was still a wonderful and unique opportunity. The ghost meekly informed Lin that he would not dare to become his friend. But he added that if the young man encounters difficulties in the future, he will be there. Lin Yun replied with a friendly smile that there was no need to rush and leave the money for later without worrying. The young man approached the last plates, which were ringing furiously with fear, and asked who was next. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the silence, calling on the young man to stop breaking things. Otherwise, their business would collapse. The voice of the landlady made the accountant hastily declare that it was she who had intervened, expressing not only respect, but also recognition of her authority. The young man noticed to himself that her voice was soft, and thought that the hostess clearly did not remain indifferent in the face of money. The guy thought that now it would no longer be possible to extort money in this way, but this experience would definitely not be in vain. Slightly out of breath, Lin Yun hurried towards the customer, while apologizing for keeping him waiting. While pouring tea, the young man thought that if he was dissatisfied, he would pay for this consequence. The huge client smiled, assuring him that everything was fine since he did not need to hurry anywhere. Lin Yun turned pale and froze, frightened by the unexpected turn of events. The girl and the accountant were also watching the guest in complete bewilderment, stunned by his behavior and unexpected statement. Looking thoughtfully at the young man, the guest thought that his ability to search for things in the void exceeded even his own capabilities. The realization flashed through his mind that this young man had a powerful patron behind him who could create trouble for him. Seeing that the guest was embarrassed, Lin immediately admitted his mistake for the delay and offered to compensate for it by paying for his lunch. With sincere gratitude, the guest nodded and accepted the offer with a smile. After a quick glance at the menu, Lin noticed that the most expensive dish was only 100 yuan, which he thought seemed extremely cheap. Confidently offering to order one dish from each section of the menu, the guest smiled, noting that the expenses of the newcomers looked trivial. Having heard the clever proposal from the evil spirit, the hero could not contain his joy, anticipating the imminent completion of his task. The accountant offered to help Lin communicate the order to the kitchen, noting that it would still not be enough. Brother Lin looked with excitement at the trembling, sweating ghost who was rushing to tell him that he had been reckless in ordering such an order. The young man was no longer able to be stopped, and he aggressively gave the order to the kitchen to prepare 2 servings of each dish, which was over 30 wen. Having carefully calculated the expenses, the accountant informed the thug that he could add another 0 to the final sum of 830 wen. The huge guest agreed with surprise that the amount would be 1,000 wen, shocking everyone present. Lin Yun was worried that at the moment there were only 60,000, and it was still not enough to complete the task. The girl casually approached the guy, trying to ask a question, but there was uncertainty in her movements. At this time, the young man became inspired by a new idea, feeling that the moment had come to solve the problem that had arisen. Joyfully informing little Li that she had arrived just in time and that he had a small request for her, the young man smiled sincerely. A few minutes later, the pink-haired girl stood at the entrance to the establishment, enticing new customers with an attractive offer. 6 leaders with horns, tails, and hammers, as well as other spirits, gathered at the bar, admiring the man's generous offer. One of the guests remarked with delight that thanks to Lin's suggestion, he would increase his energy and save effort, something he would never have dared to do before. The air was filled with the conversation of the guests, who noticed that the coins with which the young man paid were filled with yin energy and looked absolutely new, like fresh minting. The clients whispered that this was a representative of the king of ghosts, who had come to become famous by throwing money around, and the ghostly ladies followed the young man with languid glances. Little Lee, carrying trays of food and eavesdropping on the guests' conversations, suspected that the guy was far from new to this game. Brother Lee waved his hand to the girl and praised her for a job well done. After treating Little Lee to some energizing soup, the guy said he would leave the money at the reception desk. As soon as the heavy necklace of coins touched the table, the system informed the owner that the first task, called the 10th consumption, had been successfully completed. The reward of a cashback card and soul-cleansing hell wine was received, and the winner breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the trophies. The system announced in a metallic voice that the inventory had been updated and supplemented. The soul-cleansing wine of hell increases the strength and spiritual awareness of ghosts, but loses its effectiveness if more than 3 bottles are consumed. This is exactly what I needed the most, Lin Yun thought as he held the magic potion in his hands. Without wasting any time, Lin Yun used the soul-cleansing hell wine to become a ghost master, and the blissful aroma of the potion spread throughout the entire room. The ghosts were perplexed and enthusiastically asked what kind of wine it was that contained so much crystal-clear yin energy. Mr. Lin's wealth must be truly incomprehensible for him to have access to such a potion, one of the guests suggested. Noticeably feeling his superiority, the young man came up with another plan in his head. Feeling an inner readiness to act and control over the situation, the guy attracted public attention. Raising his hand high, holding a bottle of wine in it, the young man made a toast to all those present, causing joyful excitement among the seated ghosts. With a sharp movement, Lin Yun poured the fragrant medicine into his throat, feeling the approaching flow of yin energy. "This is yin qi," the young man remarked enthusiastically after drinking the magically cold potion with a pure aura. The wine of hell increased his spiritual consciousness by 10 and his strength by 100, and in Lin's subconscious, the system's inscription was reflected, confirming the opening of the attribute panel. Looking at the display board of his system, the young man smugly discovered that he had become a first-level ghost master. Inspired by the effects of the wine of hell, Lin inquired about what his next task would be and what the reward would be for it. The system informed that the next task would be to spend 320,000 yuan per transaction to obtain a contract for a perfect-level ghost lord. Assuming that with this contract the guy's strength would be on another level, he looked at the guests thoughtfully, thinking about a way to complete the next task. "Drink, watching those present," added the young man, maintaining the festive spirit of the ghostly crowd. The giant thought that Mr. Lin's aura was not strong, but his generosity and spiritual wine showed his true essence and hidden strength. The monster leaned on the table, preparing for action and convincing himself that his desire to repay the debt would not be regarded as flattering sycophancy. Addressing Mr. Lin, the giant magnanimously called him brother. "I am very ashamed that you treated me today," the giant said to Lin, and held out an instrument that looked like a mirror. The evil spirit said that it was a yin tool that he wanted to give to Brother Lin as a gift in gratitude for the treat. Looking at this strange instrument, the young man learned that the giant did not know its purpose, but charged with yin energy. It showed ghosts and yin tributaries. Taking the item, a notification popped up in the guy's mind that the soul imprisonment tool Qi Long had been found, which was already automatically bound to the owner. The giant thought that the thing would be useful to the young man, and that keeping it for himself was pointless and wasteful. Lin Yun held the mysterious tool decorated with skulls in his hands with a slight smug smile, aware of its value. The guests were shocked when they realized that Brother Lin had revealed the true purpose of the item, confirming its complex origins. The next moment, a small black hole opened above the guy's head, and with a light movement of his hand, the guy threw this rare magical instrument into it. The spatial treasure house surprised the ghosts because only someone who had visited deeper places could obtain such a thing. A terrifying thought struck the great ghost, making him go cold with the realization that the stranger could have come from the very depths. "Flatter him, please him, and kneel before him," whispered the ugly ghosts at the neighboring tables. "Sir, I have a treasure for you," the pale ghost said uncertainly with a sullen and gloomy face. Approaching the ghost, the young man clarified that excessive politeness was not required and asked what he had prepared for him. The evil spirit said that this was the feued skull necklace that was bought in the ghost market, holding out the creepy magic necklace clutched in his palm. The necklace, decorated with skulls, ended up in the man's hands as the evil spirit carefully handed it to the youth with a hint of grim resignation. The system bound the necklace to its new owner, and the spirit noted that it could store yin and use it for powerful counterattacks at a high level. Seeing the necklace as an excellent fighting tool, the ghostly lady decided to give some of her yin energy so that the young man could use it. Streams of yin energy flowed towards the necklace, swirling, penetrating the skulls through the open mouths, producing a faint whistle. The necklace, filled with energy, gave Lin Yun an incredible feeling of strength and unfolding potential. Having sat down, the young man, with a gesture and words, thanked everyone in a friendly manner for their attention and valuable gifts. The guests, smiling broadly, expressed excessive approval, and their glances concealed obvious sycophancy. Xiao Lin, observing the situation, thought that this was even more flattering than what she had seen from her father's subordinates, and doubting that this was really a thriller, she scratched her head thoughtfully. A light autumn leaf that fell to the ground whispered about the past time, carrying away memories, leaving only a quiet trace behind it. The closed sign swung on the door of the empty cafe plunged into the silence of the night. Mr. Lin leaned tiredly on his elbow as the accountant reported that, thanks to him, turnover had increased more than fivefold. Watching the descending yin currents outside the window, the young man realized that it was their danger that drove the ghosts out of the room. "The shift is over for today. Everyone is asked to gather in the hall and get ready for dinner," the accountant politely announced. The young people waited to see who would come through the door, preparing to meet new ghosts who might be less kind than the accountant, and hoping to see other participants in the quest. A red liquid gushed out of the wall, making the heroes realize that something terrible had happened. The boy narrowed his eyes warily, looking for a connection between the bloodstains and the unknown threat. The girl, trembling with fear, widened her eyes, looked questioningly at the guy, then at the spot drawing a bloody number in the air. The bloody inscription stated that of all the participants in the quest, only 4 survived. The rest could not be saved. The girl cried out in horror that this was only the first day, and 2 had already died, leaving no chance of returning. The hero, sitting down at the table, thought that without the temporary protection of the Minbi, his hand could have been lost forever. He reflected that the ghosts gathered around would have willingly made him part of their feast if he had not treated them. Looking at the empty jug and dishes, Lin recalled the feast that had enlivened this table during the daytime. Having felt the power of the skull necklace, he realized that with the Minbi and the new capital, he would save his life. The accountant sitting opposite politely informed those present that, in accordance with the tradition of the Afterlife Hotel, they would all dine together. Old Man Lee suddenly heard a loud voice from behind asking why he was so respectful to the new runner. A barefoot old lady with a face disfigured by warts entered the room, hastily urging the depressed girl on with a broom. Looking at the cut-up girl, Xiao Lin said in horror that in the morning she was still whole and unharmed. With a shadow of doubt and anxiety, the thought that the yellow-haired boy had not shown up for dinner was imprinted in Lin Yu. The cut-up girl looked at those present and asked in bewilderment, "Have you really done nothing all day?" She looked at the others with envy, wondering why they had escaped punishment and what secret they were hiding. Lin, who had spiritual awareness, noticed the jealousy in the heart of the wounded girl who slowly sat down at the table in the far corner. Lost in thought, the young man carefully examined the girl and decided that her abilities did not pose a danger to him. The accountant exchanged a glance with the woman with warts, and hatred filled the room like a cloud, turning every word they said into poison. The old man sarcastically remarked that if Zhang Nian was happy with the suffering of his subordinates, then he preferred to focus on accumulating money. Zhang Nian raged, waving her broom at the calm youth, ordering him to clear the table and accusing him of laziness. Enraged, Zhang, wanting to punish her subordinate, jumped up and, flying above his head, swung, wanting to injure him for disobedience. The girl sat in the corner with jealousy in her eyes and a smile on her face, waiting for others to experience the same pain as her. Horror gripped Xiao Lin, and her face twisted and her voice burst into screams at the sight of the rampaging ghost. Lin Yun slowly placed the bowl on the table, remaining motionless, confident, and absolutely calm in his actions. Zhang Niang fiercely attacked the youth, but the shining dome of yin energy impenetrably protected him, pouring bright light into the room. The skulls on the necklace jingled and sparkled, releasing powerful yin energy, continuing to envelop the owner with a protective barrier. The woman with warts froze, her mouth wide open in surprise, seeing a power she could not match. The aggressive, warty ghost swears and swings his broom in anger, hoping to achieve his goal. The youth protected by the necklace looked at Zhang Nian with a smug expression and decided that her strength was laughable and she shouldn't even reach the level of a ghost general. A middle-class yin weapon, that's its power, the lady thought in surprise, looking with interest at this powerful means of defense. The woman sat down at the table with displeasure, glaring at the guests with a furious expression, especially at Lin Yu. Her focused eyes exuded furious hatred, and in their depths lurked dark and gloomy thoughts. The guy realized from Zhang Nian's gaze that she harbored a grudge and would try to take his life if the opportunity arose. The young man understood that the ghosts were afraid of him, not knowing who he was, but if he did not eliminate Zhang Nian, the truth about his strength would be revealed. He was determined that getting rid of the annoying wart-covered ghost would be his top priority. Zhang retreated in fear towards the accountant, whose face was frozen in worry due to the loud noise that had suddenly startled them. After the fight with the ghost, Xiao Lin looked at the events with confidence, supporting Lin and boldly expecting new difficulties. A terrifying monster with a massive build entered the room, and his empty eyes emitted an ominous aura that made even the bravest of the audience feel uneasy. The accountant and Zhang Nian bowed their heads in fear and humility, silently bowing before the monster and serving him. The attentive Lin Yun assessed that this terrifying monster was most likely a cook, and judging from the sense of spiritual consciousness, he should be a more powerful existence than Zhang Nian. The monster's cry was deafening, like a clap of thunder full of malice and power. It made the guest in fear hurry to put the pan on the floor, obeying the order. Lin recognized him as the boy who had been assigned to be the kitchen assistant that morning, and now he carefully placed the heavy saucepan down, as if afraid to disturb the silence. Lin Yu was taken aback when he noticed that the guest was doing everything with one hand because he no longer had the other one, and instead the sleeve of his sweater was hanging empty. The lid of the pot came under strong pressure from a powerful hand, reflecting the accumulated tension. The contents of the pot were revealed to the hungry guests, emitting a disgusting smell. Bones, eyes, bits of dead skin, and darkened, charred objects floated in the blue brew, radiating an ominous aura of frozen horror. Xiao Lin carefully picked up the torn-out and boiled eye with her chopsticks, hesitating whether to try it. The wounded girl, looking hungry and tired, holding back tears, sorted through the soup in search of an edible piece. The cook, noticing the girl's displeased face, asked if she liked his dish, to which she, frightened, ate the glasses, assuring him that everything was fine. He let out a vicious growl and bared his fangs, causing those around him to feel his anger and quickly begin to swallow the tasteless food. Brother Lin invited his one-armed companion to join him at the table, to which he thanked him politely. The cook, taking a jug from a hidden place, deftly opened it, intending to pour something into a deep bowl, expressing dissatisfaction. Obviously, doubting the guy's culinary skills and refusing his food would make him want to kill, Lin thought. A swamp-colored liquid with an unpleasant smell poured into the bowl, causing her to cry out plaintively that this wine was very unpleasant. The thug drank the strange liquid greedily, showing no doubt or disgust, ordering the vessel to shut up. Lin watched with interest as the monster quickly drank the entire contents of the bowl until an intriguing idea struck him. Having put down the bowl, which by its appearance expressed obvious protest, the cook relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. The monster noticed out of the corner of his eye that the guest had not touched his food at all. "Buddy, why aren't you eating?" the cook asked menacingly, directing a heavy gaze at Lin. The cook addressed the confidently seated guy with a challenge, assuming that he did not like the dish. Lin, remaining unperturbed, calmly listened to the disgruntled thug, who was ready for sudden accusations. Rising slowly, showing respect to the monster, Lin smiled softly. Helpfully taking the bowl from the cook, Lin noted that the drink was extremely disgusting and probably difficult for the monster to drink. With a decisive movement, the boy emptied the bowl, sending its contents spilling onto the cold stone floor. The terrified guests froze in horror as the angry thug asked the young man if he was trying to achieve death in this way. Gloating, Zhang Nian was certain that even the protection of the necklace would not save the young man from his inevitable end. Trying to guess what the guy would do next, Shaolin thought about the fact that the big guy clearly didn't like the drink. The walls were filled with a frightening, bloody aura of the monster's anger, his eyes filled with malice, and he, maddened, turned to the young man, assuming that he wanted to provoke him. Smelling the sweet, unusual, and magical aroma of a previously unknown potion, the monster moderated his ardor. Noticing the aromatic drink in the young man's hands, he froze with interest, waiting for him to continue. Lin flatteringly assured the monster that he would not dare to provoke him, noting his culinary talents and adding that his tasting skills were much higher. The young man carefully poured the drink into a clean bowl, clinking the dishes, presenting it to the monster with a polite look. The noble liquid that fell into the bowl made her shine with pleasure and inner enjoyment, rolling her eyes. If the guy had gotten to him, he would have smashed his skull, flashed through the cook's mind, but he admitted that the drink was superior to the usual one from the tavern. With an expression of doubt, the cook said he would try the drink, carefully taking the bowl from the young man's hands. The cook instantly tipped the bowl over, pouring the hellish wine down his throat and draining it in one gulp. Never before had he experienced such relaxation, which was comparable only to the feeling of heavenly pleasure. This frantic feeling of peace and tranquility took over him completely, as if he had touched the source of heavenly bliss and happiness. Commenting enthusiastically on the taste of the drink, he enjoyed the feeling of pure yin energy washing over his soul, elevating him above the world. Setting the empty bowl down on the table with a ringing sound, the cook said with a satisfied look that the wine was indeed good. Lin Yun expected this result because the hell wine, saturated with yin energy, easily penetrated the chef's soul. With graceful courtesy, the young man again invited the cook to enjoy the aromatic wine, filling his cup to the brim. The bowl glowed contentedly, once again filled with the divine drink, and steamy streams escaped from the nose like sighs of pleasure. The bowl rested in the cook's hand, looking confused, his eyes wide as he stared at its contents. The chef tasted the contents of the bowl with obvious delight and attention, slowly and carefully bringing it to his lips, enjoying every moment. Having emptied the cup and having become a little tipsy, the cook exclaimed that the drink was amazing, and then, with a satisfied smile, added his own praise. Watching as the bottle of wine emptied, the young man noticed that the monster stopped drinking it in one gulp, which meant that it was more effective than he had expected. Discreetly accessing the system, the guy pulled out another bottle of wine, hiding it behind his back. The cook asked the young man if there was any more of this wine, and he raised the bottle in his hand, satisfied, showing a new bottle of the magic drink. Lin Yun smiled amiably and offered to fill another cup for his new dear friend. The guests watched in amazement as the evil monster, contentedly holding out his cup, awaited the next portion of soul-cleansing wine. The accountant and Zhang Nian, covered in beads of cold sweat and unable to believe their ears, watched in shock as the thug called the young man little brother. No, he is a worthless human with hatred in his heart, Zhang Nian thought. He cannot be compared to spirits, and here he will meet his inevitable death. Lin Yun bitterly expressed his regret to the cook, who raised an eyebrow questioningly and looked at the young man carefully. The monster respectfully and with incomprehension asked his brother what kind of pity there could be if he had such good wine. "Brother," Lin Yun said sadly, "it's a pity that you can't fully enjoy the aroma and taste of this wine because there are no snacks to go with it." "Brother, you're right," the monster agreed with him, hiding his weapon. "But you forgot that I'm a cook," the evil spirit added with a satisfied look. Lin, without hiding his bitterness, said that he did not doubt the chef's culinary skills, but he forgot to take into account the low quality of the ingredients, which made his ideal impossible. "There's so much ghostly qi here, that's probably why our products are so spoiled," Lin said with a grin as he watched Zhang Nian's stunned reaction. The guy added sarcastically, not hiding his smile, that cooking with ghosts must be very disgusting. The monster froze in a strange pose, deeply pondering the guy's words, lowering his head and plunging into thought, trying to comprehend what was said. "It finally dawned on me, and it's a shame I didn't meet you sooner. the cook said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. The monster's fierce gaze was full of anger and determination. His eyes, blazing with fire, radiated fury, ready to tear apart everything in its path. Deeply frightened, Zhang Nian and the accountant froze, not knowing what to do with the impending threat. The woman, waving her broom furiously, shouted that she had not insulted anyone and that all employees of the Afterlife Hotel were required to follow the rules. The young man thought about the rules, remembering that for the Aborigine ghosts, killing their own kind is not prohibited by the rules. The accountant, inciting the cook's anger towards Zhang Nian, reminded him that she had literally attacked Lin's little brother not long before all this. You violated the hotel rules, exceeded your authority, trying to harm my employee, despite the fact that nothing happened, the old ghost shouted, attracting the guy's attention. Old ghost, who do you want to avenge? The stunned woman screamed at the accountant. Before she could justify herself, the woman froze in a heart-rending scream, and the room was filled with energy that shook with power, enveloping everything around. The magical weapon, flying swiftly towards its target, carried with it a terrible destructive force aimed at the victim. The woman, surrounded in fear by the scorching flames, flew up, destroying everything around her with her body, and her eyes filled with the horror of what was happening. Admitting defeat, Zhang Niang turned to the monster, saying that if the mistress asked Zhu Jiang to take control, he would not be able to handle it. The cook angrily informed that the Afterlife Hotel had a rule that prohibited any unjustified actions towards the staff during dinner. Comparing the accountant and his kindness to the guests, he told Zhang Nian, piercing her flesh with a magic blade, that she was guilty of violating the rules of the hotel. Falling to her knees in front of Zhu Jiang, she begged for her life. A powerful blow, with great force and precision, knocked the woman off her feet, causing her body to violently collide with the ground, creating a sharp sound. A moment later, Lin watched as Zhu Jiang collected the clothes left from the burnt body of the warty ghost. As the cook carried out the woman's charred remains, he boldly told Lin to save some wine for him while he prepared the ingredients. Brother Lin, surprised by how quickly the cook took Zhang Nian's life, anticipated that the ghost was stronger than expected. Looking around the room suspiciously, the thought flashed through the guy's mind that he would no longer have to worry about Zhang Nian's night attack. However, looking at the old man who was sitting tensely, Lin noticed that he obviously intended to use Zhang Nian to test the youth. The old man sat at the table with a tense expression, carefully watching Lin standing across from him, clearly aware of his opponent's hidden intentions. Mr. Li, the young man said solemnly, turning to the old man and wanting to raise a toast to him, expressing gratitude. Hiding the plan of his punishment in his eyes as an example to others, the young man raised the wine jug high, inviting them to the table. The old man trembled with fear, realizing that this young man was not only rich, but also forced the cook to kill Zhang Nian with a few words. Judging by his appearance, the old man guessed that the young man was going to tell General Zhu that he drank all the wine first. Afraid to drink the wine for fear of angering the cook, a brilliant idea flashed through the ghost's mind to offer Lin the treasure. Looking at the mighty necklace, the accountant thought that Mr. Lin did not refuse gifts despite his wealth, because it was like that during the day. Having made up his mind, reassuring himself that there was no need for this item in the inn of the afterlife, the ghost obediently, hunched over, approached Mr. Lin. Having announced that he had found an object from his early years, the old man excitedly held out a small, sparkling box. Looking at the ghost and listening to his anxious speech, the guy realized that this coward was actually scared. The old man said with excitement in his voice that this was petrified wood, which was an excellent material for creating yin weapons, and it was worth significantly more than high-quality weapons. Surprised that the system recognized the item as a high-quality weapon, the boy froze for a moment. Deciding that this was a chance to complete the quest, he smiled and accepted the gift. Casually playing with the high-quality material in his hands, the young man asked the accountant how much he was going to sell such a good thing for. "How dare I ask you for money for something that was simply given to you?" said the old man with visible fear, his gaze darting around and his hands hanging helplessly at his sides. "How can you not take the money?" Brother Lin whispered indignantly, leaning towards the old man, adding that he was a man of principle and could not just take such a valuable thing. Could it be that this gentleman has such a rule for survival in this world? The old man thought breathlessly. In this world, in order to survive, you need your own rules. Everyone must do their own thing and follow the established norms. But everyone was afraid to ask Lin Yun directly what he lived on, because such a question was considered taboo, and if asked, the person might be offended. Then, containing his excitement and showing all his businesslike manner, the accountant carefully and judiciously asked what your price was. The young man, with a smile on his face, answered 3 guan and twirled the gold coins in spirals above his head, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The old man stood with wide eyes, surrounded by gold coins, and his face was full of amazement. The ghost, shocked by such generosity, could not hold back his tears. His face was red from embarrassment and gratitude. With tears in his eyes and his mouth wide open in amazement, the old man took the monetary gift as a chance to change his fate. The ghost, with a satisfied expression on his face and hope in his eyes, held a handful of coins, realizing that his contract with his mistress could be canceled 10 years early. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the accountant fell to his knees in recognition. Bowing his forehead at his feet, the accountant told Lin that he was immensely grateful for such a generous payment. Continuing to bang his forehead on the floor in gratitude, the accountant amazed all the guests present with his behavior. Xiaolin idealized Brother Lin with loving eyes, watching how he masterfully made the ghost respect him. Others, looking at the situation with envy and bewilderment, could not understand how this young man was able to make a powerful ghost bow down before him. Could he really be from that legendary family of exorcists? Thought the one-armed companion, his eyes widening in surprise. With satisfaction, Lin Yun sank into his subconscious after hearing the system notify him that the second task had been successfully completed. The golden inscription stated that after spending more than 30,000 yuan in a single transaction, he had received a perfect-level Ghost Master contract as a reward. The contract states that it can be used on ghosts of any rank and binds them to the owner for life, granting them loyalty. Realizing that he could become a ghost lord, Lin glanced casually at the kneeling accountant, deciding that it was not worth wasting the contract on such an old man. There must be another way out, the young man thought, casually pushing the old man away from his leg. After a while, the cook appeared, with a satisfied expression on his face and a steaming pot, saying that the ghost soup was ready and waiting for its taster. A plate of thinly sliced meat appeared on the table, looking fresh and appetizing. Zhu Jiang, gesturing to the table, admitted that it was the first time he had prepared this dish. Looking at the piece of food, Lin Yun thought that the chef was doing a great job of cooking, as the food contained yin energy, which was beneficial for both ghosts and hunters. Hungry and with obvious pleasure, he swallowed the first piece with relish, enjoying the taste. A notification from the system suddenly popped up in the young man's subconscious, informing him that he had just absorbed the soul of a powerful ghost, adding 1 spiritual power to himself. Realizing that food really could increase spiritual strength, the guy beamed with admiration and gratitude to the cook for the delicious and hygienic food. A pleased Zhu Jiang happily exclaimed that it seemed like his new friend liked the dish. Lin Yun raised his hand with a mug filled with wine and offered the cook to pour more wine. The guests, afraid to approach the table, watched with interest and surprise as Lin Yun dined with the mighty monster, treating him to wine. He greedily stuffed food into his mouth, replenishing his spiritual energy with each new piece. Outside the window, against the backdrop of a stormy sky, the red flag fluttered under the influence of a strong wind. The plates were empty. Only a few crumbs on them reminded us of the dinner we had eaten. Having finished his meal and sighed contentedly, the young man happily calculated that his spiritual strength had now increased to 197. A rather tipsy Zhu Jiang pushed aside his empty bowl and sleepily leaned on his elbow, commenting that the wine was excellent. Lin Yun, thinking that the cook was not a big threat to the quest, not knowing what benefit the hell wine would bring, heard a loud announcement that the mealtime was over. The hostess's voice continued to give instructions to Old Man Li to escort the guests to rest. "It's a pity, my friend, but that's all for today," Zhongjiang said to Brother Li with annoyance in his voice. "See you later," the cook shouted to the young man as he left, who noticed that Zhongjiang did not treat the hostess with such reverence as an accountant. When the accountant sternly ordered the guest to clear the table, Lin thought that he would be happy to help them. Suddenly, the hostess's voice came from the walls, echoing gloomily throughout the room and inviting Mr. Lin to the third floor to see her. As he headed towards the stairs, the boy was cautiously wondering why the hostess was sending him a message individually. Rapidly climbing the steep stairs, the guy confidently headed up. The young man, lost in his thoughts, assumed that he was able to interest the hostess because he spent a lot of money trying to survive in quests. Approaching the wide, bright red doors with a geometric pattern, he realized that this was most likely where the hostess was. Loudly pushing open the heavy creaking door, Lin Yun boldly walked inside. Lin Yun stepped into the brightly lit room and saw a fragile girl in a light dress, surrounded by powerful magical currents, indicating her enormous strength. An elegant girl in a red dress with gold patterns sat with a fan in her hand, confidently and mysteriously assessing the young man with her gaze. The surprised young man had a flash of thought that this fragile girl was the owner of the Afterlife Hotel. Exhaling, barely hiding his excitement, the young man tried to remain calm, not revealing his tension. Realizing that the lady could not kill him immediately, given the rules of murder, the hero took decisive steps forward. Lin Yun politely addressed the hostess and asked why she was looking for him and if she had any business for him. Fidgeting with a golden mirror in her hands, the lady calmly apologized to Lin for the fact that her servant, having made a mistake, entrusted him with the work of a waiter. The hostess actually apologized to him, surprising him with her politeness. Politely, with a safe gesture, indicating to her that nothing terrible had happened, Lin felt that the mistress was stronger than Zhu Jiang and not so simple. In an intriguing tone, looking the young man in the eye, smiling pleasantly, the girl declared that Mr. Lin's standard of living was turning her business upside down. The young man boldly objected that he would pay her tenfold for all the broken dishes. The lady replied wearily, continuing to fiddle with her mirror, that these were just trifles, and added that the recently murdered woman with warts had served in her hotel for a whole century. The young man anxiously tried to express regret and said in an apologetic manner that the senior employee was puzzled and he could not persuade him. Gesturing wildly, the young man explained what was happening as an inexplicable civil strife. The lady, having thrown down the mirror, was ready to enter into a squabble with the young man. Demonstrating her strength, the girl arrogantly stepped onto the floor, raising bright swirls of streams of glowing energy above her. With a hissing sound, the bone necklace of the skull of enmity moved, preparing to release yin energy, protecting its owner. "It doesn't matter what your purpose was in coming to the hotel, Mr. Lin, but the people who provoked the civil strife must be punished," the girl declared menacingly. Pointing her finger at Lin, the landlady ordered him to compensate for the damage caused to the inn due to Zhang Nian's death. After straightening up, Mr. Lin confidently asked what amount would be appropriate. The girl, without thinking, quickly replied that she intended to demand 3 guan from him. And raising her voice sharply, she hastened to change her decision, voicing a different amount, which was 50 guan. The young man, thinking about the system with a grin, instantly calculated that, as it turned out, 1 strong ghost was equivalent to only 500 teapots. Without forgetting to activate the cashback card, the hero began to concentrate energy flows, intending to withdraw 50 guan from the account. The lady standing in front of the young man was surrounded by a bright whirlwind of gold coins that fell from the sky, forming a golden rain, illuminating her in bright flashes. Surrounded by coins, the girl looked at the gold coins with fascination, thirsting for wealth. As the coins fell, the young man said that he was giving the mistress 50 guan, asking how she felt about her cook working with him. The girl was taken aback by such a bold and abrupt statement from the young man, but bribed by a mountain of gold, she froze in thought. Illuminated by the bars of coins, the lady thought with admiration that the boy was so rich that he would like to buy her cook. Standing confidently on his feet, Lin pondered the arguments that would make the hostess lean towards his advantageous offer. Thinking that the contract allowed him to ignore the difference in levels, the young man decided that the contract with Zhu Jiang would be the best solution for everyone. The mistress, remembering the great spirit from the depths, realized that for her he was just a cook, but by selling him, she would be able to cover many expenses. Having already made a decision in her head, the lady, while driving up the price, slyly stated that this worker had served her for many years. adding irritably that the young man would have to add more money if he wanted to buy it. Lin Yun raised his hand decisively and ordered the system to withdraw another $1,000,000. The stunned lady watched as a powerful stream of sparkling coins filled with pure yin energy rained down on her again. The young man, maintaining a calm and friendly tone, asked if this would satisfy her. The elated lady, eager to get her hands on the money, accepted Mr. Lin's offer. Charmed by money, the girl was ready to agree to everything, without thinking about the consequences. Having taken the valuable paper out of a hidden place, the hostess decisively, tearing up the energy contract, handed it to the young man. The young man deftly intercepted the contract with a quick and decisive movement. The faded and darkened paper stated that the contract could be terminated if Zhu Jiang earned 10,000 guan for the hotel. Reading the contract, the young man realized that the chef would not be able to pay the 10 million minbi specified in the contract in thousands of years, considering that the most expensive item on the menu only cost 100 wen. Realizing that the mistress had thus entered into an indefinite contract with the ghost, the guy noticed her vile trick. The girl, leaving, explained that in order to free the cook, the contract had to be destroyed, but she was not sure that the new ghost would agree to sign it with him. Leaving the room and waving goodbye, the young man reassured the hostess, stating that he had other plans for the cook. Suddenly calling out to the hostess, the young man politely asked how much she would ask if Lin wanted to buy the entire hotel from her. Hearing the gentleman's bold question addressed to her, the girl froze in place. She paused for a long time in thought, keeping the guy in suspense. Embarrassedly stating that the hotel and she were not for sale, the girl modestly lowered her eyes. Lin realized, without insisting on buying, that money is not everything in this game. The girl, looking back at the confidently departing young man, thoughtfully followed him with her gaze, noting with displeasure that he hadn't even tried to insist on his proposal. But after seeing the young man off, the girl was suddenly overcome by a premonition of an upcoming meeting with him. The guy creaked open the front door, from which warm, artificial light was pouring. Entering the room to the other quest participants who were sitting on the floor and impatiently waiting for his appearance, Lin looked at them carefully. Xiao Lin was overjoyed at the appearance of Brother Lin, which couldn't be said about the other players. The wounded girl, looking at Lin with distrust, decided that he was no less dangerous than ghosts, so she couldn't let her guard down. In a friendly tone, with open gestures, the guy jokingly said that he had made several more deals with the hotel owner. The stunned guests froze in amazement at the unusual abilities of this man, who negotiated with the most severe ghosts. Exploding from the injustice, the most experienced player shouted that he had been told that Lin was a newbie, but perhaps he had not been told that the guy was from a secret family. "It's all just a series of coincidences," the young man replied, calmly sitting down on the floor. Not believing in the existence of such players, the one-armed guy remembered that he had previously heard about them only on the forum. Lin noticed that he mentioned a forum for players to communicate with each other as part of an internal quest. The one-armed player looked at Lin with determination and said that this was exactly what he was going to tell him, hinting at the importance of the next step on their journey. Continuing, he turned to the other players, intending to tell them about the new National Investigation Center No. 9 and its capabilities. Xiao Lin, with surprise and enthusiasm, exclaimed that she had seen the news about them, wondering if they had really started learning this game. Showing off his work permit, the man explained that they could call the number when they were out of the game, and an official would come to verify. Having given the document to the girls, he said that the center performs information functions and can exchange weapons. After passing the card on, the freelancer revealed the secret that your identity would be recorded by the state, and you were obliged to tell everything you saw and heard in the game. Lin turned the document over thoughtfully, thinking about the one-armed man's situation. "If you become a ghost lord," the man added, "you will be able to change your status, and later, by uniting, your survival rate will be much higher." The girls listened attentively, and with interest to the participant in the conversation, hoping to gain some useful information. Lin, returning the ID, asked if they should continue to participate in the games after this. Players are called in every 2 weeks on nights, and some experts may pay to come in extra. "Although the game is dangerous, it is still full of opportunities," the one-armed man said with a smile as he sat down in the center. Lee, with a keen interest, asked if the forum provided access to games from other thrillers besides the investigation center. After admitting that the anonymous site was run by high-ranking ghost hunters, the member leaned wearily on his one arm. The hero, having clarified that the site was anonymous, learned from the man that no one will remember what you look like when you leave the quest and return to reality. Upon learning that the forum was an official barrier zone for those who did not want to reveal their identity, the young man lowered his gaze in understanding. Turning to the other guests, the experienced player asked if there were any more questions for him. Soon, having wished each other good night, the guests settled comfortably on the beds, carefully placed in the corners of the room. Waking the young man up in the middle of the night, the system informed him that the cashback card had been activated and he had received a random return multiplied by 5. With genuine interest, the boy eagerly awaited to see what the next task would be. The assignment required 3 expenditures, each exceeding 1 million yuan, to be made without actively increasing the price. The reward for the quest will be a cashback card, Yin Ling Yuan Juice, Soul Detention Talisman, and Soul Destruction Talisman. The sleep-deprived young man was awakened very early by the roosters of the underworld. The sky gloomily greeted the new day with bad weather, and the guy got out of bed discontentedly. The first thought that another new day had begun in the world of ghosts flashed through his head, changing his mood to decisive. Having stretched himself quite a bit, the young man admitted to himself that in his new status as the Lord of Ghosts, although he had not gotten enough sleep, he did not feel tired at all. Rushing to check if anything had happened that night, recalling the events of the previous day, Lin headed towards the front door. Meeting the other survivors in the hall and wishing them good morning, the hero noticed that they were not in the best mood. Hearing an unknown sound and groaning behind the door, the players retreated, protecting themselves from the unexpected threat. Lin, boldly approaching the door, confidently declared, diffusing the situation, that it must be the accountant. Opening the door, Lin saw the old man beaming with a radiant smile, who joyfully exclaimed that the master had woken up. Hurriedly heading forward, the boy casually asked the accountant where the cook was now, and the old man pointed to the kitchen. In pursuit, the ghost, hunched over, tried to remind the hero of the duties awaiting him, but immediately stopped himself in a cowardly manner, remembering his status as a guest. As Lin rushed towards the kitchen, he heard the accountant yelling at the other players, urging them to get to work immediately. The one-armed guy looked questioningly, looking after the hero, not understanding why he was just standing there. Looking up with respect, the player thought that Lin was indeed from an influential family. Thick black smoke rose from the hotel chimney, spreading across the morning sky. Entering the kitchen, Lin saw the cook standing with his back to him, preparing a large cauldron over a huge flame, stirring it. Zhu Jiang, smiling, noticed the guy who entered and offered him a taste of the freshly prepared broth. The broth in the cauldron was boiling, giving off a thick aroma and bubbling, and bones were floating among the bubbles. Lin walked up to Zhu Jiang with a serious expression and said that he had some business, causing the cook to smile in surprise. The cook's face, with wide open eyes and an interested smile, reflected his genuine curiosity. Looking up at the spirit with concern, the young man asked with concern whether Zhu Jiang was working in this hotel of his own free will. The cook's eyes widened in surprise, and he expressed extreme astonishment, clearly not expecting such a direct question from Lin. Hunched over, holding a ladle in his hand, he admitted that it was impossible to hide anything from the observant young man. With deep emotion, the cook said that he had once been a prominent figure in the ghost world, but after the attack he found himself on the verge of losing his soul. Continuing the story, standing opposite the young man, the cook, despite his menacing appearance, admits that he had to defect to the innkeeper. Stirring the boiling broth from which steam was coming out, he added that the hostess was not as simple as she seemed, and that he had made a contract with her, so he had to stay here. A boiled skull slowly floated out of the broth, emitting steam, while the cook continued to talk about how there was no longer a wide world for him to enjoy delicacies and wine. With a determined expression on his face, Lin mysteriously offered the chef a chance, giving him hope. Lin looked intently at the cook and asked if he was ready to leave everything behind and follow him across 2 worlds. Sadly and dejectedly hanging his head, Zhujiang replied that he would not be able to leave because the mistress would not let him go. The cook's hand gripped the ladle tightly, freezing in its movement as the thought flashed through his mind that Lin had asked this question for a reason. Zhujiang turns around and freezes in shock when he sees Lin handing over his energy contract with the mistress, which he had made many years ago. Zhujiang, looking at the lines confirming his voluntary submission to the mistress, feverishly cried out, not believing his eyes. The hero, with a satisfied smile and shining confidence in his eyes, informed the cook that he had money, enticingly flickering the energy contract before his eyes. Lin forcefully tore the contract to shreds, nullifying its effect, and his voice was bold and decisive, admitting that he could only guarantee the cook freedom and safety. Stunned by what was happening, Zhujiang stares at the torn contract with his mouth open in amazement, not believing that a long-standing deal could disappear so easily. And in an intriguing and firm tone, looking the cook in the eyes, the young man assured him that there would be more than enough wine. The cook, ready to accept the offer, nodded, admitting that there was nothing wrong with going through fire and water for a friend if he was willing to spend that much on him. Raising his head in delight, rejoicing at his newfound freedom, Zhujiang loudly declared that what was important was not wine and food, but spending time with his brother Lin. A finger gently touched Zhujiang's name on the parchment paper of the brand-new contract, and a faint glow ran across the lines, confirming the agreement. While rereading the contract where the cook agreed to serve Lin, the system notified him of the successful conclusion of the deal with the ghost, offering to show the characteristics. The young man answered the system in the affirmative, wanting to know the characteristics of this ghostly creature. The system opened the table of Zhujiang's characteristics and informed Lin that the indicators of this creature exceeded his capabilities by hundreds of times. Carefully folding the contract in his hands, hastily moving further and further away, the young man reflected on the poverty of the afterlife and the terrifying threat of spirits in it. Looking back at the cook trying the soup, the hero thought that if the quest had no rules, and he did not have a system, then everyone would have died long ago. Loyally kneeling down and bowing his head, Zhujiang respectfully informed Brother Lin that from now on he would serve him loyally. Leaning towards the cook, Lin asked him to relax, adding that he would rely on him from now on, suggesting that they have a drink together and have a good time. Lin and Zhujiang raised their cups filled with the magical wine of hell and exchanged solemn glances, ready to take the first sip. The storm outside the window grew stronger, and the flag towering over the hotel fluttered in a furious gust of wind. The players, having sat down at the table, were faced with an unexpected notification from the game, which reported that only 3 participants survived in the current round. Lin confidently decided that after making a contract with the ferocious ghost, the quest was no longer difficult for him. After quickly looking over the remaining participants, the young man realized that Xiao Lin and the bearded uncle had survived, but the girl had been torn to pieces after colliding with the guest while cleaning up. There is no such thing as invulnerability, even if there is money and a system, the guy thought sadly, evaluating this gripping thriller in which ghosts are raging. Realizing that in a thriller you only need to become stronger, he remembered from the words of the one-armed man, "The game opens every 2 weeks." Deep in thought, leaving the hotel with a quick step, the young man noticed how the humid air enveloped him and the fog became thicker. Suddenly a loud voice was heard calling him by name, forcing the guy to stop and listen. Turning around, the young man noticed an excited Xiao Lin, who was hurriedly running towards him. The fragile girl ran tenderly up to the hero, turning her huge eyes on him, and her voice sounded melodic and tremulous like a light breeze. Thanking Brother Lin for helping her survive the first day, the girl heard from him that if you help others, you will help yourself. Gratefully holding out a small piece of paper, the lady begged him to accept it, explaining that it could be of use to him. The young man turned the piece of paper over in his hands, examined it carefully, and saw numbers on it that resembled a telephone number. The girl excitedly confessed to Lin that she was from Jiancheng's family and had connections, suggesting that he call the number provided for help in reality. The sky was covered with dark storm clouds, the wind raged, blowing particles of ash into the air, and the heroes looked at each other, knowing that their day was coming to an end. Trying to answer, Lin managed to let out only a sound, but the girl no longer heard him, because the thick veil of the afterlife gradually began to melt, revealing the contours of reality. The first quest in the afterlife came to an end, and the guy suddenly found himself in an empty room with a piece of paper in his hand, trying to put his thoughts in order. Looking at him again with his eyes lighting up, he decided to test one assumption. Throwing the piece of paper onto the nightstand, Lin quickly turned around, intending to confirm his suspicions. Quickly glancing at his watch, the young man realized that 2 days had passed in the game, but in reality, only 1 second. Concentrating the energy flows around himself, creating a powerful vortex, Lin loudly called out to Zhu Jiang, summoning him. Not expecting that his master would need him, the surprised ghost peacefully sipped the wine of hell and enjoyed his freedom. Having politely asked the gentleman about the reason for his concern, the cook heard that the alarm was false and calmly continued to relax. After confirming that the contract with Zhu Jiang was stable, Li realized that the Ghost Lord was able to take not only spirits into reality, but also weapons. Looking down, the hero assumed that ghost hunters of recent years mostly commit terrible crimes with evil intentions. The hero approached the wide panoramic window, sadly enjoying the view of the evening city, fearing that the world was no longer a safe place. He remembered with dismay how the bearded player had said that they would be drawn into the game every 2 weeks. Closing his eyes and clenching his fists tightly, Lin imagined the importance of all the information he had to hide, which convinced him not to contact the administration. Leaning towards the forum as an anonymous source compared to Investigation Center Number 9, he substituted his IP address. The official announcements on the front page of the forum were nothing special. The rules strictly stated that violators would face huge consequences. This organization helped contain the ghost hunters, but now the most important thing was to protect himself, and Lin decided to look at the player manuals. Having found a convenient format, the guy quickly downloaded the manual to his desktop and began to study it carefully. The title page described existing quests in the ghost world, supported by colorful illustrations of countless sinister spirits. Turning the page, he saw a hierarchy of ghosts designed as a pyramid with different levels of power, based on which they can kill each other. Ghosts are divided into 7 classes depending on their strength, while humans have 9 ranks. However, the Ghost Lord contract that the young man had entered into could ignore the difference in levels, so he was able to snatch a ferocious ghost for himself. Nervously clicking his mouse, he continued to search for information, learning that there were survivors from all parties except the first, and some had already successfully become ghost masters. While fighting death, players always needed to trade weapons, and the forum allowed this to happen. An invitation to participate in the fair from the administration suddenly appeared before the young man's eyes, forcing him to study the reviews of other players with interest. Realizing that the game participants were interested in such offers from the administration, the young man thought about making an important decision. Having made sure that the guy's anonymity was not in any danger, he resolutely registered for the fair and sat back in his chair. What name should I come up with for myself, the guy wondered, thoughtfully reflecting on the variety of pseudonyms. And suddenly a brilliant idea struck him, to call himself Emperor Fengdu, which in his opinion fully reflected his mystery and great power. 3 days passed, and, sitting on the suitcase, Lin opened the system panel to see a ceremonial notice of a new win of 6,452,000 minbi. With a sparkle in his eyes and slightly parted lips, the young man smiled relaxedly, checking his balance and carefully counting the inventory he had. The young man, clutching his suitcase tightly, confidently headed towards the fair, as if he had just realized what it meant to be rich. The boy walked confidently towards the fair in Zhangcheng, his face shining with joy, overcome with emotion before the upcoming event. He remembered sitting in a dark room at 3:20 minutes past Monday morning, the long-awaited message from the forum flashing, making his heart beat faster. On Thursday at 5 p.m., following the instructions in the message, Lin picked up his card, badge, and mask from a locker at the mall. And already at 6 o'clock in the evening of the same day, the hero silently and with trepidation rode in a taxi along the western ring road of Zhangcheng. The taxi, Having traveled throughout the Qingyuan district, arrived at its destination exactly at 8 o'clock in the evening. Dusk slowly descended on the city, and the gloomy silhouette of the abandoned Jiangchen factory, shrouded in thick shadow, appeared before his eyes. Approaching the entrance, he noticed a long line of people, at the beginning of which stood two giant monsters who were checking the arrivals for badges. Masked figures lined up in a long line. Footsteps sounded hollow on the sidewalk, the air filled with tense anticipation and occasional whispers. The guy stood at the end of the line, realizing that the forum meetings were difficult but safe, since the mask blocked spirits and the badge was protected from counterfeiting by qi. After meeting another member, Lin learned from him that the forum was founded by three ghosts whose strength far exceeded Zhu Jiang's. Thinking that being a gatekeeper was not this Bai Ye's trump card, the guy noticed the writing on the card that said to wear a badge to enter. The spirit that guarded the entrance to the shopping center told the hero that if he was a seller, he would first need to have the item appraised at an appraisal office. Seeing the expert's modern evaluation device, Lin decided to check whether it could determine the quality of his weapons and materials. However, recently his spatial treasury has been replenished with new interesting things. New acquaintance asked him if it was his first time here, giving the impression of being a popular forum brother. Looking at the investigation center's tool, he learned that the machine classified items other than amulets and elixirs that players evaluated. According to their aura, objects are divided into categories, with each category further divided into 4 classes. After thanking Kundao for the fascinating story, Lin realized that the technology and strength of the early players were more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin thought excitedly that he had not yet crossed the line of arrogance and complacency, so he was ready to take risks. Hoping that the fair would bring him much benefit, he boldly stepped forward, heading straight towards the investigation center's instrument. 3 experts gathered in a spacious room, pondering the price of a low-grade weapon, congratulating the player who found it. Kundao informed the hero that even a lower first-class research weapon could cost hundreds of thousands, surprising the boy. Lin guessed that his weapon, which had both offensive and defensive functions, would be invaluable, and this boosted his self-confidence. The experts continued to share their experiences with the players, talking about Xuanyin iron ore, which is not used as the main one in the manufacture of weapons. It turned out that the player's necklace lying on the table had lost a lot of yin energy and was no longer valuable. Lin's system identified the damaged yin ghost necklace on the boy passing by, proving the veracity of the expert opinion. Lin politely let his partner go ahead, nervously awaiting the evaluation of his item, thinking that there might be strange and surprising things there. Kundao threw a piece of cloth resembling a bandage onto the table with delight. He watched the process with impatience, clenching his hand in anticipation, excitedly hoping that fate would gift him with a weapon of average quality. The big machine, giving a red light signal, lit a red bulb with a piercing squeak that was disgusting to the ear. The expert in the long red cloak leaned over him in surprise, not understanding whether it was a weapon or a material. Another one with glasses suggested that it might contain strong yin energy. Rising from his chair, the chief expert's final verdict was vague and stated that the guy was free to set his own price. Upset, Kundao hunched over and hurried away, sadly clutching a piece of cloth in his hand. Lin wanted to cheer up his new acquaintance, and he patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the bandage that was already serving as a handkerchief for Kundao's tears, the young man felt how the system reacted. She informed the hero that the ominous bandage of the pharaoh, which had the highest quality yin energy, had been discovered. A drop rolled down his forehead, and he froze, numb with emotion at the fact that he had a real treasure in front of him. Lin was completely taken aback by the situation and heard the expert's voice from behind, asking what he would like to evaluate. Having quickly gotten his bearings, the young man approached the table and asked the system to give him 1 wen coin, which is equal to 1,000th of 1 guan. The guy decided that it was not worth the shine and decided to use only 1 coin. The machine hissed, emitting a green glow and reading the energy stored in the coin. Having assessed the coin as quite ordinary, and saying that it would have had a lower value if there were 100 of them, the expert handed it over to the owner. The second expert, hastily rising from his chair, stopped him with a sharp gesture of his hand, causing the first one to look confused. He said that this is a very interesting currency because it is produced only by the Bank of Heaven and Earth. After turning the coin over in his hands, the expert asked the chief if it was used among ghosts, handing him the value. The chief added that the quality of this coin was even better than those he had seen in the quest earlier. Lin was immersed in a creepy story that plunged him into a dark and sinister world of hidden rules of the ghost world. It turned out that people who have lower coins are simply nobodies there, and they cannot pay the spirits with them. Only if people can obtain coins approved by the spirits, the Bank of Heaven and Earth will provide them with a guarantee that allows them to trade in the quest. The expert was alarmed to realize that the ghosts were not so easily allowing currency to flow into the hands of human hunters. Looking at the smug, masked youth proudly holding onto the badge that read Emperor Fengdu, he decided that this player was a skilled craftsman. The previously unknown name of the mysterious loner, which meant the capital of the underworld, impressed the expert, and especially the origin of the coin. Lin confidently replied that he had received the coin as a trophy. Experts are interested in the afterlife money of the Minbi, where 1,000 wen, which are coins, equals 1 guan. A lanky man with long hair offered to buy the coin from Lin for 1,500 yuan and become friends with him. The young man thought about it and decided that such a price was very attractive, and if he exchanged a couple of hundred coins, it would be enough for the down payment on a house in Liangcheng. While anxiously awaiting the boy's decision, the men discussed exchanging coins with spirits at face value and the importance of volume and unity of yin energy. Noticing that the boy's pause in thought had dragged on, the chief expert raised the price of 1 coin to 3,000 yuan apiece, praising its integrity. Lin agreed, adding that he had several more of these coins with him and was convinced of the forum's solvency. Respectfully addressing the hero, the experts reported that the forum would be able to afford even 180 of these coins. Emperor Fengdu walked forward confidently, his robe swaying gently with every step, and his gaze radiating stern determination. The hero, with a smug smile, turned the bag over with a sharp movement, and hundreds of gold coins poured onto the table, sparkling in the bright light. All three looked at each other, their expressions frozen in mute amazement, and the air seemed to thicken with surprise. One player clasped his hands to his mouth. Another stood there with his eyes wide open, and a third looked like he had just been struck by lightning. Kundao froze, his gaze trembling with amazement, his mouth parted in a nervous smile, and his fingers involuntarily clenched in the air. The chief expert hurriedly checked the number, his hand shaking, and the words he would say to Mr. Bai Ye were already spinning in his head. After telling the young man that the forum would not buy all the coins, the lanky expert offered to buy 20 for 3,500 yuan each, but after thinking for a moment, he changed the price to 4,000. The crowd froze in tense anticipation, some whispering, discussing the potential benefits, others watching the appraisers closely. Suddenly, the crowd rushed towards the table, shouting, trying to buy a coin, sweeping Kundao off his feet. Surrounding the boy, interested players asked him to sell them at least 1 coin, promising Lin friendship and respect in the future. The offended Kundao, sitting on the floor, remembered that he had not even thanked Emperor Fengdu, hoping that he would not hold a grudge against him. Lin Yun had expected in advance that the wealth system could really give him luck overnight. Feeling superior, he decided that it was not the highest price that was important, but organization, order, and many other factors. While calculating how to maximize the profit and distribute the coins equally, Lin heard a loud cry, quieting the noisy crowd. The girl with long flowing hair walked in with bewitching grace, and her proud posture radiated unshakable grandeur. Lin froze, seeing how the experts bowed before the mysterious lady, clearly awaiting her arrival. She combined a cold grace with an aura of power, and at the mention of her name, the crowd fell silent. It was Miss Bai Ye, who was known as the co-founder of the forum that could make evil spirits serve her. Lin slightly bowed his head to greet Madame Bai Ye. His face remained calm, but a spark of hidden interest flashed in his eyes. Her light steps echoed faintly in the silence, and smoothly passing the young man, the lady gracefully approached the table. After looking at the coin, she noticed that it was wasteful to take these coins to offline fairs with mass sales. Fengdu replied with a smile that he had recently had some urgent business and was a little short of money. Bai Ye gracefully opened her fingers, and the coin flew down smoothly, glittering in the air before landing on the table with a dull sound. She said that on behalf of the forum, she was ready to offer 7.5 million in cash for 1 guan, and would like to be friends with him. The players were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The goddess of the Sia kingdom, who had reached the peak of the 6th rank, befriended an ordinary player on behalf of the forum. Friendship with the mysterious Mrs. Bai Ye is like a saving talisman, and in the thriller, after 3 quests, the hunters can unite into a team. Emperor Fengdu accepted the mistress's conditions without hesitation, his determined gaze fixed on her, and the crowd held their breath, watching the scene. A dazzling stream of gold surrounded him. Madame Bai Ye bestowed wealth with the grace of a true goddess, highlighting her power. The lady summoned the spirit of the toad, and when the box burst into flames, her eyes widened and light spread around, filling the space. The dark haze parted, revealing a monstrous toad with a suitcase in its mouth, and its owner looked thoughtfully, illuminating her silhouette with a flaming box. The massive suitcase that flew out of the toad's teeth spun in the air, engulfed in traces of magical energy. Lin concluded that the lady had decided to test him and confidently called out to Zhujiang in response. A tall spirit with a stern face and a battle outfit covered with symbols of power appeared behind Lin, inspiring fear and respect. The crowd froze in mute shock, their faces turned pale and their breath caught at the sight of the terrifying evil spirit. Case rushed towards them at a breakneck speed, but Zhujiang threw his hand forward in a flash, stopping him with a crushing force. Kundiao's mouth opened in an indignant cry, and his eyes darted around in fury, not believing what had just happened. Zhujiang bowed and handed the case to the owner, opening it with a request to check the contents. The young man, having made sure of the contents, abruptly slammed the case shut, pressing the lid firmly with a quiet click, securing the lock. Handing the coins over to the lady, Lin commented with a satisfied smile that the deal was a success. With a cold jingle of coins, Madame Bai Ye looked at the young man with a piercing gaze. The toad swallowed the treasures with great appetite when the lady herself threw them into its open mouth. Madame Bai Ye, holding the light-emitting box, dissolved into its glow, bidding farewell to Emperor Fengdu. She disappeared into the bright light, leaving the crowd in disbelief, their eyes darting around, unsure of what had just happened. At that moment, out of nowhere, a solemn announcement was heard that the fair was declared open. Fiery flashes shot up, tearing the air with hot tongues of flame, creating a spectacular curtain in front of the crowd of lurking spectators. Players selling weapons and materials hurried to take the empty seats at the pleasantly decorated tables that opened up to their eyes. A stranger and his friend ran up to Lin, politely asking if the emperor had any coins left. After replying that all the goods were sold out, and that he would not take up any more of their time since he still had things to do, Emperor Fengdu proudly walked down the stairs. Lin walked in narrow rows past hunters selling valuables, who lured buyers and, getting acquainted, made deals. Hoping for a good purchase, Lin carefully examined the goods, not missing a single detail. Approaching the first table of the sullen merchant, the hero's system determined that his goods were not subject to evaluation and of poor quality. Lin didn't want to buy anything from him, and by leaving he made the already sad seller even more sad. The guy patiently examined the ancient instruments, trying to find what he needed and weed out the garbage without an identity card. His patience was rewarded by successfully finding the mid-grade Luohu ominous cube weapon. Lin had a thrilling thought that his skull necklace of enmity was of the same level as this weapon. The cube was visibly emitting bright blue energy, and Fengdu, cautiously curious about the object, approached it. The cube seller that Fengdu sold the coins to earlier said that he found it in a tomb quest and never figured out its purpose. He awarded him a price of 2,000 yuan, which Lin willingly paid, making the seller happy. The guy couldn't believe that he had finally sold this instrument that no one was interested in. Excited by his new powerful acquisition, Emperor Fengdu realized that his defense and attack were no longer tied to one item. The system automatically linked the weapon to its owner, as well as many other things that the hero acquired at the fair. Having received what he expected, he quickly hurried away without attracting attention, but noticed the familiar figure of a bored young man at the entrance. After greeting him, he recognized his recent acquaintance, Kundao, who sells countless different things. Noticing the good in the low-quality trinkets from the desert, Feng Du learned that the guy was also selling them very cheaply. Pointing his finger at the little thing that could not be appraised, the young man asked the seller how much he was willing to sell it for. Emperor Feng Du took into his hand the headband that no one was interested in, which he had really wanted to get since the beginning of the fair. Kundao noted with a grin that even if the emperor was very rich, not all things should be bought without an appraisal. Generously pointing out that money should be spent, not saved, Lin insisted on the deal. Taking a deep breath, Kundao decided to give the emperor the bandage as a gift. Since even the experts couldn't help him with it, there was no point in keeping it. It is better for a thing to be useful in the wrong hands than for it to disappear aimlessly from an inexperienced user. After complimenting Emperor Feng Du's strength, Kundao expressed a desire to befriend his new acquaintance. Lin nodded affirmatively, clutching the cloth, and added that if they were already friends, then they couldn't let Kundao suffer. Huge bundles of valuable coins on strong metal cords fell onto the table with a crash, creating a ringing cold sound. The salesman straightened up abruptly, frozen in a dumbfounded smile because he had not expected a guan worth 7.5 million yuan for his goods. Feeling the power and filled with energy of the high-quality weapon, the new owner replied that it was not worth an ordinary guan coin. An echo of joy rolled through the long corridors of the old factory, confirming its authenticity and prompting one to pay attention again. In the distant control room, a conversation between Miss Bai Ye and the chief expert could be heard. They watched with interest through the all-seeing eye as Emperor Feng Du thanked Brother Kundao for the purchase. While discussing in surprise why the young man bought an undervalued item, Mrs. Bai Ye noted that the guy was indeed worthy of attention. Bai Ye thought that from her spiritual consciousness, Feng Du was a first-rank hunter, but in response to her temptation, he released a ferocious ghost. She was excited that this emperor knew how to disguise his aura, so that even from her he managed to hide it, and also knew how to evaluate objects. Her blue eyes flashed behind her mask, sensing intrigue, for few were able to so skillfully hide their essence, remaining inconspicuous. Meanwhile, the fair continued lively, and Brother Kundao was able to successfully sell many of his goods. As he left the fair, Lin mentally counted his purchases, but his empty wallet hinted that he should think about selling what he didn't need. Emperor Feng Du noticed a crowd of people indignantly shouting that the stranger, not being a hunter, had no right to make such a purchase. In the center of the crowd, a formally dressed man in a mask sat quietly at a table with a sign, beckoning to sell him a tool for awakening spiritual consciousness. People were shouting that rare artifacts without side effects were more valuable because you can't become a ghost hunter without paying the price. The man jumped up, declaring that he was from the Jiangcheng family and would give 10 million to anyone who found a remedy with no side effects, but guaranteed strength. The crowd buzzed because this was the Li family that controlled half of Dazia's ocean trade, and their desire to obtain such a means surprised everyone. Hearing the girl's name, Xiao Nian, from the Li group, the young man remembered the fragile Xiao Lin, who also had not yet awakened her consciousness, and this was no coincidence. The young man thought about giving away one bottle, since it could help both of them, and he had already drunk his quota. Leaving 2 more bottles for Zhu Jiang, Lin took out a magic vessel from his bag, illuminating those present with the pure glow of potion energy. The man from Jia Chen's group recoiled in shock, not believing his eyes, then quickly squatted down, trying to take a closer look at the bottle. Emperor Feng Du confidently declared that he had a spiritual wine, which simply by drinking could awaken spiritual consciousness, adding decisively that if a man does not believe in this potion, then he may not have anything to do with it. The businesslike dressed man ran excitedly to get the check, saying that he believed Emperor Feng Du and agreed to the deal. He handed Feng a check to Li's company for $10 million, which could be cashed at any time. Emperor Feng Du calmly picked up the document, thanking the generous man, while the spectators behind him watched in shock. The Li family's luxurious villa towered over the surrounding area, its large windows shining and its elegant terraces highlighting the grandeur of the mansion. Xiao Lin, sadly leaning on the windowsill, understood that becoming a participant in the game would not avoid cruelty, but her father still forbade her to go to the fair. Remembering that Brother Lin never called her, She didn't even know if he was at the fair. Suddenly, her father burst into the room happily, loudly announcing that he had bought wine that could awaken spiritual consciousness. He showed the potion, the divine aroma of which spread throughout the room, and Xiao Lin remembered that this was the same hellish wine that Brother Lin drank. The girl's eyes lit up with admiration when she saw the shining treasure, because even the ghosts revered it, and Brother Lin could not just sell it. A bright green glow burst from the neck, filling the space with a blinding light filled with ancient and unbridled energy. The girl with shining eyes recognized the potion that Brother Lin drank, and her father urged her to drink it, wanting to quickly awaken her spiritual consciousness. Realizing that she could no longer rely on someone else's strength to survive the quest, the girl resolutely brought the shining bottle to her lips. With every drop of the potion, her body filled with energy, her eyes lit up from within, and her mind was filled with a firm resolve to become stronger. A stream of green energy engulfed her body, filling her mind with clarity, and she realized that from now on she had to be useful to Brother Lin. Displayed on the monitor showed the company's young Miss Xiao Lin, holding a certificate confirming her victory in a student essay on the beginning of Jiangcheng. Lin finally found her, leaning back. He thought that in the heat of the game, even the super-rich were as vulnerable as ordinary people. The hero realized that he could not recklessly rely on a system with omnipresent minbees. From his experience, he realized that the restrictions of ghosts become increasingly relaxed as one goes deeper into the ghost world. Perhaps over time there will be no good intermediaries, since in a hide-and-seek quest, the only way to survive is to run away. But the hero is determined to fight the ghosts, and learned from the system that he lacks 20 consciousness and 103 strength to be a second-rank ghost lord. Thanks to the growth of spiritual consciousness through the methods in the textbooks on the forum, the system better recognizes weapons, and Lin highly appreciated his combat power. He had 2 medium-quality yin weapons, one for attack, one for defense, and one high-quality weapon for healing. The clock ticked dully and ominously, its scarlet hands trembling in the thick darkness, counting down the seconds until the fateful midnight. The bloody letters that formed the name of the quest, Otherworldly Boarding House, darkly floated before his eyes, as if drops of life were flowing into the void. The fragile floor crumbled under his feet again with a loud crack, sending the young man into another fall, full of uncertainty and danger. The free fall did not cause anxiety. On the contrary, the young man with a thirst for adventure rushed down, ready to accept the challenge of fate. The hero woke up as if from a nightmare, his gaze frozen in confusion at the crimson flashes melting around him. He was carefully covered with a blanket on the bed, and there was silence in the empty room, and looking around, he realized that he had already managed to move. Near the hero on the right hung a long, tattered sign with the rules and conditions of the ghostly boarding house. Taking the resident's card lying on the nightstand, which is the only one, and if it is lost, a replacement is made, he slowly got out of bed. The young man thought about the strict rules prohibiting noise during the day and warning that the area around the boarding house was dangerous, so it was better not to open the windows. It is also forbidden to enter other people's rooms without permission, damage your room or litter, as the caretaker of the boarding house regularly checks them. It was only 6 in the morning, but Lin learned that the curfew at the boarding house began at 11 in the evening. Slowly walking around the room and thinking over all 6 rules, the young man realized that these rules of murder were typical for most of the ghosts in the quest. Although there was a reason to rejoice, since the goal of the task did not frighten the young man, he could calmly pay the rent and wait for the end of the quest, but this was not his option. Opening the door with a card, he went to look for ways to strengthen himself, because simply surviving the quest would only give the enemy a chance to become stronger. Looking at the long, narrow corridor with countless doors, Lin was surprised by the abundance of rooms in the boarding house. He walked thoughtfully along the empty corridors, went out onto the balcony, and remembered that at the beginning of the quest, it was indicated that only 3 survived. Having gone down to the lower floor, the hero raised his head, seeing a giant hotel building in front of him, and realized that all the rooms were inhabited by ghosts. On the wall on the first floor hung a large poster of the zoning plan for the Otherworldly Boarding House. It said that the 5th through 25th floors were residential, and above that there was a private area with no visitors and a revolving restaurant on the 30th floor. The first 2 floors house a supermarket, laundry, and security office, while the next 2 floors above house technical rooms and a real estate center. Having assessed that this map was much larger than the one of the Afterlife Hotel, the young man decided to go to the real estate center on the 3rd floor. The elevator was on the 12th floor when Lin confidently pressed the call button, and the elevator began to slowly descend. There was a short ding, signaling the elevator's arrival, after which the doors swung open smoothly, inviting you into the empty cabin. The sticky smell of blood mixed with the metallic cold of the elevator, causing the young man's heart to beat faster in his chest, foreshadowing danger. The boy noticed with alarm that an ordinary person would not dare to ride this elevator. Straightening up and keeping his cool, the young man decided that with his strength there was nothing to be afraid of, confidently took his place in the elevator, and calmly waited for the doors to close. Without hesitation, the young man pressed the blood-stained elevator button with an oppressive feeling of approaching danger. As soon as the doors closed, the air in the elevator began to tremble, and the metal structures began to crunch, as if under the pressure of an unknown force. Suddenly, the air in the elevator began to tremble, and an icy voice, filled with an ominous threat, insistently demanded payment for using the elevator. From the depths of the boarding house, a vile creature squeezed into the elevator, its body intertwined with slippery tentacles, and its mouth pulsating in a terrible grin. The creature let out a piercing roar, its hideous eye sockets blazing with evil fire, and its stretching tentacles bit into the walls of the elevator. Lin, remaining calm, slightly raised an eyebrow and discreetly asked what price the monster was demanding for a ride in this elevator. The monster growled that 1 yuan was needed for 1 person at a time, and if there was no money, then he could take flesh, blood, or soul to pay off the debt. Staring at the monster, Lin froze in comical bewilderment, not expecting that travel through this eerie place would cost him a paltry yuan. In response to his request, the system exchanged and issued exactly 100 bills, neatly folded into a stack. Calmly throwing the bill to the monster, Lin, with a slight arrogance, ordered him to take him to the 3rd floor, not hiding his confidence. Grabbing the bill with his teeth, the monster grinned incredulously, wondering how such a weak man could get money in this dark place. Looking at the monster, Lin caught a devious plan in his gaze, realizing that even despite the rules, he wanted to play by his own terms. The monster growled that cash was not accepted. The elevator only supported guest house cards, and without membership, the only option was to use the room card. The monster decided that no one would leave without blood, and the newcomers probably stocked up on fresh resources, which makes them ideal prey. Lin sighed softly, his calm appearance not betraying disappointment, only a slight shadow of fatigue. Looking at the monster with icy calm, Lin made a casual gesture with his hand, reminding him that the chance had been given, but he had not taken it. The shocked monster reminded him that using Min B is illegal, but if he voluntarily gives up his hand, there may not be any prosecution. Lin waved his hand as if cutting through the air, and a ghostly aura flared around him, responding to his companion's confident call. The air thickened, and the mighty Zhu Jiang appeared in the elevator, his massive body constricting the space, and his low voice noted the cramped space with displeasure. With a hoarse roar, Zhu Jiang tore out the monster's eye, and the monster recoiled in horror, realizing that the enemy was too strong and merciless. Zhu Jiang leaned towards the fallen monster, his scarlet eye flashing, and smiled ominously, asking if he needed his master's hand. Looking at the menacing, ferocious ghost, the monster began to shake, its one eye filled with tears, and its mouth trembled in desperate fear. The giant ghost loomed over the trembling monster, its skull glowing with an ominous light as the monster sucked in a strangled breath of terror. A whirlwind of power enveloped the tightly clenched fist, through which pulsating energy ran, ready to spill out in one crushing blow. With a slight smile, Zhu Jiang handed the coin to the owner, his calm voice sounding confident, emphasizing that the elevator fee had been returned. The trembling monster quickly declared that he didn't need the money or the hand, and that he was just joking, and that the gentleman could use the elevator for free. The young man chuckled and noted that the monster was indeed a joker, but such jokes could cost him dearly. Zhujiang's fist landed right on the monster's face, turning it into a bloody mess as the monster screamed and writhed from the crushing blow. Zhujiang wisely noted that the monster and the elevator were one, and that its destruction would bring the entire structure to a halt. Deciding to spare the monster, Lin gave the signal, and the ferocious ghost pulled the weapon from his body, filling the elevator with the foul smell of torn flesh. Having thanked for his life, the monster froze, and the young man threw a coin into his mouth as a farewell, as if leaving a symbol of the completed exchange. Watching the monster swallow the coin, the young man slowly inquired what exactly was hidden behind the concept of otherworldly membership. The wounded monster quietly explained that otherworldly membership was available to privileged residents, who had access to elite areas not covered by the boarding house. The ghost suggested that members were subject to special rules that were individually set by the board. Thinking about the privileges of otherworldly membership, Lin wanted to find out the conditions for joining and asked the ghost for clarification. The ghost clarified that he was just a lower spirit who could move in the elevator shaft and listen to passengers, but did not know the details of his membership. Lin came to the conclusion that membership in the otherworldly boarding house opened up special opportunities, and a desire to obtain it began to burn within him. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor, and the hero finally realized that joining the otherworldly membership should happen as soon as possible. The monster respectfully informed VIP guest Lin of his arrival on the 3rd floor, and the youth, with a slight movement, ordered his ferocious ghost to return. Zhujiang's ghostly figure melted away, leaving behind a trail of powerful energy, and the hero, without losing his composure, confidently left the elevator. Lin moved slowly along the corridors of the boarding house, carefully examining the situation, noticing that the 3rd floor was more lively. Stopping, Lin noticed that only 4 areas on the floor were empty and spacious. The boarding house's payment department was quiet, with only a few rare clients making their transactions here. The information department offered a directory, including a casting call from a well-known author and recommendations for a restaurant on the top floor. The modernly equipped real estate center offered the purchase and rental of otherworldly objects. The complaints department was strictly organized, with boxes for complaints about phantom incidents and technology. Lin looked around the complaints department in bewilderment, not understanding who the residents of the boarding house could complain to if they were all ghosts. The young man found it interesting to visit the information department, but first he headed to the payment center to pay his bills. Cautiously entering the payment center, Lin thought that he just needed to withdraw his money. The payment center corridor was formal and spacious, with reflective walls and clean lines creating an air of formality. A ghost in a business suit with a tired look and raised cheeks stares intently at the screen, clearly immersed in routine work. Feeling that the first-level ghosts were weaker than Accountant Li and Zhang Nian from the Afterlife Inn, the youth smirked, knowing his own strength. Confidently heading towards the center's staff, the guy thought that not everything was so simple and that powerful ghosts lived above, feeding on everyone else. Approaching the payment window, the young man politely handed over his card with the number and said that he wanted to pay for his room. The ghost from the window assessed the new resident of the otherworldly boarding house with tired eyes, asking for his room number. Hearing the number 1202, the worker immediately began entering data from the card on the keyboard, noisily tapping his fingers. In an official tone, he explained that the total for the room, utilities, property management, food, laundry, and accommodation came to 2,500. Lin, not hiding his surprise, asked the ghost about the high prices, which clearly exceeded the hotel of the afterlife. Smiling ominously, the ghost informed Lin that the deposit was 500 yuan until tonight, and the rest within 3 days, otherwise there would be consequences. Lin, without losing his composure, mentioned that instead of money, they would take his flesh, blood, and soul, and the worker could not help but be surprised by his fearlessness. The worker calmly agreed and returned the card to the owner without showing the slightest worry or hesitation. Coldly adding that the young man was a newcomer, the worker reminded him that in order to pay for his services, he would have to contact the information center and find a job. Lin froze for a moment, realizing that one of the functions of the information center was to post information about the job. The worker, with a furious grin in his voice, yelled at the young man, ordering him to get lost and look for work immediately if he didn't want to die. The young man was just about to answer when the ghost, getting up from the table, continued shouting that the boarding house does not accept the poor and lazy. The hero, slightly bowing his head and clearing his throat, realized that if he didn't demonstrate his strength, everyone would continue to waste his time. Lin threateningly thrust the sign into the worker's face and loudly declared that their service was worthless if they allowed customers to yell at them for paying their bills. Smiling hypocritically, the ghost explained that this was for VIP clients, and he was a newbie without funds, and by the end of the evening there would be nothing left of him. Lin threw everything off the shelf in irritation, saying that it was impossible to deal with the offspring because their consciousness was weak and they had no vision at all. Placing a wad of money on the table from which powerful energy emanated, the young man boldly asked who dared to say that he would not be able to pay the bills. The ghost opened his eyes in horror, his mouth hanging open in shock as he saw how much money with pure yin energy was lying in front of him. The ghost, softening a little, noted that with such an amount of energy and money, it was simply impossible to be offended, because it was a symbol of strength. The girl working nearby watched the young man with affection and interest, wondering how such a rich client had appeared there. Lin Yun determinedly ordered to save the 1,000 yuan, while also asking whether he had qualified for VIP status in this place. The ghost hesitantly replied that the guest was now a privileged client, greedily grabbing the money. As the ghost fed the money into the counting machine, he noted with flattery the perfectly pure yin energy emanating from the money. Having confirmed that he was transferring 1 million yuan to the client's account, he again deftly tapped his fingers on the keyboard. After a few minutes, the ghost respectfully and carefully returned the card to the client and said that everything was done. Looking at the map, Lin saw that her balance was reflected right on it, so it was no wonder that this ghost was such a snob. The young man thoughtfully hurried away from the payment center, hearing from behind a helpful request from an employee not to complain about him. Lin, without turning around, gestured for the ghost to leave him alone and said that he didn't have time to waste on him. The worker stood up and bowed politely after the departing guest, thanking him and adding that he would never forget him. The young man wandered aimlessly along the corridor, not knowing what to do next, since the replenishment was complete and the goal of the mission had already been accomplished. Approaching the door of the stairs, the guy remembered that there were 2 more players here, and he became curious about who they were and what goals they were pursuing. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, becoming louder and louder, getting closer with each passing moment. Lin guessed that the other participants chose the stairs, since the young man himself would not have gone into the elevator if it weren't for his fierce ghost. The player who entered was a powerful man with a rough expression on his face, and his sinister hand with eyes growing out of the skin gave him a frightening appearance. Lin was surprised to realize that the person in front of him was a 4th-rank hunter, and his hand resembled something from another world. The man looked at Lin suspiciously and asked if he was a 1st-rank hunter and if this floor could be considered safe. The young man answered in the affirmative, calming the player's anxiety, and he relaxed and laid down his weapon. From the inside pocket of his jacket, he confidently tried to get some uncomfortable thing in a bag. When I opened the bag, I found a fresh, soft, and juicy piece of raw meat with a pink center, emitting an appetizing smell. The hunter brought the piece of meat to the toothy mouth of his hand, which smacked its lips with a hissing sound and happily accepted the prey. The hand, with a soft crunch, squeezed the meat between its teeth, swallowing it greedily, and its eyes sparkled with animation and satisfaction. The eyes disappeared after the hunter's hand returned to its normal form, and Lin realized that blood was the price for making a contract with this ghost. The 4th-rank hunter rubbed his hand and turned to Lin, asking questions about the elevator, its safety, and how the hero was able to go down so quickly. Lin said that there was an evil ghost there that demanded 1 minbi for the ride, but always found a reason to attack, even though he was weak, and asked the man how it was on the stairs. The hunter shared that there was no control on the stairs, but the ghosts said that this was an illegal territory of the otherworldly boarding house. The stairwell is occupied by 6 offended ghosts and 1 evil one who cannot seriously harm. These spirits stopped and asked for money for cigarettes, and on some steps of the stairs there were traps that were difficult to deal with. The hunter took careful steps, trying not to make sounds, His movements were quiet and almost weightless. The hunter said, looking at the building of the ghostly boarding house, that only thanks to the Minbi could all the roads here open. Lin gestured and said that he had been to the payment center and learned that in order to avoid a fine, he had to deposit 500 yuan today and 2,500 in 3 days. Adding that the information center was offering Player M a job, Lin heard the hunter repeat out loud what he had to do, asking himself if he had enough. The hero thought about how it was difficult for participants to get Minbi at offline fairs, and this person was a 4th-rank hunter. Lin kindly offered to accompany his new acquaintance to the payment center, saying that he had already finished replenishing and that they could then explore the floor together. The hunter agreed and walked with him, and Lin noticed to himself, grinning, that his partner thought of him as a 1st-rank newcomer. A few minutes later, the man was already standing at the payment center window, wanting to pay the first installment. The employee turned to the customer with an apathetic expression on his face, and his gaze was tired, as if he had long been bored with the job. Seeing a privileged client behind him, the employee froze in surprise. His face turned red, and his words became slurred from excitement. Lin's eyes flashed a bright red light, and his gaze was so heavy that the employee felt a chill run through him. The ghost, with a bright false smile hiding his inner tension, carefully inquired about the amount of the card top-up. The hunter doubtfully calculated that the cost of the room was 2,500, but there were probably other living expenses, taking money out of the bag. The man said in a threatening voice that he would top up the card with 2,700, and Lin, a little surprised, realized that he had less money than he had expected. While counting the coins, the employee, with his mouth wide open, noticed in shock that this money was also emitting energy, making sure that the amount was correct. The ghost politely returned the topped-up card to the client, flatteringly wishing him a pleasant use. The hunter turned to Lin with a confident expression and offered to help him pay the rent by lending him some money. He confessed to the young man that he had made friends with a high-ranking hunter and that he had given him 1 guan, and that his coins were so valuable that one was worth 10 guan. The hunter patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, saying that the guy was able to go down the elevator, even though he was a 1st-rank hunter, noting his limitless potential. Introducing himself as Kundao, he said that his nickname on the forum was the same, and the young man could add him as a friend when he came out. Lin did not give his nickname from the forum, calling himself Fendu, which differs in translation and intonation as it means bee venom. Kundao, noting his cool name, happily hugged his new friend and headed with him further in the direction of the information center. They moved confidently, walking past the monitors with flashing information lines, not paying attention to them. On the screen, Lin saw information about the sale of secret drugs, a collection of materials, a lost rodent, and a room where he could get the necessary data. The sleeping information desk worker snored loudly next to the sign that stated that one advert cost 10 yuan and cards were not accepted for additional purchases. Stopping at the sign, Fendu realized that if the Minbi was not enough, he would have to sell his things and work for money. Kundao said that working in shops required strict restrictions because it was dangerous, and Fendu added happily that none of them had to work anymore. The hunter's face twisted in surprise when he learned that a 1st-rank hunter was able to pay for his stay at the boarding house. In this case, Kundao suggested going down to the 1st floor for food and drink, since they didn't have the usual ones. Lin confidently suggested to his partner that they go down in the elevator, boldly pressing the call button. The fear on the hunter's face was obvious, as when he approached the elevator, his eyes opened wide. Trying to hide his excitement, Kundao scratched the back of his head, asking the boy if the ghost would give him change if he only had large coins. The elevator arrived with a distinctive ringing sound, and its doors opened smoothly, inviting passengers to enter. Lin entered the elevator with his friend, reminding the ghost of the promise, asking about the discount for his friend, and Kundao froze in deep shock. Fendu stood calmly and confidently with his back to the doors on which the ghost's tentacles were spread out, which the hunter was warily examining. Looking at the offended ghost cowering in fear, Kundao realized that the guy was not as simple as he seemed, because the ghost in the elevator is not considered weak. Kundao was confused in his guess that Fendu had a very strong, resentful ghost under his command, or was armed with a high-quality yin weapon. Here the hunter realized, looking at the back of the confident young man whom the ghost feared, that Fendu most likely hid his strength. Fendu came out first, his steps full of determination, while Kundao, lost in himself, could not keep up with the hero. In one of the rooms stood the spirits of the ghostly boarding house, distorted in grimaces, and around reigned an atmosphere of horror and chilling calm. The spirits hissed evilly and made terrible sounds, frightening the young people, and their faces twisted into unnatural grimaces. The boys walked down the corridor with a firm step, knowing that all these ghosts were angry and offended, and they would not attack without provocation. The heroes walked quickly past the supermarket, food court, and laundry, which occupied a third of the first floor. Strange spirits with penguin and fish features smiled strangely, frozen in a bizarre pose. Lin was very surprised when he saw that there were no doors to the outside world on the first floor. The partner suggested with annoyance that if it was impossible to go out, then perhaps it would be better to go to the supermarket inside. Fendu agreed to the proposal willingly, since he was not in a position to think so much right now. Kundao confidently pushed open the door of the supermarket and they entered, stepping without hesitation towards the unknown that lurked behind the walls. The ghost girl's indifferently polite greeting at the supermarket was cold and formal. The putrid, musty smell of yin hung in a heavy cloud, filling the air with a suffocating fog. In the supermarket, Kundao found a stinky bag that cost 15 yuan, which he planned to eat since he had no other choice. On the next shelf, there was muddy water with impurities, which the hunter also placed next to his other products. Next, he took a hard roll of dark toilet paper, saying that this was also a very necessary thing. Arriving at the checkout, Kundao found his friend standing empty-handed and asked why he hadn't bought anything, to which Fendu sheepishly replied that he was in no hurry. The girl at the checkout announced the amount of 103 yuan, and Kundao thought that the first-rank hunter, having spent money on rent, could now not buy food for himself. A pale, ghostly hand with sharp nails extended its fingers with a bag hanging from it towards the man's hand, thanking him for his purchase. Walking out with a bag full of low-quality food, Kundao announced that he planned to go clean up his things, leaving Fendu alone. He decided that the young man, proudly remaining in the supermarket, decided to earn money for food. With a friendly gesture, the fourth-rank hunter kindly invited the newcomer to come to him if necessary, saying that he was staying in room 1111. Noticing the excessive politeness of his new acquaintance, Lin assumed that this hunter had some thoughts about him in his head. Pleased with the departure of his intrusive friend, the young man, with a beaming look, pressed the elevator button and decided to go to the elite store on the first floor. The hero quickly stepped over the threshold of the elevator after the doors opened with the familiar sound. Suddenly, a growl was heard from behind, and the unfamiliar voice of the elevator ghost respectfully asked which floor to take the guy to. Lin confidently answered that they needed the second floor, guessing that this ghost had learned about him from the neighboring elevator, and the spirit meanwhile politely ordered them to hold on. The elevator doors opened on the second floor, and the hero opened his eyes from the atmosphere that reigned in this place. Enchanted by the golden walls, the guy moved further down the spacious corridor, where spirits in luxurious outfits slowly moved. Approaching the huge signboard, which looked attractive, the guest was met by two fragile, well-dressed girls, politely bowing their heads. Both had elegant hairstyles with large curls, one with blue and the other with pink hair, neatly curled into voluminous curls. With an unnatural smile, the lady greeted the guest, informing him that the store only serves on a membership basis, excluding ordinary residents. The lady, answering a question about the cost of membership, said that there is no fee, and the client becomes a member with a certain balance on the card. Holding out his card and asking to see the balance on it, the hero hoped that the amount on the account would be sufficient. The lady, without looking at the card, apologized with a polite smile, thinking that the balance was not enough even for a full purchase. The lady couldn't hide her shock. Her eyes widened when she looked at the card with an impressive number of zeros. She enthusiastically announced that the balance on the card was 100,000 yuan, and with open arms invited him to the store, enrolling him in the membership. Taking the basket, Lin looked at the high-quality products, remembering what Kundao had bought for himself and comparing it to this food. After looking at the meat from the leg of the evil beast for 600 yuan, Lin decided to give it to Zhu Jiang to cook the ghost food using his skills. The young man, having firmly decided to buy the meat, threw it into the basket, watching as the fresh piece flew with precision to the right place. In the third task, the hero must continue to spend, making 3 purchases worth over 100,000 yuan, with a benefit exceeding the cost by more than 5 times. Remembering the 4 desired prizes that were promised at the end of this task, the young man decided that few people here spend a lot, so he should not be cheap. The hero selected goods from the shelves with precision and dexterity, and his hand intercepted objects flying into the basket, creating chaos around. The ghosts, with interest and grimaces on their faces, discussed the young guy choosing the most expensive goods, thinking that he was from a rich family. Seeing bottles of the alcoholic drink priced at over 100,000 yuan, the young man decided to buy them as a gift, hoping to recoup his expenses 5-fold. After paying the bill for 56,000 yuan, Lin realized that the amount was insufficient, but there were no other suitable goods. Suddenly, a respectful greeting to the dear guest from room 1202 was heard from below, from the long-eared little manager of the elite store. Watching in amazement as the little people struggled to carry the box with the bow, the manager explained that he had prepared a gift in return. The manager, crossing his lips in a casual smile and showing his uneven teeth, announced that the dishes in the box came from the revolving restaurant. After receiving the exclusive member item, the system recognized the yin weapon, asking if the owner would like to equip his ghost creature with it. Lin couldn't believe that a kitchen knife was considered a second-tier weapon, but Zhu Jiang appeared out of nowhere, wanting to receive this gift. The ghost with flaming eyes gripped the knife tightly, his wrinkled face expressing satisfaction with this powerful and ancient weapon. Zhu Jiang disappeared with the weapon, leaving behind a vortex of energy flows, stunning the tiny manager with his powerful aura. With a friendly blink of one eye, the manager obligingly offered to send the privileged guest's purchases to his room. Lin agreed, seeing how responsibly the manager took on the task, giving orders to his subordinates to take care of the guest's things. With a concentrated gaze, the hero respectfully asked what needed to be done to join the membership and council of another world. The manager, amazed and not believing his ears, asked the hero again if he really wanted to join the world and the council. The guy with a gleam in his eye, realizing that he had to be taller to handle the big expenses, replied to the manager that everyone would like to enjoy the privileges. The manager melted into a smile, saying that he didn't know how to become a member of the council, but the hero understood that only they had access to the closed upper floors. He sighed uncertainly, remembering that he had heard about how to become a member of another world, but it was more difficult than being a privileged guest of their store. The manager kindly informed the guest from room 1202 about the 3 ways to join, mentioning the contribution of 150,000 yuan as a mandatory requirement. With a confident expression on his face, the hero assumed that his opponent had already realized that money had long ceased to be a problem. The miniature gentleman told that one can contribute to the public affairs of another world, which is what most of their members choose. He explained that this must be a long-term, conscientious employee of the otherworldly boarding house with consistently outstanding results. But not only for the results of the work, but also for stopping a number of vile incidents that cause damage to the boarding house. In addition, if the hero has a constructive and useful proposal for the club, he can also be accepted as a member. Lost in thought, Lin decided that he definitely wouldn't have enough time for either option. Meanwhile, the manager continued that there is a second way, and it works if you apply for membership and wait for the decision of the residents' referendum. Lin listened carefully, as after the application was submitted, the real estate center would gather all residents and businessmen to vote. If more than half agree, then the applicant will be accepted, the manager said contentedly, waiting for the young man to ask about the third option. There were rumors about this method, that if more than 10 members of the other world or 3 members of the council invited him, the hero would become a member of the other world. The young man boldly thought that bribing people from the third method would be easier than collecting a referendum, because the task is only in appealing to other members. Having handed the manager, who was quite expectant of his answers, the guy thanked him for his hard work with a fresh and crisp bill. After bowing in gratitude to the departing guest, the manager wished him a pleasant stay and said that he would send a person to his room. In the elevator, the frightened monster, in an attempt to please the privileged guest, made a throne for Lin from its tentacles, watching as he sat there, lost in thought. Lin, crossing his legs and sitting comfortably on the ghostly throne, was thinking about how to solve this situation with money and whether he would be able to do it. The elevator opened on the third floor and Kundao and his intelligent friend with a mushroom-shaped hairdo stood near the doors, not understanding anything. Fendu locked eyes with the man and, looking into his spiritual consciousness, noticed that this player had not even reached the 5th part of a first-rank hunter. The hero began to doubt that this guy would be able to ensure his survival in this quest alone. Addressing Fendu as a brother, Kundao asked how he ended up here. The hero casually replied that he had gone into the store for information and was now heading to the real estate center to check everything out. The first thought that Fendu wanted to work at the real estate center amazed Kundao, and he did not question this self-respecting teenager. Smiling pleasantly, Kundao shared that he met a new acquaintance on the 11th floor and that he had only completed the game twice, so he wasn't even a hunter. Lin asked in an indifferent tone if Brother Kundao would pay this guy's bill, assuming that no one would believe that Lin was also a newbie. The guy with glasses said that he was relying on Kundao's brother to find him a job, and he confirmed this, adding that he was taking him to the information center. The hero was relieved to realize that the hunter really wanted to help, but if he continued to hide behind him, his end would be even more miserable. The new acquaintances said a friendly goodbye to the young man and headed towards the elevator, while Lin hurried in the other direction. Soon he was running as fast as he could through the narrow corridors, making the most of the opportunity to use all his strength in this quest. A minute later, he was already standing in front of the glass door of the real estate center, carefully pushing it with his hand. The office atmosphere was tense, with ghostly workers staring monotonously at their computer screens with empty looks. At the entrance, he was met by a ghostly lady with a frozen, arrogant expression on her face, assessing the young man with a cold, piercing gaze. Concluding that this old woman was a very stern ghost, Lin heard her introduce herself as the duty officer and ask him how she could help. The guy walked past her with disdain, without even deigning to greet her, and casually sprawled out in the empty chair. In a bored tone, he said decisively that he would like to apply for membership in the otherworldly boarding school. The ghost was stunned by what she heard. Her pupils twitched, her mouth opened in a convulsive sigh, and her body shuddered slightly in surprise. Politely sitting down on the sofa opposite, she asked him to wait until she checked his contribution or if he could show her a letter of recommendation. Arrogantly rejecting the proposed methods, the young man ordered the system to immediately provide 1.5 million minbi, deciding to pay differently. As if appearing out of thin air, a dense fan of banknotes appeared in the young man's hand, surrounded by a smoothly writhing mist of pure yin energy. The lady looked contemptuously at the thin pile of money and regretfully announced that there were other conditions besides the entry fee. Without blinking an eye, Lin waved his hand, and the money, caught by an invisible force, flew in all directions, emphasizing his status and power. A vortex of yin energy enveloped the bills, causing them to spin in the air, and the old woman did not believe that ordinary bills could be imbued with such a powerful force. The old woman nearly fainted, her mouth hanging open in surprise, and her eyes widening in horror as 100,000 minbi bills slowly swirled in front of her. The young man casually leaned forward and reminded them that the amount in front of them was 1.5 million yuan, many times higher than the membership requirements. Panic filled her eyes, her muscles tensed, and her hands shook as the onslaught of money literally swept away her confidence and plunged her into a stupor. Her voice trembled with excitement. She made excuses about her poor eyesight, while Lin, calmly leaning back, announced his intention. Hearing about the gentleman's plans to make a donation to the otherworldly boarding house as a contribution, the old woman's mouth twisted into a nervous expression. Meanwhile, the young man calmly continued to attack the stunned employee with the question of the possibility of membership with such a large contribution. Stumbling and unsteadily standing on shaking legs, she warned that she should ask the head of the council about this. The old woman introduced the guy to the chief on the phone as a newcomer who offered 1.5 million minbi as a contribution. The old woman with shaking hands and a trembling voice reported on flying 100,000 bills, but the response was a calm, indifferent tone. Approaching Lin respectfully after the phone call, the employee informed him that a council member would be meeting with him in person to help with the transition. Seeing the ghost's hypocritical smile, the young man remembered that the forum said that the value of a banknote depends on the amount of yin energy contained in it. Having settled comfortably in his chair, he thought that the leader would come in person, and the people agreed more easily than he expected for this very reason. There was a dull thud as the door swung open, releasing an icy wind that snaked through the room, causing the air to shudder. A hooded figure filled the doorway, its white mask seemingly carved from stone, watching silently, radiating an oppressive presence. The stranger approached the confidently seated guy, asking about his desire to become a member of the council, while the lady bowed in greeting. Lin bowed his head slightly, a smug smile flashing across his face and a mischievous glint in his scarlet eyes as he calmly agreed. The old woman rushed towards her master in an excited impulse, showing him the bills with trembling hands, and her face shone with delight and respect. The hero's shocked gaze froze under the hood, his pupils widened in amazement at the sight of 100,000 minbi bill hanging in the air. Having lowered himself into the chair, the gentleman looked at the guy with icy calm, wondering why he had come to the boarding house and why he was spending so much money. The hero said he planned to stay because he had the means, wanted the best, and membership was necessary for the privileges, he added, calmly spreading his palms. Watching the leader's reaction closely, Lin gestured at the bills in his fingers and asked worriedly if this was enough for entry. The stranger stated with restraint and respect that no one had ever used a donation to join the council before, and the young man was the first. Taking a piercing look inside the system, Lin was relieved to find that it actually counted towards the task. The hero, lazily playing with his leg and smiling smugly, asked if the others were really deprived of the opportunity to enjoy themselves. The head of the council, exhaling heavily, was amazed that the young man considered 1.5 million to be available to everyone, and that in all his time on the job he had never met anyone like that. Deciding to tell the guest about the privileges of membership, the ghost slowly pulled out a membership card, explaining that it served as an exclusive identification card. After giving the map to Lin, the masked figure announced that the hero would have a new room on the 26th floor, and that the curfew and hygiene restrictions would be lifted. The young man learned that the upper floors were now open to him, but he should not make noise, not open doors without permission, and not invade other people's rooms. Squinting slyly, the head of the council said that he lived on the 27th floor, where the boarding house's board met, and that on the 28th floor they sold items for the club members. On the 29th floor there was an entertainment area for club members, where duels, gambling games, and special services were held. Lin, expressing delight at the new status, learned that the revolving restaurant would also offer a top floor of private rooms and special offers. The ghost's lips curved into a thin smirk, and his eyes narrowed as he asked if the boy had any more questions. The hero, remaining fearless and unperturbed, after a short thought casually noted that he still had one question left. He crossed his legs boldly, leaned forward, and loudly declared that if membership cost him 500,000, then the position of ruler was for sale. The old woman's jaw twitched involuntarily, her eyes almost bulged out of their sockets, and the head of the council froze, silently digesting the young man's unexpected insolence. Rising from his chair, the masked figure declared with cold determination that the position of head could not be bought, no matter how high the price offered. The stranger, moving fussily around the room, insisted that despite the hundreds of members, only 13 of them were representatives, and their place required passing tests. Easily shuffling through the banknotes, the young man, with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, suggested that his contribution to the tests could be quite significant. The head of the council froze, his face turned pale, and his hand involuntarily clenched at his chin when he realized the meaning of the young man's blatant monetary hint. After a pause, the head of the council calmly noted that if the young man's desire did not change, he would discuss the matter with the council members and contact him tomorrow. Getting up from the sofa with a feeling of complete control over the situation, Lin thought with satisfaction how easy it was to reach heights using only money. Lin, without losing his composure, politely remarked that he would wait for news, watching the dark figure as it left. The council leader's lips tightened slightly and his head bowed forward, betraying the weight of thought and doubt that was haunting him. The ghost's cold, pale hand gripped the boy's warm palm tightly, sealing their agreement with a grim but unwavering determination. The air compressed in an instant as the door wings slammed shut, leaving only a faint echo of impact in the empty room. Lightly massaging his temple, the head of the council leaned back in relaxation, clearly relieved to see the noisy youth gone. The employee's lips trembled with worry, and her voice was hushed and wary as she asked the chief about the identity of the 13th. The chief frowned and noticed that the guest's smell resembled a human player, and the employee, hearing this, retreated in horror, clasping her hands to her mouth. Thinking about the incredible amount, the leader realized that no ordinary person could possess such money without complete control over yin energy. The main ghost demonized the young man in his mind because no one got here by accident and the ghost world is not beneficial for them. Unsure whether this was goodwill or a hidden threat, the head of the council decided to discuss the situation with the council members at the upcoming meeting of the other world. The elevator silently reached the 12th floor. The board lit up softly, signaling its arrival, and the doors slowly opened, releasing the passenger. Lin walked slowly down the narrow corridor, his steps echoing dully in the silence, until his gaze fell upon a box standing directly in front of his door. Lin let out a heavy sigh, rolling his eyes tiredly, regretfully realizing that he had sent his purchases up to the 12th floor in vain. As he pondered his needs, the space around him filled with flashes of light and sharp energy discharges, surrounding him in a ring. The silly ghosts, each with their own grotesque appearance, studied the box with excitement, clearly delighted by the unexpected find and anticipating mischief. Looking at the strange figures, he wondered if these could be the very same ghosts of the stairwell that Kundao spoke of, and why they were here. The ghostly woman placed her hand on her waist and sarcastically told the others that she had said earlier that the seller had ordered everything to be delivered to this floor. The two ghosts stood frozen, wondering how the poor man could buy such things, how he had saved up so much money, and whether it could be that he wanted a promotion. With lazy grace, the ghost ran her hand through her hair and mockingly said that no one was stopping her from taking things, since the rules did not prohibit them. Giggling, the ghost noted that if they took the box away, the boss of the stairs would not pursue them, and if he dared, he would face the consequences. With mild disdain, Lin noted that they were just greedy brats who would not miss a chance to appropriate someone else's property when no one was looking. The young man kicked the floor hard and called out loudly to the ghosts, not hiding the threat in his voice. The question, which required an explanation of their actions, made the ghosts shudder, freeze in place, and look at each other uneasily. The ghostly woman folded her fingers in a mocking gesture and grinned predatorily, declaring that their business was none of their guests' business, and ordered them to leave. Lin reminded them with fury in his voice that these were his things and made it clear that he would not tolerate arbitrary action. The ghosts looked at each other in bewilderment, not believing the number 1202 they had heard, announced as the stranger's place of residence. The woman's long tongue slid across her lips, slyly remarking that they, too, could claim that these things belonged to them. The silly ghost chuckled and happily took up her words, assuring her that the things now belonged to them. With loud cries that their things were theirs, the ghosts merrily jumped around the box, and Lin thought that the boarding house security would quickly drive them away. The ghosts' eyes widened in delight, their lips stretched into sly grins, and greedy anticipation took over their frantic faces. The box instantly disappeared in their hands, and shouting a call to escape, the ghosts rushed forward, leaving chaos in their wake. The hero chuckled, smiling slightly, putting his hands in his pockets with a relaxed look, as if this whole scene even amused him a little. Lin entered the stairwell with a measured step, unhurried and without showing emotion, as if he was habitually following a predetermined route. The doors closed quietly, leaving him alone with the ghosts, who continued to drag his things down in a panic, not noticing him. The stunned ghosts asked incredulously if he really had decided to follow them, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Raising her weapon, the ghostly woman mockingly noted that he was clearly arrogant to dare to set foot on their territory. Walking confidently towards the ghosts, Lin was skeptical about their statement, but decided that the secluded place might be useful to him too. If it were anywhere else, there would be problems, Lin noted with a sparkle in his eyes, smiling softly. Pointing to the weapon in the ghostly woman's pale paws, Lin mockingly asked if she would use it to cut fruit for the guest, causing confusion. Without flinching, she bared her teeth and growled angrily to shut up, because after she cut his soul into pieces, he would no longer be able to think like that. With one sharp click, Lin summoned Zhu Jiang, and his gesture sent out invisible waves, awakening a hidden power. Zhu Jiang's huge silhouette appeared behind Lin, his fiery gaze and tense muscles making it clear who was now in control of the situation. The frightened ghosts retreated back. Their hands trembled, and the expressions on their faces clearly revealed genuine horror at the sudden appearance of the giant. The blade of the magic knife glowed as Zhu Jiang forcefully snatched it out, and scarlet spirals ran along the handle, emitting powerful energy. Raising the weapon into the air, he angrily declared that this was what a knife that could cut through souls should look like as magical energy enveloped the blade. With a cry of surprise, the woman lost her balance, frantically waving her arms, and her legs recoiled in panic, trying to avoid the attack. Without looking back, she ran headlong down, screaming piercingly for the boss to save her. The stairs shook with the giant ghost's powerful steps, and a flaming skull rushed past, illuminating the narrow space and trapping the ghost. A flash of magical energy, an instant throw, and the ghost is already screaming shrilly, realizing that her soul is being torn apart under the blade of the cursed knife. The two remaining ghosts screamed wildly and rushed down the stairs, straining themselves to the limit of their strength just to avoid the same fate. Seeing the ghosts running, Lin smirked, clenched his fist, and allowed the purple aura to envelop his body, preparing to experience something new. Lin extended his hand forward and shining energy swirled around his fingers, condensed into a powerful impulse and rushed forward in a destructive wave. A writhing whip of light lashed through the air, raced along the steps, and flaring up rushed after the fleeing ones, touching them and weakening their run. The whip's blow cracked as the fleeing creatures writhed in the glowing paths before they fell heavily to the floor. The captured ghosts writhed helplessly on the floor, screaming that their boss would not let this go unpunished, demanding that they be released immediately. Hearing the desperate pleas for mercy, Lin only raised his eyebrows slightly, wondering whether this was truly a repentant spirit or just a coward. Zhu Jiang grinned and deftly dealt with the ghosts, while asking the owner how he liked his new knife. Cheerfully declaring that the knife was excellent, Zhu Jiang praised his brother for his concern, because now he could not only fight, but also get food without difficulty. With a devilish grin, Zhu Jiang looked over his loot, pleased that the ingredients for his signature ghost dish had come so easily. Lin sighed nervously, realizing that last time it was for survival, but now the situation was becoming much less justified. With a broad smile, Zhu Jiang confidently promised that the taste and aroma would now be perfect, and the dish would enhance the spiritual consciousness and strengthen the owner's strength. Politely covering his mouth, the young man noted with slight awkwardness that he was grateful to Brother Zhu for his efforts. Looking at the captives, the fierce ghost sighed in irritation, realizing that they clearly weren't enough for several dishes. With a narrowed eye and a slight grin, Lin quietly dropped that this was not a fact. A heavy roar came from above, like a clap of thunder, rolling ominously down the stairs, demanding to know who dared to touch his younger ones. A bulky figure with torn trousers and a long, gaping mouth filled the passage, and a ghostly glow surrounded him, enhancing his terrifying appearance. With a face full of eerie triumph and narrowed eyes, the offended ghost happily spat out that they were now corpses because the boss had arrived. Lin looked at Zhu with a confident half-smile, remaining calm, while the ferocious ghost bared his teeth predatorily, clearly anticipating a fight. Grabbing his weapon, Zhu Jiang rushed into battle with eyes burning with rage, not forgetting to shout to his little brother that he would return very soon. The shards of the club flew apart, and the doubt in the boss's authority echoed around, as if confirming his weakness. Dragging the huge carcass of the defeated stair ghost boss, Zhu Jiang enthusiastically informed Lin that they would have a feast today. As Lin handed the box to his ghost, he smiled and said that he had bought 2 bottles of wine and ingredients for him, expecting a delicious result. Realizing that the owner had taken care of him by buying him wine, Zhu Jiang was deeply moved, and tears of gratitude involuntarily filled his eyes. The heroes hurried up the stairs, avoiding the elevator because the lobby was too crowded, and it was better for Zhu Jiang to remain unnoticed. The wooden steps shattered into pieces with a loud crack under the weight of Zhu Jiang's blow, breaking the trap set by the ghosts on the stairs. The ghosts were waiting for the guests on the stairs, preparing to attack, but when Zhu Jiang effortlessly destroyed their trap, they were overcome with fear. The heroes were already approaching the 26th floor, when Lin noted with a hint of boredom that their journey had been unusually calm. As they exited the stairwell, they were stopped by an automatic access control system, which stated that entry was for club members only. Lin deftly used his new membership card, placing it on the sensor, and the machine beeped affirmatively, allowing the guests to enter. Upon entering this floor, the guests were very amazed by the luxurious surroundings, as the entire corridor looked like a garden with fountains and trees. Zhu Jiang carefully noticed the powerful space-expanding artifact and said to the owner, who admired the richness of this place. The hero nervously approached the door, number 2613, and slowly opened it, feeling fear of the unknown. Zhu Jiang walked behind the owner, and when they entered, they were very impressed to find a spacious, sparkling, clean room with expensive furniture. The first thing that caught the young man's attention in this elite room made him freeze for a second in amazement, and then quickly move towards the window. The panoramic windows, lit to a shine and located on the 26th floor, opened up a view of an endless and mysterious ghostly world. A creepy and cruel world with a crimson sky, boiling in a vortex of dark energy and emitting long tentacles that clung to the ground. A mad place where the torn space teemed with echoes of madness, and pale, writhing creatures slid across the broken earth. In this world, the victims looked even more monstrous than the predators, and the ghosts themselves were just another link in the merciless chain of devouring the weak. But the young man had doubts about the ghosts, limited by the rules of the thriller, which seemed friendly to him to human players. The hero was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by the joyful call of his personal ghostly chef that the food for the owner had already been prepared and was waiting on the table. The table was neatly set and exceeded all the hero's expectations in the quantity and variety of deliciously prepared dishes. Lin sincerely thanked Zhu Jiang and praised him for his good work, adding that his culinary talent had been suppressed in the Afterlife Inn. Clutching his head, the cook realized how much worse and warier the owner of the Afterlife Hotel was towards him, fearing his strength. As Zhu Jiang filled his glass, he watched the golden liquid with satisfaction, anticipating how it would complement the taste of the freshly prepared dish. Raising his glass of wine, Zhu Jiang thanked his master for the new kitchen utensils, which greatly influenced the progress of the dish's quality. Holding the shot glass in his hand, Lin asked the chef with a slight smile to not be too polite and join the meal. A huge bloody moon with an eerie silhouette illuminated the dark evening sky with a crimson light, covering the land of the ghostly city with a scarlet glow. Lin, comfortably settled on the wide bed of the privileged room, anxiously awaited the notification of the number of survivors in this quest. Seeing the number 3, he realized with relief that Kundao and his friend had survived, and, his eyes sparkling, he opened the system panel, checking his characteristics. Playing with his hand with his energy, the boy worried that the forum had highlighted the problem of subduing the ghost, which would become even more difficult with time. Lin understood that it was possible to use yin materials with enhanced side effects or to reveal their potential in deadly situations. But the young man knew for sure that in his case, an almost infinite amount of money could bring in an unlimited amount of yin ingredients. It's not difficult with Zhu Jiang, the young man thought confidently, squeezing the energy in his fist, and remembered the side apartments of the boarding house, where there might be materials. The hero jumped out of bed with a start, heading resolutely to the place where he could replenish his supplies. In the corridor, Lin unexpectedly ran into old acquaintances, the hunter Kundao and his new partner with glasses and a mushroom-shaped hairdo. Beaming with happiness, his eyes wide open and his smile radiant, Kundao greeted the hero with an open and friendly gesture. Lin asked the hunter with genuine surprise about the recent good events in his life, referring to his unusually good mood. A pleased Kundao, tightly hugging the skinny guy standing next to him, who was clearly unhappy with his tight embrace, said that they found a bug yesterday. Lowering his voice to a whisper and placing a finger to his lips, blinking slightly, Kundao shared the information that he had found a way to avoid the curfew. Lin froze, thinking that the guys were asking about membership and he could now be exposed, so he asked about this method in an uncertain voice. Kundao said that after receiving a secret job at the information center, they were given a pass to move freely at night to work. At night, there are fewer ghosts than during the day, and they pay more, so Kundao's new friend, working at night, was able to save up for the deposit for the first day of residence. Raising an eyebrow and thoughtfully touching his face, the hero said that it was not bad, mentally recording the fact that stores were open even in the dark. Kundao, continuing to brag about the perks of his new job, showed off a comb that had failed quality control and was given to them at a discount. The hunter combed his hair and praised the item, saying that it was equal to a low-grade yin weapon and cost only 300 minbi. Upon learning that the hunter and his partner were heading to a high-end store for work, Lin realized with disappointment that the shopping plan would have to be canceled. Looking around at the players who were falling asleep on the move, Lin heard them discussing how the manager had promised to pay them more for their hard work. Mr. Lin watched his rivals leave with a smile, thinking about his trillion minbi fortune, which allowed him to not have to work. The young man walked towards the payment center with a steady step, glancing at the inscription and stopping in front of the entrance. Approaching the familiar window, he boldly called out to the distracted employee, unable to bear the weight. The hero confidently asked the employee about the possibility of transferring the balance to a new card after upgrading his club member status. After receiving an affirmative answer, he handed over his privilege card to the employee, who could not believe that the young man had actually become a member. The ghostly worker, without wasting a second, feverishly entered information into the computer, carrying out the task with complete concentration. With a slight bow, the ghostly servant, having confirmed the success of the operation, respectfully asked if the guest had any additional requests. Lin, hearing the request for money, gave the system the command to issue 110,000 notes and extended his hand, covered in yin magical energy. The hero carefully pushed the received bills, filled with pure yin energy, through the window with a request to top up the balance by another 1,000,000. The ghost, with a hypocritical smile on his face, reached for the money, voicing the amount to be replenished. The worker, unable to control himself, shouted the amount out loud, embarrassedly covering his mouth, afraid that the client would complain about him. Lin, seeing how the ghost was hesitating, in a stern tone maintaining inner calm, hurried the worker to replenish the account. The employee hesitantly agreed, quickly tapping his pale fingers on the keyboard, creating the impression of resembling an ant. After finishing with the information center, Lin was already standing at the sign of a luxury supermarket with a basket, waiting to make some pleasant purchases. He filled his basket with quality products and souvenirs, and when he approached the checkout, he saw a familiar manager sitting astride a bent cashier. With a piercingly confident look, Lin smugly handed over his new membership card to pay for his purchases. The manager's face twisted into a grimace, and he exclaimed that he could not believe that such a young and talented guest had already become a member of the club. Smiling with a toothless mouth, the manager noted with satisfaction that the guest was a lover of food and wine, so he recommended him to the revolving restaurant upstairs. Lin heard that the director of the high-class restaurant was the manager's cousin, and he scratched his chin and decided to go in. The satisfied manager, beaming with a smile, happily announced that he would ask his brother to arrange a discount for the guest if he intended to go. With an indifferent look waving his hand, the hero calmly replied that the discount was useless and threw out a phrase that it was not worth looking down on him. The ghost felt a chill inside from the calm confidence of this man, and he said with a trembling voice that he would ask to keep the highest quality and most valuable for him. This evening would undoubtedly be spent in a restaurant, thought the hero, casually carrying a bag of groceries hovering in the air. With a soft sound, the elevator doors closed, leaving the hero on the 26th floor, and he, without thinking, headed forward along the corridor. Walking down the corridor, he noticed a graceful blonde in formal attire whose modest pose at the door seemed to hint at a business meeting. With a slight smile and a greeting gesture, the beauty stopped at the door of 2643, politely asking the young man if this room belonged to him. The young man was momentarily at a loss, his face reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity, and the thought flashed through his head that the stranger had come specifically for him. Nodding politely, Bai stated her name and status as the secretary of the 5th counselor of the otherworldly boarding house, adding that her mistress wanted to discuss cooperation with the hero tonight. There was a cool elegance to her appearance, and the shine of her lips only emphasized her magnetism as she curiously asked the hero what he thought about it. Lin enthusiastically replied that he planned to have dinner at the revolving restaurant that evening, and they could talk to the lady there if she didn't mind. Smiling slightly, she asked him to wait a minute, and then slowly touched the pendant on her neck, as if collecting her thoughts. A bright glow flared up inside the pendant, growing stronger with each passing second until blue streams of pure magical power danced around it. Looking in surprise at this interesting magical device in the girl's hands, Lin suggested that it might be something similar to a telephone. Carefully bringing the pendant to her ear, she froze for a moment, and thin threads of mystical smoke began to swirl smoothly around her. After returning the pendant to its place, Bai respectfully informed him that the advisor would be waiting for the young man today at 10 o'clock in a room called the Red Moon on the 32nd floor. Having learned that the beautiful secretary was also planning to be there, the hero gallantly offered to treat the girl to a good dinner. Pursing her lips and looking away, she briefly thought that in front of her was indeed a rich man, but she kept quiet and hurried away. Desperately stretching out his palm, Lin loudly called out to Madame Bai, asking her to wait for a minute. Tilting her head slightly, Madame Bai looked at Lin with a slight hint of curiosity, waiting for an explanation for his sudden shout. The young man pointed with his index finger at the girl's pendant hanging around her neck and asked about the price she would ask for it. The girl looked at herself in confusion and, hunched over in a strange pose, screamed that her body was not for sale and that for such services, the young man should go to the 29th floor. Lin, realizing the comical nature of the situation, justified himself by saying that he was only interested in the jade pendant hanging around her neck, which allowed them to maintain contact at a distance. The girl, recovering from the shock, sighed with relief, explaining that the pendant was a gift from her mistress and was priceless, but he could ask the advisor herself at dinner. Having said goodbye to the running girl, the young man thought that even in the world of ghosts, beauty is a sin, and his decency could be understood differently. Lin, with a confident pose, planned to visit the 29th floor to have fun, spend money, and perhaps test himself in combat. Running his hand over his forehead, the hero pushed aside his disturbing thoughts, concentrating on the fact that although the meeting with the 3 advisors did not promise danger, preparation was very important. Kun Dao, tensely waiting for his partner, loudly called out his name, causing Awen to run towards him with all his might. Avon looked at him pleadingly, fearfully asking if they were really going to work up there if there were so many dangers up there. An experienced hunter explained that there is no safe place in a quest game, as it is impossible to survive a quest without seizing every opportunity to become stronger. He gave his friend, who was looking at Kun Dao through his foggy glasses, an encouraging pat and added that he might not have to go to work tomorrow if today went well. Confidently entering the bloody elevator, the hunter hugged the guy in a friendly manner, reassuring him that he would cover him. Kun Dao pressed the floor button hard and it dinged softly under his finger, illuminating with a faint light, signaling the start of movement. While some of the game's participants were busy with their own affairs, in another place, a little higher up, Lin was leisurely playing cards, enjoying every bet. Lin lost very large sums of money without raising the stakes until the end with a small card, and surprised all the ghostly guests who had never seen such large gambling games before. According to gamblers, the Otherworldly Council serves as the background to the Otherworldly boarding house, making it a significant structure. Looking mischievously at the chip, The young man calculated that there were only 13 members on the council, and 3 of them were present here, which meant that they were taking him seriously, even though they had no significance for him. Carelessly throwing a chip on the table, causing shock to those present, the guy set himself the goal of spending as much money as possible tonight. When Mr. Lin was having dinner, the casino employee told him to take care of himself, and bowing reminded him about playing with him next time. The elevator shuddered slightly as it came to a stop, the digital indicator locked at 32, and the doors began to slowly open. The spacious hall with high windows and dim lighting created a cozy atmosphere, among which the ghosts chatted leisurely, enjoying their meal. The waiters stood in neat rows, maintaining strict order, but among them, Lin and Kundao, feeling an icy fear, could barely maintain their composure. Avon was sweating as he looked at the stern ghosts and reassured himself that there weren't many buyers, but he doubted whether he would be able to survive today. Here, like a ringing in the ears from the table near Avon, came a disrespectful phrase from the old scary ghost, inclining the guy to approach him. The guy, cowering, approached the ghost, who looked like a skeleton, and in an indifferent, bored tone asked him to pour the young man some wine. Trying to behave politely, the guy bowed, carefully took the bottle of wine and began pouring it into the glass, trying not to spill a drop. The pale skeleton tried to ask the boy a question, but his slow speech confused the young man. Opening his eyes with pupils as narrow as a needle and looking intently at the guy, the ghost asked in a low tone if he was a human, causing him to tremble with fear. His face was frozen in a grimace of horror, his glasses were glistening with sweat, and his voice was treacherous as he stuttered convulsively, shaking his head in denial. After asking the guy again, the ghost coldly noted that he smelled fresh from him, more pleasant than from the cutlet on his table. A cold feeling ran through his chest, his mouth opened in a silent scream, and his heart began to beat faster when Avon heard these words. The wine spilled out when a snake suddenly slid out of the bottle, hissed angrily, and rushed down, threatening to bite the guy's hand. Avon froze as he saw the snake's mouth open before his eyes, baring its teeth in a threatening hiss, ready to sink its fangs. Staggering in panic, the young man reflexively waved his arms, and the bottle of wine, slipping from his fingers, flew down, splashing scarlet liquid. Spinning in flight, the bottle splashed thick wine, and the drops, flashing in the light, fell down, coloring everything crimson. The ghost grinned at the spilled wine, his empty eye sockets shining with self-satisfaction, his predatory smile emphasizing his anticipated triumph. Raising an eyebrow and baring his huge teeth, the ghost chuckled discreetly, clearly enjoying the absurdity of what was happening. The waiters and guests stood in shock as Kundao, ahead of the fall, suddenly snatched the bottle, as if acting according to a pre-planned plan. The experienced player, maintaining a polite smile, slowly apologized for the waiter's clumsiness, carefully wiping the spilled wine from the table. The guy ran his hand over his face in a daze, realizing that only now had he managed to break free from the illusion that had subdued his mind without him noticing. Hiding behind his partner, Owen knew that if he got his clothes dirty, the ghost would take advantage of it and eat him. The ghost, baring his teeth in anger, asked for compensation for the valuable bottle of wine, making it clear that this was not the end. Licking his yellow teeth with a long, snake-like tongue, the ghostly guest demanded the thigh of the poor guy, who was trembling in a stupor. Kundao bowed respectfully and promised to compensate for the cost of the wine, but to follow only the owner's rules. Calling the restaurant owner to come over, the ghost thought with displeasure that he was not easy to deal with. Realizing that the owner was busy with important guests, the monster slightly raised an eyebrow, carefully watching what was happening with undisguised interest. The restaurant owner, noticing Lin and Madame Bai following behind him, hurriedly stepped forward, bowing politely to invite them inside. The host flatteringly remarked that he had been warned about the distinguished guest by his cousin and was very glad that he was here today with the members of the council. Madame Bai was also dazzlingly beautiful, and with a sweet smile invited the young man to come with her to the Red Moon Hall to await the arrival of the council members. As Lin passed by the tables, he met the eyes of Kundao and Awen, who froze in panic, and their uniforms immediately revealed where they worked. Kundao froze, shocked by what he saw, and his companion turned pale, convulsively clutching at his clothes, unable to utter a word. Having assessed the situation and noticed the sly look of the ghost with a long tongue, the hero realized that his friends were in trouble. Lin shouted at them imperiously to find out what had happened, but the restaurant owner assured them that it was an unexpected situation and he would quickly resolve it. The guy boldly told the owner that he would go with him to also find out what happened there. The skeletal ghost pointed at the waiters and growled that it would be easier to feed them to him than to endure their clumsiness. The innkeeper looked at the guest with fear and respect, while Lin, trying to rectify the situation, offered to pay for the bottle. In an arrogant tone, the pale ghost said that a person who did not even have a second rank did not deserve to talk to him. Lin calmly addressed the owner, politely asking him if such an unqualified guest could dine in this restaurant. When asked about the price of the drink, the owner sadly informed that this red wine is made from shade vine grapes and costs 600 minbi per bottle. Turning disrespectfully to the young man, the monster asked him with a grin and distrust whether such a poor man could pay such a price. The hero astonished his rival, but the owner, softening the situation, asked the honorable guest not to rush to pay and to wait until he served him first. Squinting at the unexpected turn of events, the pale ghost was taken aback to see that the owner of the revolving restaurant knew the guy. The waiter instantly brought 10 bottles, obligingly fulfilling the order of a privileged client. The monster, shifting angrily and impatiently from foot to foot, appreciated his sincere efforts, but added that it was not for his sake that he was ready to leave people alive. Lin, firmly grasping the bottle of wine, decided not to pay for his drink, because this monster had too high an opinion of himself. Lin, without hesitation, swung his arm, clutching the bottle, and threw it straight at the ghost's face, deciding that words were not enough. Splashes of wine gushed into the monster's ugly mouth, mixing with shards of glass, soaking its teeth and twisted tongue with crimson moisture. Everyone stood frozen in shock as they watched the ghost stagger from the blow, while Lin held the bottle confidently in his hand, ready for the next move. Avon stood there with his mouth open, his hand shaking near his face as he tried to believe that the hero had dared to strike the stern ghost. Kundao raised his fist in victory, supporting his little brother Fendu, who unexpectedly had a special status in the revolving restaurant. Lin grinned confidently. The girl pressed her hand to her lips in fear, and the restaurant owner, with his eyes bulging, was almost speechless. The skeletal ghost's cracked skull spasmed, its fingers dug into its face, and its voice became a broken hiss. A wild cry rent the air as the stern ghost, mad with rage, rushed at the youth, his open mouth twisted into a vicious grin. A stream of energy burst from the hero's hand. Ribbons of light swirled in the air, creating a whirlwind of power ready to sweep away everything in its path. The energy nets tightened, binding the ghost, who roared in despair, feeling helpless before the unknown force. Lin gripped the threads that bound the ghost tightly, his confident gaze watching every attempt the creature made to free itself. The stern ghost howled in rage, writhing in the constricted magical bands, but each attempt to free himself only strengthened their grip. Lin leaned forward, keeping control of the flow as mesmerizing flashes of green light swirled around his hand. The monster roared shrilly, writhing in the magical shackles, but the green spirals mercilessly pierced him, drawing out the last remnants of strength. The ghost crashed into the chair, throwing his head back, his body shaking with residual impulses of magic, but his strength was leaving him with each passing second. He roared so loudly that the walls shook, but the streams of energy drained his essence, and soon the scream was replaced by a fading, painful whisper. The young man coolly picked up the next bottle of wine from the table, threateningly and adamantly declaring that his opponent deserved to die. Gripping the bottle's neck tightly, Lin swung the blow at the ghost, calmly reminding him that the bottle was worth 600 minbi. With a cheeky smile, Lin added that he was making a generous treat, and then, with a powerful movement, he smashed the bottle right on the ghost's face, showering everything around with shards. There was an awkward silence in the air. The waiters watched in stunned silence, and the owner of the establishment politely handed the young man a napkin to wipe his hands. With satisfaction and a slight friendly smile, the hero suggested that his old acquaintances try it too. There was a restrained joy in their smiles and a glint of impatience in their eyes as they silently reached a common decision. Breaking the glass on the ghost head with a loud and easy sound, Kundao offered him a treat each time with undisguised pleasure. The stern ghost, hanging limply in the chair, weakly opened his mouth, his voice trembling as he begged the boys for mercy, clinging to his last hope. The young man agreed to the ghost's request, and then, with unexpected abruptness, stamped his foot, crushing the shards, and the sound of crunching glass echoed throughout the room. With icy calm, he promised a quick death to the ghost, and his hand, flowing with energy, suddenly closed over the monster's head, filling the air with tension. The shockwave passed through the room. The figures bowed under its onslaught. The sharp contrast of light and shadow emphasized the sudden irreversibility of the moment. Kundao excitedly shouted that the ghost was an asshole, and Avon prayed for the kindness of the ancestor Fendu, adding that he would never forget this and would always look up to him. Brother Fendu calmly pointed out that he was not an ancestor, but Kundao took this as a desire to remain in the shadows and said that he would keep his secret when he came out. Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled wryly as he saw Awen proudly proclaiming his secrecy when it was pointless and impossible to explain what had happened to him. Shrugging slightly, the hero awkwardly spread his arms, apologizing to the owner of the establishment for the murder that took place on his property, unable to find other words. The owner, smiling amiably, realized that the guy was more influential than his brother had described, and with polite courtesy noted that there was no need to apologize for killing a low-ranking guest. Beads of sweat ran down the tense restaurant owner's face as he squinted, thinking that this was a man with a very strong hand. Looking thoughtfully at the brave guest, the girl noticed that the guy was wielding 2 yin artifacts without using spiritual power. The girl decided that the young man was hiding his power, and the 5th advisor's conclusion was correct, because ghost lords with such power could not appear here according to the rules. Watching Lin look at his hand, his eyes flickering with an ominous light, the girl realized that the person standing before her was a high-level ghost. Bai bowed respectfully, noting that such hard work required a worthy dinner, and with sincere respect invited the young man to the table. Sitting at a set round table, the young man carelessly leafed through the menu, reading the prices out loud, while the secretary, gracefully placing her hand on the table and smiling softly, watched him. The hero calmly called the restaurant owner over, pointing out that these dishes were not in keeping with the status of a council member, and asked him to offer higher-priced options. After explaining that spending less than $1,000 was not prestigious, the guy heard from the owner that he had learned his lesson and would change the menu to a new one. Lin realized that the old dog could be taught new tricks, and clearing his throat haughtily, noted that the owner suggested looking at new combinations on the menu. With eyes red with rage, the restaurant owner shouted at the young man that there would be no discount and that he would have to pay 108,888 yuan for a table of 18 dishes. He grinned faintly and ran his fingers thoughtfully over his chin, his gaze reflecting a calm complacency and subtle mockery. Raising his index finger, ordering the owner to get the most expensive type of wine, Lin asked about the selection of signature and century-old drinks. The owner's face darkened, his tense gaze and furrowed brows expressed restrained disappointment, realizing that everything was not going as expected. The big one-eyed ghost rolled in a barrel, and the owner said that it was the best wedding wine that was kept for his talentless brother, and he could sell it to Lin for 100,000. The young man, smiling contentedly and with joyful sparkles in his eyes, commented on the luxurious offer and handed over his club membership card for payment. Suddenly, the system notified that the task of purchasing 3 items worth over 100,000 yuan, with a 5-fold benefit, had been completed, and the prizes were already available. From this successfully completed quest, the young man received a cashback card, Yinling Yuan juice, and soul restraint and soul destruction talismans. There is also a 4th task: spend more than 1 million in one payment with 100 or more spectators, and the reward will be the iron essence of Xuan Yin and spiritual wire. The young man tried to remain calm, but the thought of a tricky task with the audience surprised the guy, who was an introvert, forced by the system to play in public. Bai, carefully carrying a glass teapot, silently approached from behind. Her sudden appearance made Lin startle and look at her direction in shock. She laughed, closing her eyes. Her lips curved into a pleasant smile, and her expression showed a mischievous pleasure at his confusion. As the secretary helpfully poured tea for the guest, she smiled sweetly, mentally calculating that the dinner had cost 200,000 yuan, and guessing that the guy probably had a monstrous past. The heavy door to the revolving restaurant swung open, leaving a narrow gap through which the dim light of the hall filtered in. In the semi-darkness of the elevator, the three advisors waited in silence, their silhouettes hidden under hoods, until one waved his hand, inviting them into the restaurant. Bai ran to the entrance with lightning speed, bowing to greet the venerable 5th, 9th, and 13th ghostly advisors. Lin was unperturbed as he rose from his chair, but there was a slight tension in his posture that suggested wariness, and his gaze studied the strangers carefully. The advisor sat down at the table, seating the smallest one, then invited Lin, who noticed that the 9th and 13th were stern female ghosts. The 5th one looked like a harmless child of small stature, wearing a red cloak and with a gentle face, and belonged to the same class of ghosts as Zhu Jiang. Lin greeted the advisors solemnly, standing before them with respect and accompanying his words with a wide, expressive gesture. The advisor asked if the young man was a privileged guest from room 2643, to which he confidently agreed and introduced himself as Emperor Fengdu. All three advisors froze abruptly, their gazes widening in confusion, expressing disbelief at the absurd name the young man had uttered. Sitting down at the table, the hero asked the arriving guests how they were going to have dinner in their uncomfortable clothes. The 5th advisor was the first to remove his hood, deciding that if Emperor Fengdu was so sincere with them, then they should not hide any longer. Lin's eyes widened slightly when he saw her face, but after a moment he remembered the secretary's words and his expression became calm. Bai had already mentioned that it was a girl, and now he was convinced of it himself, looking into her shining yellow eyes, which reflected a daring and insightful mind. The 13th advisor was the next to remove his hood, revealing a bald head and glowing red eyes, symmetrically located above the bridge of his nose on an angular pale face. The 9th council member pulled back his hood, revealing a scarred face with hard features, a cold gaze, and short dark strands of hair across his forehead. Looking at the way Bai leaned over the girl's ear, Lin realized that the secretary was reporting on the situation in the restaurant, not allowing herself to be frivolous. The girl's bright yellow eyes widened noticeably from what she heard, and the thought that the guy was an expert in the ghost world under the command of the Ghost King came to the girl. The special guests looked at each other silently, as the council members were also connected to the forces controlled by the king, and the 13th decided that the young man was planning to cooperate. Taking the initiative, the girl with the pendant on her forehead said that the Ghost King who sent him had obviously studied the influence of the boarding school, which meant he wanted close cooperation. The hero noticed that this little girl had a brilliant mind, a penetrating gaze, and a cold judgment that allowed her to instantly assess the situation. Getting down to business, she said that the gentleman's strength and financial resources were very strong, and his methods were insidious and mysterious, which fascinated the advisors. The girl added decisively that they needed time for internal negotiations, so they could start with small-scale cooperation. Yes, that was exactly what he was thinking, hiding his true intentions behind a calm smile, carefully watching the reactions of others. After offering to be honest, Lin decided to discuss what exactly they could offer and what he could give them in return. The girl knew that the boy had chosen the council based on its intelligence capabilities in the strongholds and said that the council controlled the organizations and the human hunters. The hero admitted with a smile that he was not interested in the Minbi, but the information was valuable, and realizing that the boarding house was created for profit and there was no hiding from the council, he snapped his fingers. Lightly touching his chin, Lin thought about how the outsiders were gradually becoming more interesting as he watched the advisors closely. Their expressions remained unchanged, but a realization flashed in their eyes that the young man was here for this very purpose. The little advisor said they had nothing to lose by sharing the information, but there was a limitation since they were in another country. Confidently folding his hands in front of him, the young man said that in difficult moments they could count on his presence and support. Having settled more comfortably, the girl closed her eyes and exhaled with noticeable relief, as if the tension that had been holding her back had finally disappeared. The girl noted with a slight smile that His Excellency's words had significantly calmed the advisors. The guy thought with confusion that the ghosts trusted each other very much, and this was most likely the influence of the ghost world. As soon as the girl made a slight gesture with her hand, the secretary instantly appeared next to her, bowing her head and expressing respect with a smooth, graceful bow. Having made a final bow to the advisor, the secretary quickly moved towards the hero, tapping the heels of her shoes on the parquet floor. Bowing to the guest with a graceful movement of her hand, she offered to accept the gesture, demonstrating respect and attentiveness. Bai smiled and opened her palm, showing the young man a sign with a terrifying skull surrounded by scarlet patterns. The girl explained that this was the badge of their council, and with it all the possessions and branches would be available to the master. From this moment on, Mr. Fengdu officially joined the ranks of honorary members of the council, confirming his influence. One by one, the ghostly waiters brought in the dinner, filling the room with the aromas of food and wine, their faces glowing with diligence and genuine devotion. As they laid out the treats, the ghostly waiters beamed with satisfaction, sincerely wishing the guests to enjoy the dinner they were served. The thick red wine filled the glass with a light splash, the waiter slowly bringing the serving to perfection. Raising his glass of wine, the young man wished everyone a successful partnership with a broad smile, his voice sounding confident and his gaze shining with excitement. As a sign of unity and agreement, everyone rose from the table, repeated the words about fruitful cooperation, and lightly touched their glasses. Lin, thinking about his new status, asked the fifth advisor if he was allowed to have a method of communication with her. The secretary looked down sweetly, blushed slightly after Emperor Fengdu's words, and tried to hide her embarrassment with a soft smile. The advisor raised her glass with slight casualness, watching those around her with a hint of indifference, but in the depths of her eyes a hidden assessment flickered. Winking slightly at the young man, the girl noted that Emperor Fengdu had a good eye, since Bai Ru was very good at understanding matters. Fengdu spread his hands in confusion, feeling the heat rising to his cheeks, but the girl ignored his embarrassment and confidently appointed Bai Zhou as his assistant. After recovering from his embarrassment a little, he simply decided to do the other party a favor, since he just wanted the jade pendant. The fifth advisor kindly suggested that Emperor Fengdu might have a contract, looking at the young man with sparkling big eyes. Lin smoothly moved his hand in front of him, and on his palm, slowly thickening from the energy haze, a clear contract began to appear, emitting a faint glow. Bai Ru lightly touched her lips with the pad of her finger, then playfully ran her tongue over it, narrowing her eyes and hiding a smile, giving the gesture a flirtatious casualness. The woman's finger lightly pressed the glittering sheet against her skin, leaving a tiny cut and sealing the contract, and a drop of blood flowed down, reflecting the soft light. As soon as the contract took effect, golden rays surrounded Bai Ru, her body filled with energy, transforming her appearance. Lin's gaze was gentle but unwavering as he extended his hand, calmly telling Zhou that her path was now inextricably linked with his. Bending over the document, Zhou carefully read the words confirming her voluntary service to Mr. Lin, feeling the importance of the moment. Night fell over the ghostly city, its silence broken only by the bloody glow of the moon, filling the streets with scarlet light. Before leaving the restaurant, the fifth advisor announced that on that note the dinner was over, and if the gentleman needed help, he could feel free to ask. The young man realized that the right to help or not remained with him, and folding his hands into a lock, he said that she could also contact him if she encountered difficulties. The advisor turned smoothly and silently headed for the exit, her scarlet cloak sliding along the floor, the light reflecting off her golden curls, until the doors closed behind her. Outside the restaurant, the 13th advisor admitted that they were being brazen, but the surveillance of the internal forces was surprising, and the girl did not understand how a boarding house worth millions had attracted such an influential figure. She thoughtfully noted that she was on the inside, where the rules were much stricter than in the outer areas, and more people were seeing the other side through the game and coming back. The fifth advisor came to the conclusion that it was this circumstance that attracted their attention to the organization, forcing them to watch their every move. Meanwhile, in room 2643, Bai was politely pouring tea while Mr. Lin carefully studied her parameters displayed by the system. Her level was severe. Her yin consciousness reached 720, her strength reached 6,600, and her grief skill was supplemented by the mid-grade Soul-Eye ancestral weapon. Bai Ru stood shyly in front of the young man who was staring at her, thinking that these indicators were inferior to Zhu Jiang. But the stern ghost was useful for public speaking. Thinking about the positives, Lin noticed her ability to deal with things he didn't understand, and with the contract, Bai would be more loyal to him than to the council. Supporting her face with her hand and narrowing her purple eyes thoughtfully, Bai Ru was confident that only Mr. Lin Yu could help her make the right choice. Focusing internally, Lin mentally commanded the system to open the panel, and his eyes flashed with a mystical light, reflecting the activation of the interface. His level had reached the second rank of Ghost Lord, his spiritual consciousness had increased, and his strength had increased, which meant that when he reached only 1,000 strength and 100 consciousness, he would advance to the third rank. The young man realized with surprise that thanks to the banquet worth 200,000 yuan, he had not only reached the second rank, but had also advanced almost halfway to the third rank. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that he had become much stronger and could now easily destroy a ghost equal to himself. We were especially pleased with the prizes in the form of the soul-capturing and soul-destroying talismans, which, when torn apart, caused serious damage to the harsh ghosts. Satisfiedly holding the 2 contracts he had already concluded, Lin smiled softly, feeling the power of the Minbi finally transforming into his fighting power. The day passed, but the landscape outside the window remained just as gloomy. Whirlwinds were gathering around the mountains, as if preparing to unleash an unknown force on the city. Looking at the ghosts under his command, ready to leave and loaded with bags of things, Lin saw that the quest had come to an end, and there were 3 survivors left. His foot touched the floor softly, and with each new step a light breeze raised dust as the world behind him began to crumble into tiny pieces. The space behind Lin was rapidly disappearing, but his companions were moving forward through the crumbling reality, and the guy realized that he had returned from this quest with loot. Lin Yun and his assistant stopped in front of a luxurious building with tall columns and panoramic windows, appraising the impressive facade. The young man exclaimed in surprise how Bai Zhou managed to buy a house for 3 million instead of 10, and she calmly explained that she had studied the suburban areas and chosen this cottage. It met Lin's requirements for privacy and space, and the old owner committed suicide, and it is said that his ghost is here, which is why the price is low. The girl noted with embarrassment that after looking closely at the house, she did not find any ghosts, and Lin anticipated even greater expenses if there was a ghost there. In high spirits and with a beaming smile, Lin praised his assistant, noting her excellent work and gave her a friendly pinch on the cheek. Bai Zhou modestly replied that it was her job, but then she remembered that the 5th advisor never praised her, although she treated her well. As they walked, the girl said that she had studied human ghost hunters and games, specifying that the 3rd would be the last for new players. Lin recalled that after the newbie stage, friends can be added, and Bai added that players will have full access to the thriller space. The executive assistant learned that the survival rate of players does not reach even 30% because the difficulty of the 3rd quest is not the same as the first 2. Looking ahead seriously, the hero said that he would not take it lightly because they only had 7 days to rest before the next test. Lin, flexing his fists, gathered his subordinates in the backyard of the cottage and happily announced that at this time they were to become his sparring partners. Hearing Lin's words, Zhu Jiang struck the owner with lightning speed, knocking him down, and the frightened Bai rushed to the scene in panic with the first aid kit. Lin and the assistant rushed to attack at the same time, but Zhu reflexively raised his hand, trying to defend himself, although the pressure of the blows still moved him from his place. Zhu Jiang tried to attack, but Lin made a sharp gesture with his hand, and a strange energy hit his head. Bai gasped, watching as his movement slowed down. The week passed in intense training, and Lin strengthened his body, learned martial arts, worked with hidden weapons, and delivered precise strikes. Having marked the last day on the calendar, Lin fell through the heavy thunderclouds of the ghost world, tearing apart the darkness, and blinding lightning cut through the gloom, foreshadowing a downpour. The train cut through the stormy gloom, its wheels grinding against the bone rails, its scarlet headlights snatching endless plumes of dead smoke from the darkness. An invisible voice greeted the players in a quest called Train Number 44, and its goal is to arrive at the final destination alive. Lin sat on the train, tensely clenching his fingers on his knees, seeing that out of all the participants, as many as 15 newcomers managed to survive the first test. Lin pressed his palm to his face and tried to hide the flash of energy in his eyes, not wanting the surrounding passengers to realize that he was not an ordinary person. His gaze slowly slid over the carriage in thought, examining the ghosts with inhuman features, bodies that were blurred or completely devoid of their usual shapes. Suddenly, an echo was heard in the train, greeting the passengers of train number 44 and reminding them to observe the rules and norms of behavior on the train. The hero's eyes flashed with excitement because he was prepared for the treachery of the upcoming quest, and he was interested in how many would survive it. A plump woman in uniform walked between the seats, loudly announcing 6 strict rules, asking passengers to take their seats according to their tickets. It was forbidden to make noise on the train, get off at stations, avoid buying tickets, use the toilet during a stop, and pay attention to the sleeping places in the carriage above. Lin opened his palm with the ticket, looked at it carefully, and realized that there could be no peace inside the train with so much fish and potatoes. The young man started in surprise, holding his ticket up in front of him, when the conductor's casual call asking about his understanding of the rules distracted him from his thoughts. The lady, who was clearly one of the stern ghosts, was addressing a man dressed in a white jacket who was sitting in a defensive pose, clearly expressing displeasure. The ugly little ghost sitting opposite the hero scornfully dropped the words towards this man that people are ungrateful creatures. Lin touched his chin and wondered why experienced players, having reached the third quest, so quickly decided to engage in battle with the stern ghost. A tall, huge woman with white eyes without pupils tried to explain to a passenger that all people and ghosts must have a ticket. The player, without ceremony, confidently asked the lady what was wrong with her, taking a ticket out of his jacket with a satisfied look. The lady smiled hypocritically, revealing a sharp row of teeth, and looking at the guy's leg, added that his ticket was only for him, and the ghost on his leg did not have a ticket. His jaw clenched, his lips dry, his gaze darting down nervously, a panicked thought flashing through his mind that she had noticed more than she should have. The stern ghost's satisfied grin stretched from ear to ear, and his eyes lit up when she mentioned fines for violating train rules. The passenger stood up, feeling awkward and apologizing, offered to issue another ticket, asking for its price. Having looked at her notes, the conductor, preparing for an attack, leaned over slightly, widened her eyes, and growled that there were no extra tickets for the train. The space flashed with purple light as the woman suddenly moved towards the player, and he, horrified, cried out that he had encountered a stern ghost. Chilling fingers closed around his leg, and before he could react, his body jerked in the air, leaving him feeling completely helpless. Squinting and squeezing the guy's leg, the lady screamed that passengers without tickets were subject to immediate expulsion from the train. The passenger sucked in a breath, his face contorted with tension, and he threw up his hands, not accepting his fate and desperately resisting. The conductor's casually thrown hand released the bloody limb, and the leg flew out the window, dissolving in a whirlwind of rain and lightning. The girl with long purple hair lowered her head, her face pale and her eyes filled with tension until the screams died down. The other player sat silently, his head down, his clenched fists resting on his knees, the shadow of his bandage obscuring his expression. Watching this scene, Lin knew that this was a hidden trap, but he was shocked that in this quest, even the ghosts that were fused with you needed a ticket. The lady calmly continued checking the tickets, and Lin realized that he could not summon Zhu Jiang and Zhou Er at will, and it was not in vain that he had fueled his weapons for the battle. The lady's heel confidently clicked next to him, and a cold realization pierced the young man, because now it was his turn to meet the inevitable. The conductor extended her hand, demanding that the ticket be checked, her tone leaving no doubt that refusal was impossible. Respectfully handing over his ticket, Lin resolutely inquired about the more expensive tickets, since there were no regular tickets left. The lady noted with a sly smile that there were no more places for the poor bastards, and that private rooms would cost more than 1,000 minbi per stop. Carelessly throwing a new ticket to the young man, the conductor was surprised by the hero's icy calm. Sighing lightly, the young man carefully examined the ticket, mentally confirming his expectations that there were no ghosts in this world that did not recognize money. The conductor, smiling politely, informed the guest that in order to upgrade his class, he needed to move to the 5th carriage at the next station. Having thanked the stern, ghostly woman, the hero imperceptibly followed her with his gaze until the moment the carriage door closed. A short time after the conductor left the carriage, screams and shouts began to be heard. A group of restless ghosts began to fight, their voices sounding mocking, and the weak passengers tried to avoid collision with them. The helpless girl trembled, turning pale and clutching her fingers to her chest as the ghosts, with predatory smiles, discussed who would get the fresh blood. The tall ghost with the earring and the red mohawk cleared his throat, his body shuddering, while the companion in green standing next to him remained unperturbed. The red-haired man looked at those around him without blinking, his intense gaze filled with cold, giving one goosebumps. First, he pointed to the young man with one leg missing who stood with a bandaged stump of his leg leaning on the table. Then he turned to a fragile, frightened girl with a hoop on her purple hair and in discreet clothing. And the ghost's last choice fell on Lin, who remained calm and cool. Staring at the three, the red-haired, mohawk-haired ghost laughed, revealing sharp teeth, and in a low voice ordered them to play cards with him. Their eyes danced with excitement. The ghosts bared their teeth, demanding that they accept the challenge. Otherwise, those who refused would be better off disappearing from their sight. The weaker ghosts looked with interest at what was happening, others whispered, discussing that people had fallen into the clutches of aggressive entities. Lin walked towards them resolutely, keeping his hands in his pockets, not understanding how three small creatures dared to provoke him. Coming closer, the young man asked the red-haired man in a confident tone how much one batch cost. Smiling that the game would continue until everyone was having fun, the ghost announced the price of one game, 10 minbis. Lin extended his hand with a slight grin, his eyes flashing with excitement, and his voice sounded confident, urging them to stop their idle chatter and play faster. All three pale ghosts were stunned by the confidence and arrogance of this young man. Deftly tossing the cards from hand to hand, the redhead noticed the guy's confidence in his poker skills and sarcastically said that he already liked him. The two players sat tensely, their backs hunched over as their opponents smiled and assured them that there was no need for fear, as the winner would take all the minbis. Lin exuded calm, his easy smile remaining unchanged, while his teammates wondered why he was so relaxed. In tense silence, the six figures at the table sat opposite each other, waiting for the red-haired ghost to slowly and methodically shuffle the cards. There was tension in the air as his broad palm came down hard on the cards, making a heavy sound, signaling that he was ready to play. Streams of ghostly power enveloped the table, and the cards, as if guided by an invisible hand, flew through the air, stopping in the palms of the players. Lin slowly raised his hand, and the cards themselves fell into his palm, as if obeying his will, and he only calmly watched. Studying the combination carefully, Lin glanced at the cards, among which the 2 of hearts, 5 of spades, and 2 of clubs stood out. Looking at the faces of his partners, Lin noticed that the guy looked pleased, and the girl was confused, and concluded that the guy had better cards. However, looking at the ghosts, Lin saw a cold arrogance in their postures, as if they were celebrating their triumph over the mortal games in advance. In an almost friendly tone, the ghost invited everyone to show their cards, but the flashing eye betrayed a predator in him, ready to prolong the pleasure. Lin was cool. The girl realized her failure in horror, and the third player demonstrated his strong combination with a satisfied grin. The redhead noted a good combination with a predatory grin, while the other 2 ghosts smugly folded their arms across their chests, expecting fun from the finale. The ghosts opened their cards, and the first calmly showed 3 aces, the second held a 3, an 8, and a 6, and the third, grinning, held a 9, a queen, and a jack. The player, who had recently lost a leg, was taken aback by what he saw, as his combination, not living up to expectations, was inferior to the one presented by the ghost. Lin threw the cards down on the table in displeasure, realizing with annoyance that this game was unfair and that evil spirits were using it to entertain people. One of the ghosts with a huge sharp horn on his head and 2 jagged fangs stretched out his bony hand, ordering that the money be given immediately. The ghostly monsters smiled hypocritically, exchanging glances with words of gratitude, dividing the bills among themselves. The player, dejected, ran his hand across the table, pushing the last coins mixed with several paper bills to the other side of the table. The enraged ghost's eyes widened as he looked at the money and screamed furiously at the boy, realizing that this was all the money he had. The girl frantically rummaged through all her pockets and, having found 5 minbies, tensely handed them to the ghosts, trembling all over. The one-horned monster flew up from the chair with lightning speed, and with a sharp movement of his bony hand casually took the last thing from the girl. The girl broke out in a cold sweat when the ghost returned to its place, and she looked in horror at her hand, where the little finger was no longer there. A chilling horror gripped her consciousness. Her eyes trembled, and despair grew in her soul, mixed with panic pain and inhuman fear. The girl howled in pain, tears gushed from her eyes, but Lin, with a sharp movement, shoved a ripe red apple right into her mouth, which was open in hysteria. Seeing how the girl fell silent, dejectedly wiping away her tears, he assured her that she could not attract the conductor's attention by shouting, as there would be unpleasant consequences. The one-horned one, sniffing the girl's severed finger with an ominous smile, said that instead of minbi, yin organs, materials, blood, and even a soul would do. With a challenge, the 3 ghosts, confidently crossing their arms over their chests, turned to the hero, boldly exclaiming that it was his turn, further escalating the situation. The young man grinned confidently, noticing that these evil creatures dared to influence him, not yet realizing how quickly death would overtake them. The magic of the necklace awakened. The flames in the eyes flared up. Waves of fierce energy enveloped the hero's body, releasing ghostly creatures with flexible bodies and sharp teeth. The ethereal monsters from the necklace enveloped the ghosts with their sinister mouths, tearing apart the aura of the victims, while they, as if under hypnosis, sat tensely, staring at one point. Opening its toothy mouth, the entity latched onto the ghost, its fangs piercing through the flesh of the spirit body, absorbing its energy. Confused by what was happening, the spirits looked around wearily, asking if it was the conductor, and why they felt the strange surveillance of a strong being. Noticing the still bold and confident human player sitting opposite them, who was watching them closely, they focused their attention on him. The ghosts began to guess that the apple had the effect of nourishing yin energy, and the girl simply thanked the young man. Lin suggested continuing the game, but clarified that he only had small amounts of money and that this was unlikely to be an obstacle to continuing it. The wide-eyed ghost in the kimono waved his hand noisily near the green bill, letting out a timid sigh of confusion. The red-haired ghost, with a sweeping gesture, suddenly took the initiative into his own hands, ordering Lin to immediately put the money on the table and play. Frowning, the second ghost soon realized that the apple he had sensed and the 100 minbies were closely related to the artifact belonging to the arrogant youth. The redhead, grinning maliciously, savored the thought of sucking every last drop of fat out of his victim before swallowing her whole. He smirked arrogantly and declared that the 10 minbi bet was too small and no longer interesting, urging them to raise it and continue. The other 2 also grumbled animatedly about starting the game with a stake of 100 minbi, confident that no one would dare retreat. Lin confidently stated that it was no problem for him, causing the other living players to widen their eyes nervously and gasp in shock in response. Afterwards, he noted with annoyance that these poor bastards couldn't handle a big bet and complained about the time he had wasted playing for 10 minbies. He abruptly ordered the 2 people to get out of here, emphasizing this with a displeased look and a sharp, arrogant wave of his hand. The girl showered him with excessive gratitude, while her companion burst into tears of joy behind her back. The monster agreed to play only with Lin, and the other two immediately ran away from trouble. Shuffling playing cards with his huge hands and sharp nails, the red-haired creature happily announced the start of the second round. The monster had already deftly shuffled the special deck, silently sliding the cards through his hands and causing a tense anticipation around, as if preparing for a fatal bet. The young man with the scarlet gaze already sensed a hidden threat in her, like echoes of dark magic, and he tensed, catching something strange and dangerous in her. A deck of playing cards fell loudly onto the white table, their red backs glittering, and some of the cards flew straight towards Lin. He instantly caught the cards flying towards him, demonstrating cold determination and confidence in the upcoming second round. Looking at the cards, Lin immediately realized that everything was too simple, and there was no longer any need to continue the game. Throwing his cards on the table, he declared that 100 minbi was too little, causing the three ghosts to have mixed reactions and tense anticipation of what to do next. The two ghosts called the young man a brat and accused him of not intending to play seriously, reproaching him for ruining the fun. Lin demonstratively raised the bet to 1,000 minbi, holding green bills in his hands, and thereby aroused the greedy, tense interest of the trio. The redhead loudly asked the amount again, not believing his ears, thereby causing wild amazement among the ghostly passengers sitting in the carriage. The stunned passengers looked closely, discussed the trio, and were surprised at the expectations of the guy who dared to challenge the regular companions of flight number 44. No one knew what he was hoping for when he boldly confronted three evil spirits at once. A little nervous, sensing the tension of the moment, the ghostly players became wary, deciding that the young man was very problematic. The one-horned one whispered to the middle one that it was risky, calling him a fool and explaining that one should not show one's weaknesses, otherwise one would become a target for others. The redhead, shocked by the guy's financial appetites, aggressively suggested that they first finish the game for 100 before he started chatting. Intelligently pushing aside the edge of his jacket, the young man politely and courteously agreed to play with them, as if doing them a favor. With a grin and a comfortable pose, Lin told his ghostly opponents not to worry about him leaving, as he wanted to have some fun too. Baring his teeth and widening his eyes, the ghost agreed contentedly that the game should be enjoyed, deciding to leave the boy with a clear conscience before he died. The glow from the card poured onto the red-haired man, and his concentrated gaze was directed at the hypnotic patterns, realizing that in front of him were poker cards with yin energy. The evil spirit knew that if you introduce yin energy into them, you can immediately change the suit and number to the desired one. Lin's gaze caught every change in the player's moods, looking for weaknesses, doubts, or hidden emotions. An emotion of satisfaction flashed across the red-haired man's face when he realized that no matter how lucky the guy was with the cards, it was no longer possible to save him. Even without being able to mobilize the system, Lin sensed an unattended yin artifact that had little connection with evil spirits and realized that the cards could be changed. Throwing the cards into the air with a flick of the wrist, the red-haired man and Lin looked up at the deck of cards that was a yin artifact and was blazing with energy. The cards, spinning in the air, deftly and imperceptibly changed their meaning, becoming three aces of a completely different suit. Lin watched as the magic cards softly fell onto the glass table, concluding that the victory in this game would go to the one with the stronger yin energy. Leaning back, his eyes closed in satisfaction, the ghostly player confidently crossed his legs and gave the command to open up. Mr. Lin, looking at his values, was not at a loss and mentally turned to Zhujiang. The menacing image of Zhu surfaced in Lin's subconscious, and his glowing eyes loomed over the youth, merging with his mind and filling him with determination. Zhujiang concentrated the yin energy in his raised hand. Its streams merged into a magical pattern and pulsed with light, flowing into the magic deck. Lin is allowed to use 1/10 of his ghost's yin power thanks to his perfect level Ghost Lord contract. Zhu's spiritual power reached 36,900, and he tried his best to help his master, subtly influencing his card combinations. Under the influence of energy, the cards trembled, their outlines shimmered, and new symbols, saturated with power, appeared on the surface. At the status of a second-rank Ghost Lord, Lin's spiritual power was 825, but it soon increased exponentially to 4,515. Lin felt the currents of power flowing through him and knew that his abilities could grow, as his training had made his body flexible to the energy. As his spiritual power grew, Lin entered a state of calm, and the threads of energy circulated freely around him, filling him with new power. The young man waved his hand with a sharp movement, and the cards charged with energy flew from his fingers, cutting through the air in glowing traces. Passengers shuddered as they encountered the energy flow, some hiding behind their seats, others clutching their heads in an attempt to avoid the blinding light. None of those present understood where a second-rank hunter could get such strength from. The cards hung in the air, shrouded in an aura. The combination of a 6 and 8, a 4 of hearts with an ace of clubs concealed a mystery. Looking at the table, the redhead grabbed the cards abruptly, discovering that the power he had poured into the cards had disappeared. The ghostly creature stared at its layout in horror, as the cards did not match what was expected, as if reality had changed in a split second. The ghostly trio stood in tense silence, their faces twisted in horror, cold sweat running down their skin, and their eyes widening in shock. A sarcastic smile flashed across the young man's face. He tilted his head and asked why their faces were so gloomy, asking if they had bad cards. Lazily smoothing the cards face down on the table, Lin openly admitted that his combinations were very small. The ghosts were perplexed by the situation, looking at their cards, because this guy is only a second-rank hunter and he shouldn't have been able to change the cards. The redhead's face was distorted with tension, his lips were pressed together, the cards in his hand seemed like a mockery of fate, and the feeling of helplessness grew. Throwing away the cards, the ghost exploded, furiously proving that this was impossible, mentally suggesting a trick in increasing energy for a short time. Deciding for himself that the young man would not last long on this little trick, the ghost casually tossed him a bill, commenting on it as luck. The two red-haired brothers looked at him with satisfaction, thinking that if they were in his place, the young man would definitely leave them with nothing. Gritting their teeth, the ghostly figures casually threw money into Lin's hand, and each coin that fell sounded like a painful defeat for the poor. With an unperturbed look, the young man reminded the red-haired man that they had already played for 100 and asked about continuing the game. The redhead decided that if the guy didn't mention the amount, then his trick would soon fade away, and expecting a sweet victory, confidently wished for the young man to bet everything. The passengers could not believe what was happening, and every turn shocked the public, and the stranger remarked that they were asking to die. While discussing the impudence of the little man who managed to defeat 3 evil spirits at once, the passengers expected only one outcome of the game. As the third round began, the red-haired ghost, slightly hunched over, sat down in a comfortable position and began to carefully shuffle the deck. With cold determination, the ghost activated the energy, but the card did not respond, and its power scattered into the air, causing him to tremble nervously. The monster's face turned pale, his pupils narrowed, cold sweat ran down his temple, and his body froze in shock from the realization of an inexplicable failure. He tensed his muscles, but the usual strength did not respond. The remnants of energy were torn from the skin, disappearing as if it no longer existed. His chest tightened, his arms weakened, a sense of loss gripped him, and the magical power was erased, depriving him of even the hope of resistance. The hero's eyes were filled with a bloody glow, his face remained impassive, but his overwhelming power was felt in every gesture. The exhausted monster, watching the guy, whose eyes ominously lit up with a scarlet light, could not find an answer to how he was able to release such power. The redhead, feeling his powerlessness, guessed that most likely this person did not use secret methods to increase yin. A thin network of cracks trembled in the ghost's eye socket, beads of sweat ran down his skin, and the realization that this was not a human weighed on his mind. Lin frowned at the ghosts and asked smugly what was the reason they were frozen and not dealing cards. The two ghosts opened their mouths in a vicious roar, promising the wicked player that his wealth would soon run out, and nothing would stop them from tearing off his mask. The red-haired man's trembling hand hovered over the deck, and his skin turned white from the tension, betraying his inner anxiety. The main ghost lowered his dark gaze, his voice sounding muffled, saying that there would be no game, plunging his partners into a stupor. They froze, stunned by his words. Their intense gazes slid towards the man, trying to catch what had so alarmed their boss. Lin raised an eyebrow, his voice trembling with surprise as he asked if they really had decided not to play. The young man leaned over, lightly tapped his finger on the deck, and said with a mocking note in his voice that he hadn't even begun to have fun yet. Bright waves spread out from the point of contact. Energy flared up in vortices, turning into pulsating circles of the most powerful force. Bright flashes of energy shot through the air, paralyzing the ghosts, their faces distorted with horror, but they could no longer move. While the ghosts remained paralyzed, Lin scanned their systems, discovering the power of the ghost realm and the super-valuable artifact, the cheater's cards. Looking at the ghosts writhing convulsively, Lin realized that the power of the ghost realm had strict rules, and it was no wonder that the passengers could not leave. The magic of the cards allowed the ghosts to circumvent the laws, imposing their own conditions and changing the course of the game at their own discretion. The young man grinned slightly and leaned his chin, the thought flashing through his mind that although he wanted to teach the spirits a lesson, this chance was too good to pass up. In fear of the impending doom, the red-haired man's eyes filled with tears, and he began to beg Lin to spare them, addressing him as an elder. Lin mockingly commented that they clearly considered themselves superior to humans, and then calmly added that he would simply do the same thing they did. Lin commanded with authority to deal, and the cards, engulfed in magical energy, flew off the deck at incredible speed, distributing to the players. Each hand brought Lin a victory. He continued the game with a slight grin, feeling absolute control, and the cards laid out the best combinations. Prized with trembling hands, their faces distorted with despair and cold sweat running down their skin. But they did not dare disobey. Lin accepted the victory without a drop of regret, hypocritically apologizing, noting that the ghosts themselves allowed him to win. The hero's voice took on a tone of superiority, the corners of his lips twitching in mockery as he offered the next round without hiding his pleasure. In fear, the one-horned one began to plead, his voice breaking, assuring the elder that there was no more Minbi left, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Lin smiled and noted that he hadn't had his fun yet, and since the ghosts recognized the value of artifacts, materials, blood, and yin souls, he wouldn't disdain them either. The ghosts screamed in horror, and the red-haired man panicked and said that if they didn't stop, the cards would activate the power of the rules and rip out their souls. Lin was engulfed in a flame of magic, his eyes glowing with pure energy, and his voice, flaring with power, spread throughout the space, ordering the cards to be dealt. The deck of cards flared up, activating the power of the rules. Magic distorted the space. The cards began to tremble, preparing for the decisive move. The cards flew off, whirling towards the ghosts, who screamed loudly as they realized they could no longer escape their fate. The stream of cards fell mercilessly on the losers, tearing away the last traces of their existence, and only the passengers remained around, watching in horror. A bright flash burst from the deck, and against its background appeared an ominous joker, stretching into a smile, foreshadowing the inevitable outcome of the game. The system congratulated the winner on receiving the evil spirits, causing the young man to be surprised that in 10 hands the artifact was able to take all of their energy. Brother Ju came to mind, and the young man realized with satisfaction that he would have enjoyed dealing with these spirits. Lin's not bad win was a high-quality yin artifact in the form of cheating cards, which instantly recognized him as the owner, activating the connection. A thick aura enveloped the deck in his hand, the cards floating smoothly in the air reflected in his intense, piercing gaze. Lin absorbed the residual energy of the deck, cleansing it of foreign influence, then put his own stamp on the cards, turning them into a personal tool. Looking at each other, the ghostly passengers whispered that this young man was not only strong, but also ruthless, and therefore it was better not to test his patience. The players, saved from death by the hero, sat silently, not daring to look him in the eyes, realizing that his power was terrible, but thanks to it they were alive. In the girl's head, a picture formed that the quest was the final test for a newbie, which meant that there should be no players who had been here. The guy told the girl that he didn't understand how a man of such power ended up among the players, looking back at Lin, who was confidently walking along the carriage. Looking at the hero who passed by them, the couple instinctively shuddered at the thought that this guy might not belong to the players. A slight look of horror crossed the face of one of the ghosts as he peered into the void with his intense magical eye, not feeling the potential of that power. The red glow flickered in the fog. The train wheels knocked on the bones, giving the ghost the idea that the young man came here through that very news. On the blood-stained scene, the smell of blood hung in the air. Two ghostly figures stood before her, like silent guardians of this gloomy place. An elegant lady with green hair flowing along her pale skin casually held a cigarette holder between her lips. The dark-robed figure cast a gloomy shadow, and the huge horns betrayed its inhuman nature, while there was not a drop of emotion in its eyes. Meanwhile, silence reigned in the train carriage, but the girl suddenly stood up from her seat and, bowing to the elder, thanked him for saving her. Lin, turning to the players, said in a friendly tone that he was not a senior at all, but an ordinary newcomer undergoing an exam. The girl gasped in surprise, and the hero was embarrassed, realizing what they had imagined about his influential origins from a noble and wealthy family. The other players didn't think that his charisma belonged to an ordinary person, because only he felt so free in the game. The human players crowded around the hero, asking him as an expert for advice on what to do next and how to proceed. The guy with the bandage on his head explained to Lin that after looking at Route 44, he discovered that there were 2 stops missing from the final destination. Holding out the ticket, he showed that the mission was to get to the station between the world of the living and the dead, but the train only goes to the decayed bones. Lin thought that this was the first difficulty of the main task, and according to the rules, he needed to buy a ticket to the station to complete the task. A red glint flashed across his gaze, and a slight smile touched his lips when Lin confidently said that there was still an option to slip through without a ticket. The players grabbed their heads in horror, shouting that they had never even dared to think about it, realizing that their strength was not enough for even one strong ghost. The hero confidently touched his chin, noting that if the participants were already here, then they had experience, and since it had become quiet in the carriage, it was better to just watch. Lin, demonstrating control over the situation, said that for the task it is necessary to find out the rules and patterns. Then there will be confidence in the actions. The other players enthusiastically noted that the expert's calmness was admirable, respectfully thanking the young man for his advice. Lin sat down on the seat, thinking that even if he studied the rules correctly and found a hole there, he still needed the strength to break through. Closing his eyes, the hero concentrated on collecting his thoughts, realizing that he had to stay in the shadows and save his strength just in case. The lights went out almost completely. The air became thick with fog, and an icy wind swept through the carriage, causing the passengers to shudder. Lin flinched, glancing at the door. His lips parted slightly, and his eyes lit up with alarm. The ghosts in the carriage screamed in displeasure at the appearance of the cold yin energy, not understanding what was happening, because Train 44 was famous for its safety. Others rightly noted that there was no safety in the middle of a ghost world, and the players were sweating with fear at that time. The girl, who was beside herself with horror, looked at Lin and was convinced that this ghost from the great family was acting calmly as expected, even in such a situation. Observing the situation in the carriage, Lin guessed, judging from the ghost's reactions, that this situation was quite unusual on this train. Suddenly, a vivid memory came into the hero's head of how, during a card game, a powerful ghost was wandering in front of him. Most likely one of these appeared in the carriage, Lin sensed, but knowing that it was a low-level carriage, he assumed that it smelled like demons. The ghost, with pointed ears and rough features, enlarging one eye even more, commented that they had arrived. Lin looked at the ghost with concern, guessing that the ghost was waiting for this because the hidden spirit would transform. Having activated the necklace of the skull of enmity, the young man prepared to defend himself, expecting that there would be a wild cat fight in the carriage for the exam of newcomers from the quest. Fog enveloped the carriage. The sound of heels and distant whispers began to sound, saying that white bones are not buried on Qinshan, and the Styx cannot be crossed with a rope of souls. The echo continued to repeat that the man and the ghost were guests, and Yin and Yang could not be deceived when Lin noticed an unfamiliar ghostly lady at the door. The lady stood next to her horned monster and, sighing, turned to the passengers, asking if they would like to make a purchase. A green whirlwind lifted the passengers above the floor, their bodies stretched out, their arms spread out, their faces lit up with delight, and light sounds of joy spread throughout the carriage. Some of the ghosts were unaffected. One's lips pursed, his cheekbones tense, and his body stiffened as if he was trying to comprehend what was happening. The magic had no effect on Lin either, thanks to the necklace, but he could tell that the woman was using a technique to possess a person. By an effort of will, the hero activated the system in his mind so that it could identify the unknown weapon. The lady held in her hands a sapphire tube for the confinement of restless souls, and the system recognized it as a first-rank artifact. The quiet whistle of the necklace's skulls swept through the air, and Lin thought about the super-quality yin artifact he had accidentally obtained today. But clenching his fist, the young man decided that even the powerful Zhu Zheng would not refuse a high-grade first-rank artifact. Looking at the elegant woman in green and her monster, Lin guessed what exactly they might be selling, especially after listening to the song. Slow, precise footsteps echoed through the clouds of white smoke, and all the ghostly workers of Train 44 appeared, filling the carriage with a cold presence. They stopped and bowed, greeting Mistress Lu of the Qingming Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the whole soul of train number 44, shocking the passengers. The driver respectfully informed the lady that the rules did not allow representatives of the Chambers of Commerce to enter the carriages, so he asked her to wait here. The lady, with a disregard for the situation, stuck out her phone and haughtily replied that these little people were not a guarantor of the safety of her business anyway. Having changed her attitude, the lady assured of her trust, noting that the train and its workers were already many years old, so they would be able to take care of her. The staff unanimously confirmed their readiness, assuring the lady that they would make every possible effort. The ghost driver respectfully announced to all the passengers on the train that Mistress Lu from the Qingming Chamber of Commerce had arrived to do business. Some ghosts only knew about the Qingming trading post from legends, but who would have thought that they would see its representatives with their own eyes? Lu wanted to showcase rare items and allow interested parties to have fun bidding until the sale was over. Lin heard the dialogue of the ghosts who were afraid of the energy of the market stall, noticing that the train had picked up passengers halfway for the first time and without tickets. Another said that the legendary Qingming appeared on the outskirts of the ghost world for business and wealth, not to kill people. After appearing on Train 44, the hero realized why there were so many ghosts in the carriage after hearing the news about the Qingming Chamber of Commerce. Qingming is trading at an auction where the highest bid will win, and in addition, a great opportunity has become a crowd of evil spirits that prophesied opportunities to the young man. The fourth task of the Shenhao system with giant capital stated that if the number of onlookers exceeded 100, it was necessary to bet 1,000,000. The carriage was enveloped in a bright glow that formed into intricate patterns, and the hostess watched with pleasure, hiding her true emotions with a deep exhalation. The air in front of Chamber of Commerce Mistress Lu sparkled, thickening into a sphere of shimmering light, toward which she stepped with unperturbed confidence. Lin's gaze was fixed on the mysterious figure inside the turquoise protective dome that filled the carriage with warm, magical vibrations. The hero waited thoughtfully for the auction to begin, realizing that the influence of the Jinni Chamber of Commerce would guarantee a lot of interesting things. The woman's ghostly companion carefully lifted a transparent ball, inside which a bluish magical power shimmered. Then, with a barely perceptible sound, he carefully left a large green crystal on the table, sparkling with a soft light and magical sparks. And finally, the spirit carefully took out the third lot from the box. It was a dark lantern with frosted glass that shone with soft yin magic in his hand. These were the first-round lots, Lin thought in surprise as he looked at the 3 items shining brightly behind the transparent yin barrier. Squinting his eyes, Lin mentally demanded that the system evaluate the properties of the displayed objects by peering into their glow. "Let's start with the oil lamp," the auctioneer announced, explaining that this mid-rank consumable item helps to recover from spells. She explained to the guests that the dried lamp increases the knowledge of yin and the speed of development of yin power, affecting the level of the ghost below. Those present hotly discussed the consumable, noting its ability to increase the intensity of training and enhance knowledge of yin. Lin noted thoughtfully that the system had given an identical description, praising the Qingming Chamber of Commerce for carefully identifying the items. The ghostly guest of the auction, rubbing his palms with greedy curiosity, asked the hostess about the minimum price of the magic lamp on display. The auctioneer announced with a smile that the starting price for a dried lamp of average quality was 50,000 minbi. The price of the lamp rose rapidly, and those present excitedly shouted out bets of 52, 54, and even 55,000 minbi. One of the guests decisively interrupted everyone, offering 60,000 minbi for the lamp, which caused surprise among those around. A guest in the room commented ironically on the bet of 60,000 minbi, and in response, a confident voice offered 63. Lin chuckled as he watched the heated battle for the lot, realizing that among the spirits there were those who possessed impressive sums. He smirked smugly as he watched the bets, knowing that his wealth was nothing compared to these paltry sums. The hero lazily rose from his seat and in an indifferent voice announced the bet at 150,000 minbi, immediately attracting everyone's attention. After Lin's bid, there were astonished gasps in the hall, and the auction participants looked at him in shock, not believing the amount they had heard. The scarlet-haired stranger frowned, his gaze darkening with tension, and his lips twitched as he realized that his bet had been doubled. The player sucked in a breath, shocked by Lin's extravagance, and his companion realized with delighted surprise that they were dealing with a true connoisseur. The hostess raised her hand gracefully, her voice calm and confident as she began counting down, securing the proposed amount. The auction room fell into a tense silence as the hostess finished counting down, no one daring to outbid Lin. The landlady waved her hand elegantly and declared the deal closed, confirming that the oil lamp now officially belonged to Lin. The ghostly energy emanating from the mistress's pipe instantly grabbed the lamp, enveloping it in glowing curls and lifting it up with magical force. A blinding stream of energy tightly embraced the lamp, moving it through the rows of seated spirits straight towards Lin. Lin confidently caught the lamp, holding it in one hand, and with the other he gently stopped the flow of ghostly energy and the skull dissolved into thin air. The dried-out lamp of average quality was recognized by the system, and its energy flared up, confirming the automatic binding to the new owner. The hero calmly activated the spatial treasury, putting the lamp there, and the demon grinned predatorily, considering him a wasteful, naive fool. Lin sat with his arms crossed, thoughtfully assessing the situation, because he was a few viewers short of spending 1 million and completing the task. The hero looked thoughtfully at the lots hovering in the barrier, realizing that there were still few spectators, and he could only count on the effect of the program. The auctioneer held up the Immaculate Soul Pearl, announcing the next lot as a Rank 3 mid-grade Yin auxiliary artifact. After learning that the artifact was suitable for both humans and ghosts, and that its effect was capable of freezing, Lin raised his hand without hesitation and loudly announced the purchase. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce blinked in confusion, not expecting such a quick deal, but still declared the lot sold. She immediately introduced the Soul Heart Jade, emphasizing that it was a second-rank artifact for refining yin pills and enhancing composure in battle. The hero made a bet without further thought, loudly declaring his purchase, while the surrounding spirits watched his actions in shock. One of the spectators looked at Lin in amazement, trying to understand where the second-rank hunter got such huge resources, since he had already spent 200,000. Seeing Lin hide the item he bought without hesitation, the audience began to theorize about its hidden power and possible connection to the major clans. The number of ghosts attracted by Lin's actions noticeably increased in the carriage, but he understood that there weren't enough of them to complete the task. Lin clenched his fist tightly, his gaze full of determination. He knew that he would put on an even more impressive performance in the second round. 3 artifacts emitting powerful energy appeared on the table, similar to an alchemical elixir, a rare yin plant, and an enchanted flaming dagger. The frightened ghosts watched the shining artifacts, realizing that this equipment was significantly more powerful than the previous round. Holding up the bottle of trace-returning liquid, Lou explained that it was a mid-grade second-tier artifact with a powerful tracking effect. Lin carefully assessed the potential of the purchased lot, realizing that it could be profitably used for tactical purposes or to make a deal with it. As soon as the host announced the starting price of 300,000, the hall immediately came to life, and the auction participants began to rapidly raise their bids. With his head down, Lin announced the amount of 700,000 without hesitation, doubling the previous bids and causing shock among all the participants of the auction. Silence fell over the room. The auctioneer and her ghostly assistant stood frozen, not knowing how to react to such an unexpectedly high bid. Lin crossed his arms smugly as he watched the shocked participants who couldn't believe he was outbidding again. The spirit, biting the flask, approached and exchanged it for bills from the hands of the hero, who decided to give an exorbitant sum in the second round so that no one could outdo him. Seeing the next lot, which was the Soul Eater kidneys, Lin raised his hand, stood up from his seat, and loudly announced that he was willing to pay 700,000. The buds, shimmering in a faint glow, will soon ripen into buds, and after they are cleared, Lin will have a pill that will strengthen the yin consciousness. Also more interesting was the soul-taking blade that Lin decided to make his main weapon. Lou smoothly laid out a blade on the podium that emitted the most powerful energy, and its shape repeated the blood sword, which the Blood Queen of Ghosts wielded. Confidently drawing out the sword, she explained with a satisfied glint in her eyes that this was a middle-class blade forged in the outskirts of the ghost world. Lou swung her sword with force, and a scarlet light enveloped the blade, because the sword feeds on blood and grows in strength with each battle, turning the owner into invincible. Enjoying the power of the blade, the mistress calls to cut the enemies, because the sword thirsts for blood, inflicting more and more damage to any enemy and replenishing your wounds. Hearing the urge to suck blood and replenish the owner's energy during the battle, the eyes of those present lit up and their mouths opened slightly from such power. With a slight half-smile, the girl confidently placed the sword on the table, announcing the starting price of 500,000 minbi. The bargaining flared up with renewed vigor. Voices were heard from all sides, first 520,000, then 550,000, and soon the bid reached 580,000 minbi. Lin knew that his only weapons were nails, which were fired 7 times during a battle, and a chain with skulls and a pharaoh's bandage for protection and restraint of the enemy. Remembering the recently received cards, the hero assessed that the chance of their exposure was very high, and they were not very effective. Having carefully weighed his decision, Lin was determined to buy the life-taking blade and eagerly began to participate in the auction. The first bet of 750,000 announced by the one-eyed ghost made the monster behind him freeze in surprise. The phantom player reassured himself that the young man might not be interested in this weapon, so he would not compete with him. Lin looked around carefully at those present and assessed their reactions to the amount offered by the ghostly gentleman. A deathly silence enveloped the carriage. The ghostly players stared at the hero, waiting to see if he would break the bet, higher than the last one. The one-eyed gentleman cried out in horror, not understanding where the young man got so much money from when he heard him announce the sum of 900,000 minbi. The hall froze. The auctioneer repeated the amount with emphasis, counting off the seconds. The ghostly players watched every intonation and swing of the pipe. Suddenly, an unexpected cry from the crowd interrupted the countdown and attracted the attention of all auction participants with a request to wait. Lou heard a ghost from the crowd complaining that this guy was overstepping his bounds by naming huge amounts and damaging the auction's reputation. His friend, with a grin, sarcastically suggested to the owner that she gradually lower the price so as not to face the consequences. The crowd in the carriage noticeably increased. The ghosts, intrigued by the dispute, did not take their eyes off the tense bargaining with restrained curiosity. Lin felt the tension of the situation, weighed the chances, and decided to take the decisive step, confidently deciding to bet 1 million. Raising his hand, Lin confidently shouted out the amount, his voice cutting through the air, causing the crowd to shudder at the unexpected turn of events. All heads turned in his direction at once. The ghosts looked at each other in shock, and one of them loudly declared that the boy was competing with himself. Grinning, The second spirit shouted out in displeasure that if money was burning his pocket, then he should give it to the ghosts. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce was also not indifferent to the young man's actions, since in many years of doing business, she had seen such behavior for the first time. What was even more surprising was that it happened on a train with newbies, and not in the center of the ghost world. The hero, self-confidently but respectfully, asked the lady if there was no way he could raise his bet. The lady, gracefully puffing smoke from her pipe, easily accepted the young man's bet, commenting that she didn't care how many millions he bet. Steam burst from the tube, shimmering with a magical glow and hissing, sealing the deal that had been successfully concluded. The hero received the long-awaited system notification about the completion of the task and won iron powder and soul-devouring golden silk. Streams of power surrounded Lin, his sword shone, and a satisfied smile lit up his face when he received not only the prizes for the task, but also the main weapon. Having placed the inventory in the spatial treasury, the hero waited for the third round of the auction, knowing that without completing the next task, he would at least advance in it. In the fifth task, you need to spend 10 million Min-B wisely, where the starting bet does not depend on the hero, but as a reward, he will receive cashback cards and copy props. After completing this task, the hero will be able to open the chilling space and go on quests at his own discretion, and it is only a matter of time. Looking at the podium, which was dazzled by the energy of the next lot, Lin felt sad that he could not take the initiative in raising the price. Although if the final lot drives the ghosts crazy, then the hero would not have to show any initiative, since they will do everything for him. Tearing the young man away from his thoughts, a stunning yin energy rushed through the carriage, enveloping all the passengers and causing them to tremble with admiration. The magic box with the artifact opened and pierced the entire carriage with a chilling cold, frightening the ghosts. Lin thoughtfully touched his chin and realized that there were 3 types of goods in the box. The lady, showing 2 pills that returned to the afterlife, raised her palm to the crowd, adding that the artifact was a 3rd-level middle-class one. Lu told a magical legend that they were prepared by the old ghost king Yao Zong to restore the state of any ghost to its peak. Lin froze in a strange pose, mentally asking himself how he could restore knowledge and spiritual power just by taking a pill. According to the description from the Qingming Chamber of Commerce, there was literally life in the pills, Lin thought as he looked at the pearls. The golden shine of the pills was replaced by dark shimmers, balancing the power between the worlds and opening the way to the afterlife. The lady gracefully announced the starting price of 1 million, her voice sounding soft but confident, emphasizing her impeccable dignity. A stately ghost with muscular arms and long hair stepped out from the crowd, firmly announcing a bet of 1,100,000, causing everyone around to shudder. Lin noticed that this strong ghost, who was eager to get his hands on this lot, had not participated in the bidding before. The spirit waited in the shadows for the first 2 rounds to save money for those magic pills that could return him to his peak state. The ghost glared at Lin with tension, not believing that he was about to enter the game again and make another crazy bet. Lin calmly raised 2 fingers, his face unperturbed as he confidently announced a bet of 2 million, shocking the audience. The passengers did not understand how such a staggering price could be paid for the audience's attention, and where the young man got such endless savings. The mighty spirit's sweat dropped as he realized that his money was not enough to compete with the guy, but the pill would return him to the peak of yin, and he could not give up. The ghost, clenching his fangs in disappointment and lowering his eyes, saw the familiar face of the one-eyed ghost next to him, cowering in excitement. After asking his companion in a friendly manner if he was interested in the pills, the ghost complained to him that the young man was behaving outrageously at the auction. Then one of them suggested that they unite financially in order to increase their financial capabilities and divide the pills equally after the victory. The monster froze heavily, its single eye staring ahead, deep in thought. The ghosts shook hands, confirming the terms of the deal, their gesture short but full of determination. The one-horned man said that he had about 1.5 million, and when he learned that his friend had about the same amount, he offered to make a bet of 3 million. As the auctioneer was about to end the bidding, a new bid of 2,200,000 was suddenly heard from the crowd, instantly livening up the room. The hostess smiled with a slight excitement, watching the unfolding struggle, her gaze lingering on the contenders, waiting for a new bet. The room gasped as a fierce ghost, whom no one considered a contender, suddenly entered the bidding, upsetting the balance of the struggle. Lin watched the ghost closely, wondering what could have changed his mood so abruptly and made him start trading. An evil chuckle rang out from the crowd, and Lin immediately became wary, sensing that there was more to this than just a gambling bet. His lips twitched in a smile as he watched calmly, wondering what gain the ghosts were seeking by joining forces in the bidding. Lin straightened up lazily, his lips twitching in a slight smile. He was about to play along and was already making a plan to turn the game to his advantage. Pretending to hesitate, he raised his hand and named 2,300,000, trying to convince everyone that this was his limit. The ghosts smirked as they looked at Lin, their mockery intensifying as the increase of only 100,000 seemed like a pathetic attempt to hide the lack of money. The one-horned one raised the bet to 2.5 million, glancing sideways at the young man, and the second one provoked him to bet more if there was still money left. The crowd of ghosts pounced on Lin with a stream of threats. Confident in their strength, they were waiting for the moment when they could put him in his place. Lin covered his face with his hand, sighing. His patience was running out because the ghosts seriously decided that they could break him with pressure. Lin narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips twitching in a satisfied smirk, because his plan had worked, and the ghosts had just put themselves in a dead end. Lin, as if internally struggling with the decision with a trembling voice, announced 2,550,000, bringing the bluff to perfection. Having announced 2,700,000, the one-horned man burst out laughing, mocking Lin's modest increase, after which he mockingly suggested that he take a risk and raise the bet even more. The ghosts' laughter grew louder. They mocked Lin, but he was slow to respond, giving them a chance to get bogged down in their own arrogance. The crowd of ghosts began to buzz, some laughing contemptuously at the stupidity of people, others rather reminding them that they had always been their prey. Lu slowly announced her bid, but internally she was analyzing the auction that was drawing to a close, coming to the conclusion that Lin was weaker than he thought he was. Lu, having repeated her bid, mentally calculated that after the auction she would have to report to the General Assembly about the guest and his possible connections. The crowd was buzzing. The ghosts were showering Lin with taunts, calling him a stupid and pathetic puppy, enjoying the spectacle and waiting for him to break. Lin's face twisted into a predatory grin. His scarlet gaze flashed, leaving only a predatory calm. A chill ran down the one-horned man's spine, his grin fading as he saw something in Lin's eyes that made him question his own situation. Lin said the words with cold mockery, emphasizing that his opponent had forced him to raise the stakes. Streams of energy erupted from Lin's palm, swirling into spirals, and the shocked spectators froze, faced with a dangerous opponent. A purple glow pierced the space. The ghosts felt fear run through their bodies. They did not believe that a person could possess such power. The one-horned man froze, feeling the unbearable pressure. His muscles tensed and his gaze darted around, trying to anticipate Lin's next move. The 3 million minbis settled in his palm with a ringing sound and sparkled. Streams of energy gushed out, twisting into spirals. Holding out 3 million minbi, he announced the bet without a shadow of a doubt, causing those around him to tense up in anticipation. Lu peered at the young man, realizing that his bet was not just a bluff, but a subtle manipulation of the bidding, forcing others to go all in. The ghosts looked at each other, realizing that their bets no longer made sense, because the young man had taken over the entire auction with one movement. They no longer saw the point in continuing, crushed by the realization that they had gotten involved with a monster for whom their game was just fun. Having lost all his competitors, Lin waited with restraint for Lu's final word, fully confident in his triumph. As soon as the mistress announced the result, the pills that returned to the afterlife were enveloped in a surge of energy and gently moved into Lin's hands. A slight blush touched her cheeks as Lu, enjoying the successful deal, admitted that she was now actually interested in watching him. With a light wave, Lin put the artifact away in the spatial treasury and thought about its value, because the pills could even bring the dead back to life. The system displayed the progress of the task, where Lin paid off 3 million of the required 10 with his purchase. A light, barely perceptible touch on his shoulder made Lin turn around, not expecting to see anyone nearby. The ghost, dressed in a scruffy work apron, asked Lin not to bid on the next lot, hoping that he would give in. Lin looked closely at the emerging shining ball with the next artifact inside, wondering whether to accept the offer. He learned that the scarlet iron ingot appeared within the abyss of blazing fire, at the junction of the boundaries of the ghost realm, on the inner periphery. When making yin-chi-based materials, the ingot can convert all the energy into fire element. If used as a yin weapon crafting item, it can give you an advantage when fighting a higher-level fierce ghost. The hero judged that the previously purchased pills were much more attractive than this lot, but the buyers lost their desire to compete. Doubts were raised by the interest of the old ghost, who dared to approach personally and ask to give in. Lin loudly states the price of 2 million, his confident voice standing out among the hubbub of the passengers. The enraged ghost in the work apron peers intently into Lin's face, barely containing the storm of emotions that has accumulated inside. The hero's voice sounded calm, but excitement flashed in his eyes when he announced that the right of possession would go to the one whose bid was higher. The old ghost sighed heavily and asked to save the ingot for the time when he could buy it from Lin for a higher price. Lin thought that most of the others would have hated him long ago for such a move, but this one behaved unexpectedly nobly. The spirit stated that Lin could afford any goods, but did not understand the true usefulness of the item, and therefore was obliged to sell it to him. Lin indifferently noted that the ingot was just a second-rate forging material, and the ghost was amazed by his quick assessment of the artifact's level. He thought Lin's words were frivolous because yin material was prized among ghosts, and the right blacksmith could bring out its full potential. The old ghost confidently stated that finding a suitable blacksmith was not easy because they were hiding, and only an expert like him could find them. Lin looked at the ghost with interest, wondering if he was the rare blacksmith that had just been mentioned. Ding Liang introduced himself to Lin as the most famous blacksmith, and he would have paid everything for this rare ingot if he had enough minbi. The hero cunningly offered to sign a contract with him, and then the ghost would have access to the ingot, noting that he would not allow it to be bought out. The blacksmith categorically rejected Lin's offer, declaring that he did not intend to obey anyone and did not recognize any masters over himself. Ding Liang invited Lin to become his disciple, promising to teach him many secrets, including the technique of forging weapons from a scarlet iron ingot. A translucent, shining magic wriggled like a snake as it swam out of Lu's tube and smoothly brought the ingot towards Lin. Lin took the ingot with a grin, noting that 2 million was a reasonable price for such a useful thing, and there was nothing further to discuss. The hostess announced the final lot of the evening, lightly touching the mysterious object, whose energetic streams illuminated the carriage with scarlet and emerald light. Wu Xiang's ghostly face flashed in her hands with a terrifying magical glow, revealing a second-level top-grade mask. This mask could disguise the appearance, physique, breathing, and anything else the owner wanted, and its starting price was only 1 million. The excitement that erupted caused the ghosts to shout out prices one after the other, each wanting to get their hands on the mask, and the price was skyrocketing with every second. The atmosphere was heating up. The auction had reached its decisive stage when the one-eyed ghost loudly announced a bid of 1,250,000, hoping to scare off competitors. An enraged bidder loudly declared that if the human took everything, it would damage the reputation of every ghost in the room. The one-eyed man didn't like his companion's reaction. He frowned, trying to understand what he was smiling at in such a tense moment. There was a note of alarm in the conversation between the ghosts, because if this young man were to receive the last lot, their fears might come true. A predatory grin appeared on the ghost's face, his gaze darkened, and a premonition of impending intrigue seemed to hang in the air. Lin's posture betrayed his fatigue, but the excitement in the crowd was growing, and many had already raised their prices, making the last lot more and more expensive. Lin called up the system, his eyes flashed red, and he activated the cashback card, preparing to use 1,800,000. Raising his palm, Lin loudly said 3 million, his bet sounding like an inevitability, leaving no doubt about his intention to win. One ghost groaned in despair, while the other clenched his fist and seethed with anger, realizing that they were just funny pawns for Lin. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce smiled softly and announced in a calm voice that the lot had been sold, ending the auction without further fuss. The woman gracefully raised her hand, informing those gathered that the bidding had come to an end and the auction was officially closed. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce was surprised to notice that Lin had actually bought all the lots without thinking about the money he had spent. While Lin was trying on the mask, the system sent a message that the cashback exceeded his expenses tenfold, adding 30 million to his balance. Lin shook the mask in his hand with a satisfied smile, realizing that the further he progressed, the larger his expenses became. Passing his hand over the mesmerizing glow, Lin decided to seek advice from an old friend in order to wisely manage his new resources. The owner of the Chamber of Commerce emphasized with a smile that the gentleman had bought all the lots without showing the slightest concern about the millions he had spent. Mistress Lu, with her long green hair tossed, looked gracefully at Lin, politely asking how she could address him. Noticing the impression he made on the hostess, Lin decided that she wanted to make a deal with him and introduced himself as Emperor Fengdu. She cast an appraising glance at Lin, hoping for the opportunity to advance in the chamber's career thanks to this emperor. In a generous gesture, the lady offered Emperor Fengdu the privilege of becoming a privileged person of the Qingming Chamber of Commerce, based on the high position of the gentleman. He will be able to receive notifications about products on mobile auctions, directly contact sellers from anywhere, and also receive a 20% discount on everything. A light but expressive gesture from Lin's palm called for Mistress Lu to stop and listen to him. His voice was firm as he agreed to become a VIP guest of the chamber, asking for one favor in return. Lu smiled, adjusting a curl of hair, her voice soft and mysterious, asking Lin to continue. The young man looked up and calmly but firmly made it clear that any discounts were unacceptable to him. He preferred to pay in full. Lu blinked, her lips barely opening, her voice trembling with surprise, because she never expected to hear such a request. With a slight bow, she accepted his decision but immediately voiced a counterproposal to change the discount to cashback so as not to violate the chamber's policy. The hero asked whether the cashback would suit the system, and it responded that it was just a gift without any impact on the volume of consumption. Both parties were satisfied, nodding at each other with a slight smile, agreeing to the proposed terms and completing the deal without objection. The girl waved her hand slightly, calling out Wu San's name, and the horned monster immediately responded obediently, waiting for her further orders. The monster looked up silently, and a blinding flash of magic shot up before him, obeying his will. Lin's gaze remained cold as his hand effortlessly stopped the magical wave, abruptly catching the golden token. The golden token glowed with a magical light in Lin's hands, confirming his VIP status in the Qingming and Huangquan Chambers of Commerce. Lin looked from the departing Qingming Chamber of Commerce mistress to Huangquan's tablet, and a question flashed in his mind about how exactly they were related. The hero remembered his first meeting with the owner of the Huangquan Inn. Her voice rang out with a demanding cry, and the greedy gleam in her eyes betrayed her true nature. He thought that Mistress Huangquan looked like a ghost living for money, but there was no sense of the influence of a large organization behind her. Lin felt someone's gaze and turned around to meet the gaze of a ghost whose shapeless face showed no emotion. Introducing himself as the third leader of the Sandstorm Gang, Dongba respectfully informed Lin that his name would grant access to the best ore in his organization. Dongba shook Lin's hand with delight and gratitude, beaming with admiration as Lin calmly promised to send an envoy when the time was right. Although Dongba did not buy anything at the auction, he was overwhelmed with delight, because he had made a valuable acquaintance, and now he would proudly report this to the head of the family. Meanwhile, a tall ghost with perfect manners bowed his head to Lin, introducing himself as Yuji, and calmly said that he was in charge of the Lower Paradise. The ghost explained that Lower Paradise deals with necromancers, inviting Lin to visit the place and choose a suitable product for himself. Lin calmly promised to come, but only when he had time, and Yuji froze in surprise, not expecting such an indifferent reaction. A thought flashed through the spirit's mind that Lower Paradise was nothing more than a small sect for Lin, since his indifference to past events spoke for itself. Yuji bowed as Lin left, and a quiet whisper sounded in the crowd of ghosts that the manager of the lower heaven was not so stern. The ghosts worshipped the youth with admiration, their voices trembling as they praised the superiority of Emperor Fengdu and pledged their loyalty. While the crowd chanted, the blacksmith remained motionless. His gaze grew cold, and his hand involuntarily clenched, not sharing in the general delight. The human players were delighted with Emperor Fengdu's behavior, and promised to remember him and write about him on the forum after his return. Suddenly, a ghost with a dark look breaks through the crowd, his shoulders mercilessly pushing ghosts out of the way, and screams are heard from his blows. The scarred ghost, having broken through the crowd, stopped and challenged Emperor Fengdu, demanding to know if it was really him. Lin frowned, closely assessing the ghost, hostility growing in his chest, intuition telling him that trouble could be expected from him. There was a burst of frightened, ghostly screams in the carriage, which shook back and became numb with horror, but no one knew what had happened. Panic gripped the passengers. They shouted about problems with the train and confusedly looked for the conductor, and the hero closely studied the ghost. Lin looked at the ghost tensely, feeling the growing threat, and everything inside him told him that he would be the one to cause the impending events. Bright streams of magical power swirled around the train, foreshadowing that the coming test would be deadly. The tug of the handle was accompanied by a dull click, but the door remained closed, as if the train itself did not allow the opportunity to get out. Lu finds herself unable to use her power and the doors are locked, making the train a trap and anxiety growing. Clutching the radio in his hand, the conductor quickly calls the conductor, but the alarm in his voice reveals that he himself does not fully understand what is happening. Lin, surrounded by a shimmering aura, did not take his eyes off the ghost, but his voice was calm and firm as he demanded to know who was in front of him. The ghost looked at Lin with wild aggression, devaluing his question, and insistently emphasized that the most important thing now was to hear his words. The conductor's voice came from the loudspeakers, asking passengers to remain calm, assuring them that the problem would be resolved as soon as possible. Loud footsteps suddenly broke the silence, creating a sense of impending danger. The carriage froze from the sharp slam of the door, and the passengers' gazes turned to the entrance. The staff followed the guide, making guesses about the scarred ghost, which they believed could be connected to the current problems. The mighty mistress of the Lu Chamber of Commerce stepped forward, and next to her stood an ominous monster, ready for any order. Lin felt his confidence grow because the conductor was a ghost of a fierce level, and he stepped forward with the mistress of the ward and the conductors. A ghost with a cold gaze and a sharp horn stopped the scarred man, menacingly ordering him not to move. With his lips curled into a smirk, the scarred ghost slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, an ominous glint blazing in his eyes. Lu's hair swayed gently as a red glow flared up ahead, outlining the ominous silhouette of an ominous ghost. A tall, scarlet-haired ghost emerged from the swirling fog, its silhouette distorting the space with swirling, eerie shadows. The chains that bound his hands clanked as the ghost raised his bloody sickle in anger, his blazing gaze piercing the space. Lin's gaze froze and his body involuntarily tensed up as he clearly realized that there was a huge, ferocious ghost in front of him. The ghost stretched out his words as if savoring them, addressing the hostess, after which he said with cold interest that he had known about her existence for a long time. Lu confidently stated that his plans to harm were useless because the Chamber of Commerce would not suffer, and revenge could follow for his actions. The ghost scoffed and yelled that his power had paralyzed the entire train, so her threats were childish, adding that the Qingming Chamber was made up of money-hungry rats. The spirit threatened to say that the train was isolated, their location would remain a secret, and the enemies had lost their power thanks to the ghost ship. Laughing, the ghost declared that the enemies had fallen into his trap because the battle would take place in a place where they had complete control of the situation. With determination in her voice, the hostess warned that the ghosts would not get the treasure chest as long as she was here. The ferocious ghost dragged his blade along the ground, leaving a bloody trail behind him, and the chain slid across the surface with a metallic clang. The evil spirit disdainfully asked the Qingming ward's mistress whether they really thought it was just a bag. Turning away from the hostess and directing his gaze at the hero, he calmly but threateningly informed her that their true intentions extended much further. The hostess's eyes flashed with indignation as she replied that any infringement on the rights of privileged clients was considered a hostile act. Possessed by greed, the spirit declared that he did not care about their rules, because among the passengers there was a man whose value was much higher than the things he bought. The system instantly recognized the enemy's weapon, designating it as a Yin-Sha chain blade, belonging to the highest grade of Yin, level 3. Lin thought about it as he watched the third-level weapon with interest, but his confidence remained unshakable. Lin, watching the approaching enemies, knew that the battle would be fierce and prepared himself to face strong opponents. The scarred ghost threatened the second-tier ghost to be an obedient and good boy, emphasizing his strength and arrogance. With determination and anger, Lin shouted out Zhujiang's name, realizing that his help was needed now more than ever. In the blink of an eye, Zhujiang appeared amidst the smoke and flames, his colossal figure exploding the atmosphere, causing the enemies to retreat in terror. The ferocious ghost that had just appeared shocked everyone, its power instantly capturing everyone's attention, stunning the ghost with the blade and everyone present. The gaze of the spirit with a scar on his face was clouded with bewilderment, and he did not understand what to do, standing before an unexpected, terrifying sight. Lin and Zhu rushed into battle, deciding to attack first, because the best defense is an attack, and the enemy will not have time to react to a sudden attack. A train rushed along the rails, compressed in a frightening silence, through a lifeless landscape, and in the air there was a sense of danger, ready to unfold at any moment. The ghost, seeing Lin in front of him, realized that he possessed a second-tier power, and this suddenly made him feel threatened. The blade-wielding ghost could not comprehend how a human could subdue a ferocious ghost whose rage and energy were so destructive. Vibrations filled with ominous power rolled through the entire space, destroying everything in their path, as if the world itself was shaking. The air was filled with a hollow vibration, as the ghost, wincing slightly, cleared his throat, trying to regain his confidence. Realization struck the ghost, his eyes widening and the surrounding aura shaking with sudden excitement. Zhujiang raised his head and calmly asked if his ghost knew him, watching as the opponent's expression slowly changed. The ghost remembered seeing this spirit with a butcher's knife and in an apron on the way from the outskirts to the central zone. A memory surfaced of how Zhujiang, for fun, single-handedly destroyed a dozen ferocious ghosts, and feeling the cold, the enemy menacingly replied that they were not acquainted. Zhujiang's eyes sparkled and he remained confident, because this spirit was not as strong as in the past and was no different from other ferocious ghosts. The fierce enemy acknowledged the inevitability of the situation, making it clear that now all he could do was go to the end without retreating and prepared for battle. The enraged ghost, having concentrated a stream of destructive force around itself, rushed forward, squeezing all its furious rage into its blade. The ferocious ghost rushed forward, but Zhu held his ground, his flaming fists absorbing the blow, sending sparks flying in all directions. Assessing the skill of his enemy, Zhu acknowledged his talent, but did not waver, because for him a strong opponent was only an incentive to fight further. Zhujiang put all his might into the attack, his broken soul knife filling the space with a shining rift, aiming at the enemy. What he saw stunned the observing passenger. He could not believe that a man had managed to subdue such a dangerous entity. During the furious battle, human players hid in terror from the destructive force, not believing that they would be able to survive this chaos. At the same time, fear and admiration grew in the soul of Mistress Lu, because no one could have imagined that a person could subdue a fierce ghost. The ghost in the blue suit assessed the result of the fight, and his companion noted with a slight smile that such a find is extremely rare. Calling everyone to battle, Mistress Qingming shouted that such an opponent should not inspire fear, assuring that together they would easily defeat the fierce ghost. The conductor stood nearby, calling for a fight, and the lady of the Chamber of Commerce looked at him with a smug expression, expecting a spectacle. The air was filled with flashes of energy. The ghosts, furiously ready to fight, flew above the ground and rushed into battle. The silhouettes of angry fighters flashed like a whirlwind, and chaos engulfed the narrow space of the carriage. The huge mouth opened with a wild roar, eager to absorb all the enemy's energy. The glittering blades cut through the space, forcing Lin to deftly dodge, finding openings between the deadly blows. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the enemy, He was not hiding, but waiting, allowing the enemy to succumb to the illusion of control. The scarred ghost frowned, and the conductor, assessing the situation, warned him that a wealthy man is never defenseless. The ghost with the scar confidently declared that he would take control of the situation, assuring the third brother that he would quickly deal with the enemy. The spirit's voice sounded mocking, sarcastically stating that a man, having filled his pockets with money and tamed a ghost, imagined himself invincible. He growled with excitement that the hero was able to defeat them, but his true power did not go beyond the second order, which meant that he would be defeated. Lin looked at the ghost with a cold smile, realizing that he thought too much of himself, but in fact, he was just another weakling. The youth raised his palm, summoning 2 nails out of the 7 that existed in this world, and their magical energy flared up, signaling their activation. Streams of blue flames engulfed the space as Lin, holding the nails, released their power, sending a deadly strike forward. Panic gripped the ghost as he realized that even if he had known about Lin's strength in advance, he would not have been able to dodge this attack. At the last second, the ghost saw a blinding nail rushing straight towards his eye, but his body no longer had time to react. A shrill scream echoed around as the nail pierced his eye, and a stream of blue flame began to tear through it from the inside. Lin took advantage of the moment, turned sharply in the air, and punched the ghost's body with all his might, finishing him off. The hot air shook with the force of the blow as Lin brought his fiery blade down on his target with lightning-fast precision. Lin felt the sword trembling in his hand, the killing intent contained within the blade growing stronger with each passing second. The fire coursing down the blade emphasized its deadly nature, and Lin mentally noted that he had found a truly worthy weapon. Seeing his brother fall instantly, the one-horned ghost realized that he was wrong to think that Lin was weak, as his level was far higher than the second tier. Realizing the mortal threat, the ghost panicked and looked for a way to save himself because his strength was insufficient for victory. Hovering above the carriage, the ghost watched intently as the powerful yin force flared up and engulfed the man's weapon. The ghost was wary of Lin, realizing that his yin energy had almost reached the level of a ferocious ghost, creating an ominous, oppressive aura around him. Lin felt the pulsating power of the sword, knowing that the pitiful ghost was not worth paying attention to, because this weapon could conquer true power. Lin raised his sword, scarlet flames reflected in his eyes, and his voice sounded confident, demanding that his opponent reveal all his strength. The realization of the man's impudence caused anger, but instead of an answer, a sharp, piercing whistle filled with destructive energy burst from his throat. The ghost roared, releasing a powerful wave that stunned all the passengers and ghosts, throwing them into chaos at once. The scream was so powerful that the wave of sound shattered the windows, scattering glass fragments throughout the carriage, and the night wind rushed inside. Having broken down the barrier, Zhujiang entered the battle, his strength tearing through the air, and his tense cries did not subside for a second. The ghost viciously shouted a promise of death to Zhujiang's master as his sword, sparkling with flames, rushed forward, tearing apart space. Zhujiang's eyes flashed and he chuckled, saying that he had no master and that his opponent was too stupid to think he could see him fall. Lin found himself in the center of a vortex of vibrations, as if the sound could tear his body apart from the inside, crushing the very space around him. The ghost's eyes reflected fear. He couldn't believe that his powerful attack didn't cause any harm, because Lin had a yin weapon against soul attacks. Proudly raising his sword, Lin said mockingly that the skull necklace served him not just as an ornament, but as a shield. The necklace trembled in the light of yin. Lin directed its power, and the skulls, emitting a terrible hiss, rushed towards the enemy like a whirlwind. The enemy realized in horror that he had underestimated Lin, but it was too late as the skull sank into his body, tearing through his flesh and pain piercing his mind. Filled with rage, the enemy gathered the last of his strength, directing a fatal blow towards Lin, ready to drag him into the abyss along with himself. Lin gripped the sword, its blade engulfed in blue flames. The first star flared up, consuming the sun and moon, ready to tear apart space. A thick, misty light surrounded the ghost. His eyes sparkling with self-confidence, he mocked, considering Lin's technique a worthless trick. He nodded in agreement, but there was no concession in his voice. The energy in his hand flared brighter, and his gaze remained cold and unwavering. Lin clutched the Ice Soul Orb in his hand, showing his opponent his foolishness, predicting that the monster would now taste real cold. The Ice Soul Sphere magic completely engulfed the enemy, freezing his body, and the frost penetrated into the very core, cutting off any possibility of resistance. Horror froze in his eyes. Ice crystals grew, cutting off any path to salvation, and his consciousness desperately searched for a way to avoid death. Lin's next trump card was inevitable. The icy spiritual power was absorbed into the body. The dodge did not work, and the magic had already restricted his movements. A red glow filled the space. Lin lowered his eyelids. His breathing was even, and the sword in his hand vibrated from the growing power. Sparks flew around him. The hero's spiritual power had reached its limit, and for the first time he would not hold it back, allowing his true power to be revealed. Flames enveloped his palm. Three forces intertwined. Spiritual energy, consciousness, and combat experience filled the sword, ready to cut through space. Spiritual energy, the power of the soul-taking sword, the sphere of ice and the blessing of blood blazed into a single element, destroying everything in its path. Lin's gaze lit up with a fire full of rage. His scream expressed all his hatred, and his blow completely wiped the enemy off the face of the earth. The flaming sword cut through the space. Scarlet tongues of flame rushed forward, reflecting in the widened eyes of the enemy. The flames dissipated, but instead of fear, the ghostly silhouette was enveloped in a mystical glow, and his smile hinted that the battle was far from over. Sparks flew as the blade froze in the magical hand, the ghost's cold gaze shining with sinister certainty. A look of confusion flashed across Lin's eyes. The sword hung in the air, and the enemy, engulfed in magic, did not even flinch before the attack. Lin thrust his sword, but even with the blade in his body, the enemy did not look broken. His distorted face twisted into a mad grin. Assessing the situation, Lin indifferently acknowledged the obvious because, of course, the enemy was also hiding his trump cards, and this was no longer surprising. The ghost straightened up, ice crystals cracking on his hand, and his voice was ominously confident, declaring that this day would be the hero's last. Shining circles of energy burst out from the ghost's body one after another, his voice echoing throughout the space until it fully revealed its power. From the depths of his being came dull splashes. The magical energy inside was seething, creating a feeling that something terrible was about to break out. Long, twisted limbs erupted from the wraith, and the macabre sight was accompanied by magical bursts that made the air tremble. The elongated, broken limbs resembled the paws of an ancient monster with countless clawed appendages and many crooked paws. Lin slowly raised his sword, fire running along the blade, and his eyes flashed with the readiness to cut down even this monster. Lin exhaled tiredly, curled his lips, and noted without emotion that what was happening looked simply disgusting. The ghost rushed forward with a wild laugh, his voice shaking the air. He furiously asked if even in the face of death Lin had the audacity to joke. Lin clenched his fist, his voice clear and confident as he summoned the necklace, and magical energy swirled around it, protecting it. The ghost grabbed his head and shouted in rage that this damned artifact should not have such a destructive combination. Lin was thrown back sharply, his body flying through the vortex of magic, and a ghostly hand reached out after him, releasing a stream of dark energy. A bright flash lit up the space as Lin waved his hand to activate the defense, a wall of flame erupting to reflect it. Lin rushed to the side, his body swiftly cutting through space, and scarlet streams of flame spread around, absorbing the approaching blow. A ghostly hand shot out from the raging flames, its clawed fingers cutting through the air, reaching out to grab Lin amidst the fiery chaos. Lin, clutching his sword, watched as the ghost was engulfed in flames, his screams shaking the space, his body writhing convulsively. Lin leaned forward and asked with icy mockery in his voice if the enemy could no longer even raise his hands. The ghost let out a chilling laugh, proudly declaring that attacks would not break him, because he transformed suffering into a cursed force that destroyed all living things. His creepy smile widened, and he stretched out his paws, shouting that no technique could compare to his innate ability. Contempt flashed in Lin's eyes, fueling the battle, because if the enemy was strong due to suffering, then why was he on the verge of defeat? Crooked teeth flashed in a furious grin, and the ghost screamed that the damned man was doomed and he would rip his head out without leaving him a chance. Lin's back hit the ground with such force that his ears began to ring and flashes of fire, mixed with pain and anger, flashed before his eyes. The hero's body froze on the floor after the blow, and the enemy stretched out writhing limbs, crunching into the space and surrounding him from all sides. The passengers cowered in horror, realizing that they were seeing something beyond their comprehension, and that if the man lost, their fate would be sealed. The human players watched the fight tensely, knowing that if their only defense fell, they would be completely at the mercy of the monster. Massive ghostly claws crushed the barrier, causing one of the passengers to freeze, his body shaking and his eyes darting around in search of salvation. Anger distorted the ghost's face when he realized that his own paws were stuck tightly in the window, restricting his movements. Lin calmly watched the helpless enemy, his slight smile and confident gaze clearly indicating that he had already decided the outcome of the battle. Swirls of red aura erupted around Lin as he shouted out Bai Ro-Air's name, summoning a powerful ally. A female figure in a glow of scarlet aura appeared from the void, and bowing, she responded respectfully to her master. The swirl of scarlet light flared brighter as Lin silently gripped the sword, his gaze calm but carrying a silent command. A graceful palm pierced the space, enveloped in scarlet streams. The energy of hatred rose around it, filling the air with tension. The hatred born of her will filled the carriage, scarlet vortices rushing forward, absorbing the life energy of the creature that wriggled in the trap. Bai stood motionless, her tall figure casting a shadow on the ghost writhing in the magical currents, whose aura was gradually fading. How was it possible that a man could subjugate a second ghost, the monster thought, realizing how the alien force was inexorably absorbing his will. The passengers are stunned as Emperor Fengdu turns out to be a man who can control two completely different, ferocious ghosts. The ghost mocked the hero, saying that people are helpless before spirits, and soon the young man will understand this from his own experience. Lin indifferently noted that the dying groans irritated him, and the wheezing was unpleasant to hear, hinting that the enemy was no longer interesting to him. The ghost frantically looks at his disappearing limbs, not believing that his regeneration has stopped and his strength is leaving his body. The hero smirked slightly as he looked at the confused ghost and asked if he expected to lose his power so easily and quickly. The cursed pharaoh's headband was powerful, but Bai Ro-Air's abilities, fueled by resentment, were stronger and suppressed the enemy's talents. The ghost roared in despair as he realized that the weapon he relied on had completely disappeared under Jo-Air's powerful effect. Lin was enveloped in a frantic energy. Scarlet lightning flashed, the space crackled with tension, and the power emanating from him seemed limitless. The enemy's fingers trembled, digging into the ground. His mutilated body was seized by convulsions, and broken bones pierced his back, pulsating with a pale light. The monster, with a breaking voice, begged for mercy, calling Lin little brother and justifying himself with madness, swore to disappear forever, if only to survive. The ghost desperately bargained for his life, promising to get everyone off the train because his brothers control the Yin artifact, which suppresses their power. The hero stepped closer, his sword flickering in the light, his voice calm as he asked what kind of artifact the ghost controlled. The ghost chuckled nervously, the corners of his mouth twitching, sweat streaming down his face, tears rolling down his cheeks. He nodded quickly. Lin bowed his head. The fire in his eyes flared brighter. He easily exposed the enemy's lie and pointed out with a grin that deception would not work on him. The ghost opened his mouth and his voice trembled. He screamed that if a man killed him, his elder brother would break every bone in his body and tear his soul apart. The hero's flaming blade cut through the air and heat filled the space. He did not doubt his movement, finishing the fight without hesitation. The ghost's body lay motionless, its clawed fingers frozen, the last echo of power fading, leaving a deathly silence. The human players looked out from their hiding place, their eyes full of doubt as they didn't know whether to believe that the monster had been destroyed. Lin calmly ordered the system to summon the talisman of extermination, and a flash of purple light illuminated the space and an artifact appeared in his hand. The talisman flared, emitting a hot stream of energy. The surface of the ghost shuddered, and a muffled cry burst from the depths of its body. Jo-er and Lin calmly watched as the enemy was engulfed in flames, letting out wild cries, and the carriage was filled with the crackling sound of a burning, ghostly shell. The last particles of dark energy dissolved, and the scream merged with the roar of the flames until the ghost's silhouette melted away, leaving only quivering embers. Lin calmly and coolly assured that the ghost would not return, confirming his victory and the destruction of the enemy. The little ghosts peered out uncertainly from their hiding places, respectfully praising the hero for his victory and worshipping him with all their hearts. The passengers looked at each other, realizing that the guy had destroyed an elite bandit fighter who was considered invulnerable, and now his existence had been erased. The blacksmith tilted his head thoughtfully and muttered that the young man had become interesting to him, and he understood his importance, so an interesting idea came to him. The shock of losing an ally overwhelmed the long-haired ghost, and his gaze was drawn to the body of his fallen brother, and the tension in the air grew to the limit. Zhujiang burst into flames of rage as he laughed and threateningly declared that the soul of his third brother, who had been killed by the master, would never return and would burn to ashes. Trembling tears streamed down the mighty ghost's face, and a cry of pain escaped from his chest, straining his body in the realization of complete loss, piercing his soul. The ghost rushed forward, the chairs flew apart, and his face was distorted in anger, expressing a frantic desire to take revenge on the man. Obsessed with a thirst for revenge, the ghost hovered mercilessly above Lin, and its scream pierced the air, wanting not just to kill, but to tear out his soul in revenge. The hero looked back calmly at the grinning ghost, and with a grin boldly replied that he would do better to think about his life. Zhu created a powerful fireball made of pure energy, shooting it forward with a furious light and directing it straight towards the angry ghost. Flying through space, the ghost gritted its teeth as its blazing aura tore through the air, ready to destroy Lin with one powerful blow. The dark cloak billowed as Lin turned with an impassive gaze, watching as his loyal ally pinned down the enraged enemy. The fiery disk hovering in the air rotated at an incredible speed, its glow filling the space, absorbing the enemy's flashes of rage. Zhujiang rushed forward with his eyes burning, and his feet crushed the floor with a cracking sound, raising a wave of energy that marked the beginning of the attack. The ferocious ghost, twisted by a fit of rage, flew down, and its clawed hand with chains sought to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the monster's claws were about to sink into Zhu's body, his fist, with swirls of golden flames, roared and shook the space with a powerful blow. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no alarm, just silently watching the flashes of energy exploding before him in the clash of ghostly forces. Zhujiang was enjoying the fight. His fist engulfed in golden flames shook the space, ready to crush his enemy with a powerful blow. The ghost's head snapped back, and a powerful blow, engulfed in golden flashes, distorted his face. A powerful force threw him upward, the heat of the flames scorched his body, while golden streams, intertwining, engulfed him in a shining flash. A bright trail of energy cut through the darkness as Zhujiang's fist shot forward, sending up fiery whirlwinds that shook the air. A powerful burst of force pierced the space, and the silhouette of the ghost dissolved into a bright glow, shaking the air from the destructive burst of force. The ghost spat angrily, hitting the floor, and roared that he did not believe that such formidable opponents were hiding here, in a useless shack on wheels. The ghost was already turning around, but Zhujiang caught up with it in one leap, and his voice thundered in the air, ordering it to stop trying to escape. A gasp escaped through his teeth, and his furiously distorted face blazed in crimson light as the ghost screamed his contempt in a furious voice. The enemy failed to dodge. The scarlet light cut through the darkness, sparks scattered through the air, while Zhujiang, gritting his teeth, continued his powerful attack. The ghost, overcome with rage, crashed through the roof of the carriage, showering debris down, and with a wild cry called to the second brother for help. The passengers stared at the broken roof, their mouths open in shock, through which an ominous roar could be heard. His brother threw his head back and charged forward, his scream filling the night, his fighting spirit blazing, and the air around him ripping with eddies of power. The air shield flashed with ancient symbols, absorbing the force of the blow, and the reflected wave of energy cut through the space, causing the walls to shake. Blue streams of power surrounded the ghost's figure, tearing it out with a sharp push, and the broken roof crumbled into debris, accompanying the jerk. The stream of power threw the hostess back, but before she fell, she collided with Lin, who barely managed to raise his hand to catch her. Exhausted, she fell straight into Emperor Fengdu's arms, and Lin, looking at her, froze, realizing that it was Mistress Lu in front of him. Watching his enemy disappear into the night, Lin gritted his teeth, realizing that the situation was getting more complicated and that everything was not going in his favor. The Lady of the Chamber of Commerce lifts her head with difficulty. Her voice weak, she asks Emperor Fengdu how things are with his opponent. Lin says he has killed the third leader of the robbers, driven the ferocious ghost onto the roof of the train, and fears that the opponents will unite. The moonlight illuminated her worried face. She breathed heavily, saying that the ghost was incredibly strong and they were unable to resist. Lin quickly rushes towards the hole in the ceiling of the carriage, saying as he goes that he will deal with everything, entrusting Zhou Er with the protection of the others. The storm howled, burying him in a blanket of snow and making his breathing difficult. But he knew that he could not allow the enemies to unite and defeat Zhu Jian. The soles of his shoes slipped on the metal roof, drops of ice flew to the sides, the wind cut his skin, but Lin did not stop chasing the ghosts. The ghost slid across the icy roof with bandaged feet, his body seemingly defying gravity, while a violent storm raged around him. Fiery attacks pierced the space time after time, the flash scattered snowflakes, and the silhouettes of ghosts intertwined in a deadly fight. Bright arcs of magic released from Lin's hand illuminated the dark sky, and the snow whirlwind trembled with the power of his command to move forward. The ghost rushed forward, approaching Zhu Jian, but the light waves released by Lin instantly entangled it, drastically slowing it down. The enemy, with an arrogant grin, said that the mortal was only of the second rank and dared to interfere in the battle, as if he was tired of life. A blast of light cut through the air, reflecting off the opponent's tense face, and his muscles turned to stone, but the threads had already entwined their entire body. The ghost's lips trembled, his breathing became ragged, his gaze froze as he realized the strength of his human opponent and did not even have time to finish his thought. Lin stated with cold confidence that the Pharaoh's cursed headband was a first-class yin weapon that could suppress even a ferocious ghost. A dangerous gleam flashed in the ghost's eyes. The corners of his lips curled into a devilish grin, and his body filled with unbridled rage. Glowing ribbons instantly entwined the ghost's body, twisting around his arms, legs, and torso. His every muscle tensed, but his movement was completely blocked. The enemy growled, accusing the man of insolence, then added that no one with such a low level could withstand a battle with ghosts, demanding to grab him and save themselves. Zhu Jian's eyes flashed with disdain, and he calmly noted that the enemy had overestimated the support, since his ally was already foaming at the mouth. The fire in the enemy's eyes flared up more strongly. His chest heaved convulsively as his gaze fixed on his shackled brother, and a desperate cry echoed over the carriage. Fire illuminated the space. The enemy declared with hatred that he would first break the bonds, and then, together with his brother, tear the little man to pieces. The magical bonds did not weaken. The ghost realized with a trembling voice that his yin power was blocked, and this artifact was too strong to get out. The fire of magic trembled in Lin's hand, and the ghost's body was engulfed in cold, shocking him that a mortal could have so many artifacts that suppressed spirits. The ghost's trembling voice broke into a desperate cry. He choked on screams, watching as Lin confidently rushed towards him with a burning attack. The air vibrated with heat. Lin's body was enveloped in golden flames, and every movement contained a furious, destructive power. The seal ribbons flared, finally blocking the enemy, distorting his face with pain, and the magical signs glowed, sealing his power. A bright flash enveloped the horizon, shooting up into the sky like a column, and clouds of fire scattered in all directions, erasing the ghost from reality with pure energy. The fire tore the ghost apart, and his face, distorted with fear and rage, disappeared in the blinding light, reflecting his last heart-rending cry. Lin was amazed that the magic was more powerful than usual, and he concluded that the combination of the spell and the artifact enhanced their effects. The hero maintained control of the spell, mercilessly sealing the next immobilized ghost with mystical energy, bringing the battle to an end. Even bound by the spell, the ghost growled furiously, shouting that Lin was a coward who relied only on artifacts and would not dare to enter the battle without them. Smiling, Lin replied that the battle had already been fair, then offered a deal, promising to free the enemy if he acknowledged him as his master. The ghost gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, and he angrily shouted out the last insult, not wanting to accept the humiliating defeat. Lightning burst from the ghost's body, and the silhouette with flaming eyes grew and towered over the hero, clenching its fists in rage, ready to rush into battle. Lin balanced on the edge of the train, dodging the enemy's blows and noting in surprise that the enemy was able to dispel the power of the artifact. With fury, the ghost threatened to take the boy's head and absorb it, growing in energy and illuminating the space with sparkling flashes. Lin stood motionless, looking up at the ghost rushing towards him, his posture firm and his eyes devoid of any fear. The ghost turned sharply, his body tensed, and his hands with bloody hooks were ready to attack, radiating the thirst for killing. The ghost moved towards the enemy with a roar of electric discharges, its grinning teeth flashing, and Zhu Jiang had already taken a fighting stance. Zhu Jiang, looking intently at the ghost burning with rage, informed the owner that he had fallen into a berserk state and did not care about the consequences. Lin confidently told the ghost that he would figure it out, and that he should concentrate on the enemy with the sickle, assuring him that he would support him when the chance arose. Zhu Jiang asked the owner with a doubtful voice if he was sure he wanted to support him in the fight, since the opponents were too dangerous. Lin said with a little arrogance that he had a few aces up his sleeve and that in front of him was just a maddened, ferocious ghost. Zhu Jiang admitted that his master's strength began to frighten him, but at the same time he felt relieved that he would not be lost in battle. Lin, enveloped in magical flames, declared that his infinite yin artifacts could change the game, and if he crushed the enemies, they would not escape. The giant ghost figure, permeated with blue flashes of energy, approached Lin with heavy steps, and the tension in the air grew. The ghost slammed his foot down onto the ground, releasing flashes of lightning that sent rocks flying and cracks spreading across the surface. As the sickle-wielding ghost stepped forward, scarlet flashes of energy swirled around his limb, sliding across the metal prosthesis. Releasing the innate ability of the yin-chi compass, the giant ghost filled with destructive energy and rushed madly towards the enemy. Inflamed with battle frenzy, the second ghost with the sickle activated the talent of the strongest technique, which burst forth from his hands like scarlet lightning. Zhu said that the battle would soon end, and the enemies had used a soul destruction technique, so Lin ordered them to use the strongest weapon he had. Zhu Jiang's eyes flashed with fire, and he bowed his head in submission, loudly confirming his readiness to act, clenching his fists in tension. Zhu Jiang's anger erupted out in a raging flame. His blade flashed with a hot light, and a powerful surge cut through the space ahead. Lin's gaze focused on Zhu Jiang, his blazing aura revealing a battle might that he had never seen before. The magic circle in the hero's hand swirled with a purple glow, opening access to the spatial treasury where his equipment rested. Lin took out the yin magic cards, which flashed with purple light, and their power trembled in the air in the reflection of spatial energy. Lin opened the deck, looked at the cards with excitement, and declared that he would use the third-tier high-class yin artifact to finish the battle. The ghost's eyes darted towards Lin as he asked in confusion, not believing if the yin compass had really changed its direction. The purple glow of the cards in Lin's hands flared brighter, his fingers gliding lightly along their edges as his gaze confidently pierced the approaching enemy. The opponent's eyes widened in shock when he saw the shining deck in Lin's hands and realized that it was a top-ranked artifact. The red-eyed ghost grimaced in irritation, realizing that an artifact of such a high rank could not be found on the outskirts of the ghost world. The surprise grew because the Qinming Chamber of Commerce could not deliver this product, which meant that the source of the artifact remained a mystery. The robber's thoughts filled his mind, because possessing a top-ranked yin artifact would give them absolute superiority, eliminating the threat from others. The sickle-wielding ghost raised the fighting spirit with his frantic cry, and his giant ally, flashing with electrical discharges, rushed at the enemy. Zhujiang repulsed the enemy's powerful attack with a roar, and Lin stepped forward, preparing to use his card in a decisive maneuver. He growled, raising his flaming weapon, his eyes flashing with battle fury as he thundered at them not to approach his master. Hot flames shot up as Lin and Zhujiang faced the enemy's furious onslaught, repelling the raging attack. Space distorted as the yin-qi compass flared, completing the activation of the teleport, and the ghost disappeared into a vortex of dark energy. The spatial currents closed behind Lin, and the ghost appeared behind Lin in a flash, who was calmly studying the shining maps. A stream of energy ran through Zhujiang's body as he bowed his head, preparing to release all his strength for a decisive blow. The artifact's glow illuminated the air as Lin accurately released the card, and the voice sounded firm, noting that the teleportation had happened just in time. The ghost felt a flow of energy that froze his movements, and his gaze involuntarily rushed upward to where the map emitted a frightening glow. The spirit with a devilish grin flashed with an evil gleam, reactivating the teleporter, and contemptuously declared that the man thought too much of himself. Lin slowly raised his hand, his fingertips closing, producing a sharp click that instantly awakened the ancient power of the talisman. The card, covered in glowing patterns, rushed towards the target, leaving behind a glowing trail of concentrated power. The flying card, engulfed in an energy vortex, approached the enemy, heading straight for his vulnerable spot. The enemy's eyes widened as they realized that the flying card was a tracking attack, pursuing its target without missing. The ghost smirked, barely noticing the shallow cut on the skin, dismissing the attack as nothing more than a minor scratch. The magical glow that erupted from the impact site flared with incredible force, causing the ghost to shudder and realize that he was being torn apart from the inside. Poker cards imbued with yin power were chaotic in nature, but could display any property when attacking, making them a dangerous weapon. The ghost with a hook for a hand roared with undisguised rage, declaring his intention to destroy anyone who dared touch his brother. Blue energy swirled around the ghost, its body swelling with the force that was about to fall upon its opponent. The magical signs flashed in a blinding radiance. Lin squinted, his fingers clenched, and his clothes swayed under the pressure of the rushing wave. The space around him distorted as the enemy used teleportation again to instantly appear in a new location. A flash of sparks illuminated the roof. Zhu's weapon clashed with the ghost's blade with a roar, and Lin slid across the metal, struggling to maintain his balance. Zhujiang's eyes flashed with an anxious light, his face twisted in tension, and the awareness of the impending threat burst from his lips. Zhujiang balanced on the roof of the speeding train, holding a dagger in a fighting stance, while the sharp gusts of wind swayed his long hair. Lin's heart was pounding wildly, and a bead of sweat was trembling on his skin, aware of the impending danger. Lin found himself between two enemies, magical currents swirling around him, a huge shadow looming behind him, and a blinding blade flashing in front of him. The evil grin and blazing eyes betrayed the madness in the ghosts. They prepared to strike, enjoying the power that was seething in their bodies. A whirlwind of magical flashes accompanied the rapid battle, and figures crossed the roof of the carriage with lightning speed, leaving behind traces of destruction. Zhujiang's eyes showed alarm. His muscles tensed as he saw the enemy approaching too quickly, and his voice cut through the space, calling out to his master. The darkness of the tunnel swallowed the train, the rumble of its wheels mixing with the destructive magic that spread over the roof. The air was filled with a thick magical aura. The hero's figure vibrated in dark streams of energy in a vortex of dark waves. The currents shot up, the space gave in to his new aura, and the words about switching to monster mode completed his transformation. The air was filled with tension. Lin's movements merged with the vortexes of energy, and the shadows of his enemies flickered, trapped in his power. Cards with magical patterns floated around, pulsating with energy. Lin controlled them with one movement, subordinating them to the will of his power. Lin turned around sharply, instantly tearing the cards from their place, cutting through the air and leaving behind them shining traces of energy directed in all directions. The light of the cards blocked all paths. The magic lines twisted into a deadly trap, forcing the enemy to freeze in stupor. Bright streams of light pierced the enemy, The fabric flew into shreds. Lin moved in a rapid maneuver, leaving no chance for defense. The realization of his own death did not frighten the ghost. He bared his teeth in contempt, and his words sounded like a curse. He threatened to drag Lin with him into death. The hero's red eyes shimmered in the light of magic, and there was confidence in his voice, hinting that his arsenal was far from exhausted. At the moment when the ferocious ghost was rushing towards Lin, he instantly activated the talisman that restrained the soul and killed spirits. Lin stood motionless, his gaze cold as golden streams of energy flowed smoothly around his body, reflecting the activated power of the talismans. Fiery sparks flew from the surface of the talisman. Its magical symbols flared up, releasing destructive streams of power. An explosion of energy tore through space. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, splitting the darkness, its brightness illuminating the horizon. The fire of the talisman burst out. The shockwaves scattered across the ground, leaving behind cracks and tears. The ghost roared, his voice echoing throughout the space, cursing Lin, calling him a damned man and a bastard. Fire swirled around as Zhu Jiang blocked the enemy's path, looming over him to protect his master. Zhu Jiang, enveloped in golden flames, thundered that the enemy did not dare to even touch his master with a finger. With ruthless speed, Zhu Jiang intercepted the enemy's fist, and the tension in the air reached its limit. Lin stood quietly, watching as the enemy was engulfed in flames. His figure remained motionless as the light from Zhu Jiang's attack filled the space. Screams echoed through the air as the piercing light finally consumed the ghost, its body crumbling to ash and its magic dissipating. The ghost's body fragments scattered across the sky, their limbs evaporating into the air, and flaming debris fell down. Lin and Zhu Jiang stood on the roof of the train, the icy wind raging around them, and the haze of dispersed perfume dissolved in the moonlight. The figures of the victors towered over the space. Their silhouettes were motionless, and their looks expressed absolute confidence. In the semi-darkness of the afterlife, Zhu Jiang bowed deeply to Lin, apologizing to Lin without daring to look him in the eye. Zhu Jiang regretted that it was his fault that the master had to fight with two ghosts and was ready to receive any punishment. Lin's friendly voice sounded calm, emphasizing that the situation was under control and they had emerged victorious, encouraging Zhu Jiang. The ghost stood his ground, admitting that he had to pay for his mistake and was prepared to accept any consequences. A slight smile touched Lin's lips as he demanded that he cook him a delicious meal for his mistake. Zhu Jiang excitedly called out to the gentleman, to which he, leaving with a wave of his hand, said that if that was not enough, he could limit himself to 3 cups of alcohol. The shaking stopped, and the passengers looked around, not understanding what had happened outside. In the tense silence of the carriage, the owner of the Qingming Chamber of Commerce and the conductor asked uncertainly if it was really over. The human player, pointing upward to where the terrible sounds were coming from, suggested that the strongest cards had been used in the battle, and the winner was unknown. Lu noted that if the ferocious ghosts were stronger than the divine man, the situation would get worse when the robbers returned to them. In the semi-darkness of the carriage, Lin clearly stated that such a situation would not have happened, and his gaze remained impenetrable. A startled cry swept through the carriage, the conductor gasped, and Lu, her eyes wide, whispered the name of Emperor Fengdu. The glittering blue spheres hovered above Lin's palms. The conductor took a step back, and the hostess asked in surprise what it was. The one-eyed demon recoiled in horror, recognizing the eldest and second brother in the shining spheres, while the other spirit stood frozen in stupor behind him. The Qingming Chamber of Commerce owner looked at Lin with alarm, not believing that he was able to defeat 2 ferocious ghosts. Lin lazily raised his finger, his voice confident, and he confirmed without hesitation that he had put an end to these misunderstandings once and for all. The lighting in the carriage increased sharply. The lamps began to shine, filling the space with warm light. The conductor was enveloped in a purple glow, and with a grin he spread his arms, declaring the removal of the weakening, while the others watched warily. Waves of energy radiated from Mistress Lu and the conductor. Their auras glowed, and their hair and clothes swayed smoothly in the air, emphasizing the return of strength. The green-skinned ghost in torn clothes recoiled with a scream, and the horned demon raised his hand in shock, not believing what was happening. The conductor, shrouded in a purple glow, and with a slight grin, fingered his knuckles and confidently declared that the opponents were now their concern. The conductor with burning energy rushes forward, knocking out his opponent with the first blow. The horror on the faces of the opponents gave way to panicked flight. One of the ghosts in a dark kimono with a grin distorted with fear rushed away. Lin noticed that when the suppression dissipated, the driver regained his strength and home field advantage, since the train was his to begin with. Turning his gaze to Lin, Zhu Jiang calmly replied that events were developing exactly according to the scenario that the master had foreseen. Bai Ru'er hurriedly ran up to Lin, clutching the artifact she had found to her chest, and reported that it was this yin weapon that had weakened the power of the ferocious ghosts. The girl held out a weapon, which according to the system was a rare second-level yin artifact called a soul lock, capable of limiting the power of spirits. The artifact was interestingly shaped and shimmered with light, and the system informed Lin that the weapon isolated yin energy, weakening the target's strength. The night train rushed through the mountain pass, leaving behind clouds of black smoke, among which strange shadows twisted, dissolving into the air. The ticket inspector apologized to passengers for the attack, explaining that it was due to poor security on the train, and assuring that the threat had been eliminated. When he heard that each passenger would be given a free meal to compensate for the inconvenience, Lin was confident that it would be made from scraps. The driver, in a strict uniform, bowed slightly in front of Lin. His tone was respectful, asking the gentleman for his name. Lin raised his head and calmly confirmed that he was Emperor Fengdu without showing any emotion. The train conductor solemnly thanked for the destruction of the ferocious ghosts, emphasizing that the train was now safe again. All the train staff bowed to Lin, recognizing his merit in saving the passengers, and those around him clapped, supporting their gesture. The driver confidently handed Lin a bag of souls of the defeated, assuring him that later the conductors would also collect the yin artifacts to give to him. Mistress Lu gratefully acknowledged her indebtedness to Lin and vowed that if he asked for her support, she would do her best without hesitation. The hero raised his hand in gratitude, calmly thanked, but immediately changed the subject, hinting that he had something to say, and it was something important. Lin explained that the yin force that restricted him was not artificially imposed, but was an original part of the spiritual structure of the ghosts themselves. Lu noted with concern that the incident had been planned by a large force and asked if there was any idea who could have done it. The speaker made a short ringing sound, followed by an announcement of imminent arrival at Baijuka Station. Lu hurried away to inform the Chamber of Commerce, apologizing to Emperor Fengdu and adding that he could always turn to her. The stream of glowing energy dissolved into the air, leaving only a faint trace behind, and Lin turned his gaze to the crew that stood silently in front of him. Lin stopped in front of the conductor, clarifying that he had another question to discuss, and the conductor patiently asked how she could help. Lin explained that he had bought a ticket to Baijuk, but he needed to get to the final station, Nai Heichao, hinting that he was counting on help. The driver gratefully replied that since the hero had saved the train, he would always be able to use it for free and would become their honored guest, handing over a ticket. The golden ticket gave the right to get off at any stop, a separate room, food, and service, but Lin was not happy since he had to spend. The train conductor offered Lin the chance to move to the most luxurious box since he was going to the final destination, and assured him that he would immediately take care of preparing the best dishes. Lin smiled awkwardly, adjusting his hair, noting that there were still human passengers in the carriage, asking to also extend their tickets to the final stop. At this time, people were anxiously discussing that their stop was already close, but they were unable to change their ticket and would not be able to avoid a fine from the conductor. The passenger was startled when the conductor appeared in front of him, looked at her notepad, and said that their tickets were only valid to Baijuka Station. The guy hesitantly explained that they needed to get to Nai Heichao, and the girl next to him quickly asked how much it would cost to buy new tickets. The conductor mentally condemned people for disregarding the rules for their own benefit, but calmly announced that the extension cost 2 minbai. The young man realized with horror that extending his ticket was too expensive, and his companion looked at him with alarm, not knowing what to do now. The young man, in desperation, offered to pay the amount with special items, but the conductor, with a slight smile, explained that they had the option of not paying at all. The conductor explained with a good-natured smile that Emperor Fengdu had personally requested tickets to the final stop, so they did not need to pay. The passengers sat with frozen expressions on their faces, silently digesting what they had heard, while the conductor calmly walked down the narrow aisle of the carriage towards the exit. In a separate compartment, Lin was playing cards with ghosts without a care, raising the stakes, and Zhu Jiang was lazily passing, while Bai Rou was happily appealing with 3 aces. 3 short knocks echoed throughout the room, causing the girl to turn sharply to the closed door, peering closely into the cloudy glass and waiting for an answer. Silence filled the compartment as Bai slowly walked towards the door, and Lin watched her actions with slight anxiety, not knowing what to expect. The blacksmith in his work apron walked in hesitantly without raising his eyes, while the girl stood before him with a slight blush, not understanding the purpose of his visit. Lin's eyes widened slightly as he looked ahead in disbelief, trying to comprehend that the person standing in front of him was someone he definitely didn't expect to see here. The blacksmith awkwardly scratched the back of his head, remembering how he had recently offered him the chance to become an apprentice, but now, smiling, he admitted that he had underestimated the young man. Offering to become his younger brother, the blacksmith noted that in that case he would be able to forge an artifact for Lin from his scarlet gold for free. Respect flashed in the hero's eyes. He realized that the blacksmith was not chasing wealth, but loved the art of forging, perfecting his skills. Lin, spreading his arms, suggested that he not dwell on the formalities of friendship, but conclude a contract, promising to supply him with rare metals for forging. The blacksmith's eyes widened in surprise. His mustache trembled slightly, and his hand involuntarily touched his face, betraying his confusion. Lin calmly explained that he had no intention of forcing the blacksmith to work for him for profit, since his wealth and fighting power were already sufficient for that. He explained that he valued his personality as a ghost master, but before signing the contract he offered time to think and evaluate his own strengths. The blacksmith clutched his head in confusion, admitting that Lin's words made sense, but the thought of a contract that meant the loss of freedom made him uneasy. Lin extended his hand with a confident smile, assuring that he would give the blacksmith complete freedom in creating artifacts, imposing only minimal restrictions. He emphasized that he needed a craftsman who valued quality over money and suggested that their goals coincided, which meant they could collaborate. The blacksmith smiled awkwardly, feeling a growing respect for Lin, because not only did he talk freely about forging, but he also seemed to be the only one who understood him. The blacksmith looked at Lin hesitantly, remembering that he had been greedy for artifacts and had tried to outsmart the master, but he did not understand how this did not embarrass him. Lin, holding the floating scroll, calmly stated that he would trust the blacksmith, because his ideal contract for ghosts completely eliminated any risks. The blacksmith's eyes widened and he grabbed the contract with determination, agreeing with Lin's proposal and with firm confidence in his choice. The master carefully read each letter, realizing that this scroll would now bind him with an unbreakable oath of loyalty to Lin Yu. Energy filled the blacksmith as he signed the scroll, deciding that if Lin shared his desire for perfection, then he should help him. Ding Liang bowed respectfully to the hero, and a window of his characteristics popped up in front of him, showing powerful skills and rare, high-ranking forging artifacts. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed across Lin's eyes as he realized that the master's blacksmithing skills were far more outstanding than he had expected. Lin spread his arms wide, introducing the new team member, and announced with a smile that from now on, Ding Liang would be in charge of his yin tableware and materials. The train slowed, releasing clouds of thick steam, as the night station, surrounded by cliffs, gradually drew closer, illuminated by the dim light of lanterns. The train stopped at the dark gates of Nai Haichao Station, and bloody symbols trembled in the air, signaling the completion of the Quest Train 44. Magic sparked around Lin, and the next thing that popped up was an ominous message that the number of people remaining in the game had been reduced to 8. Determination flashed in his eyes, and the events of the quest that had ended his rookie journey and led him into a world of true danger flashed before his mind's eye. Lin slowly climbed the stairs, tiredly rubbing his neck, and understood that he needed a good rest before the next tests. The majestic building of Investigation Center Number 9 stood amidst the night landscape, its glass walls shining in the moonlight, creating an atmosphere of mystery. In the dim light of the screen, thin fingers slid quickly across the keyboard, producing rhythmic clicks that filled the night silence of the room. A long list of topics appeared on the screen, including discussions of the latest game rules, survival strategies, and events among the ghosts. A user named Haiwei was interested in the number of surviving rookies, while another revealed that he was the only survivor of the Thousand Heads tournament in Lower Heaven. At the monitor, the stranger studied the records of reports about mysterious and powerful creatures, as well as about people whose abilities aroused interest. The girl thought that the imbalanced newcomers not only survive, but also subjugate ghosts and collect artifacts, saving the weak players of the third quest. Her gaze flashed with interest, and the corners of her lips curved into a sly smile, expecting that among the fifth batch of newcomers there would be real geniuses. A new discussion popped up on the monitor, raising the issue of a high-level player being present among the newbies, causing the girl to freeze in surprise. The girl was intently reading the details of the quest, in which the participants traveled by train to the final station of Qi and witnessed the Qingming auction. The players discussed the mysterious buyer who, under the name of Emperor Fengdu, purchased all the artifacts, not allowing anyone to beat his prices. The situation escalated when two ferocious ghosts attacked, blocking the staff's abilities, but Emperor Fengdu instantly eliminated all the enemies. The rescue of the 8 survivors was provided by Emperor Fengdu, who paid for their passage, which made them admire his strength, and now they revere him as a deity. The comments were filled with disbelief at the story, calling it insane and suspecting that an ordinary player would not be capable of such a thing. The girl who witnessed the battle wrote that Emperor Fengdu did not defeat the 2 fierce ghosts alone, but with the support of his loyal subordinates. The stranger knew that important organizations of the ghost world were discussed and understood that the information was not fake and could be easily verified by finding out the number of survivors. In the silence of the night under the starry sky, the forums continued to vigorously discuss the events surrounding the mysterious Emperor Fengdu. Xiaolin saw a discussion about an incredibly strong player, and when she saw Fengdu's name, she couldn't help but wonder if he could be this king of hell. She pressed her lips together, tapping her fingers on the keyboard, and her eyes sparkled with determination, taking part in the discussion, because the young man had shown her his strength too. Nayan's confident statement about the wealth and strength of the king of hell immediately piqued Xiaolin's interest, prompting her to closely follow the discussion. She looked thoughtfully at the screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, the questions spinning in her head as to why Lin hadn't contacted her yet. Wild Saber entered the discussion and claimed to have personally seen the King of Hell in real life, surprising users and raising the temperature of the discussion. Kundao enthusiastically stated that he had met the King of Hell at the 4th Forum Trade Fair, where he was selling high-grade yin coins. The story of the gift of a string of copper coins was ridiculed, saying that it would have been easier to say that the King of Hell had given a mansion on the waterfront in an elite area. The discussion gained momentum because the information from Wild Saber is trustworthy, which confirmed for many the reality of the meeting with the King of Hell. There were some skeptics among the participants of the discussion who stated that the King of Hell could be an imposter seeking to gain popularity and reputation. Under a barrage of criticism, Kundao, in an attempt to save his reputation, brought in Bai Ye, who was connected to the King of Hell, as a witness. Looking for a final argument, Wild Saber tags Bai Ye, challenging her to a debate to dispel the doubts of the skeptics. Through the darkness of the night, Bai Ye's mansion stands out with its lit windows, hinting that its inhabitants are not yet asleep. Tired after a long day, the girl walked out of the bathroom, adjusting her towel as the warm steam slowly dissipated behind her. Throwing her hair back, she turned automatically to the bright screen, from which a new notification was heard. She blinked in surprise, not expecting the notifications to come pouring in one after another, filling the screen. The girl noticed that the stream of notifications had not slowed down, and when she saw the mention of the King of Hell, she frowned, realizing that his name had caused a stir again. She came across a description of how the King of Hell single-handedly defeated the ghosts in the Forbidden Area and her lips twitched as she realized that this wasn't just a rumor. Recalling the yin-ki energy in his coins that the young man spent at the fair, she noticed that it was preserved, and most likely the owner had a lot of combat experience. She read the messages about the auction and the fierce ghosts subordinate to it. The information came together to form a single picture, confirming the level of this player. The forums became active. Bai Ye's name caught attention. Her claims about Feng Du caused a wave of discussion, and the notifications continued to come in. Her words emphasized that the worlds were intertwined, and recent events confirmed that the penetration of ghosts into reality is becoming more frequent. The click of the lock broke the silence. The door opened slightly, leaving a gap through which a cold stream of air penetrated inside. Ye Yue burst into the room with a joyful cry, and Bai Ye reflexively touched her face in surprise at her appearance. Bai Ye recoiled back, trying to avoid the sudden embrace, and asked if something had happened in her mission for her to barge in like that. Ye Yue leaned on the bed and clarified that there was an event in Jianzhong that required attention, and according to preliminary data, it affected the entire prefecture. The girl immediately got down to business, explaining that the situation required an urgent unification of forces, and that was exactly why she had come. She noted that since the government turned to their forum for help, it means that the situation is really serious, and it cannot be done without a strong team. If the danger was assessed at the prefectural level, then the team leader should be a level 4 player or higher, Bai thought. Ye Yue explained that a premature announcement would undermine the credibility of the investigation center, so it is better not to rush into making loud statements. She slowly said that Ye Yue seemed to have come up with a great idea, and now all that was left was to hear what exactly she had in mind. Ye Yue firmly stated that the next step would be to contact Emperor Feng Du, because without him, it would be impossible to sort out the situation. Night had enveloped the building, only a few windows emitting a soft glow, and the silhouettes of the trees around emphasized the privacy of Lin's villa. The system notified that the hero had reached level 3, but was missing a few points of spiritual awareness and strength to move on to level 4. Mr. Feng Du ate contentedly, thinking about how quickly he managed to complete the task, despite the difference between the ferocious and evil ghost. Lin slowly walked out of the room, his mind already switching from the completed rookie mission to a serious study of the ghost world on the forum. As soon as he opened the forum, he heard the signal of an incoming message. His gaze froze on the screen, and his hand automatically dropped to the table. The hero leaned forward slightly as he read the sender's name, and the thought that Bai Ye had decided to write it herself seemed strange to him. Feng Du read the message, realizing that after the incident in Jianzhong that caused the deaths, the No. 9 Investigation Center needed his help. The hero thought that he was not interested in money, but he doubted whether it was worth contacting the Investigation Center, although only they could provide information. Emperor Feng Du replied that money was not important, but he was only interested in obtaining information regarding the supernatural incident. The meeting was scheduled for midnight in the ghost space, where they were to coordinate their next steps. Feng Du, having assessed the situation, realized that this zone can only be entered from midnight to 6 in the morning, and it remains neutral for people and ghosts. By wearing a ghost mask and hiding his appearance with a high-level artifact, the hero knew that no one could hide their face in this spawn. After the system asked him to give his nickname, the hero confirmed that his name was Emperor Feng Du. When the beep of Bai Ye's friend request sounded, Feng Du calmly confirmed that he agreed to enter her personal space. The light that was consuming Feng Du resembled drops of blood that fell onto the ground, creating an aggressive red aura in this space. They carried the hero to the table, his figure surrounded by flashes of red energy, and Bai Ye sat quietly opposite, waiting for the youth to appear. Even though Feng Du was standing next to her, Bai Ye couldn't clearly see his face, which was hidden under the energy effect. She was surprised to notice that despite all her efforts, Feng Du was able to hide his face using incredibly effective methods. Bai Ye gratefully expressed her appreciation to Feng Du for helping her investigate the supernatural incident in Jianzhong. With a sense of ease and confidence, Feng Du said that it was nothing to him, expecting to be told all the details regarding the order. Bai Ye explained that in an hour, he would need to wear the specified item to meet the right person at the Jianzhong train station. Feng Du agreed, realizing that this was the certification badge of the Number 9 Investigation Center, which could give access to important information. With respect and a slight tilt of her head, Bai Ye wished Feng Du good luck on his journey as she watched the youth disappear from the room like bloody drops. The hero thought that in addition to the basic capabilities of the forum, there are many more interesting functions that need to be explored in this space. After Bai Ye cleared his doubts, Feng Du became famous. But fortunately, the mask hid his face, the hero thought, as he received a new friend request. Feng Du was surprised to find that the friend request came from Xiao Li, not expecting her to do such a thing. Feng Du realized that thanks to the spiritual wine, her consciousness had awakened, and Xiao Li had become much stronger, so she was able to complete the task. Feng Du raised his finger to click on Xiao Li's request, agreeing to accept her as a friend. Running up to Lin, the girl joyfully exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling him brother and waving her hand, greeting an old acquaintance. She happily said that thanks to the wine from Lin, she awakened her spiritual power and successfully passed the beginner's test, defeating the smoke spirit. Lin, looking at the girl in surprise, remembered how they discussed on the forum a player who controls smoke ghosts, and it turned out to be Xiao Lin. Walking beside Lin, she thoughtfully said that despite her efforts, she still couldn't compare to him. Xiao Li asked how long Lin had been in the ghost world, and Lin said that this was his first time entering that world and he didn't know how things worked. She happily reported that she had only recently come here, and before that she had studied the forum, and her father had also collected valuable information from experienced players. The girl explained that after passing the beginner's test, players will have access to new features, including the friend, guild, and points systems. She added that the points can be exchanged for useful items, including dungeon release cards that will help you avoid forced quests. The hero noted that despite the fact that these items do not enhance his strength, their influence on the course of events is still quite great. With the help of glasses, access to the room and cultivation of personal space opens, which must be pumped up, increasing your level. Completing dungeons gives points, and the more difficult the dungeon, the higher the rating and more points, and testers can complete additional tasks for points. Xiao Li said that they had earned points for 3 dungeons, and she had 240, suggesting that Lin check his in the information panel. Lin showed no hesitation as he looked at his panel and confirmed the information was correct. He couldn't believe his eyes when the screen showed that he had 150,000 points. Xiao Li's pink hair fluttered cutely in the wind. She glanced at Lin in a friendly manner, asking how many points he had accumulated. Although Lin said that the points were not that many, in his mind he was thinking that this was the leading amount, and most likely he earned them in the 3rd quest. Xiao Li waved her hand and confidently explained that in the ghost space, one could earn points by pointing to the 2 towers in the distance, asking if Lin had seen them. The girl said that the Tower of Afterlife Spirits consists of 100 levels of varying difficulty with a different number of ghosts that give points if you kill them. The Purgatory Tower is mysterious and has the least information, but both towers are very important in the ghost world, and it's best to plan everything when you have the strength. Lin looked into the distance with determination, intending to look into the Tower of the Morbid Spirits, and Xiao Li watched him with interest. The girl said with a slight smile that with Lin's strength, it would not be difficult for him to pass through the tower, and she resolutely declared that she would go with him. Entering the Tower of the Afterlife Spirits, the heroes looked at the strange individuals standing in the shadows, feeling the thick gloom around them. A stranger standing nearby complained that he was itching all over after the rookie exam, and wondered if he would be able to get into the rankings. Lin glanced at the ranking board where the anonymous person was at the top of the list, and Bai Ye was in 3rd place with a slight difference of 2.2 seconds. He noticed that despite Bai Ye's rapid growth and hidden strength, she still ranked 3rd, which suggested that there were stronger players. Xiao Li, watching the guy, explained that to call the tower, you need to put your hand on the wall and mentally say that you want to start the call. The girl looked at Lin with concern and asked if he was going to leave now, warning him to be careful. Upon touching the wall, the hand began to emit energy flashes, and the call initiation process was instantly activated. An energy portal opened in front of Lin, revealing that he was the Emperor of Fengdu and asking if he wanted to enter the 1st floor. Lin closed his eyes, feeling the energy building up around him, and prepared to enter the portal, activating it. Lin found himself in the center of the arena, surrounded by bright flashes of energy, preparing for the next test to come. He watched in amazement as the ghost appeared, its form surrounded by glowing energy, and his gaze became wary. The ghost opened its mouth with a terrifying appearance, making a growling sound. Its teeth were sharp, and the ominous energy around it grew stronger. A horde of ghosts, hearing the sound, instantly flew towards Lin, who with a wild roar prepared for the upcoming attack, swirling above the hero. Lin furiously used the 7 Luohu spikes, each surrounded by a storm of electrical energy, preparing for a decisive strike. One of the spikes, sparkling with bright energy, flew off from Lin, and with amazing accuracy pierced the ghost, cutting through space. The ghosts transformed into balls, and Lin, watching this, thought that most likely they were just mannequins filled with grievances and yin energy. Lin, observing the glowing balls, asked Zhu Jiang if he could destroy them, waiting for his answer. Zhu Jiang, who appeared in front of the owner, confidently declared that this was precisely his strong point and directed his energy towards the balls. Lin asked in surprise if this was really possible, realizing that the Dark Spirit Tower provided them with food even between dungeons. Having completed the test on the first floor in 21 seconds and received 100 points, he decided not to rush with further progress and did not go to the next floor. Xiao Li waited for Lin at the entrance of the tower with a sweet smile, her gaze full of anticipation, as if she was looking forward to their meeting. Lin came out of the test, and Xiao Li, noticing him, immediately asked how it went, looking at him with interest. The hero smiled and said that there were 5 vengeful ghosts on the first floor, and it was easy, and Xiao Li asked how much time he spent on them. The stranger pointed to the screen and announced a change in ranking, and Lin noticed that his result was now 3rd place with a time of 10.21 seconds. Xiao Li noticed with interest that Lin had most likely won 1st place, and he, embarrassed, said that he was hiding his name so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Lin, hearing that they could not get into the tower, asked in surprise why this was happening, expressing complete bewilderment. The hero, with a puzzled expression on his face, said that the system had notified him of maintenance, which had happened for the first time. Lin realized that it was like a global threat with the logical rules of the ghost world, players, dungeons, not understanding why it would be moved to our world. He asked if it was because he had collected the ghost essences on the first floor, feeling that it was a global threat with a set of logical rules. The hero reflected that the system transcended the world of ghosts, players, dungeons, and threat space, covering points, creating a sense of complexity. Lin, perplexed, said that he could not understand who created this huge system of rules and why it was decided to invade the human world. Seeing that his balance was 10 trillion nether tokens, he wondered how this all related to his ultimate tycoon system and rebirth. Lin walked next to Xiao Li and said while thinking that he had to solve all the mysteries of this crazy world. The train moved rapidly along the railroad tracks, sliding across the bridge and leaving behind a barely noticeable trail in the air. Lin sat on the train, his legs relaxed and crossed, thinking that he liked the quiet life better than the game, but the players got stuck in it, violating reality. The hero thought that the moment was not far off when the order of the human world would be changed. But then the phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Looking at the phone screen, he saw that it was Li calling, and a little surprised, he said her name out loud. Xiao Li noticed with a smile that the shy girl from the first dungeon had become bolder after exchanging phone numbers for communication. Lin, picking up the phone, waited a few seconds with an expression of slight bewilderment on his face and greeted the girl in a friendly manner. Xiao Li, holding the letter, asked in surprise if he would come to River City since the Research Institute had hired him to investigate the supernatural event. Lin, surprised, pressed the phone to his ear and raised his eyebrows, asking how she knew he was going to River City. Xiao Li, holding the phone, replied that the incident she heard about happened in her father's shopping mall, looking at the report and photos of the blood. There was a sound of excitement on the other end of the line, assuring Lin that this task was much more difficult than it seemed, filling him with doubt and fear. The girl anxiously reported that 3 days ago, an incident occurred in the Fuyun shopping center, which their family owns, where an employee died. Looking at the photos of the scene, she continued that Fu Yun did not close himself off, as it was an isolated incident that was reported to the police. The next day, there were deaths there, including dozens of employees and customers, and later panic spread to the Guannan complex. Then the 9th Investigation Center intervened and the incident was deemed supernatural, and her father learned of another death in Jiancheng. Lin asked in confusion what he had just heard. His gaze focused, and he was clearly waiting for an explanation. She said that they had proven the common origin of yin energy in both places and the similar method of murder, which meant that the crime was committed by one ghost. Lin asked in surprise that the strange deaths had occurred simultaneously in 2 different places, as if he did not believe this information. Xiao Li frowned slightly and asked how the ghost could commit 2 murders in different places, feeling that this was the strangest point of this story. The girl said that although an official investigation was underway, she was sure that the ghost was using unusual methods and offered to help Lin. Lin thanked Xiao Li for his support, promised to call if there were any difficulties, and decided to quickly investigate this strange scene. He arrived in the city, quickly putting on a mask, and passing by people tried not to stand out among them. Looking at the investigation center icon, Lin remembered that it helped determine the location. Only after activating the icon, several serious people dressed in business suits appeared in front of the hero. The man asked the hero if he was Emperor Feng Du, noticing that he had hidden his face using some kind of device that prevented his face from being seen. Lin confirmed his name, clarifying whether the 3 people were agents from Investigation Center 9. The man extended his hand in greeting and said that his code name was Great River and allowed them to call him Lao Hei. The other 2 also introduced themselves, saying that the girl's name was Swift Feather, and the second one could be called Sharp Sword. Lao Hei said that the situation required urgent intervention and respectfully invited Emperor Feng Du to get into the car. There was silence in the car. Everyone was driving in silence, and everyone was focused on their own thoughts. Swift Pen handed the hero a folder with the incident report, indicating that all the necessary information had already been collected and was ready for analysis. Lin carefully read the report, but he didn't find a word about the other incident that Xiao Li mentioned, which made him wary and thoughtful. Lao. He asked Lin with interest if he had any ideas, as their department believed that the hunter's death was due to the loss of control over the ghosts. Lin replied that the ghost world has its own rules that restrict the actions of ghosts, but it is not known whether they apply in the human world. Based on their experience, the agents confirmed that in the ghost world, there are clear rules for killing people, which is confirmed by many incidents. Lin realized that there had been many long-range killings in just a few days, which was not typical for low-level, insignificant evil spirits. The agents looked at each other in confusion, clearly not expecting such a statement from Emperor Feng Du. Swift Feather suggested that the high number of deaths could be due to violations of the rules of homicide if the area of influence in a given place is high. The hero thought that if everything was so simple, then he could quickly figure it out and find a solution without spending a lot of time. Sitting in the car, he thought about how ghosts, lacking enough yin energy, move around in the real world, suggesting their reincarnation. As the car approached Fuyun Shopping Mall, it stopped at the main entrance where security guards were stationed to ensure safety. After exiting the car, the group approached the security guards who were watching them closely at the entrance to the mall, preparing to go inside. The hero resolutely walked towards the entrance of the shopping mall, which was the property of the Xiao Li family and the site of the first incident. The guard watching the people from Department Number 9 scoffed, suggesting to leave this matter to them because the mission was too dangerous for their people. The hero inquired who these people were, and Lao He explained that they were ghost hunters, some of whom belonged to the Crazy Dragon Club. The agent revealed that Han Long, after serving his time in prison, became a ghost hunter and now posed a threat as a villain. Lin realized that the agents did not know about the other murder because these people, with the help of the club, hid the information, which was no different from the terrible crimes. One of the guards asked Lin with a smirk if working for the government would help him rise in the ranks, while the other watched closely for his reaction. The criminals laughed at Lin, saying that newbies like him were easy to fool, and that he hadn't even reached the 4th rank. The hero emphasized the danger of the incident and advised the villains to gather all the information and return home to hide and protect themselves. The villain boldly asked Lin about his words and threatened that his boss was a 4th rank hunter with his ghosts. One of the villains, with a furious cry, swung sharply to hit Lin, but he deftly dodged, demonstrating his skill. The agent standing behind him in a business suit was amazed at the audacity as he watched the villain, missing his target, fly straight at him. The man with a cigarette in his mouth, slightly squinting his eyes, addressed the hero with mockery, pointing out his excessive confidence in his abilities. In the sunny hall, the man mockingly suggested to the hero to check who would be better at dealing with the ghost, but the young man kept his cool. The torn tape fell to the floor, letting in a group of agents, while Lin remained slightly behind, watching the events with a detached look. Lin, without changing speed, confidently moved inside, leaving behind the torn barrier tape, calling on the others to also enter. He smiled slightly, his calm voice without a hint of doubt making it clear that he would not interfere if he wanted to take risks. Lin raised his head and walked firmly across the gray tiles, leaving the torn tape behind, and the 3 agents calmly followed behind him, keeping pace. The hero touched the door with concentration, and a stream of magic flared up around him, and vortices of energy swirled through the air, dissolving into space. Thick purple streams of energy swirled through the air, enveloping the columns and filling the space as the group of people carefully moved forward. Lin stood in the shadows, his gaze cold and streams of energy swirling around him as the agent asked warily about the ghosts. Having intrigued the agents, Lin said that there were no leads yet, and the method of killing the ghost remained unknown, so they would have to experience it for themselves. The noise broke the silence. A sharp roar penetrated into the bones. Lao. He clenched his teeth, and Swiftfeather opened her eyes wide, realizing that the enemy was already close. In the dim light, Lin tilted his head, his gaze calm, while the agent behind him tensed, beads of sweat running down his temple, betraying the tension within him. The sharp sword with a determined expression cried out that they had been beaten to it, while the agents felt the presence of otherworldly energy. Lin walked ahead, offering to inspect the place, and 3 agents in formal suits followed behind him, while purple energy flowed through the air. The crowd parted, and the agent saw a bald man with a huge belly lying on the floor among a crowd of onlookers. The corpse of a man with an unnaturally swollen belly lay spread out on the cold floor, and a thick green liquid flowed from his mouth. The agents stood staring at the corpse's giant belly, and Lin calmly confirmed that the death had occurred exactly as described in the file. The villain raised his hand in horror, turning to the boss, trying to convey information to him, and his face was distorted in fear. Before he could finish speaking, the boss suddenly closed his mouth, completely muffling the sound and stopping further interaction. Everyone watched their conflict tensely, and Lin noticed that the game in this world was different in that they didn't tell the rules like in a quest. The hero tensed up, thinking about the fact that without any understanding of the rules of murder among ghosts, ordinary people put their lives on the line with every step they took. The blue-haired bandit coughed, covering his nose with his hand, and foul air escaped his lips as the boss concluded in an indifferent tone that the interrogation was useless. The girl with pink strands of hair shuddered with an intense gaze from what she saw, concluding that she had seen many deaths, but this one was very terrible. One of the hunters put his hand on her shoulder with a slight grin, assuring her that with the boss's support, they would be able to win. A demonic creature with a bone mask, a pointed horn, and glowing eyes with a grin furiously rushed to attack. The frightened man, grabbing the girl by the hand, looked ahead in shock, while behind their backs the giant pale claws of the monster reached out in their direction. The hero raised his hand sharply and with concentration, releasing the yin nail, and energy pulsed around. The hunter ducked as the magical nail flew through the air, his body tensing as the sinister specter behind him met the oncoming attack. He struggled to keep his balance, feeling the ghost's icy fingers grip his shoulder as Yin's nail flew past its target. Lin's eyes flashed with blue energy, his gaze tightening as he realized that Yin's nail had missed its target, and the ghost had managed to avoid the blow. The boss in the torn vest leaned towards the hunter, who was staggering with an empty look, and his question about summoning a ghost sounded in the air. Suddenly, the hunter convulsively squeezed his throat. Thick mucus of unnatural rainbow colors flowed through his fingers, and scarlet flashes of energy flickered around him. Lin watched with a cold gaze as the man clutched his swollen stomach, realizing that this was exactly what the corpse found earlier looked like. A convulsive wheeze tore through the silence. The stomach swelled to terrifying proportions, and huge veins protruded from the stretched skin. The stretched skin on his stomach was cracking, his body was shaking, and the air was filled with a suffocating, fetid energy, tinged with a crimson hue. A deafening sound of falling shook the air. Bodies with swollen bellies lay motionless on the ground, followed by the frightened cries of the hunters. Calmly declaring death, Lin lifted the dead man's lips slightly, watching as the rainbow liquid flowed onto the cold asphalt. The boss, furious, demanded to know how Lin had summoned the ghost by sharply pointing his finger in its direction. The man raised his hand with a frightened face, justifying himself for not seeing what happened, while the hunters behind him watched him with concern. Lao He looked down calmly, asking what Lin was thinking, while he silently lowered his head, thinking about what was happening. Lin, with a thoughtful expression on his face, noted that at the moment it was impossible to draw a conclusion based on what he saw alone. Sharp Sword assumed that everything he saw boiled down to the fact that the guy patted the girl on the shoulder, and at that very moment, a ghost appeared. Lin, carefully examining the room, calmly noted that it was impossible to rule out the possibility of a connection between the taps on the shoulder and the summoning of a ghost. Sword turned around sharply, feeling an unexpected tap on his shoulder, his gaze reflecting confusion as ghostly streams of energy flowed around him. The agent looked at Lin in confusion, realizing that he was actually going to test the theory on himself and summon a ghost. A light tap on the shoulder made Pero flinch, her gaze reflecting surprise while Lin calmly walked on. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Lao He slightly tensed up and called out to Emperor Fengdu with caution in his voice while the surroundings remained silent. Exhaling calmly, Lin concluded that the pat on the shoulder could be ruled out, his breath dissolving in the cold air. Lao? He commented in a reserved manner that Lin's actions seemed too forceful, while Sharp Sword let out a sigh of relief. Lin calmly explained that he didn't want anyone to get hurt, so he took it upon himself to check, confidently adding that ultimately ghosts were nothing to him. Sharp Sword acknowledged that Lin was worthy of the title of Emperor Fengdu, and Lao He noted that he had single-handedly destroyed 2 ferocious ghosts. The girl sank to the floor abruptly, trying to comprehend the situation, her voice trembling as the boss assured them of the simplicity of defeating this ghost. One of the bandits sullenly stated that the team had lost 2 in seconds, while another anxiously asked the boss if there was a quick way to defeat the ghost. The girl clung to her boss with wide eyes, desperately begging him to save her, while the air around her trembled with the rippling energy. The boss pulled his leg back in rage and angrily shouted that 2 people had already died near her, and if she wanted to survive, she had to understand the reason for what had happened. The sharp blow threw the girl back, her back hitting the floor, while her hair twirled in the air from inertia. Her face, with its small bruises, expressed fear as she looked up pleadingly, and her voice trembled in a way she didn't even realize. The man suddenly tensed up, feeling an icy wave run down his back, and scarlet vortices of energy swirled around, foreshadowing the appearance of a ghost. With desperate anger, the boss felt the breath of death behind him, looking ahead and realizing that he was now the one being hunted. He waved his hands and confidently summoned his ghost, defending himself with discharges of blue lightning, while the ghost behind him prepared to repel the oncoming attack. Tearing apart the space with flashes of crimson light, the horned ghost rushed forward, aiming straight at the boss, its body trembling with overwhelming power. The huge ghost spread its arms, protecting the boss, and a hexagonal barrier flared up in front of them, reflecting the crimson strike of the horned ghost. The blue-haired man opened his mouth wide in surprise, exclaiming that this was the ghost, while behind him his tense companion peered ahead. Lin calmly noted that he also had his own ghost, and then coldly added that he would see what would come of it, but he could no longer be saved. The flaming hand crashed into the barrier, causing it to burst into flames, the horned spirit grinning and rushing forward, and the defender shuddered from the powerful blow. The fiery stream was seething, twisting into a furious whirlwind, and inside the rift a ghost with burning eyes burst into scarlet lightning. A scarlet bolt pierced the air as the man screamed for him to stop, but a ghostly hand had already touched his stomach, absorbing the energy in the swirl of light. The man's eyes flashed scarlet, beads of sweat ran down his tense face, and a frightening wave of alien energy grew inside his chest. His body shook. His knees hit the floor, his palms pressed into the ground, and the fog enveloped the space, creating an oppressive feeling. The horned one disappeared into a pulsating stream of energy, the vortex sucking his body in, leaving only a dissipating mist as Lin watched the fallen hunter. The man croaked in horror that he didn't want this, his eyes filled with tears, and behind him, in a crimson glow, an ominous shadow slowly appeared. Lin lowered his head silently, a dark lock of hair obscuring his sight and rainbow liquid running down his face and neck. The blue-haired man exclaimed in shock that the boss was dead, his face distorted, and his companion in a black t-shirt froze next to him. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the hunter said with contempt that the boss had deceived them, because without his assurances of control over the ghost, they would not have come here. Swiftfeather stated that the civilian ghost commanders had failed, then looked at Lin expectantly, asking what to do next. He calmly said that he had figured out the rule of murder. His face remained impassive, but in his eyes one could see confidence and a slight shadow of thoughtfulness. The ghostly energy swirling behind Lin filled the space with tension. Its presence was felt by everyone as an unimaginable, frightening force. The energy behind Lin condensed into a dense vortex, its power felt in the air as he took a fighting stance, preparing for the ghost to appear. A ghost suddenly appeared above Lin, its silhouette gradually becoming visible, with red flashes and dark tension, showing the inevitability of battle. The hero stood silently, his gaze hidden under his hair, and his lips barely moved as he said that he finally understood why the ghost was killing. Lin threw the nail at the ghost with incredible speed, like lightning, giving the enemy no time to react. The ghostly whirlwind failed to stop the nail, which flew straight into the center, hitting the target with unerring accuracy. The red energy began to fade, the vortex lost its shape, and the ghost's figure dissolved into thin air, disappearing as if it had never existed. The people cautiously stepped back, watching as the waves of fading ghostly energy slowly spread out before finally disappearing. The hunter asked in shock if the ghost was dead, his lips trembling and his eyes darting around in panic as the air shook with the fading traces of magic. Lin, focusing his gaze, calmly said that he had not yet destroyed the ghost, but his attack had pushed it back for a while. Realizing what he saw, he thought that Lin had effortlessly repelled the ghost's attack. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead, because now it became clear why he wasn't nervous. With caution, the hunter respectfully clarified that the hero claimed to have understood why the ghost was killing, with an anxious interest in his gaze. Lin said in a stern voice that from now on women were forbidden to speak, and those around him silently waited for further developments. Pero looked at the other girl in confusion, her lips trembling, her hands clasped at her chest, and the hunter standing behind her looked just as confused. The hero said calmly that the ghost attacks those who talk to the girl, then looked at them closely and noticed that they themselves could understand this. The hunter noticed that he had been talking to them too, but the spirit had not attacked. His eyebrows had risen, and a bead of sweat had rolled down his temple as his companion watched silently. Lin grinned and replied that the guy was lucky, and that the ghost attacking men after talking to girls was not an accident, but a pattern. He said calmly that the ghost attacked the boss right after his conversation with the girl, and a tense silence hung in the air. The hero confidently continued that the fate of the deceased could befall others, and the girl with pink strands froze in confusion. The long-haired hunter narrowed his eyes sharply, realizing that the main ghost might have been deliberately manipulating others rather than seeking revenge for Yu Yon's death. Lin frowned and touched his chin to ask if Yu Yon was the hunter who died in the rampaging ghost incident. Great River revealed that Yu Yon was a third-rank hunter who died in the incident, adding that they didn't know him, but the Crazy Dragon Club was friends with him. Lin looked at the hunters with a focused gaze and demanded in a determined voice that they share any information about Yu Yon with him. The long-haired hunter admitted with a forced smile that they didn't know that much about Yu Yon, his eyebrow twitching as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Lin shouted harshly at the hunters that he had long ago realized that they had hidden the truth, pointing out their silence about the two murders that had happened simultaneously in different places. Sharp Sword raised an eyebrow in surprise, and his great river frowned thoughtfully when they realized that they didn't have such data. Lin grinned and admitted that these scoundrels could take revenge on the one who turned to him for help, which is why he had long understood the complexity of the situation and kept silent earlier. The long-haired hunter spread his hands, justifying himself by saying that they were only following Han Lun's orders, and his companions looked no less depressed. The hero calmly said that he was now dead and calmly demanded full information from them, reminding them that it mattered to everyone. The blue-haired hunter angrily recalled how Han Long had assured them that his ghost was invincible, but it became clear that the fear had been imposed and that it was easy to defeat. The long-haired hunter confidently confirmed that Yu Yon was considered one of the best in their guild, adding that even the boss avoided provoking him despite his rank. The blue-haired man said that Yu Yon was calm, always carried out orders, and added that he had a girlfriend whom he dated for 4 years. The hero concentrated and wondered out loud if Yu Yon's having a girlfriend could explain the rule against communicating with the opposite sex. The long-haired man frowned, saying that they could be wrong, noting Yu Yon's depressed look, and later his girlfriend couldn't stand his occupation and left with another. Stepping forward, Great River, not hiding his confusion, tensely asked Zhang Mei's name again, while the hero listened attentively. The long-haired man nodded animatedly, confirming that her name was indeed Zhang Mei, and then remembered that she worked at the Fuyun shopping mall. The hero's gaze darkened when a photo of the first victim popped into his head, realizing that it was Zhang Mei who became the first to die in the chain of mysterious murders. Frowning, Sword scratched the back of his head and confidently noted that he was willing to bet that Yu Yon died before his girlfriend. Great River warned them seriously that they should not be mistaken, because a third-rank hunter could use suspended animation, and they should be on guard. Hearing this, the hunters froze, realizing that if Yu Yon had faked his death, it meant that he had been hiding his true strength from everyone all this time. Lin ran his fingers over his chin, thoughtfully considering the possibility of faking his death, and his eyes lit up with genuine interest. 2 lamps filled the room with subdued light, casting long beams down the room. The light disappeared suddenly and abruptly, leaving only a dark void filled with an ominous silence as a purple fog thickened around. Everyone present in the shopping center, except for the 2 dead men, looked at each other warily, aware of the impending threat. Lin warned the others, reminding them that before them was a ghostly creature that had not yet fully formed and could pose a threat. The Great River was surprised by the appearance of another ghost and asked if they had a yin artifact that could destroy him forever. Lin said that the high concentration of yin qi made this shopping mall an ideal environment for the ghost to take advantage of it to strengthen itself. He warned everyone not to disperse and ordered them to come closer, trying not to lose control of the situation. The light steps of transparent pale feet echoed throughout the space, engulfed in ghostly energy. Everyone watched the ghost tensely, not knowing whether he would attack immediately or wait for the right moment to strike, but everyone was ready for battle. A frightened girl burst out of the clouds of ghostly energy, her breathing ragged and her eyes wide open in horror at what was happening. Tears streamed down her dirty cheeks, and her face, distorted with fear, expressed despair as she trembled and rushed about in the ghostly haze, calling for help. In a thin, breaking voice, she called out to her dad, peering into the darkness, her face distorted with pain, and her eyes frozen in misunderstanding and pleading. Backing away in fear, he raised his hands, trying to avoid the girl, his voice breaking as he said that he was not her father. Her light step sounded unexpectedly loud as the thick haze spread out to the sides, obeying the weightless movement. Her body swayed slightly, and the light in her eyes pulsed, highlighting the terrifying grin that made the hunter freeze. Lin angrily explained that the girl's body was completely controlled by the ghost and was using conversation as bait for victims. The hunter was indignantly aware of how cleverly the ghost lured its victims, and the agent admitted that if it weren't for Lin, he too might have fallen for the trick. Red streams of energy swirled around the hunter, restricting his movements until he realized with horror that he could no longer move. The hunter grabbed his head in panic, realizing that death was inevitable. His cry of despair tore through space, but the whirlwinds only compressed more. Lin firmly stated that he would not let him die, breaking through the ghostly energy and standing up to protect the hunter while sliding across the floor. He stepped forward, shielding the hunter from the enraged ghost, his sleeve fluttering in a swirl of aura as he held back the powerful onslaught of yin energy. The monstrous ghost's dagger-like fangs flashed in the red light as he contorted his face and growled furiously. Lin threw the yin nail with all his might, and it, glowing with a turquoise flame, rushed forward, cutting through the scarlet energy of the ghost. A burning yin nail pierced his body, and his hands reached forward as if trying to grab air to escape the consuming whirlwind. Lin confidently reached out his hand towards the ferocious ghost's paw, knowing that one touch would cause it to disperse and flee. The hero calmly declared that the ghost's tricks would no longer work, cutting through the illusion with a dagger, causing drops of blue liquid to spray out. Lin's blade pierced the ghostly flesh, dispelling the magical deception, and he himself abruptly retreated, watching as the clots of energy dissolved into the air. Confused, the hunter pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat, and with trembling lips he realized that despite his fear he was still alive. Invisible steps seemed to surround them from all sides, cutting off their escape routes, and the hunters realized with alarm that they had become part of someone else's game. Lin sternly warned that even a casual response to a dead person of the opposite sex would result in certain death, and they should remain silent. The ghostly girl, her face twisted, leaned forward, her crazed gaze piercing the agent, who stood frozen in fear at her words. In a panic, he tried to break free, but the cold hands of the dead girl did not let go, and in despair he screamed for salvation. There was a silent horror in his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, but the only thing he could do was hope that Feng Du would save him from this deadly trap. Feng Du released a powerful wave of yin, creating an impenetrable barrier around himself, pushing aside the ghosts that tried to approach. The hero looked around with distrust, wondering why the dead people who were supposed to be taken away by the police were still here. He realized that his indicator fluid had detected the entity's movement, but the ghost itself had no physical presence, meaning he needed to find another approach. Lin realized that the ghost was not vulnerable in its current state, so he decided to force it to manifest and then deliver a fatal blow. Calling Lin Daddy, she looked at him with painful tenderness, but behind that look hid someone else's will, which had distorted her mind. Without changing his expression, Lin coldly stated that such a connection was alien to him, rejecting the ghost's attempts to impose false bonds. His gaze remained focused on the search, but dark currents were already gathering behind him, foreshadowing an imminent threat. The hunter was confused and tried to understand why Lin had broken the rule by deliberately talking to the ghost, knowing about its danger. The agent realized that Lin had taken a risk on purpose, deliberately drawing the ghost's attention to himself. The spirit, hanging above the ground, leaned predatorily towards the hero, swirling in scarlet spirals while its clawed fingers trembled with impatience. Lin raised his hand decisively, releasing swirling coils of energy that shot forward, pulsating with purple light. Streams of energy engulfed the ghost with incredible speed, pulling him into the vortex, where his body twisted and lost shape. Ribbons woven from energy swirled in a furious whirlwind, tightly wrapping around the ghost, squeezing its essence to the limit and depriving it of the opportunity to escape. Watching the end of the battle in amazement, the agent says in disbelief that Lin dealt with an entity that no one could destroy. The ghost, compressed like a cocoon, fell with a dull thud at Lin's feet, and the glowing ribbons still hovered in the air. The hunter couldn't believe his eyes and asked if Lin had really managed to capture the ghost, and the agent, amazed, admired the Emperor's strength. The hunter squinted skeptically and asked the agent if he lived up to his title, since he was called Emperor. The agent, looking at the hunter, stated without hesitation that Lin was indeed the Emperor of Feng Du. The gang of hunters realized with surprise that in front of them was the very big shot that the entire forum was buzzing about. After everything that had happened, the hunter felt remorse for his recent rude treatment of a man he had underestimated. Lin stood before the captive ghost, watching as he weakly raised his hand bound by the glowing ribbons. Looking at the tied-up creature, one of the agents carefully asked if it was really over or if they should expect a new attack. With a slight smile, Lin emphasized that he was in no hurry to get rid of the captured enemy, preferring to make him suffer first. Lin confidently stated that the ghost would not be able to escape because it was held back by a first-class yin artifact, the cursed pharaoh's bandage. The weakened captive thought in horror about how such a strong hunter ended up here if his skills were at least rank 5. With an icy expression, Lin raised the nail. Emitting dangerous energy, he commanded the ghost to reveal Yu Yong's location. The ghost didn't think to reveal the location, because once Yu Yong signed a contract with him and once Yong found out everything, he would release him and beat up Lin. Holding a nail in his hand, Lin threatened that the ghost would not be able to protect his body, and one blow would make his soul suffer, so there was no point in hiding the information. A wad of money, shrouded in a purple glow, slowly fell onto the hero's palm, leaving a glowing trail in the air. Lin offered the ghost a deal, promising to return him to the spirit world and hand over all the money in exchange for information on Yu Yong's location. Swift Feather was overcome with emotion after Emperor Feng Du captured the spirit alive and tried to bribe it, realizing the hero's true power. The hero reminded himself that there was no friendship between the hunter and the ghosts, only subordination by contract, so he wanted to interrogate the ghost if his contract was weak. Clutching a thick wad of bills in his hand, Lin brought the money to the ghost's face, whose eyes instantly lit up with a greedy golden light, and doubt was replaced by greed. A sudden threat pierced the ghost's consciousness. His pupils narrowed and his lips parted in a silent scream, igniting with bloody energy. The destroyed barrier disappeared into thin air, the magical fragments fell away, and Lin froze in tension, not understanding why the shackles of the pharaoh's bandage were falling apart. Through a whirlwind of scarlet sparks, the ghost writhed, its body gradually disappearing, and the magic ribbon lost its shape, falling apart with a crackling sound. Sword let out a cry of surprise and looked at the spirit in fear, trying to understand what had happened, while behind him, Feather watched the situation with concern. Wrapping the remains of the pharaoh's headband around his arm, Lin replied with a cold expression that Hunter Yu Yon had remembered his subordinate ghost. A sudden thought struck him because spirits instantly pass into a ghostly space when called by a hunter, but this one simply disintegrated into thin air. Lao He moved forward sharply, and the agents followed him, trying to figure out what was going on, while Lin silently wrapped the remains of the bandage around his arm. The light from the bandage reflected in Lin's cold gaze as he thought about what had happened, realizing that the problem wasn't her, but the connection between the ghost and Yu Yon. Lao He noted how the ghost could kill different people at the same time with its ability to move, and Pero deduced that Yu Yon was still alive. Lin glanced at the hunters, doubting their confidence that the ghost was truly obeying Yu Yon, and the agents froze, realizing their mistake. Scratching his head, the hunter said that Yu Yon's ghost killed by touching the victims, but he thought about it because he could only control evil spirits, and this one was fierce. The hero, slightly squinting, asked the agents if they had brought the data from Center Number 9, and Swiftfeather immediately confirmed that the information had been received. Lin studied the accounts of the murders in Fuyun and Guangyan, delving into the text that contained information on how an evil spirit could become ferocious and the dispersal of yin. Looking at the records, the hero realized that this was not a normal yin-qi dispersal, but a power transfer similar to that used in high-ranking contracts. With a slight movement of his hand, Lin handed the document to Quick Feather, and she looked at him attentively, awkwardly asking about his opinion. All eyes were on Lin, who coldly suggested that Yu Yon's death might be the key to what was going on. Sharp Sword's question about Yu Yon's possible strange death hung in the air when the hero answered seriously that he died, but an unthinkable resurrection occurred. Sharp Sword's eyes widened in confusion, his voice wavering as he asked again, unable to comprehend how Yu Yon could have come back to life. In a mysterious tone, the Emperor said that Yu Yan had turned into a ghost, his red eyes flashing in the semi-darkness. A cry of surprise cut through the air. The agents looked at each other in horror, their expressions frozen in disbelief after such a shocking explanation. The hero said that Yu Yan's transformation into an evil ghost was logical since his contract had a second yin power, but the question remained as to why he became ferocious. Yu Yan's ghost obeys a rule that arose from an obsession that forbids conversations between men and women, turning it into a curse. Yu Yan's ghostly form emitted dark energy, and he could control contracted ghosts, subjugating them and turning them into his servants. As a result of the separation, Yu Yan and his contract ghost committed the murders of Jiang Mei, and the target of the deception in two places at the same time. The ghost remained in the mall while Yu Yan went to Guangyan community to hide his movements and cover his tracks. The marker on the map pointed to the Guangyan Society, where Yu Yan brutally killed another victim, fueling his ghostly power. The agents listened in silence to Lin as Yu Yan manipulated the ghost, hiding in one place while the spirit killed people in another, feeding off the power of both. Lao He frowned, admitting that the Emperor's words were logical, but noted that never before had hunters turned into ghosts after death. Sword cleared his throat and added that the strange thing was that Yu Yan and his spirit could use power in different places at the same time and summon a subordinate. Lin, acknowledging the rightness of his opponents, slowly exhaled, saying that Yu Yan was hiding something more, since he managed to maintain his strength even after death. Lao He frantically picked up the phone, calling for reinforcements, saying that fighting two fierce spirits while splitting up into different places was too risky. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he stated that Yu Yan would continue to kill while they hesitated, and with each victim his power would only grow. The cold indicator liquid hit Lin's forehead, instantly spreading across his skin and emitting a synthetic blue glow. Lin pointed his finger decisively to the side, firmly stating that the ghost had left this place and ended up in the Guangyan community. Gritting his teeth, Lao He loudly announced that they were heading to Guangyan community right now, and his order was met with an instant confirmation of the command. As the group quickly left the building, the hunter asked if they should leave the mall unprotected, but Lin assured them that the spirit would not enter as it was afraid of him. After ordering the entrances to Fuyun to be blocked by ordinary people, Lin harshly shouted at the hunters to stay put as this was no longer their business. Lin cast a frowning glance over his shoulder, warning the hunters that interfering in this incident could cost them their lives if they did not retreat. Not wanting to take any more risks, the hunters quickly retreated, shouting gratefully that they would not forget Lin's great deed that saved their lives. The car drove quickly into the gate of Guangyan community, leaving behind a sharp braking mark on the asphalt. Stopping at the car, Lin loudly announced that the tracks of the rampaging ghost led straight to this community. Lin, down on one knee, carefully studied the glowing trail, demanding an immediate evacuation of people while he searched for the ghost. The air shook with the speed with which the entire group suddenly took off, leaving behind a blurry shadow of an instantaneous dash. Instantly accelerating, Lin covered the distance in one dash, with a furious gleam in his eyes, shouting loudly that he had almost reached his target. Splashes flew under his feet as he slowed down hard, shouting out a command to stop. After the hero raised his head, he saw a familiar ghost sitting on the wires with scarlet eyes filled with menace. A stocky man stood next to the ghost on the wires, looking down at the hero with an arrogant grin. He looked at the man closely and asked if he was Yu Yan, still not believing that the ghost in front of him was the same. Yu Yan clenched his fist with his eyes glowing, assuring that defeating the ghost did not mean defeating him, and that after combining their powers, he would become invincible. He lowered his head, hiding his eyes behind his bangs, and flashes of fire engulfed the air, emphasizing his readiness to accept the fight. Streams of energy flared up in the air as Lin, his eyes blazing, raised his hand up, asking Zhujian to lend him his strength. Enveloped in flames, Lin flew up from the ground and with a confident smile challenged the ghost, asking if his strength impressed him. Yu Yan grinned proudly, acknowledging Lin's strength, but confidently stated that he would not be able to stop them if they decided to escape. The hero froze for a second. He didn't believe that this scoundrel was going to run away, and he was able to tell him this with such a smug expression on his face. Lin asked sarcastically if the ghost had become a coward after being dumped by his girlfriend, and, deciding to detain him, scornfully noted his attempt to escape. Anger flared in the ghost's eyes. His breathing became heavy as he asked furiously, wondering how this boy knew about it. Lin, as if testing his reaction, asked questions about whether his job as a hunter really had become an obstacle to his relationship with the girl. Yu Yan shouted with rage and pain that he really became a hunter and did everything for her, but she did not appreciate it, betraying him and even trying to poison him. He smiled predatorily, mocking the fact that his only sadness was that now his enemies were dead and would never know that he had gained immortality. With a disdainful grin, he asked if he seriously thought that a former third-rank hunter could impress the dead. Yu Yan's silhouette darkened under the ominous shadow of his ghost, whose flames blazed in unison with his brazen words that he was alive, while the rest had long since rotted in the ground. He stated with cold confidence that his contract was different from the usual one, because unlike the hero, he was now a ghost, which meant that his contract was two-way. By sharing the power of yin with a ghost, he receives its power in return, which means that after death he will not disappear, but will turn into an even more powerful being. With a gleam in his eyes, he admitted that he had to thank that girl, because it was her betrayal that had given rise to the resentment that made him stronger. Lin touched his chin thoughtfully, wondering if he had really come up with this two-way contract or if it was related to the secret powers of the ghosts. Looking down at Lin, he mocked that he would not get any answers because he was a lucky upstart who could never compare to someone who was recognized by a great organization. The hero looked at him carefully, asking expectantly if he was really connected to the mysterious organization that controlled the ghost world. With a grin, the enemy said that these ghosts recognized his potential and entered into a contract with him to exterminate people, in exchange for important information. Squinting, the hero stated that as far as he understood, his opponent had voluntarily become a tool of the ghosts, helping them to subjugate people. Clenching his fist, the spirit admitted that his strength was more important to him, because the girl did not understand him, but noticed the oddities of turning into a spirit, so she decided to kill him. His voice trembled with malice as he told how, having become a ghost, he first killed the girl and then dealt with her boyfriend, considering him no better. The ghost's anger boiled as he declared that he was taking revenge on every guy because they were all equally stupid, not realizing that their girlfriends could easily betray them. Flashes of light tore through the air as the ghost rose with devilish grace, Lin watching its every move closely. The hero sadly said that he considered them similar, but began to treat the ghost with contempt, declaring that it was only his fault that he had reached the point of no return. The ghost, shrouded in a fiery aura, mockingly asked if Lin was truly confident in his future fate. Enveloped in energy, the ghost haughtily announced that, having resolved his final issues, he would soon go to the ghost world to enjoy a carefree life. The spirit added with disdain that the organization would not leave Lin alone, because he would get the third master to search for him and put thousands of minbi on his head. Lin, concentrating on holding back the magic funnel, reminded him that the interrogation was not over yet, and his escape would not be so easy. The ghost, engulfed in scarlet flames, confidently rushed upward, declaring that Lin would not stop him even if he used a first-class artifact. Red streams of energy seethed around him as he rose above the ground, mockingly reminding them that it was impossible to hold two at the same time. Floating in the air, the spirit laughed, knowing that his innate gift of instant teleportation would allow him to hide, and shouted that he would fly away wherever he wanted. Ignoring the enemy's threats, he easily pulled out a previously hidden object from the spatial rift, emitting a mystical glow. The hero threw the cards into the air with a powerful movement, surrounding himself with a magical glow, insistently inviting the ghost to stay and play with him. Breaking the usual laws of the other world, magical symbols formed a barrier, and cards established new rules for ghosts. The ghost's irresistible ability to move between worlds failed, and he screamed in confusion, not believing that he was trapped. A desperate cry rent the air as the ghost plummeted downwards in a blazing stream of blinding energy. With trembling hands, leaning on the stone slab, he looked at the hero standing above him and in a panic furiously sought an explanation for what had happened. The hero picked up the deck of cards, without taking his eyes off the ghost, and calmly reminded him that he simply wanted to play a game, and that it was impossible to escape without playing it. The ghost looked at his hands with concern, knowing about the artifacts that could block yin energy, but these cards did not emit any aura. The hero calmly raised his card, knowing that he had put all his power into the poker card rule that forbids an opponent to run away if a challenge to a game was made. The giant ghost of Yu Yan, sprawled on the ground, turned his head weakly, examining the rare item in the hero's hands. Yu Yan recognized the cards in a panic and realized that this was not just an artifact, but a high-class yin tool with special rules. He screamed and grabbed his head in despair, not believing that the hero had managed to establish stronger connections in the spirit world than he had. The hero calmly placed his foot on the defeated ghost, inviting his opponent to focus on the upcoming card game. With a doubtful voice, the spirit asked mockingly if the hero was taking the game seriously, remembering that he was a master of card games in the casino. Lin looked at his opponent with a cool expression, holding the cards in his hand, and clearly announced that the game was being played according to the rules of poker, betting 1,000 minbi. The ghost's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed that the sum of 1,000 minbi seemed to him inappropriately high for such a game. Lin pressed the toe of his shoe against his opponent and grinned, reminding him that the bounty on his head, 1,000 minbi, seemed reasonable to the ghost. With a slight mockery, he opened his palm, hinting that the lack of minbi was not a problem since artifacts and rare yin materials could be used. The ghost gritted his teeth with a furious expression, realizing that he had no choice but to accept the imposed rules. The deck in Lin's hands moved with the precision of a master, revealing the facets of the magical power contained in the poker cards. With a deft movement, the Jioi spread out the cards and their patterned backs flashed in the air, capturing the gaze of the stunned ghost. The ghost's fingers ran nervously along the edge of the cards, while the thought was spinning in his head that this was not an ordinary cheater, but a serious player. The ghost smirked, squeezing the cards in his hand, and confidently stated that the opponent's artifact had too many limitations, and he could easily defeat it. Lin lifted his cards slightly, revealing 3 aces, and in a calm but confident voice invited his opponent to reveal his cards if he was so confident. Yu Yan's eyes widened in horror as he looked at his pitiful cards, clutching the 6, 4, and 9 of diamonds in his hands. With trembling fingers, he turned the map over, hoping it was a mistake, but the patterns on it confirmed his worst fears. Gritting his teeth and glaring, the ghost raised his cards angrily, accusing his opponent of cheating as tension flared within him. Lin glanced at his opponent and with cold confidence countered the accusation by asking if he really had any reason to cheat. Yu Yan's eyes narrowed, doubt flickering in them as he wondered if Lin was really playing fair despite his harshness. The opponent pressed the money to the table furiously, not admitting defeat, and his voice sounded stubbornly confident that he would soon take revenge. Lin tossed the cards, wondering how anyone could not understand that this was a high-class artifact, and yet Yu Yan was handling them as if they were an ordinary deck. Holding the cards, the spirit became more and more aware of their power, and a fear crept into the mind that if they were really of a high level, the consequences would be unpredictable. His face was contorted with rage, his hands shaking as he looked at the glowing cards in horror, not believing that he had gotten another bad hand. His fingers tightly clutched 3 useless cards with values of 2, 3, and 5, as if the universe was deliberately mocking his attempts to win. His face twisted in anger, he waved his hand, throwing the cards on the table and shouted in irritation that there was clearly something wrong with this deck. An energetic glow enveloped the hero's figure, and a threat escaped from his lips, directly asking whether the enemy was seeking a quick death. Waves of energy erupted around him. The hero's voice sounded calm but harsh, making it clear that breaking the rules would lead to a terrible outcome. Fear grew in his chest. His muscles tensed. Beads of sweat ran down the spirit's skin. He felt with his whole body how a powerful compulsion was squeezing his will. Irritation pulsed in his gaze. But he couldn't change anything. The coins jingled as Lin dispassionately accepted the 1,000 minbi. The enemy squeezed the cards in irritation, insisting that such luck was impossible, demanding that he deal them himself, and Lin calmly agreed, watching him. After dealing, he looked at his cards with bewilderment, which contained the 2 of clubs, the 5 of hearts, the 6 and the 9 of spades, causing an alarming interest in the energy of the cards. Lin looked at the cards serenely as yin power flowed around, causing the spirit to scream in rage about using yin to change the course of the game. Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, holding 2 aces of clubs and hearts with the logo card in his hand, calmly explaining that the deck itself was laying out the layout, advising him to wait. Yu Yan gritted his teeth and threw the money on the table, his words filled with a threat, ready to use the contract ghost to merge with him and take revenge. Leaning over his ghost, he furiously demanded that the yin power be transferred, his body tensing in an imperious command, leaving him no choice. The cold of the stone bit into the spirit's body, a shudder ran through his weakened muscles, and he squeezed out a single word of agreement with difficulty. Yu Yan gritted his teeth, his hand shaking from the surge of energy, the flames twisting around, converting the ghost's power into his own. The hero raised the cards with a slight grin, and the yin energy swayed around him. His calmness seemed to hint that he was in complete control of the situation. Yu Yan's face was distorted in shock, and sweat was running down his skin. His mind was racing with confusion as to how this guy's strength could be so powerful. His imagination distorted reality. Lin looked like a demon with inhuman features. Horns pierced the air, and flames danced around, instilling fear. The world around seemed to narrow. The hero's figure swallowed up the space. Fear constrained his movements, and his mind recognized that it was impossible to compete with him. Lin calmly revealed his cards, his eyes flashing, knowing that Zhu Jiang had shared his yin power, and the enemy, even with the support of his spirit, would not be able to win. A dark shadow fell on the enemy's face, and his fingers slowly squeezed the weak cards, and despair grew inside him, because he again found himself in the role of a loser. The hero bowed his head, swinging the card in his hand, mockingly reminding that one could always pay not only with money, but also with valuable materials. The spirit remembered that he was only a 3rd-rank hunter and had no valuable items, realizing that the way out would be to confirm his identity. With a smug smile, Yu Yan said that after demonstrating this thing, the opponent would stop being so arrogant when putting his hand in his pocket. Lin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes widened slightly, and his lips parted in surprise at what his opponent said. He carefully picked up the shiny gold token, which had clearly visible engraved patterns on it, demonstrating its value. His gaze stopped on the badge, and suspicion flashed through his mind, because the design of the token almost completely matched the one he had. Thoughtfully examining the golden badge, the hero realized that it belonged to the same structure, but of a different rank, because his token belonged to the Lord of Ghosts. The hero turned to Zhou with interest, showing her the badge and asking a direct question whether he had encountered such a symbol before. Bai reported that the organization the badge was from was the 3rd most powerful organization of all, and its directors stood next to the advisors of the ghost world. It was mentioned in the conversation that despite his status as a 4th-level worker, he would remain in one place, with no prospects of moving up. Lin realized with amusement that it was hard to even call this organization 3rd-rate, since its representatives were ordinary lackeys of the advisors of the ghost world. The spirit raised the badge demonstratively, warning that if Lin did not want to become an enemy of the other side organization, then he should let him go immediately. He reminded that it was hard to survive in the world and suggested that Lin not create additional problems for himself, but let him go and the past would remain in the past. The hero showed his badge with a slight smile, stating that he also had one, but it was slightly different from the enemy's badge. The ghostly face twisted in shock as it realized that the token in Lin's hands belonged to the Overlord, asking in horror if he was really one of the advisors. Lin held up the badge, claiming that the enemy was merely a subordinate of his organization, and therefore no one would object if he decided to eliminate him. Falling to his knees, the ghost realized with horror that if the advisor gave the order, the entire organization would hunt him down and there would be no way out. He folded his hands in panic, asking for forgiveness and admitting his wrongdoing, begging for his life to be spared, even though he acknowledged that he deserved to die. Desperate to prove his usefulness, mentioning not only his connections, but also the information he could provide if Lin agreed to spare him. The hero smiled coldly, noting that his opponent did not understand his position, and asked why he decided that he could dictate terms to the director. His red eyes flashed in the semi-darkness as he added in a cold tone that he was capable of destroying the enemy without any problems or consequences. He reminded him with icy calm that his enemy was responsible for hundreds of deaths, and then asked whether he really expected mercy. Lin casually tossed the cards, watching them slowly swirl through the air, creating a chaotic pattern in front of him. He played with the cards, letting one hang in the air, and with mocking calmness invited Yu Yan to continue the game. The road filled with the noise of braking as the green cars aggressively took the turn, heading towards the car waiting in front. Figures in formal suits emerged from the vehicle, creating a tense atmosphere around the crossover, as if preparing for negotiations. The arriving agent, after reading the report, stated that if there were only 2 fierce ghosts, the situation would not be difficult, but this was a former hunter who knew their methods. Seeing the agents discussing the influence of the top, Sharpsword decided that an elite team was being formed, and so they called together senior hunters from different places. The detective waved his hand and demanded that all the strongest techniques be used, and that no restraint be exercised, emphasizing that the enemy was too dangerous for soft measures. Each team member took a fighting stance before the dash, their eyes full of concentration and fighting spirit. A group of people stood in shock as they watched the scene where the young man stood calmly over the immobilized giant ghost of the enemy, playing cards with him. One of the observers was in a panic, doubting, while the other confidently confirmed that Lin was the very king of hell, increasing the growing tension. The ghost in front of Lin held a few cards, and Sharpsword asked in shock why he was entering into a card game with a furious ghost. The detectives noted with surprise that the cards looked strange, expressing confidence that they possessed an inexplicable, terrifying power. Lao He suggested that the deck was related to the King of Hell and his yin power, answering the detective's question about the origin of the mysterious artifact. One of the men, looking at the unfolding situation, asked worriedly about the next step, not knowing what to do. The agents decided that the hero had the situation well under control without their intervention, using the super-powerful yin weapon that they could not surpass. Yu Yan held another unsuccessful combination of cards in his hands with a disappointed expression, while Lin calmly watched him with a soft smile. Lin, discarding the cards, says that since the opponent has no money, let him give up the artifacts and yin materials, and then they are even. Yu Yan spread his palms and claimed in a trembling voice that he had even given away his badge to the organization, and now he really had nothing left. Lin asked in a cold tone if the ghost was joking, reminding him that if he did not give anything that could compensate for the Manhwa, then severe punishment would follow. Waves of energy surrounded him as he towered over the ghost, calmly noting that his opponent had decided to break the rules. With shaking hands, the ghost desperately assured that he had nothing left. He gave everything, looking with eyes filled with pleading. Lin's gaze was blazing with anger, his body was engulfed in energy flames, and the ghost stuttered in horror, unable to finish his sentence. A flash of light accompanied the sharp swing of the sword, and before the ghost could react, his hand was severed, sparks scattering into the air. Red flashes of yin qi rapidly burst out from the place where his arm was cut off, distorting the space around him and releasing a stream of terrifying power. He threw his head back, letting out a pained cry as red bolts of energy writhed, consuming the remains of his limb. Shock was reflected on their faces. How massive must the power be if Emperor Fengdu cut off the arm of a ferocious ghost with one move? With alarm, Sharpsword noticed that the youth had the power of the 5th rank or higher because the fierce ghosts could not resist him, and his ghost did not interfere. The agents watched the scene and exchanged opinions, amazed that even the most ferocious ghosts were now only begging for mercy in front of Fengdu. Lin shuffled the cards, his lips curling into a confident smile as he calmly said it was time to move on to the next game. The opponent looked at the cards in horror, realizing that the stakes had gone beyond the ordinary game, and his body and soul could become the price to pay. Swallowing, Yu Yon looked ahead, his shoulders slumping and his voice breaking as he finally admitted that he was giving up. The energy of the poker cards began to thicken above Yu Yen's head, scarlet flashes wrapped around his body, and the space above him was already bursting. Fear distorted his face. He screamed, begging for his life, but Lin, standing opposite, looked indifferent to his suffering. The ghost lay on the cold stone, his voice trembling with fear. He admitted his mistakes and desperately asked not to take away his last chance. Lin stood motionless, his silhouette standing out against the dark flames, making it clear to Yu Yen that he had not yet fully understood what awaited him. Yu Yon's scream tore through the silence, his body writhing in pain while his ghost lay stretched out on the ground, completely motionless. The darkness thickened behind Lin as he continued mercilessly, reminding Yu Yen that after what he had done, he would never deserve the right to live. Lin's confidence was overwhelming. His smile left no doubt. He ordered the cards to be revealed, knowing that his opponent had nowhere to run. Yu Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the cards in front of him. He already knew that he had lost, but he decided to fight to the end, even if it meant death. The red cards flashed, cutting through the air. Yu Yan rushed forward with a wild look, not intending to accept his fate. Yu Yan realized that the power of rules had its limits, and, rushing after his spirit, decided to use the two-way teleportation technique to escape from the world. Lin, surrounded by flames, threw out cards, each one shining with mystical energy, filling the space with destructive power. Their lightning cut through the air. The cards turned into flying particles, distorting space and leaving behind traces of destruction. The ghostly foot hit the ground with a dull thud, sending out a wave of energy and sparks and pieces of broken coating rising up around it. The ghost's eyes widened, and a bead of sweat ran down his face as he realized that this power had no limits, and Yu Yan froze in a daze. Blue lightning engulfed Yu Yuan and his ghost at the same time, their bodies disintegrating, their voice trembling in shock as they realized that they were just a target. The souls of the former opponents turned into pure power, taking the form of a ball and landing at Lin's feet, who coldly gave the order to take them away. Blue clots of energy flickered in the air, obeying the command, and Lin watched their movement with a slight smirk, preparing for the next action. The agents froze as they watched Lin manipulate the soul energy, realizing that this was a man with powers beyond their comprehension. The agents' gazes were fixed on the hero, in whose hands the two souls were floating, and one of them, gathering his courage, clarified whether he really was the Emperor of Fengdu. Lin confirmed the identity with a smile and calmly stated that now that the spirits were dead, this supernatural incident could be considered resolved. The agents looked at the hero in bewilderment, amazed that even their elite team could not do without casualties, but he managed it so easily. The agents' conversation was filled with disappointment and a sense of their own helplessness in the face of the power of Emperor Fengdu, who had saved their lives. Sharpsword excitedly explained that capturing the spirits was very difficult, and if they were released carelessly, the consequences would be catastrophic. The agent pointed at Emperor Fengdu, loudly declaring that before them was the very same ghost lord who had saved the city from destruction. The hero's red eyes flashed with the understanding that all responsibility lay only with him, and these people were only watching, unable to do anything. He realized that the number of anomalies was growing. There were too many of them, and Department 9 did not have enough resources and personnel to cope with them all. The agents bowed in respect, expressing gratitude for the assistance in the investigation, promising to report back soon on the reward situation. The hero waved off the formal tone with a smile, declaring that there was no need for such politeness, although the thought of a formal reward amused him. His gaze darkened and a shadow of doubt crossed his face, because at that moment it was not the confession that bothered him, but a problem that was deeper in his consciousness. In a room filled with daylight, long male fingers clutched a black tablet with a gold all-seeing eye logo on the cover. Hei Yue abruptly entered the spacious office, where a fair-haired man in a formal suit sat at the desk, intently studying documents. She winked, recalling the incident, adding that in Baye's opinion, defeating these spirits was so easy that he hardly took the situation seriously. The man looked up calmly with a hint of alarm, saying that it was the cards in the layout that were the power of the law, and that this worried him. The report states that the highest grade yin artifact creates the power of rules, and its owner has power over spirits, making it especially dangerous. The man guessed that the hero was at least a rank 7 hunter, and He Yue asked in surprise if he was also a veteran of the second group. He took a deep breath, realizing that the exposure for the sake of the incident was not accidental, and this man had deliberately given himself away in order to get in touch with the department. Sitting motionless in the chair, his gaze thoughtfully directed downwards as he clearly instructed He Yue to find a way to arrange a personal meeting with him. The girl instantly picked up the phone, her gaze determined as she clearly said that she would contact Bai Ye immediately. The phone lying on the table began to vibrate and the screen lit up, signaling an incoming call. Lin picked up the phone, and Xiao Li's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line, asking if he had managed to resolve the incident. She noticed that he had done it faster than expected, then asked if the danger had disappeared and if the spirit could be considered completely neutralized. The hero explained that the threat had indeed been eliminated, but the problem was more complex since there were 2 enemies. She reacted tensely, instantly realizing that she had misjudged the situation and asked if she had heard correctly. Lin noted that everything went well thanks to the information received, expressing gratitude to Xiao Li. The girl waved off the gratitude with warmth in her voice, emphasizing that it was not difficult and she did not consider it a trifle. The girl asked if Lin was staying in Jiancheng and suggested that they have dinner together in Fuyun, noting that she had long wanted to express her gratitude to him. Lin noticed that she had many reasons for inviting her, then decided that he had no reason to refuse, because in a horror game, a reliable friend is always useful. The hero agreed to the meeting with a smile, holding the phone to his ear, his gaze focused, and his voice sounding firm. Xiao Li happily suggested that they meet at a nice restaurant, promising to send a driver for him, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Lin ended the call by gently tapping the phone screen, ending the call with one flick of his finger. Having thoughtfully looked around the room, he decided to while away the time at the forum, since there were still a few hours left until the evening. Turning on the computer, his hands moved confidently across the keyboard, connecting to the forum under the name Emperor Feng Du. A message appeared on the screen thanking them for solving the incident and offering a reward of 50 million. Lin thought that Bai Ye was well aware of the incident, which meant that the forum was clearly controlled by Department 9. Having arranged a meeting in the horror space for the evening, Lin knew that handing over the card would immediately give away his identity. The girl typed out a short reply confirming her agreement, then asked what quest Emperor Fengdu would take next. The young man admitted that he could not decide which task to take because he still had not acquired the fortune-telling card. Bai Ye informed him that she was going to participate in a grand quest, asking him in advance if he had heard of such a test before. The quest was one of the rarest, available only after successfully completing the 10th level of the tower and with a low chance of dropping. These missions took place in critical locations outside of normal ghost spaces, and their completion had special significance. This battle involved not only hunters from their organization, but also fighters from other countries, which made it even more difficult. Lin recalled the discussions on the forum where something similar had been mentioned before, but only now after Bai Ye's words did he realize that it was indeed true. Bai Ye said that the division of players by country will be strict, but in special events they will still have to fight side by side. The idea that the organizers were forcing the hunters to fight among themselves made the hero uneasy. The girl admitted that the rules of the horror game leave them no choice because killing is necessary for survival. Lin wondered if they wanted to lure him into their team to use his strength in a confrontation with experienced hunters from other countries. Bai Ye clarified that there were 2 empty spots in her team, and he could bring 1 hunter with him, since the reward for the quest was really worth it. The hero realized that this quest would open the way to a detailed exploration of the ghost world, and he could not afford to miss such an opportunity. A notification appeared on the girl's screen, offering to discuss the remaining issues when they met in the horror space. Bai Ye turned to He Yue and reported with satisfaction that the task was completed, giving details of the upcoming meeting with Emperor Fengdu. He Yue clenched her fists and happily noted that with him joining the team, their advantage would greatly increase, increasing their chances of success. Her voice was full of determination, declaring that the people of Daxia had always stood at the head of the international forces, and now was the time to show it in battle. There was an air of luxury in the air. The high-rise building sparkled in the rays of artificial lighting, and an elegant car stopped in the center of the courtyard. Lin got out of the car, looking around the luxurious building. The manager next to him bowed politely, showing respectful attitude. The manager gestured for Lin to come inside, saying that the eldest miss was waiting for him in the noble hermit hall, and a short agreement was given in response. The three boys looked at the situation and wondered, looking at the car, why the manager of the Li family was suddenly acting so respectfully in front of this stranger. Lin glanced casually at the manager's bent figure, who respectfully let him go forward, where the warm lights of the spacious hall shone. Under Chen Yi's gaze, his companion became visibly nervous, quickly waving his hand as if nothing had happened. The red-haired guy smiled and suggested that they be honest, since they were brothers, and the other one chuckled, reminding him that Chen Yi was too absorbed in what he saw. Chen Yi pointed to the black car, saying that it was the Li family's car, and a completely unknown guy had just gotten out of it. The air between them froze for a moment as the blond man abruptly asked if he was after the girl from the Li family, and Chen Yi calmly confirmed his guess. The boys, discussing the situation, suggested that the stranger could be as influential a person as his friend, since he had gotten into the Li family's circle. Chen Yi's voice sounded resentful as he said that Li Nian had rejected his love, but now, despite her principles, she had made a date with another guy. The explanation about the relationship did not convince the man. He wondered why he had not seen this guy at important meetings of the Li family. Finding no other explanation, he came to the conclusion that this man might be the illegitimate son of the head of the Li family. The blond man smirked and said that if the head of the Li family really did have an illegitimate son, it could ruin their reputation. A picture appeared in his mind of Chen Yi, who became Li Nian's support in a difficult moment, winning her trust and heart. The man smiled smugly, saying that he had a hunter friend who could provide yin artifacts at the right time. All three of them stepped confidently into the building, agreeing that it was time to move on, leaving their thoughts behind. In the spacious hall of the Fuyun Family Center, Xiao Li happily raised her hand, greeting Lin, who was confidently walking towards the already served table. The girl was happy to note that she now has the opportunity to express her gratitude to Lin for everything he has done. While carefully pouring tea, Xiao Li recalled all the events where the hero had helped her, admitting that today's dinner was the least she could do. Lin raised his cup of tea with a slight smile, politely waving off the girl's gratitude and assuring her that it was nothing. Xiao Li opened her eyes wide, with sincerity in her voice, assuring the young man that despite his words, she would never forget his actions. Lin asked about her spiritual energy, and the girl proudly replied that she was now a second-rank hunter with over 700 units of strength. He thoughtfully asked if Xiao Li had managed to catch the ghost yet, and she replied with a smile that it was only thanks to his bottle of wine that it had worked. The hero knew that Xiao Li, with the contracted ghost, would become significantly stronger, reporting that Bai Ye had suggested that he form a group for an important battle. Lin raised two fingers, explaining that the quest reward was great, and there were 2 spots allocated for it, one of which could enhance her power. Xiao Li pressed her hand to her chest, hesitantly asking if Brother Lin really wanted to take her into the team since their levels were too different. The hero replied that she shouldn't underestimate herself, and with Bai Ye by her side they could deal with any threat, adding that she was looking for helpers for her own benefit. Confused, Xiao Li looked at Lin with surprise and warmth in her chest, asking if he really wanted to pass this benefit on to her. The hero smiled softly, explaining that it was better to cooperate with those you trusted, promising to save a place for her if she agreed after discussing it with Bai Ye. The girl clenched her fingers, barely hiding her excitement, but looking into Lin's eyes, she confidently declared that she would go with him because she believed in him. He raised his hand to his chest, saying that he would not allow her to be harmed, because no matter how much she doubted, he had already made the decision to protect her. Disappointment settled in her heart when she realized that she wanted to be an equal ally to Lin, not a younger sister who needed protection. Her eyes flashed with determination, because if she wanted to be by Lin's side, she had to become strong enough for him to lean on. A sudden loud knock came from the door. The tension in the room instantly increased, causing the girl and Lin to become wary. The girl cautiously asked who might be disturbing them, but Lin, frowning, confidently replied that he was not expecting anyone. Lin looked at the man in bewilderment as he loudly demanded that the manager let him in, claiming that he had a special relationship with Xiao Li. Li Nian confidently stated that this man was related to her family's business and had always been reckless, but she would not tolerate his presence here. Accompanied by two people, he stepped forward, noting with satisfaction that he was right and the girl was really here. Xiao Li pursed her lips, not hiding her irritation, and there was obvious anger in her voice as she demanded an explanation for his appearance. The man said with a smug smile that he just wanted to say hello to the manager, but his attention immediately turned to Lin. Xiao Li took a step forward, spreading her arm, loudly declaring that Lin was her friend, and her gaze was firm and determined. Chen Yi looked at Xiao Li, asking her to introduce her friend, since it was obvious that he occupied a special position if the manager treated him with such respect. The girl sighed in confusion, justifying herself by saying that this strong hunter had come to her aid more than once and had become her protector more than once. Chen Yi realized with horror that Xiao Li had invited Lin for a reason, but because he was a hunter, and he was filled with rage at the thought that she had fallen in love with the hero who had saved her. The man looked at Lin with doubt, noting that he did not have the overwhelming aura that was typical of hunters, meaning that he was clearly weaker than Xiao Li. The man tensed up, realizing that Lin was using a strange method to disguise his strength, as his energy didn't feel like that of the other hunters. Guesses flashed through his mind, because Lin's status did not match what he saw, which meant he needed to find out everything possible about him. Chen Yi changed his tactics, smiling. He spoke about how the hunters possessed mysterious yin artifacts and asked Lin to show off his. The hero looked at him with a slight smile, calmly explaining that he did not have yin artifacts since they were extremely difficult to obtain. The man smirked as he offered to trade the yin artifact, claiming that they were easy to get on the black market, and waited for an answer, hoping for a tricky deal. Lin looked at him coldly and categorically refused, his eyes expressing absolute confidence and lack of interest in the proposal. Xiao Li forcefully pushed the man away, declaring that she had only invited Brother Lin, and her decisive gesture left him no chance to resist. The girl's hand hit the door with force, and a loud order to leave this place was heard throughout the room, leaving the guests outside the threshold. The three men left the hallway with obvious disappointment, talking among themselves about how even noobs among the second-rank hunters carried artifacts with them. The man frowned as he looked at the phone, deciding that he would not allow the scammer to fool Xiao Li. He firmly pressed the screen, dialing the number of the person he had verified. Smiling, he pressed the phone to his ear, asking Brother Van to deal with a hunter surnamed Lin, whose strength was rumored. Hearing the surprised voice on the other side of the speaker, Chen Yi tensed up when he stated that there was not a single hunter in Lijiang without that surname. His eyes sparkled with cunning as he urged his brother Vanya to intervene, helping to expose the impostor who was scamming the hunters. On the table, a dish of meat was exuding an aroma, around which miniature side dishes were laid out, and next to it was a plate of fried slices. The girl happily shared with Lin that this establishment was considered the best in Jiancheng, thanks to its special dishes, offering the best culinary masterpiece of the restaurant. The hero felt how the real taste of food brought back to him the forgotten feeling of pleasure that he had lost in the world of the game and the ghost for the sake of spiritual strength. Lin briefly noted that the dish was indeed delicious, and the girl smiled with relief, happy with his sincere approval. He smiled, promising that if the girl ever came to his city of Huzhou, he would personally prepare her some of his signature dishes, reciprocating the feeling. The girl's heart began to beat faster. Her cheeks became flushed, and one thought flashed through her head, because Lin had suggested having dinner at his house. Lin ate quietly, thinking that there was no point in inviting a rich man's daughter to an expensive restaurant, but it would be better to let Zhu Jiang prepare healthy home-cooked meals. Blushing, she let out a barely audible breath, nodded shyly, and promised that if she found herself in Huzhou, she would definitely visit him. Suddenly, a stream of air rushed into the room, and the door slammed against the wall with a crash, and a hand appeared in the opening, breaking through with a movement. Chen Yi confidently walked into the hall, followed by two companions, despite the manager's loud cry forbidding him to appear here. Jumping up from her seat, Xiao Li angrily ordered Chen Yi to leave immediately unless there was a compelling reason, firmly stating that he was not welcome here. With a slight smile, Chen Yi explained that he knew quite a few hunters in Jianyang and wanted to introduce them to each other so that they could get to know each other better. Xiao Li nervously apologized, turning to Lin, but he calmly replied that his strength was of interest to them and they wanted to verify his abilities. He remained calm as he continued his dinner, his face impassive despite the presence of a stranger watching him. Anger flashed in Chen's eyes. He couldn't believe that Lin dared to ignore them so arrogantly even when he saw the hunters in front of him. He pointed at Lin, addressing his companion, and noted with doubt that he claimed to be strong, but when tested there was no yin energy on him. Chen Yi looked at Wang in alarm, his face pale and his voice trembling as he tried to understand what was happening to him. Wang froze, his eyes widening, beads of sweat running down his face as he realized he was looking at the Emperor. Lin looked at him calmly, expressionless. His voice was even as he confirmed his identity without hesitation, causing everyone to be shocked. Chen Yi let out a nervous breath as he watched his companion break out in a cold sweat, his voice breaking out nervously as he asked how they knew each other. Wang instantly changed his fear to respect, bowed before Lin and spoke respectfully, reminding him that a long time had passed since their last meeting. Lin reminded him with slight disdain that a little time had passed, then asked why Wang was here if his guild should be busy with internal affairs. The hunters looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. One of them loudly asked what happened, and Chen Yi called out to Wang in fear. Wang's voice broke with tension. He lowered his head, admitting that he shouldn't have come, and then bitterly said that he shouldn't have listened to Chen. His tone was submissive. He regretted his actions, promising that in the future he would not interfere in other people's affairs, but would take care of the affairs of his guild. Wang looked at Chen with a serious expression and ordered him to immediately apologize to the Emperor without tolerating any objections. Chen Yi looked at the young man in front of him in shock, his lips trembling, and one question was ringing in his head. Was it really the Emperor himself who stood before him? A whisper ran through the room. One of the hunters asked doubtfully if it was really Emperor Fengdu himself standing before them. Panic gripped the hunters. They repeated the hero's name in fear, not believing that it was he who bore the title of Emperor Fengdu, and their faces were distorted with horror. The hunter said that even those who were not chosen by the game heard the terrifying legend about him, but his height was not 205 centimeters, and his muscles did not cover his entire body. Lin frowned, thinking about how exaggerated the stories about him had become, and didn't understand why he was considered a monster. Lin shouted in annoyance after hearing the false rumors that he ate 3 ferocious ghosts every day, claiming that he actually devoured one. Chen Yi bowed sharply in front of Lin, loudly calling him brother, while behind him the hunters watched the scene in stunned silence. His voice trembled with emotion as he made excuses to the hero, admitting that he had not been aware of his true identity and now regretted his insolence. Chen Yi called Lin Emperor with fear in his voice and admitted that they were wrong, and his companions behind him bowed their heads in submission. Lin sighed tiredly and waved his hand, allowing them to leave, stating that they had enough of their own business without wasting time here. Wang smiled widely as he bowed to Lin and sincerely thanked him for his leniency, and the rest of the hunters followed suit. His legs carried him forward, fear driving him down the corridor as he raged at Chen, knowing that if it weren't for Lin's power, he would already be dead. Chen Yi ran after, realizing that Xiao Li was so calm because she had a special connection with the Emperor, and now it was all becoming clear. The hunter's heart was pounding wildly. He glanced at Chen, asking if he was the one chasing him, but deep down he felt that danger was very close. From the ruined land, huge ghosts burst forth, growling that if supernatural events became more frequent, the influence of powerful hunters would increase. As Chen Yi ran away, he thought with anxiety that if things continued like this, his powerful family would become nothing, and he would be unable to defend himself from the hunters. The hunters knew that Xiaoli was strong, but she also had Emperor Fengdu himself by her side, which explained how calm she had been all these days. Night enveloped the city, the moon was reflected in the water, and the light from the windows of the buildings created a feeling of anxious peace before the events to come. The shadow of a hand holding a wrist was reflected on the floor. The clock silently counted down the time, making it clear that everything was about to begin. Flashes of fire illuminated the ruined walls, magical lights swirled around Lin, and the hero commanded the system to enter the space of horrors. Lin hovered in the air, surrounded by scarlet streams of energy, his body glowing, and the space around him was torn apart, plunging him into a new reality. A private space invitation message from Bai Ye popped up in front of Lin. He looked at it and accepted the offer without hesitation. In the spacious room, Bai Ye was already waiting for him in a long white dress, her face hidden behind a mask, and there was a tea set on the table in front of her. He moved forward, his body sparkling with energy, red dots of light floating around, connecting on Lin's back, highlighting his transition into a new dimension. Bai Ye immediately thanked the hero for uncovering the supernatural incident in Gianna and handed him a bank card with 50 million. After accepting the reward, Lin smiled calmly, expressing confidence, and suggested talking about a more serious task, hinting at a new deal. The girl, looking at the Emperor, began to confidently explain that the task that would be discussed was called a large-scale confrontation mission. There was an oppressive darkness in the air, and among the stone columns and scattered bodies of prisoners, the name of the ninefold Yin Hell prison echoed. In the corridors of the prison, terrible silhouettes flickered between the scattered bodies, and in the shadows, a monster with a predatory grin lurked, preparing to attack. Lin pondered the flashy name he heard, admitting that the ninefold Yin Hell prison sounded very threatening. The hero presented a map of the ghost world while Bai Ye explained that this prison connected the entire ghost world, stretching across all its levels. The girl explained that their mission area was in one of the outer prisons of the ninefold Hell Yin prison, and that she had learned this from the prediction map. Looking at it carefully, Lin hypothesized that by purchasing a prediction card, he would be able to obtain up-to-date information on his own. Bai Ye smiled slightly and explained that Lin wouldn't have to buy a fortune card since it was available to all team members. The girl smoothly walked up to the table, looking closely at Lin through the golden mask, and asked if he had found a worthy candidate for the task. Lin frowned as he assessed what Bai Ye had said earlier and asked if he had understood correctly that the chosen candidate did not require great strength. She adjusted her mask and confidently said that Emperor Fengdu himself was strong enough, but the presence of fifth-generation newcomers was necessary for balance. The young man opened his mouth in shock, realizing that the number of newcomers really did affect the mission's benefit, and immediately remembered that he himself belonged to the fifth generation. Bai Ye crossed her arms and warned seriously that players who were too strong would make the mission more difficult, while weak players, even those who were cautious, would not be able to avoid losses. Bai Ye narrowed her eyes and noticed that even experienced fighters helped each other, and this quest would be an opportunity for newcomers to gain knowledge. Lin raised an eyebrow and asked the logical question of whether the mission would be more difficult than it seemed, since the ghost world always carried danger. His lips pressed together nervously, he explained that in the ghost world, it was not enough to simply follow the rules, as outside forces always posed a threat. Bai Ye clarified that they should gather all the participants, and Lin, without hesitation, said that he would invite his friend from the fifth generation. Flashes of red, blue, and gold light illuminated the space as the 5 new team members appeared in the spacious room. A motley crew lined up in front of Lin and Bai Ye, and a dark-haired man in a leather jacket asked if this was the whole team this time. Bai Ye spread her arms out to the sides and announced that all the participants had gathered and asked everyone to introduce themselves as this was their first meeting. The stocky man in the leather jacket smirked, introduced himself as Wei Tian, and stated that he had no intention of revealing his strength at the first meeting. The man with long blonde hair noticed that Wei Tian's secrecy was strange during the team gathering and suggested that he at least tell them his rank. Wei Tian reluctantly admitted that he was a first rank, and Hailin, with a polite smile, introduced himself as a second-rank hunter who could predict fortunes. Wei Tian snorted skeptically, not believing in Hailin's strength, but Hailin only smiled smugly, declaring that he would always be better no matter the circumstances. Doubt appeared in Lin's eyes because Wei Tian and Hailin clearly didn't get along and he didn't understand how they could be put on the same team. The tall man in the blue robe abruptly ordered them to be quiet, separating the disputants and calling for everyone to respect Bai Ye in order to finish the team's introduction. The man in the blue kimono introduced himself as Shan Qin, saying that he was from Mount Lunhu and was a disciple of the Zhenyi school and a fourth-rank hunter. Hailin narrowed his eyes as he assessed Shan Qin, and in his mind he wondered if this was really such a rare and powerful extraordinary cultivator. Xiao Yin said her name with a slight smile, explaining that she was a second-rank hunter and had once managed to subdue a dangerous, ferocious ghost. Hai Wei introduced herself with a confident look, stating that she was a fifth-rank hunter and had enough strength to fight even those of a higher level. Lin was surprised to realize that Hai Yue, like Bai Ye, was one of the founders of the forum and wondered how this would affect their team. Shan Qin turned to Lin and Bai Ye, announcing that it was now their turn to introduce themselves, asking them to state their names in front of the entire team. Lin stood next to Bai Ye, who introduced herself first, after which he called himself Emperor Feng Du, confirming his high status. Both hunters froze, their gazes filled with tension as they realized that the person standing before them was none other than Emperor Feng Du. Wei Tian exclaimed in shock, not believing his ears, and excitedly asked Bai Ye if the person standing in front of them was really Emperor Feng Du. Shan Qin looked at Lin attentively, not feeling any spiritual fluctuations in him, but his restrained breathing reminded him of his own feelings from his teacher. Wei Tian grinned, and Hailin happily declared that their mission would be a success, since their team included not only Bai Ye and Hai Yue, but also Emperor Feng Du himself. Lin's inner thoughts confirmed that Bai Ye had not gathered random players, but had used the forum's capabilities to create a strong team. Bai Ye said that she had analyzed the team's composition through the prediction card, and they would soon exchange information before the mission. Lin looked at the card with interest, feeling its heat as it activated, allowing him to use the power of divination for the first time. The map in Bai Ye's hand displayed the mission conditions in a crimson light, according to which the team had to escape and eliminate as many hunters as possible. Wei Tian looked at his map, shocked by the prediction that said that after entering the quest area, all participants would be divided into rooms. Xiao Li looked thoughtfully at the map, which predicted that the participants would end up in cells with other people, making their escape strategy more difficult. The fortune-telling cards contained information stating that prisoners were required to maintain discipline and that voluntary killings were strictly prohibited. Bai Ye explained that there were restrictions in place early on in the mission, but they were not a threat as long as one was careful with their cellmates. Lin held the map in his hands and carefully studied its contents, while Bai Ye watched him and asked him what he had managed to find out. The prediction stated that the prison was haunted by a fierce ghost that could not be defeated as long as it remained within the walls of the place. Bai Ye remained silent while the others looked at Emperor Feng Du with concern, realizing that a clash with the ferocious ghost might be inevitable. Hai Yue asked tensely if Emperor Feng Du would really be able to defeat this ferocious ghost like before. The Emperor looked at the team and reminded them that in the rules, the prison warden was declared invincible, and Bai Ye agreed that facing him was very dangerous. He stated that the team should not rely on their own strength alone, as this opponent requires a different approach, asking Hai Yue what her map showed. The girl narrowed her eyes, studying the prediction, according to which wealth could at some point become a decisive factor in their mission. The Emperor frowned in surprise at the prediction, which indicated that money in prison could be more important than magic or fighting power. He felt everyone's gazes on him, as if they were waiting for him to make a decision, and Bai Ye was watching what was happening closely. Xiao Li looked up into thought as a golden illusion appeared in her mind, highlighting the wealth and importance of Emperor Feng Du. Lin chuckled and shrugged, explaining that money would only come into play at the right moment, and the team shouldn't count on his little money. Hei Yue exchanged a surprised glance with Bai Ye when she heard him dismissively call his billions just a small amount of money. Bai Ye slightly parted her lips as if she wanted to say something important, but she hesitated, and her gaze remained hidden under the golden mask. Hei Yue firmly stated that the Emperor was right, and the ghost world was not a toy because their lives were at stake, and Bai Ye agreed with her words. Bai Ye reminded them that they would encounter hunters from other countries, and although the rules would not allow them to just get rid of prisoners, they had to be careful. She added that the free time gives them a chance to meet, so they need to gather as much information as possible to prepare for their escape. The Emperor asked if there were any questions left, and Bai Ye reminded him that if there were none, then they could return and prepare for the next test. The energy dissipated, transporting Lin to his room. The surroundings looked familiar, but the air still bore traces of the recent movement. The hero sprawled on the red sofa, thinking that even without words, those around him placed their hopes on him, but the feeling of responsibility was unpleasant to him. He took a deep breath, looking up, knowing that this was his first real mission after the introductory missions, and he had to gather his strength now. Jumping off the sofa, he extended his hand, creating a magical vortex, and a ghostly blue light flashed as he summoned his servant Ding Liang. A blue ghost emerged from the streams of magical energy, its massive figure exuding confidence, and the fiery light outlined its silhouette. The ghostly spirit bowed down and showed devotion. His gaze was serious, and his posture showed his readiness to follow any order. Lin activated the spatial treasure room, and a bright light reflected in his eyes as he announced that it was time to forge yin artifacts. A bright light flashed the moment his fingers crossed the magical plane, pulling out the first element of the future yin artifact. The ghost blacksmith accepted the artifact with enthusiasm, his face shining with confidence, and his voice sounding firm as he assured that the forging in his hands would be successful. Ding Liang held the ingot with respect, his eyes sparkling with delight, emphasizing that the artifact was very rare and its use required a lot of investment. Lin sat relaxed on the sofa, remembering how he had bet on the material, knowing that he would unlock its potential in the right hands by asking what materials were needed. Ding Liang assessed the soul-absorbing sword, specifying that it would be stronger, but it would require more enemies to be killed to activate, after which the regeneration would be better. The sword in the hero's hand sparkled, shrouded in energy, and he made it clear without hesitation that this blade really did have the ability to draw out souls. Ding Liang smiled widely, holding the sword tightly, and thanked Lin for his trust, assuring him that if he was given more materials, he would be able to improve the weapon. Lin watched the blacksmith dispassionately, wondering if there was a chance to weave the sickle's power into the sword to create a new, unique combination of effects. Ding Liang knelt down to examine the sickle, and after a short pause he said that it did not fit well with the sword, so it had to be worked on separately. The hero slowly extended his palm, releasing a stream of energy and showing off his collection, giving Dean the task of assessing what could be created from it. He raised his hand higher, and a stream of materials burst out from his treasury, among which were rare crystals, potions, and sacred yin artifacts. The blacksmith was astonished, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he realized that before him lay high-quality yin artifacts gathered in one place. Lin, reminding the blacksmith that he had promised not to leave him without work and to push him to improve, offered additional resources. Dean was so inspired that his goals changed, and now he wanted to not just create a super yin artifact, but to surpass himself, inspired by the support of his master. He held the sphere in his hands, thinking that he could use the ice soul bead for balance, but it would reduce the quality of the sword, which needed to be taken into account when forging. The blacksmith shook his head, deciding that the bead was not the best choice, and suggested checking to see if there were any rarer yin materials suitable for forging the sword. Lin raised his hand and a stream of glittering crystals and artifacts erupted, proving that his supply of materials was much greater than the blacksmith could have imagined. Ding Liang grabbed the crystal in delight, recognizing among the materials the rarest artifact of a 1,000-year-old gloomy oak, which could significantly enhance the forging process. Lin remembered how he had received this material from the old ghost Li from the accounting department of the Huangquan Hotel, because the ghost did not understand its true value. The blacksmith ran his fingers carefully over the surface of the material, explaining that its properties made it ideal for strengthening yin weapons, especially the handles. He cried out in surprise when he noticed a golden spherical crystal among the artifacts, which he instantly recognized as the Xuanyin iron essence. Ding Liang clutched the crystal to his chest, and there was genuine joy in his voice, realizing that he had obtained materials of exceptional quality. Lin, carefully observing his reaction, asked with a friendly smile if the Xuanyin iron essence was really that valuable. Ding Liang sighed, remembering that he had only seen her once, at a major auction, where the best blacksmiths were fighting for her, ready to pay huge amounts of money. The hero smiled and mentally noted that first the soul-cleansing wine had conquered Chujiang, and now the iron essence of Xuanyin had struck Ding Liang. The master, holding the iron essence in his hands, explained that thanks to it and the 1,000-year-old gloomy oak, the side effects of fire resistance would be greatly reduced. Energy flared in the air as Lin revealed 2 more items, noting that these were system rewards that were of a quality not inferior to iron essence. Lin smoothly extended his hands forward, allowing the 2 artifacts to float in front of him, and curiously asked if Ding Liang was familiar with these things. The blacksmith looked up at Lin in amazement, recognizing the soul-consuming golden silk that had been transformed from the hair of the legendary ghost ruler of the 10,000 laws. He looked at Lin with concern, and felt that if this silk were to be made into a weapon, it would not only gain power, but also something connected to the past of the Ghost King. The hero turned the artifact over, confirming that there was no need to be afraid to use it, since their actions would not attract the attention of the Ghost King. The blacksmith wondered incredulously how such a powerful ghost could allow a whole lock of his hair to be turned into an artifact and given into the wrong hands. Lin, holding the golden silk, clarified that it could have appeared during the great battle or was given by the Ghost King of the 10,000 laws at his will. His voice was firm as he asked the blacksmith to stop guessing and tell him if this material would help eliminate the ingot's side effects. The master enthusiastically confirmed that the power of silk was able to neutralize any deficiencies of yin materials, including the influence of the red ghost ingot. He swallowed nervously, wondering how much money he could make if he could rip even a small strand of hair from the Ghost King. The hero looked at Ding Liang with interest, showing him a bottle of mysterious liquid, expecting the blacksmith to be able to tell him about its properties. Ding Liang almost dropped the golden silk, his mind frantically searching for an answer to what kind of liquid could be that was causing him such great fear. Lin held a flask of yin spirit essence liquid that he had received for completing a quest involving large expenditures at the revolving restaurant. Ding Liang saw that this liquid contained an unusually pure and balanced yin power, and despite his experience, he could not determine its true value. Lin gave the flask to Ding Liang, believing that he had enough of such artifacts, and if the merchant found a use for this substance, he could keep it. He sincerely thanked Lin, assuring him that he would do his utmost to uncover the secrets of this rare magical artifact. The hero instructed the blacksmith that before experimenting, it was necessary to conduct a detailed analysis of each artifact, otherwise a mistake could be made. Ding Liang happily looked over his materials, dreaming of creating an artifact with power superior to all the items he knew. The moment Lin's hand approached the artifacts, the air trembled with magical tension, and the energy around him began to swirl. Lin's eyes flashed with realization as he saw something among the magical items that made him alert and focus. In a huge pile of artifacts, his attention was drawn to an ancient mirror, which seemed to hold a secret that was incomprehensible even to him. Lin carefully examined the item he found. The system showed that it was a mirror for blocking the dragon's soul, but its class remained unknown. He picked up the find, turning to Ding Liang, hoping that he could give an answer, since even the system could not determine the properties of this object. The hero said that the system identified the artifact as a dragon's soul mirror, but was unable to determine its rank, causing him to become suspicious. The ghost blacksmith's eyes flashed as he began to use his innate ability to discern artifacts and rare components. Ding Liang felt the mirror awaken, its magic enveloping his figure, and resonating flashes of power emanated from the surface of the artifact. A blast of power from the artifact filled the room, tearing the air with bursts of energy that made Ding Liang recoil and Lin freeze in tension. Lin felt a slight push in his palm as the mirror revealed its true form, hinting at its more complex nature. Ding Liang barely managed to stay on his feet, clutching his head with his hands as the sudden energy from the artifact hit him, and his master inquired about his condition. The blacksmith, still trembling, raised his head and asked with obvious excitement where exactly his master had managed to obtain this strange artifact. The hero indifferently said that he received this artifact from a glutton in the Huangquan Inn, unaware that it could have any special value. The master stared at the mirror, stating that its nature was beyond ordinary artifacts, as even he could only see a few fragments of power. Ding Liang confirmed that the artifact was capable of detecting nearby spirits, as well as yin-qi concentration points, if activated correctly. Having revealed the second feature of the artifact, he said that the mirror can absorb materials, energy, and even creatures, having no storage limit. Shock was reflected in Lin's eyes as he asked if the mirror could really suck in even living ghosts. Ding Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, admitting that this artifact frightened him on an instinctive level, causing him to feel an inexplicable fear. He reasoned that if the mirror was capable of storing yin-qi, artifacts, and spirits, then perhaps it could also release power in a targeted manner. Lin tried to understand whether this artifact could not only absorb, but also release, and if so, who or what. The blacksmith instinctively kept his distance, realizing that the artifact probably contained something living within it that should not be released. Lin suggested that if the blacksmith's guess was correct, then the mirror was not just a tool, but a real vessel containing an ancient and dangerous spirit. Ding Liang nodded, confirming that his guess might be correct, but admitted that his level was not sufficient to fully determine the nature of the artifact. Lin confidently clutched the mirror and the battle sickle in his hands, deciding to test his guesses in practice, because without action it was impossible to get an exact answer. He carefully took up a position, holding the mirror in one hand and clutching the sickle in the other, trying to infuse the artifact with yin-qi energy. The blade of the weapon was filled with energy, which seemed to respond to the presence of the mirror, creating a sense of impending danger. Lin watched as the mirror absorbed all the energy at an incredible speed, sucking the yin-qi out of the weapon like a hungry predator. Streams of energy burst out, illuminating everything around, and the hero struggled to hold the artifact in his hands, feeling its sharp increase in power. He felt the energetic structure of the object change, as if the mirror began to respond to his presence differently than before. Concentric circles appeared in the center of the artifact, twisting into a spiral, creating the sensation that the mirror was revealing its essence. The energy release made the air tremble and Lin tensed, feeling the mirror tearing apart from the power locked inside, ready to burst out. The blacksmith stepped back nervously, watching as the mirror flared even brighter, his voice shaking as he shouted to Lin, warning him of the approaching sinister force. A magical storm swept through the room as the energy flow from the mirror began to take shape, revealing something unknown within. Lin frowned, feeling that the aura of the essence released from the mirror was far superior to the strength of the ferocious ghost he had encountered before. The release of energy did not stop. It seemed that the mirror was releasing not only power, but also something that had been in it for many years. The streams of released magic were still floating in the space when Lin lowered the mirror, assessing the consequences of activating its powers. The blacksmith swallowed hard, suggesting not to take risks, and gradually explore the capabilities of the artifact, which had already demonstrated its power. Lin felt that the mirror had unique abilities that could change the balance of power in the ghost world, giving him a distinct advantage. He reached out his hand towards the shimmering treasure chest with a slight grin, deciding to keep the mirror as his trump card in case of dangerous situations. It was evening the next day, and the moon had already risen over Lin's house, illuminating it with light before the start of the next test. Lin sat relaxed on the sofa looking at the clock, realizing that his time for peace was running out and a new test would soon begin. Dark energy enveloped Lin, his concentration reaching its limit as he prepared to enter the 9-fold yin hell prison. Scattered scarlet fragments filled the space as Lin's body disappeared into the energy flow, carrying him into a new trial. Lin instinctively spun around in midair before collapsing onto the bunk, realizing that he was already inside a large-scale mission and there was no turning back. Fire symbols filled the space, confirming that Lin had arrived on a mission, and the ninefold hellish prison of Yin was already ready to receive him. The conditions of the task appeared before my eyes, where I needed to survive, escape from prison in a week, and destroy as many members of other teams as possible. The cold iron bars of the prison gleamed in the dim light, reminding Lin that escape would not be an easy task. A prison guard appeared behind the bars, his voice cutting through the silence of the cell, ordering the prisoners to rise. The warden clutched his baton as he stood behind the bars, his voice full of menace as he contemptuously demanded obedience from the prisoners. Lin looked at the prison rules posted on the wall, which stated strict discipline, no secrecy, and mandatory cleanliness. He thought about it, realizing that such rules always had hidden nuances that no one talked about, and the ghost world was no exception. In a prison cell, prisoners began to wake up. Two of them looked like ghost hunters, but they didn't seem to recognize each other. Lin's attentive gaze slid around the room, his every gesture betraying a hidden vigilance and readiness for action. Lin noticed the ghost, whose level didn't seem high, but the device on his waist clearly suppressed the yin power. The two ghost hunters stood next to each other, but they didn't show any familiar gestures. Lin realized that they didn't know each other. The mustachioed spirit folded his arms across his chest and noted with a grin that it was rare for three people to end up in the same cell at once. But the poor man was weaker than the poor ghost. Lin looked at him carefully, not understanding why the lack of money was considered such a serious disadvantage here. The ghost shrugged indifferently, noting that without money one cannot survive here, and ghost coins are the only thing that saves people. Lin looked closely at the spirit, coming to the conclusion that before him was a mediator who could contact the outside world and get anything for money. The ghost folded his arms across his chest, listing his merchandise indifferently, which included cigarettes, alcohol, paper, and pens, asking if Lin had any money. Lin confidently said that his wallet was full, but even that might not be enough if the selection was too meager. He held out a bill and demanded a pack of cigarettes, and the two hunters in the cell froze in shock, watching this. The ghost froze, his face showing shock when he saw the amount of 1,000 minbi, and Lin just waited calmly to receive his goods. Lin stood in the room by the bed, holding the glowing bill in his hand, and thought in amazement about the power of the ghost he had almost offended. The merchant clutched the red pack of cigarettes in his hands with an anxious expression, assuring them that their quality was the best, and quoted a price of only 60 minbi. The spirit asked if he had any smaller bills, since he wouldn't be able to give change, but Lin suggested that he take a bill and choose goods for the full amount. Lin briefly agreed with a slight smile, confidently holding the bill in his hands and not expressing a shadow of doubt. With a look of shock on his face, one of the observers couldn't believe that Lin had so much money, and the second hunter threw up his hands. The man leaned forward, claiming that for 1,000 minbi they could have done it much faster, and demanded with irritation at Lin where the money came from. Lin thought that the task allowed him to understand the language of foreigners. Then he calmly reproached the hunter for meddling in something that was none of his business. Furious, he stepped closer, contemptuously calling Lin trash and indignant at his audacity to speak in such a tone. With a muffled threat in his voice, Lin barely audibly asked the enemy to repeat his words, while his silhouette stood motionless in the darkness. A wave of glowing energy pierced the air as Lin aimed the blow at his opponent, knocking him off his feet with a sharp, relentless movement. A flash of energy threw him away. He flew helplessly to the side, not having time to react to the swift blow. He mocked his partner sarcastically, surprised at how he called Lin low-ranking, but he instantly got punched in the face before he could even react. Assessing Lin's strength, he came to the conclusion that he was only pretending to be weak, and his spiritual energy was at the 3rd rank, meaning there was nothing to fear. A cunning idea appeared in the blond man's head. He planned to pit them against each other, then finish off the survivor and reap the benefits. Grabbing his wounded friend, the hunter encouraged him, convincing him that the defeat was an accident and that the Chinese was not as strong as he seemed. He clenched his fists, realizing that the ghost was clearly supporting Lin, and suggested joining forces to take the money from him and continue on with the mission. He pointed angrily at Lin, claiming he had just been hit, but his comrade calmly reminded him that the rules forbade retaliation without permission. The blond man smirked and pointed at the prison guard, reminding them that they couldn't fight, but they were quite capable of using the rules to their advantage. He suggested that they stage an attack, provoking Lin to strike so that the guard would notice and punish him himself. They thought calmly, confident that they wouldn't even have to attack themselves, because the guard would do everything for them. All they had to do was push Lin. The two guys changed their tone, trying to make contact with Lin, introducing themselves as Dapu and Root, and, as if nothing had happened, asked him if his cherry blossoms were in bloom. Lin calmly looked at the two guys who introduced themselves and started talking nonsense about Sakura, which meant, as he expected, they had formed an alliance with each other. The hero stood before two enemies who, enveloped in powerful spiritual energy, took a step forward, clearly preparing to attack. Their eyes burned with malice as they attacked, and one, unable to bear Lin's silence, shouted angrily, demanding an explanation for his arrogant expression. Lin calmly raised his hand, his body surrounded by a glow of purple energy, forming a powerful barrier against the rapidly attacking enemies. A powerful burst of energy sent the two attackers flying into the air, their bodies thrown back against the grate with force, shaking the metal bars. The warden raised an eyebrow slightly, looking in surprise towards the source of the noise, his hand tightly clutching the spiked club. Thickening the atmosphere, he confidently stepped forward onto the stone floor, angrily shouting that the prisoners were behaving like ungrateful pigs. The two prisoners grabbed the bars and screamed desperately, accusing Lin of breaking the rules and demanding help from the guard. The warden burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming with an evil fire. He mockingly asked how the man dared to break the rules right under his nose. Lin stood calmly in front of the bars, watching as the two prisoners pressed themselves against the metal in fear, begging the guard for protection. There was a grinding sound in the chamber as the key entered the lock, its metal teeth sliding along the mechanism, preparing to open the grate. The warden smirked, lazily raising his mace, hinting that Lin seemed to be asking to feel the power of his favorite weapon. Lin stood motionless, his silhouette standing out against the cold stone floor, creating a feeling of complete confidence and calm. He smiled carefreely, holding a red pack of cigarettes in his hands, and in a friendly tone suggested not to get angry, as if it were a simple gesture of reconciliation. The warden looked down at the pack of cigarettes in confusion, his threatening demeanor giving way to bewilderment at such an unexpected gesture. The warden's eyes lit up with delight and his face turned red as he recognized his favorite cigarettes with amazement and asked how Lin had guessed. The warden put away his mace with a satisfied smile and declared that he was ready to forgive Lin for such cigarettes, but warned him not to break the rules again. Flaring up in anger, he directed all his fury at the other prisoners, ordering them not to cause trouble, otherwise the consequences would be dire. The ghost froze, staring at the pack in his hand. His eyes began to glow, and the tension in the air became more and more palpable. The hunters retreated back, fear frozen in their eyes. One with his mouth open blurted out that the warden was taking bribes, and the other did not understand how the situation had changed so much. The warden looked closely at the pack of cigarettes, his brows furrowed, and his eyes filled with surprise as he opened it. His eyes widened when he saw the money inside the cigarettes, and he winked at Lin as he accepted the bribe, not believing that he was actually being offered 200 minbi. The warden tilted his head slightly, assessing the situation, and noted to himself that Lin had shown resourcefulness in finding an approach to him. The warden froze abruptly. His eyes filled with a red glow and his smile disappeared, giving way to an icy expression on his face. The two prisoners fell to the floor in panic, their eyes widening in fear as they saw the guard suddenly change his expression towards them. The warden, his eyes glowing with a scarlet light, raised his mace, his laughter echoing down the corridor, drowning out the cries of pain that scattered in the darkness. One of the prisoners tried unsuccessfully to hide, holding his head in his hands, while the guard raised his deadly weapon with a menacing look. The warden flared with irritation and growled that the prisoner's frightened look irritated him and demanded that he stop shaking. The warden did not hide his irritation. He reminded the prisoners that their violation had consequences, even if he did not know what their fault was. Lin calmly raised his hand, a purple flame blazing at the tip of his finger, and he gently told the warden to calm down, holding the flame to his cigarette. The cigarette slowly smoldered in his hand. He took a deep breath, and his tense expression gradually changed to a calmer one. He looked at Lin in surprise, thinking that this man just gave him 200 minbi, and wondered if he might be an influential person. The warden chuckled, patted his chest approvingly, introduced himself as Wu, and told Lin that he could now count on his help. The warden walked away slowly, and Lin wondered how cheap the bribe had been if only 200 minbi had provided him with such strong support. Lin carefully read the terms of the new assignment, which required him to spend 10 million minbi while avoiding any attempts to manipulate the market. Watching the situation from the shadows, the merchant thought that a pack of cigarettes could save him from punishment at most, which meant that he most likely had a reputation. Standing in the semi-darkness of the cell, the ghost concluded that he must have more than just a pack of cigarettes to have gained favor so easily. Lin calmly approached the merchant and calmly demanded that he give him the best he had, causing him to involuntarily be surprised. Throwing up his hands, the ghost honestly admitted that he didn't have anything special right now, but if he was given time, he could get something worthwhile. The hero, without looking away, asked a question regarding the existence of free time, hinting that his plans went beyond simple shopping. Smiling, the observer said that the morning count of prisoners precedes sending them to work, and there is almost no free time. Lin tilted his head and asked how much control the work process had, whether there was room for maneuver, or whether any deviations were prohibited. The hero looked at the merchant carefully, offering him to become his informant in exchange for protection and good treatment if the information was useful. Smiling, he said his name was Lu Fujian, and that he was well aware of the affairs in the prison, promising to help if Lin ran into trouble. Lin raised his palm, creating a magical projection of people's silhouettes, then asked Lu to inquire about them during his next shopping trip. Looking through the magical fog, Lu calmly said that he could try to get information, but there were no women in this block, and they were kept in the upper levels of the prison. Lin looked closely at the magical fire in his hand, realizing that the only way to meet the right people was to wait for the moment of freedom. He asked about the work, and the prisoner replied that it would all come down to carrying heavy things. Then there would be a joint meal, and after that free time. They exchanged glances as they stood at the bars, as it became clear that another round of prisoner checks had begun before the start of the new day. The warden loudly announced that the prisoners must come out of their cells to line up for a count, obeying the strict prison regime. Lin and the others went out into the common corridor, and Lu explained that there would be a prisoner count first, and then the workday would begin. The crowd of prisoners moved forward slowly, following the established order, while the guards kept a close eye on maintaining discipline. Lin looked at the magical glow in his palm, realizing that the prison power blocked spiritual energy, but this restriction only applied to the fierce ghosts. His red eyes lit up with confidence as he realized that thanks to Juji's height, he was much stronger than the ferocious ghosts and could overcome all obstacles. A warden with a club in his hand ordered everyone to speed up, while another guard began to loudly count the prisoners, checking the order in the ranks. The merchant frowned and pointed forward, his voice taking on a worried tone as Lin looked in the direction of his gaze with interest. Lin looked closely at the figures ahead. His attention was drawn to Wentian, Jiaolong, and the tall man who was called the American Hunter. He looked closely at their faces, seeing clear signs of a fight, and assumed that there had been a scuffle inside the cell in which these three had become involved. Lin, without thinking, walked forward, his sneakers silently sliding across the floor, and those present watched him with bewilderment and shock. Several prisoners turned to look at him, bewilderment in their eyes, because the stranger was walking straight towards them, showing neither fear nor doubt. With a slight smile, Lin raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, introducing himself as Emperor Fengdu, his voice even and his gaze confident. The prisoners looked at the hero, surprised by his courage, because he was not afraid to approach, as if he was indifferent to the possible punishment from the guards. The hero, seeing the bruises on the hunters, asked why they were placed in the same cell with foreign hunters, and it was clear from their faces that the American was badly hurt. One of them hastened to explain, trying to convince the hero that there was no conflict with the American and that the situation looked wrong. Lin frowned when he heard their explanation and wondered why both the American and they had injuries on their faces if there was no conflict between them. The prisoner reluctantly admitted that the injuries were not the fault of the American, but because they had managed to fight with each other. The hunter smiled slightly, admitting that the conflict had started when his partner began insulting him immediately after entering the cell. The fight in the cell came back to life in his memory, where they fought in a thick cloud of dust, and the guard slyly watched from the side. The guard noticed the aftermath of their fight and was quick to assume that the American was the culprit, although in fact the situation was different. The American didn't even have time to explain that he had nothing to do with the conflict, because the warden's decision was quick and irrevocable. Observing the situation, the hero realized that the prison lives by its own laws, where the truth does not always matter before the power of the guards. They looked at each other, realizing that despite their wounds, the situation had even turned out to be advantageous since the stranger had suffered more, and for the others, it had become a lesson. The wounded hunter's face showed confusion as he wondered why the Chinese, who usually supported each other, had suddenly started fighting among themselves. The foreigner frowned, realizing that the presence of another Chinese could jeopardize their plan, and alliances with other countries became necessary. The guard continued to count the prisoners as he walked past the neat rows, until one of the prisoners suddenly coughed, attracting everyone's attention. The huge warden turned around sharply, hearing a strange sound among the prisoners. His eyes narrowed and his hand tightened its grip on the handle of his heavy baton. The hunter warned the hero anxiously, reminding him that the guards were watching him, urging him to return to his place before it was too late. The hero smiled calmly, waved his hand, and confidently said that he would see him later, without showing the slightest concern about the current situation. The American watched the offender with a grin, declaring that punishment was inevitable, since the warden had already noticed the violation and was not going to forgive him. The warden stepped forward with a grim expression, looking down at the hero who, despite his menacing appearance, remained calm. The hero turned his head slightly, smiling with a mysterious expression, as if he was in complete control of the situation and had no doubt about the outcome of events. The warden narrowed his eyes. His gaze became wary, and his hand tightened its grip on his weapon as he continued to count the prisoners. Lin moved forward calmly while the guard with the baton silently watched him, not interrupting the counting of prisoners, allowing him to move on calmly. A group of prisoners watched in stupefaction as the hero broke the usual rules and remained unpunished under the watchful eye of the warden. Driven by a loud cry, the crowd hurriedly headed deeper into the corridor, illuminated by 2 green torches on the wall. The guards touched the glowing panel in unison, their palms surrounded by vortices of magical energy, transmitting the command for further action. The huge gates clanged open, releasing a blinding light through which a group of people entered under the watchful eyes of armed guards. The hero's eyes coolly studied the surroundings, in which the work area spread out before him, filled with people heading to their places. In the remote mountainous area, there were several warehouses leading to underground tunnels, and the occasional buildings hinted at organized activity. The officer stood haughtily before the prisoners, declaring their task to be the transfer of cargo between warehouses, surrounded by a desolate mountain landscape. The guard's face filled with anger, his muscles tensed, and his voice thundered through the gorge, leaving no doubt about his determination. The irritated commander lashed out with his whip at the air, demanding that the work be speeded up, his tone leaving no choice for anyone present. The boy's eyes widened in horror when he heard that the tasks included not only moving structures but also transporting the dead. Lin watched the prisoners carry the corpses without showing any signs of disgust, realizing that this had become a normal job for them. Lin slowly rolled the wheelbarrow between the rocks, but his gaze was drawn to the appearance of a merchant who sped up and headed straight towards him. Squinting, he handed Lin the bottle, enthusiastically explaining that it was a real elite alcohol, worthy of his attention. The inspired ghost, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, confidently declared that this bottle was worth 800 minbi, and its value in the prison was inestimable. Holding the bottle closer, Lin noted reservedly that it was an expensive pleasure, but he was not sure that it would be useful. The merchant said with a grin that even cheap alcohol was always in demand, and this bottle would make a lasting impression. Lin thanked him for the bottle in a reserved manner, keeping his doubts to himself and not rushing to show emotion, politely handing the bill to the merchant. The spirit looked at the money with admiration, his eyes turning into glittering coins as he clutched the 1,000 minbi bill, delighted at Lin's generosity. A huge warden with glowing red eyes suddenly loomed over them, menacingly demanding to know why they weren't working. The monstrous silhouette of the guard with bloody eyes loomed menacingly in the darkness, towering over the figures, but Lin did not lose his old confidence. The unfortunate merchant took a panicked step back, throwing up his hands, nervously justifying himself by saying that they were simply distracted and would now return to work. The whip whistled through the air, and the merchant, looking around warily, whispered to Lin that the warden's weapon was imbued with the power of yin and was capable of killing. The hero, without losing confidence, declared that he would not work now since he first intended to talk to the warden. Lin left, and the merchant, stunned, could not take his eyes off him, realizing that he truly had nerves of steel. Unfazed by the warden's fury, Lin approached confidently, his steps light but with tension in the air. The warden slowly squeezed his baton with a cold grin, saying that in front of him was another one who was tired of life, and his voice sounded sarcastic and threatening. His gaze flashed and his muscles tensed as he loudly declared that those as arrogant and haughty as Lin were no exception, and they deserved to be punished. Lin thought with a slight grin that a little money would be enough to bribe all the guards, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Warden Wu stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, demanding that no harm be done as he rushed towards them, his expression filled with despair. Wu rushed forward with wild speed, demanding that no one move and take their hands off his comrade, while the horned overseer raised his fist threateningly. Lin watched the situation with a slight grin, realizing that this old man Wu had once again proven himself useful, even without the extra cost. Wu ran desperately with all his might, shouting that Lin was not an ordinary prisoner, but an honored guest, and that no harm could be done to him. Wrinkles gathered on his forehead as he frowned, trying to comprehend why this man had been granted the status of guest of honor. Wu quickly explained that this guy paid 200 minbai with a new bill filled with pure yin, which meant he was influential and didn't end up here by chance. The warden narrowed his eyes, realizing that such a sum was insignificant in the outside world, but the magical barriers in the prison made even weak yin qi extremely valuable. Whirlwinds of pure yin qi enveloped Lin. His eyes glowed with a bright light, and the warden realized that the general's ghost was behind him because it was difficult to bring such minbi here. The warden bowed and admitted his mistake, and Lin calmly stated that since Old Man Wu was his friend, then he would become one too. The warden extended his hand, acknowledging that the ghost world was cruel, but it was precisely such conflicts that allowed enemies to be turned into friends. He clenched his jaw, his gaze filled with doubt as he tried to accept the idea that prisoners and guards could help each other. The green-mustached warden began to address old Wu about the captain, but his partner interrupted him with an exclamation that this was exactly what he wanted. Lin realized that money could open any door, and if he needed to get to the main prison, he had plenty of it. The hero looked calmly at the guards, stopping them and offering to tell them about their problems, assuring them that as a friend he could help them. Both guards gestured for Lin to follow them, leading him towards the massive doors that hid the unknown. The two prisoners, carrying stones, talked to each other in surprise, not understanding why the overseers had come out and what they were going to do with this Chinese man. A sense of hostility filled the man's voice as he said with hatred that only through joint efforts could all the Chinese be eliminated. The dark metal door of the interrogation room stood tightly closed, a narrow window above it letting in a weak light, creating an ominous atmosphere. Wu stepped forward sharply, his hand extended to the side, his face serious as he called out loudly to the captain at the open door. In a room with simple wooden tables, several guards were eating quietly. One of them, holding a plate, said in surprise, giving permission to enter. Lin looked at the silent warden carefully, realizing that his strength matched that of a ferocious ghost, meaning he was the chief of the prison warden. The captain frowned as he looked at Lin, his thoughts becoming confused as he wondered why a man like him had been brought to the prison and what connection he had with the guards. The horned secretary informed Wu and Hong that Xiaoxi had brought several corpses of ghost beasts filled with yin energy and invited them to join the captain for a meal. Yu's face flushed, his eyes sparkled with joy, and he enthusiastically accepted the offer, confirming his complete satisfaction. Tension filled the room as the wary senior warden coldly asked Wu why he had brought the man here. Wu, putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, confidently declared that he was his friend and the only person worthy of respect, and also emphasized his generosity. With a slight blush on his face, Wu carefully said that this person could be the solution to their current difficult situation. The captain looked at Wu suspiciously, his voice mocking as he questioned such high generosity. The hero did not waste time on explanations, realizing that the captain would not believe him anyway, and magic began to shine in his hands, demonstrating his true capabilities to the chief. The magic bottle, surrounded by blue energy, suddenly flew out of Lin's hands, leaving a shining trail behind it and attracting the attention of everyone in the room. The magical flash made the captain and the other overseers instinctively recoil, their gazes filled with fear and surprise. The bottle shimmered with a mystical blue light, and the magic inside resembled a liquid flame, inside of which a mysterious energy swayed, emitting magical sparks. Lin confidently held out the bottle. Smiling, he offered to share the wine, emphasizing that he just wanted to try it, and it would bring them all great pleasure. One of the guards admired the wine, claiming that even in the outside world it could be called high class, while the refreshments were going on at the table. Wu, blushing, noted that this bottle of wine with the remnants of ghostly energy was simply wonderful, and his friend enthusiastically added that the dinner would be unforgettable. The chief prison warden, exhaling, understood what they meant, and admitted that even though the guest was rich, he still would not be able to solve their pressing problems. The boss confidently added that their business was too big, and they needed long-term contracts, not one-off financing. The hero, with a slight grin, repeated to himself what he had heard about business and clients, then noted to himself that his identity was being checked. Wu froze in place, his lips parting in surprise as an alarming thought flashed through his mind, completely changing his expression. Without showing emotion, the hero directly indicated that he did not attach any importance to either the situation or the relationship, offering to clarify the situation and get straight to the point. Lin, spreading his arms, noted with a smile that if they didn't tell him anything, then he definitely wouldn't be able to help, and then calmly asked what next. The horned warden, looking to the side, nodded approvingly, agreeing, but immediately asked if the young man had noticed the shaft that was outside. The warden, sitting at his desk, explained that their prison had many connections outside, and that the development of the mine played a key role in their activities. He frowned as he reported that the ghost responsible for their joint business had died a few days ago, causing the ore supply to be temporarily suspended. The hero thought, looking coldly at the warden, that in the ghost world, sudden deaths were common, and such incidents always created problems for large organizations. Wu frowned and explained that their position in the prison did not exempt them from monitoring the mine, as they were required to ensure that the plan was met, even by hand. The senior warden looked down and sighed heavily, wondering what to do about the mine problem, while the young man maintained a cold-blooded silence. A light touch of the hero's index finger on the surface of the table caused a barely audible knock, attracting the attention of everyone present. Lin calmly extended his hand and informed the captain that he knew how to solve the problem of selling the ore from their mine, his confidence leaving no doubt. The warden, without looking away, reminded that he was not looking for short-term cooperation. He was interested in strong business connections, so he advised thinking about the deal. Magical energy flowed smoothly from Lin's hand. He called everyone to watch, and the warden, shocked by what he saw, could barely utter a word. A red sign surrounded by swirls of energy appeared in his hand. The captain cried out in shock upon seeing the emblem associated with the legendary organization of the other side. The senior warden raised a finger in horror, his voice trembling as he realized that Lin was the guardian of the other side, which meant a whole different level of power. Lin remembered that the guardians of the other side controlled important areas, including energy, so it would not be difficult for him to sell the mine ore. The warden's eyes lit up with delight. He realized that by making a deal with Lin, he would get rid of all the problems with his partners, and his lips stretched into a wide smile. Hong gritted his teeth, realizing that his carelessness could have made him an enemy of a powerful organization, while Wu thought about the cigarettes and money he had taken from the custodian. The hero raised his palm, confirming his status as a keeper, then offered the mine long-term cooperation if their organization was interested in it. The warden, sobbing, could not believe his luck, his voice breaking with emotion as he, covered in tears, loudly thanked Lin for such an opportunity. The warden shook Lin's hand firmly, acknowledging that if he really helped them, it could be called a salvation sent by the ghost god himself. Wu asked cautiously, with a slight squint, why the gentleman was here, since such people don't just get into their walls like that, which means he had a serious motive. Lin, realizing that the warden was smart, calmly confirmed that he had not ended up there by accident, but that his goal was clearly defined, and he was ready to reveal it. The senior warden bowed and asked tensely how he could help, assuring him that he was ready to do everything possible to fulfill any of his requests. Lin, taking out an envelope with information, explained that he first needed to find several prisoners who were in this prison. The chief, having looked at the documents, respectfully assured that Lin was now their important ally, and the safety of the people he needed would be ensured. With a serious expression, he ordered the guards Wu and Hong to immediately begin releasing the people, relieving them of their correctional duties and improving their diet. With a serious expression, Wu said that the guards guarantee him complete freedom of movement, allowing him to meet with any people in the prison. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face when he realized that he could now fully concentrate on his main task, without being distracted by local laws. Squinting slightly, he lifted his cup, taking a leisurely sip, his thoughts focused on the next plan that could now be implemented. Lin placed the cup on the table, the sound of it echoing throughout the room, highlighting his determination, and a tense silence fell around him. In silence, the overseers bowed, acknowledging Lin's superiority. Their actions spoke louder than words. He was now the most important figure in their organization. Lin, raising his hand in a farewell gesture, said with a smile that he was leaving, expressing the hope that the guards would fulfill their promise. At this time, Hylan, whistling, tilted the wheelbarrow, pouring out the contents, and Wentian hastily retreated so as not to get hit by the coal. Hylan, smiling broadly, assured that it was only thanks to his calculations that they had found a lot of small and high-quality ore, but Wentian irritably objected, reminding them that he had discovered the place first. Wentian held a piece of ore in his hands, frowned at Hylan, and said that his leadership skills did not meet his expectations, demanding that he leave. Wentian raised his head sharply, exclaiming in surprise when he heard Hylong's words, who looked back and noticed that they had gone too far into the mine. Hylan pulled the cart wearily and announced that it was almost full, so they should go back to avoid wasting their energy. A dark figure slowly emerged from the depths of the shaft, its voice hoarse as it said that it had been watching them and waiting for them. From the depths of the mine emerged a group of 5 terrifying ghosts, their weapons gleaming in the light of the mine and their eyes full of cruelty. Wentian's eyes widened, and he loudly exclaimed that ghosts were watching them, and Hylong tensely realized that they had fallen into a trap. The horned ghost asked with a smirk if it was convenient to carry the ore, and then disdainfully stated that this mine belonged to their group of black brothers. Wentian and Hylan watched the ghost reactions with great intensity, reminding them that working hours could not be interrupted, and that fighting was not allowed here. The ghosts laughed, their loud laughter echoing throughout the mine, as the horned one mockingly declared that the prison rules had no effect here, and they could do whatever they wanted. Wentian, looking at his opponents with concern, asked if they wanted to kill them, reminding them that when the prisoners were counted, their absence would arouse suspicion. The ghost, with a predatory smile, explained that prisoners died every day in the mines from hard work, so the guards would not even notice their disappearance. Wentian discussed with Hylan in a panic that even if they used all their trump cards, they would not be able to win, since there were more opponents and almost no strength left. Demonic creatures with red eyes surrounded them, jubilantly anticipating that the prey would no longer be able to escape and they would be able to enjoy the meat. Hailong raised his hand with wide eyes, urging Wentian not to make any sudden movements and to give him time to calculate everything. He grinned as he looked into the faces of his enemies and loudly declared that their opponents were now trapped, since he had taken into account all the details in advance. The demon glared at Hailong, demanding that he repeat what he had said, but he remained calm and composed, as if everything was going according to his plan. Grinning in contempt, the demon told Hailun that he was talking nonsense that no one but a small child would believe. Remaining unperturbed, Hailun confidently said that he was simply predicting the direction of fate, but the demon's faces showed disbelief. The young man squinted and expressed bewilderment that even ghosts reject mysticism, and then with a slight grin suggested believing his prophecy. With a firm voice, Hailun ordered Wentian to leave, ignoring the demons who were silently watching them. The green-haired demon anxiously asked his leader if he really believed Hailong's prediction, or if it was all a clever deception. Waving his arms, the demon confidently declared that he would not allow the prisoners to be released just like that, because if it turned out to be a deception, then they would make themselves look like fools. His face contorted in shock as a sudden flash of light illuminated the cave, reflecting in the ghost's wide eyes. A giant ghost with glowing eyes and a long body appeared behind Hailong, its mouth stretched into a predatory grin, and a scarlet light illuminated the walls of the cave. The ghost fell backwards, his hands shaking, his gaze fixed on the giant shadow whose blazing eyes bored into him, fangs bared. With shaking hands, he pointed at the giant entity, shouting in fear what kind of a horrible creature was in front of him, thinking how those second-rank brats were able to restrain it. The huge ghost released an unbearable pressure, and the air shook, squeezing the horned ghost who was suffocating, feeling how his body would soon be torn apart. The horned one clenched his hand, covering his face, trying to protect himself from the monstrous force, and in despair, he wondered how everything had turned out this way. Enveloped in ripping energy, the demon roared in pain, while his companion behind him watched in fear as the torrent of power engulfed his body. Trying to get as far away as possible, Hailun and Wentian rushed through the dark tunnel, their breathing ragged and a tense atmosphere enveloping the space. Hailun proudly said that the opponents believed his trick, but Wentian abruptly cut him off, pointing out that once the illusion was dispelled, they were finished. They had barely had time to catch their breath when they heard a call that made them freeze and turn around in fear, and a tall, familiar figure appeared in the shadow of the exit. Emperor Fengdu stood in the passage, his scarlet eyes glimmering in the dim light, and the slight smile on his lips betrayed his usual confidence, happy that he had finally found them. Hailun rushed to Emperor Fengdu, desperately begging for help, and Wentian hurried after him, reporting that they were being pursued by cruel ghosts calling themselves the Black Brothers. Fengdu looked at the two of them doubtfully, recalling that he had heard about this group that was famous for their fraudulent activities, and was surprised at how Hailun and Wentian were able to deceive them. Hailun, at the hero's knees, assured Fengdu with a serious expression that they had fought for a long time and had inflicted great damage on the enemies, leaving them half dead. Fengdu smiled amiably and mentally acknowledged that Hailun and Wentian were still the same hopeless adventurers and jokers who got into trouble. Loudly shouting out his plan, Hailun declared that he would become bait for the enemies, allowing Fengdu to deal a crushing blow, and Wentian tensed up in surprise. Grabbing Hailong by the shoulder, Wentian desperately tried to stop him, reminding him that he had abandoned his familiar and was now completely defenseless. Tears of gratitude welled up in Hailong's eyes as he realized how stupid his plan had been, and thanked Wentian with relief. The hero, watching this scene, thought that thanks to their brotherly devotion, it would not be difficult for him to help them, and at the same time get the souls of ghosts. Emperor Fengdu, stopping the hunters with a gesture, calmly reminded them that there would be no victims in his Chinese detachment and suggested that they relax and simply enjoy the show. With a beaming smile, Hailong loudly expressed his admiration for Emperor Fengdu as he walked deeper into the cave with his comrade. The bound ghost, its smooth black body writhing helplessly on the cart, its tiny limbs twitching and its mouth quivering with a stifled groan. The enraged horned demon leaned forward in surprise, looking at the spirit and not believing that such a tiny creature had managed to trick them so skillfully. The demon narrowed his eyes, looking intently at the little ghost, and said that such a powerful illusion was only possible for fierce ghosts, which this spirit could not have. The horned ghost, clutching the talisman in his hands, declared with determination that they would definitely take revenge, regardless of the tricks used by their opponents. With a worried voice, one of the subordinates remarked that the suppression talismans were too important, and it was doubtful that 2 hunters were worth such a sacrifice. The demon froze when his gaze fell upon the unexpectedly returned hunters, whose silhouettes were clearly outlined in the light of the cave entrance. The horned one frowned, stepping forward and asking angrily how they dared to return, clutching the talisman tightly, and looked with disdain at the returning hunters. Emperor Orfengdu stood calmly in front of the group of demons, his posture relaxed, but his eyes carefully studying each of them. Helpless, Blackie writhed in his bonds, his screams echoing throughout the cave, his eyes trembling with panic as he called for help. Rushing forward, Hylan called out to Blackie anxiously, then turned to Emperor Fengdu, begging him to save him. The demon held the talisman with a smug smile, assuring that Emperor Fengdu had only doomed himself by daring to challenge the Black Brothers. A dark light flashed in Fengdu's eyes, and his question about the Black Brothers' strength sounded calm, but with a clear hint of mockery. With an angry expression, the demon raised the talisman, which burst into flames, shouting as he warned Fengdu that he would now see their true power. The talisman activated, the demons were enveloped in scarlet flames, their bodies filled with energy, and their gazes burned with confidence in victory. The shocked hunters couldn't believe that the demons' limitations had disappeared, and their auras were now glowing with power that threatened everything around them. Fengdu took a step forward, his black cloak fluttering slightly and a mystical aura appearing around him as he calmly said that there was no need to be afraid. Hailong's voice was filled with anxiety as he looked at the Black Brothers engulfed in flames, asking Fengdu to be extremely careful. With blazing eyes, the horned demon stated that even if Fengdu had strength, the prison restrictions made him weaker, and the demon's numerical advantage would decide the outcome of the battle. Looking at the fiery ghosts, the hero did not show a drop of fear. His posture was relaxed, and his back was straight, as if he was in complete control of the situation. Fengdu raised his hand slightly, snapping his fingers to summon Zhu Jiang, his voice calm and the aura surrounding him turning a deep blue. A ferocious ghost with a massive body and long hair appeared in the center of the fiery vortex, landing next to Fengdu and turning its gaze towards the opponents. The heat of the flames grew stronger as the ferocious ghost stood up straight, his voice firm as he called Fengdu master, emphasizing his submission. Shuddering in horror, the demon realized with alarm in his voice that the person standing in front of him was a real ferocious ghost, and his strength and muscular body were full of hidden power. Wentian's eyes flashed in surprise when he realized that Fengdu had actually subdued the ferocious ghost, and Hailong anxiously asked how strong he was. The devil watched the ghost in alarm, his face filled with bewilderment as he felt his power was not suppressed by the prison. The demon grinned, his lips curling into a predatory smile, his fangs flashing, and his short laugh sounded ominous, emphasizing his self-confidence. The horned devil laughed loudly, looking mockingly at his comrades, assuring them that it was just an illusion in front of them, just like last time. A questioning expression flashed across Zhu Jiang's face. His gaze became focused, and he asked thoughtfully, expressing confusion about the illusion. One of the henchmen chuckled at his commander, assuring him that it was only thanks to his quick wits that they had not fallen for the trick. Fengdu looked at the demons with disbelief, his lips curling into a smirk, and his voice filled with obvious disdain as he called them crazy. The horned creature's eyes flashed with anger. He raised his hammer above his head and loudly declared that the enemies would not be able to repeat their trick twice. The demons laughed loudly. One of them nodded mockingly, saying that now they would have even more food, and the second grinned contentedly. Our hero looked at the battlefield dispassionately, then in a cold voice ordered Zhu Jiang to kill the enemy leader first, as he was already tired of him. Zhu nodded, fire flaring around him and his voice full of confidence as he fiercely and without a shadow of a doubt confirmed his readiness to act. In just a moment, the enemy was engulfed in flames, although it was hard to believe. But our hero was not going to stop there, and therefore again worked to connect the energy flows. Realizing that something was wrong, one of the ill-wishers asked the boss how this could be, since he insisted that everything that was happening was just an illusion. Retreating, the chief came close to our hero's assistant and, pointing his finger at him, proudly declared that he was just an ordinary fantasy. Zhu Jiang shouted furiously and declared that if he was an illusion, then the enemies should expect to be killed by the illusion. Suddenly, the guy's opponents began to realize that this was all really happening, which was almost impossible to accept. At this time, in the guards' room, the chief felt some kind of aura, suspecting that it belonged to a fierce ghost. After thinking about it, the man decided for himself that the power of this creature was so enormous that he could not even feel it. Stretching, the chief decided that let this aura remain. As long as he doesn't kill prisoners, there's nothing wrong with that. It's better to take a little more nap. As the men left the cave, they discussed how their opponents had previously been under the influence of an illusion and thought that Zhu Jiang was also a ghost. But Feng Du was more interested in something else. Namely, if Hai Lun managed to create an illusion, then he had enormous potential among those who belonged to the second rank. Holding Chernish in his hands, the blond man said that thanks to his assistant, he was able to create fantasies, and therefore, if something happened to the assistant because of ill-wishers, then they would be in trouble. Falling to his knees, one of the prisoners began to plaintively ask for forgiveness, saying that they had allowed themselves too much, but that it would not happen again. Wentian began to say that if it weren't for their powerful friend, no one would be behaving like this now, but fear took over. Feng Du, with a calm voice, immediately declared that he could spare the opponents. And he added that the conditions are that prisoners must prove their worth. However, our hero's comrades did not understand why this was necessary, because Feng Du could easily take out all the enemies with one blow. But the villains began to wail again, explaining that they were simply following the orders of the Black Brothers, and that resisting them was the same as committing suicide. The guy thought that an important part of the whole prison mission was confronting hunters from other countries, and the difficulty was in following the rules. The confrontation will not be easy. Given the above, Feng Du will try to take care of the guys, but he is not omnipresent, and therefore the ghosts will be just right. Reaching out to the prisoners, the young man demanded that they give him the talisman that would allow him to bypass the blockages of true power. One of the ghosts said that such items are rare, they only have 2 left, but they can help get 5 pieces, and if necessary, even 500. With a stern voice, Feng Du stated that in that case, he could easily give it a chance. Hearing that the young man was now becoming the boss, the former ill-wishers said that they would carry out the emperor's orders and obey him in everything. After that, the guy said that there were currently dozens of people, ghost hunters, in the 3 outer levels of the 9-fold Hell Yin prison. The young man gave the profiles of the people who were not to be touched to the ghosts, adding that he did not care about the rest. And a moment later, he was already talking about the fact that the rest could be destroyed. That would be even better. And while one of the prisoners was thinking that the emperor was some kind of bloodthirsty person who wanted to kill his own kind, the other happily said that they would do everything with maximum efficiency. Hai Lun, taking the wheelbarrow with coal, thanked Feng Du for his help and added that it was very good that the guy found them. Our hero asked the boys to be careful and then made them happy by saying that the guards had freed the young man and his friends from compulsory work, and so they could all go and have a bite to eat together. The men, their mouths open in surprise, asked how this was even possible, how the guards could allow something like this. The young man explained that he had done a favor for the chief prison guard, so from that moment on a number of rules did not apply to them. Both joy and embarrassment appeared on the boys' faces. They felt embarrassed that someone had managed to negotiate for them. Not even a few minutes had passed, and our heroes had already gone out into the street where some man was waiting for them. It was the overseer who turned to Feng and reported that the dinner for him and his comrades was ready. The quality of the food was of the highest standard. While the man was bowing, Wentian said that he felt like they were just sleeping. And I thought to myself that being on the same team with the emperor would be really cool. And while our heroes were freely walking around the territory, other prisoners were discussing how this could be, and whether this group was not afraid of punishment. One of the involuntary ones took the stone and suggested that these passers-by probably used some tricks, and therefore it was possible to report this to the guards. However, another noted that the Chinese had simply bribed the guards, and therefore it was better not to approach these prisoners individually. The men realized that the threat from the Chinese was too great, and then they thought that it was necessary to unite with hunters from other countries. That's why the guy approached one of the thugs and said hello to him. After a while, Feng Du remembered how he was walking through the mine, lost in thought. Picking up a small stone from the ground, he thought that this was the same ore that was mined in the ninefold hellish prison of Yin. To sell it, it would most likely not be necessary to use one's own position and status on the other side. If the ore was of good quality, the young man could buy it himself. Knowing that our hero still had a task from the system, he called Ding Liang, who immediately appeared. The man greeted the boy and announced that the weapon was ready. Feng Du was delighted to hear this news and thanked his comrade. The man added that he had placed the weapon in the phantom space and asked the young man to check the sword if, of course, it would not harm the task. Not much time passed, and the space was already activated, and our hero saw a beautiful blade. Taking it in his hands, the young man looked at this object in surprise. Our hero's admiration knew no bounds. He repeated again and again that the weapon was wonderful. A minute later, the young man asked Mr. Ding if it was true that this sword was a Super Yin class. The master confirmed that this was so, adding that in terms of quality, it could only be rivaled by the mysterious dragon mirror that locked the soul. The man began to talk about how the materials complement each other. Some absorb the enemy's power and return it to the owner. Due to the fact that the composition includes a tree that absorbs souls, the blade cannot be destroyed, and the golden thread also added a hidden attribute. The young man didn't understand what was being talked about, but the man told him about the rumors of the Ghost King of 10,000 martial arts, his skill being that he can accurately reproduce the movements and skills of his opponents. And that skill of his was deeply sealed in his hair, in the hair of the golden thread. Our hero noted that he realized that the thread could store the opponent's external yin force in its original form, and then release it and return it to his body. Ding Lian was pleased that his work was appreciated, but he still wanted to tell about the liquid that the guy gave him. It turned out that it was more valuable than all the materials put together. Even the Ghost King would be touched if he saw it. Surprised, Feng Du thought that if a master of his craft was talking about this, then the effect of the liquid was really frightening. Seeing the guy pick up the weapon, our hero's friend asked him to feel the aura of the spear. The sword actually thinned out the energy. It was something that was difficult to put into words. With some fear in his voice, the young man noted that the blade seemed to have its own consciousness. The master confirmed this, explaining that it was all about the liquid that could give consciousness to inanimate objects. The young man said out loud that this kind of thing happens in the world, but he thought to himself why the system gives out such valuable rewards, where it got them from, and also that the blade was very strong. The master suggested that if the sword has consciousness, it means that the owner becomes much stronger, and the weapon will be able to independently increase its strength and characteristics. The boy smiled and thought about how much this blade could grow to if it already had such power. It might be a Tier 2 superclass, or maybe even a Tier 1 superclass. Ding Liang said, "If a young man is going to use a sword, he must go through a recognition ceremony, but it is risky. One must be careful." Although the very next minute the system notified that the blade was automatically linked to its owner. Looking at everything that was happening with surprise, the master asked how this could have happened at all. But the guy laughed it off, saying that the reason was most likely that the weapon was made using Linyuan liquid. After thinking about it, our hero decided that since the object has consciousness, it must also have a name. After a brief pause, Feng Du loudly declared that he would call his new weapon Grave Eater. And then the system again issued a notification about the benefits that the owner of such a valuable relic receives. Enjoying his blade, the boy said out loud that someday the time would come when he would allow the blade to reveal all its greatest power. And turning around, he thanked Ding Liang once again, noting that he did not regret signing a contract with this master. and he, scratching his head, admitted that he had no opportunity to improve, did not have the necessary materials, and therefore was glad that he followed the young man. Feng Du, patting his friend on the shoulder, added that there was no need to be modest. In the future, the guy would present more high-quality materials. It would be possible to do something amazing. As he left the cave, the teenager remembered that he wanted the master to evaluate the ore, and he shouted to him about it. After examining it, the man explained that the material is used to create protective artifacts and can also be used to create vehicles and building bodies. There is also a second type of ore used as medical materials to cleanse from the effects of poisonous elixirs. The resulting potion can be used during combat. Ding Liang continued to talk about how the ore is inexpensive and is supplied in large quantities to large factories. Our hero thought to himself that if he couldn't sell this material, he still had a task from the system, so buying ore wouldn't reduce the budget much. Moreover, the task was not to save money, but to spend it like crazy, which is what the young man was going to do. After some time, the guy came out of the cave, where his friends were already waiting for him. Shanking bowed and greeted Emperor Feng Du, hearing the young man's question about what he was doing here. The astonished young man immediately asked if it was true that they could stop working, and then explained that the guards had brought him here. Pointing somewhere, the teenager proudly declared that it was true. From now on, they could not waste their energy on such useless things. One of the prisoners, angry and realizing that the Chinese were leaving, said that they would relax. One of the gang leaders stated that they had won over many of the strongest people, including hunters from the United States, and that the Chinese would soon regret bribing the guards. Another man shouted that they had the advantage in numbers, and therefore justice would be restored during dinner. The opponents laughed, thinking that they would be able to prove to everyone who was in charge in these places. Our heroes walked calmly into the dining room. Looking at the food that he didn't want to look at, Hailun proudly declared that this was food for ordinary prisoners, but from now on, they were the elite of the prison. The guard approached and greeted the boys, saying that from now on they would be preparing high-quality food for them. And he added that at least the prison's honored guests from the Ghost World national generals eat here, and the regular guards are there only on important occasions. Looking at the delicacies that were on display, the young people were amazed at how much was waiting for them. Mr. Hong explained that everything is prepared from the freshest ingredients, so the children can enjoy their meal. When invited to join, the warden noted that he was not allowed to. Handing the plate of food to the guard, the young man said that there was too much for them. They wouldn't eat it all, and besides, if any problems arose, Feng Du would definitely solve them. The man blushed and remembered that his boss had ordered him to obey this teenager in everything, and therefore there would be nothing wrong with eating at this restaurant. While Mr. Hong was thanking the young man, he headed towards one of the tables. Looking at the prisoners who were pushing their way inside, our hero thought that it was time for lunch for them too. For a moment, the ghosts stopped, noticing their competitors and not where they belonged. Feng Du looked down calmly, observing everyone who was there. At the same time, angry ill-wishers holding trays of questionable food were angry and did not understand what the guy was doing upstairs. Our hero told his comrades that hunters from other countries had already arrived for the meal. Sitting closer, Hailun suggested that the Americans were whispering to the foreign hunters. Looking down, Feng Du guessed that the U.S. citizens had already formed a temporary alliance with the Japanese and Koreans, causing surprise among his comrades. Shanking thoughtfully noted that the whole point of the mission was that hunters from different countries were hostile, but they cooperated. The young man explained that they had shared a cell with this Japanese and Korean man. They became friends in order to get rid of him. Then the opponents realized that the teenager had bribed the guard and decided to deal with all the Chinese. All this frightened Shanking. He knew that each state sent 7 participants. If 3 countries united against them, they would have to fight with 21 opponents. This was too much, so the young man asked what they would do. While eating, Feng Du explained that of this hostile alliance, only one was at the 5th level, the rest were at the 2nd and 3rd, and he would deal with them himself. In general, everything will depend on the final combat power of the team, but he thought to himself that he doesn't know the level of the leader and also doesn't understand whether he will be able to use the new blade. At this moment, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by some loud roar. One of the prisoners slammed the table and became indignant, talking about why they were worse than pigs and why they were fed so poorly. The young man said that the Chinese had come to serve their prison sentences, but were behaving as if they were on holiday. However, the boss ordered Xiaogan, Dape, and Charles not to be angry, saying that they would soon take revenge on the Chinese. One of the guys asked if the captain had a plan to deal with these people. With a calm voice, the man stated that there was a plan, but that he could not act in front of a prison guard under any circumstances. At the same time, Hailun said that their enemies were probably very angry, realizing that someone was eating deliciously and even drinking. A frightened Shanking told his comrades that they were going too far, so much so that prisoners from other countries were already planning to destroy everyone. But Feng Du didn't care. The young man said that if someone was so brave, then let him come and fight him. At that moment, the warden stood up from the table, thanked our hero once again, and said that he should take his leave. Turning to the trainee, the guard ordered him to maintain order, leaving him in charge. 6 was not as simple as everyone thought, and so he began to threaten, telling everyone to behave quietly. Seeing almost all of the guards leaving, Feng Du said out loud that it was very strange that a trainee was left to supervise the canteen. One of the villains said that all the elders had left, only one remained, which meant it was time to discuss everything with the captain. At this time, the blonde called to him the team leader, who was slowly approaching them. Kane, who was the leader of the American hunting team, slowly approached the men. Everyone immediately fell silent, noting to themselves that this man had a frightening aura. Smiling, the boss continued to think that they had achieved a temporary alliance, but when the goal was achieved, they needed to scatter, because then the Americans would take them on. And therefore it is very important to weaken both the teams from China and the USA at the same time. Approaching the leader, the man explained that he had a plan, but he needed a powerful hunter like Kane. After some time, the American boss gave his subordinate Charles an assignment, telling him to listen to his colleague. And a minute later, the young man was already walking straight ahead, shouting for someone to give him the right of way. The prisoner said that he couldn't behave like that because it was lunchtime, but he didn't want to hear anything. Looking up, the enemy said not to interfere with him. He knew his task. The others didn't like it. They asked Charles if he had really decided to start a riot, and suggested that he sit down and calm down. Turning around, he shouted that it was his personal business whether to have lunch or remain hungry. The goblin-like man immediately stopped upon hearing this, his eyes starting to shine. Having gathered his comrades, the prisoner shouted, "Is this ignorant little man really tired of living?" Charles, warming up his hands, said that now they would be able to show themselves a little. Seeing the fight that had started, Shanking asked his comrades what was happening downstairs. While finishing his chicken leg, Hyland said that there was no need to be afraid of anything. As long as Feng Du was with them, nothing would threaten them. At this point, the young man also spoke up. He noted that the giant seemed to be the leader of the United States, and that one had to be extremely careful with him. While the blonde was trying to figure out how much stronger this man was than him, our hero declared that the man was level 6. And after a moment, the guy added that he had the same strength as Bai Ye, and then he told the assembled people that it looked like their enemies wanted to break into the second floor. The trainee supervisor to whom Mr. Hong delegated authority ordered the ringleaders to stop immediately and lie down on the floor. Charles laughed and said that the guard must have made a mistake, and a moment later a fight began between representatives of several clans. Watching the proceedings closely, Feng Du calmly said that the fun was about to begin. Something indescribable was happening downstairs. Chairs and tables were being thrown. The prisoners didn't even understand who they were beating and why. Only those who planned the entire operation understood this, knowing why they needed it. Hearing Feng Du say that they were coming after them, Hailun optimistically replied that they were high up, so the enemy wouldn't get there. But a moment later, having picked up speed, Kane was about to jump. Everything happened so quickly that it was difficult to understand who was fighting whom, because there was complete chaos. Suddenly, a frightened Wentian shouted that the captain of the U.S. team, a 6th-rank hunter, was only a few meters away from them. Realizing that there was no time to waste, the villain immediately threw a rope to his accomplices. The men rushed forward, shouting that they had managed to catch the Chinese by surprise. With anger in their voices, standing at the top, They talked about how the prisoners had the courage to eat so deliciously, while the Americans were slurping up some kind of incomprehensible gruel. Our hero replied that when they were in the cell, they did not behave so proudly, and this also applies to the situation when there are many men, and the conversation does not take place one-on-one. However, the opponents were not going to stop, noting that the fact of the bribe would still come to light, and then the comrades would be kicked out of here, and Feng Du would be left alone. Covering his face with his hands, the young man thought that the Japanese standing in front of him were very stupid. Kane also decided to ask how the teenager managed to bribe the guards. After all, he didn't use a pack of cigarettes. Throwing up his hands, the young man explained that he was a poor, third-rank hunter with nothing valuable in his pockets, but he was able to buy out the mine where everyone was bending their backs, and the chief in the prison was grateful. Hearing this, the opponents began to laugh, believing that they were simply being played. The American leader was angry, saying that the guy's excuse was just a joke. Feng Du looked surprised and said that if they didn't believe him, then why were they asking about it, and added that he had told the truth. Kane was irritated. He called our hero a liar, shouting that if he didn't want to tell everything as it was, then he would be in trouble. Fueling his strength, the opponent shouted that he didn't even need to resort to his maximum strength to deal with the youth. Connecting his mana, the young man said that it was good, but he alone could defeat all the villains. And after just a few seconds, without any preamble, Feng Du launched some object towards the American. While defending himself, he thought to himself that this was a long-range yin artifact attack. Kane knew that this was a difficult situation to deal with, so he told his comrades to be careful. However, the target still reached one of the prisoners, who immediately fell. And our hero thought that after his breakthrough, his spiritual strength and consciousness increased, and now the guy can simultaneously shoot 7 nails of hatred. That's exactly what the young man did, and he hit the target right on target. The unfortunate ones turned to their leader, asking him to protect them, explaining that these nails were sucking the energy out of them. But his attention was focused on Feng, who was about to release 2 more dangerous items at that moment. The fat man had no intention of standing and watching, so he immediately summoned his weapon. Stopping the released nails, he shouted that he should not be underestimated. Although something the man had not expected suddenly happened, the artifact somehow flew up from behind. Falling to the floor, the ill-wisher began to wail, talking about how it was possible for the boy to have such a powerful weapon. Taking a close look at the prisoners who had been knocked out, Kane assumed that our hero's artifacts were of a high class. Otherwise, the young man would not have been able to cope with strong players. However, it was confusing where a third-rank hunter got such items. Our hero's comrades, seeing how he easily dealt with several opponents, shouted for him to deal with the rest. Recovering his strength, the American asked, using his main trump card, how the guy was going to fight him. Putting on some bracelet, the man continued to say that nails are actually strong, however. Why should you immediately show your opponents what you have? Hearing this, Hyland clutched his head and began to scream. This was Kane's action. After a short pause, the young man asked if it was true that this was an attack on the soul. The opponent explained that he possessed an artifact that exhausted the soul. Those who were exposed to the light felt depressed and lost. Shielding himself from the light, Feng Du quietly noted that he was disappointed, as he had expected something more spectacular. The hunter did not understand why his magic did not work on the teenager. Did the young man really have some kind of counteraction, some kind of object that repels the magic of light? And our hero continued to ask if perhaps there was something more interesting in the hunter's arsenal. The ill-wisher did not like this attitude, and therefore he said that the yin artifact was only an auxiliary element, and the hunter's strength depended on his own spiritual strength. And calling upon the ghost, he shouted that there was a huge gap between his own power and the boy's power. Feng De thought that the person opposite him was worthy of being called a 6th-rank hunter. The summoned ghost familiar was much stronger than the prison warden. Realizing that it was better to fight together, Kane suggested this to Chu Shanming, who was hesitant and didn't know what to say. And he thought to himself that he had no trump cards, but at the same time it was to his advantage for the Chinese and the American to sort things out with each other. The U.S. representative realized that there was no help to be expected, and therefore decided to concentrate on the current problem. He needed to deal with Feng Du. Our hero decided to tease Kane, and therefore asked why he needed assistance if he boasted that he could handle everyone alone. The opponent replied that he did not need any comrades since he had the strongest ghost, his shadow blood, and therefore the guy would not be able to win. As the energy flow swirled around his hand, the young man noticed that he didn't actually have a mid-level artifact. And transferring this flow to Kane, he continued how he would react if the young man used a top-level yin artifact. The powerful whirlwind turned into a kind of rope, which immediately wrapped the devil so tightly as if it were a cocoon. The opponent continued to be surprised. He did not believe that such a thing was even possible. The man began to have doubts about whether Feng Du was really a third rank. The guy started goading his opponent again, talking about how the leader could screw up so badly and what kind of leader he was. Angrily, Kane said he did not want the Chinese to stand in his way, adding that he felt the boy's lack of strength was forcing him to resort to extreme measures. At that moment, the system notified the guy that a top-class artifact had been discovered. The angry American shouted that Feng Du was a huge danger to him, and therefore the boy should be gotten rid of as quickly as possible. Taking something like an arrow in his hands, our hero prepared to enter the battle again. Directing a stream of energy at his opponent, the guy declared that he was not going to hold back. Chu Shanming, standing on the side, thought that the aura was so strong that it was much more powerful than that of the American leader. And the U.S. representative understood this, and from fear he even had sweat on his face, since this was practically impossible. Confident in his own strength, our hero asked if it was true that they still wanted to fight him. Enraged, Kane stated that he fears no one. He uses the highest rank yin weapon for fairness and justice. To fight him, the opponent must have the same. Feng Du laughed, saying that, following the opponent's logic, the guy should get a weapon of the highest rank, and the ill-wisher should go down to the 3rd level from the 6th. Suddenly, guards started running into the dining room, asking what the prisoners were doing. Turning around, our hero thought to himself that this was the end of the battle. In his report, the young man explained that they had had a friendly duel and nothing more, and therefore asked for forgiveness. Looking at some of the prisoners with surprised eyes, the guard asked what kind of fight it was if the teenager had beaten some of them half to death. But then he said that it was necessary to follow the schedule, and according to it, mealtime was over. As he left, Kane thought to himself that he remembered this Chinese man. Hyland quickly asked if this would really allow the opponents to leave so easily. The young man replied that many rules did not apply to them, but he would be held responsible for the murder of several prisoners. Moreover, the American was very strong. He probably still had some trump cards. Then Wentian shouted, saying that the Emperor was still the strongest with such and such an artifact. Shanking also confirmed this. The guy's eyes were shining. He said that his cultivator friends and teachers from the mountain had heard about the superclass weapon, but had never seen it. After this, the boys started asking to touch this weapon. However, the guy explained that the object only recognizes its owner, but if you want to take a risk, you can try to do it. Seeing everything that was happening, Shanking noted to himself that although Feng Du was friendly towards them, he still set clear boundaries between them, but he did so without malice and arrogance. Bowing, Warden Wu began to ask our hero for forgiveness for not foreseeing the possible development of events and putting the guy and all the guys in danger. And, pointing to the door, he said that they had found 3 girlfriends. The captain had organized a special reception room, and therefore they could chat there. Giving the jailer a good bottle of wine, Feng Du now thanked the guard for such a gift. However, Mr. Wu began to refuse, saying that he was just doing his job. But the young man insisted, explaining that this drink was given as a sign of respect and friendship. The warden accepted the gift and led the boys into the room, saying that he would stand in the corridor and guard. Opening the doors, the guy told the boys that they could come in. One of the girls, seeing the teenager, began to greet him joyfully. She said that they were working, but suddenly the guards came to them and said that they could stop working because some guy helped the captain of the guards, and therefore there was an opportunity to just rest. The blonde couldn't understand how such a high-ranking organization could accept a person as a guardian. Sitting down at the table, the guy confirmed that he was now a keeper, and therefore had many advantages in the ghost world, so most of the rules could be forgotten. After this, Feng Du began to ask the beauties how they were doing. The blonde immediately said that she was placed in a cell with a 6th-rank hunter. He was from Korea. Our hero said out loud that in the men's sector, there is also a 6-rank hunter from the States and a 5-rank hunter from Japan. They will probably put together a team. The brunette slammed her hand on the table and shouted that joining alliances was a shameless strategy. A friend asked if they could hold out if there were already 2 high-ranking hunters. The young man said that he would take on Kane from the USA. Hyland proudly asked the girls if they knew how Fengdu had scared the American leader half to death during lunch. Hearing the guy's story, the beauties were simply amazed, noting that it was simply amazing. The blonde knew that according to the information she had gathered, the guy had a top-level weapon, but a superclass was something new. Choosing it was the right decision. And at that moment, one of the prisoners was being beaten with a whip, saying that lameness was not a reason to work slower and worse than others. And he added that if he saw that he stopped again, he would rip his legs off. The guy turned to Chu Shanming and asked if they were really going to let the guards treat them like this, even though the Chinese were just chilling out. The leader thought for a moment and said that in order to undermine their advantage, it was necessary to understand how they had managed to obtain such privileges. A moment later, the man turned to Pusan and Gensan and said that they knew the Chinese best, and therefore he entrusted the solution of this issue to them. While everyone was working, our heroes in full force walked through the mine. Gensan, hiding around the corner, tried to listen to every word the guy said. Fengdu initially noticed the surveillance. He was curious about what the Japanese was planning and therefore did nothing. The blonde remembered that Chu Shanming had ordered him to find out how the Chinese had received so many privileges. At some point, our hero got tired of this and decided it was time for some fun. The young man quickly bent down, noticing a small stone lying next to his foot, and picked it up. Turning to his comrade, he said that this was a very high-quality ore full of yin energy. If they sold it, they would get a lot of minbi. After this, the guy hid the stone he found in his pocket. Sitting in ambush, Gensan thought to himself that this was all extremely strange, not understanding what the young man meant. Loudly addressing Fengdu, Wentian declared that stealing ore was strictly prohibited. However, our hero explained that the mine is large and there are a lot of stones in it, so no one will notice that a few pieces are missing. Laughing, the prisoner who was watching the boys noted to himself that the Chinese were very stupid. The next moment, Fengdu found the guy who came out of his hiding place and asked what he was doing. The enemy began to say that the young man was suicidal since he decided to steal something from this place. Continuing to play his role, our hero, with a serious look, advised the enemy to pretend that nothing had happened and added that he was on excellent terms with the overseer Hun and Wu. As he ran away, Gensan joyfully shouted that the captains were on duty, not low-ranking guards who had been bribed with cigarettes, and therefore the Chinese would be in trouble. Running out of the mine, the blonde saw the leader and immediately asked him to stop. The captain was unhappy that the prisoner was not working, and he, not wanting to listen to this, began to say that someone had snuck into the mine. Pointing at Fengdu, the boy continued to report that he had stolen the ore and therefore needed to be punished immediately. Making excuses, the chief began to ask why the keeper came alone to inspect these places and did not wait for the accompanying person, who should have been Hun, and added that the ore was of good quality. As the prisoner listened to the conversation in surprise, it began to dawn on him that the guy had most likely told Kane the truth about his good relationship with the warden. Our hero said that he doesn't like that some people walk around and interfere with the assessment of the stones, which affects the delay in the process of signing the contract. Looking at Gensan, the boss angrily told him not to meddle in other people's affairs, but rather to do something useful. The frightened prisoner immediately apologized and said that there had been a small misunderstanding. He understood that he had fallen into some kind of trap, but he could not fix anything. But Fengdu immediately intervened in the conversation, reminding them that prison rules forbade making too loud sounds. The captain immediately noted that the guardian of rights, because of the violators, has to remind that they must severely punish prisoners who do not follow the rules. Continuing to deny it, the blonde, as before, said that it was just a misunderstanding. Our hero and the captain walked away, discussing that it would be best to go to the warehouse and carefully examine the stones there. Approaching one of the rooms filled to the brim with ore, the boss explained that they had a total of 5 warehouses from which products could be shipped. Taking out a minbi note, the guy asked how much he could buy with it. The overseer's eyes lit up, and he said in a trembling voice that with this money, one could buy 3 warehouses of ore. The young man thought to himself that it was more expensive than he expected, but the task had to be completed as soon as possible, and so he said that he would buy everything. As he left, the young man said that this was only the first batch, after which he would like to sign a contract for long-term cooperation. The jailer then stated that he would report everything to the prison warden as soon as possible. At this time, the guards on duty in the mine announced that the prisoners should finish because it was time to return to prison. Approaching his friends, Shanking told them that after leaving, the guards seriously beat Gen-san. The Japanese tried to save him, but it didn't work. More precisely, they were simply frightened by the prison rules and restrictions, hearing that only the Chinese are so united and help each other out. However, the friends did not have time to finish their conversation because they saw their opponent. It was Kane, who was approaching and waving his hand at the guys. Fengdu didn't understand why this man was waving at him. Did beating the blonde man make him change his strategy? After a while, on his way to the cell, one of the guards stopped the guy and said that after everything he had done for them, he could not live in such a terrible place. The boys didn't believe it, but the warden noted that everyone would now have single rooms, clean and tidy. At this time, someone was watching and envying our hero and his comrades. However, Fengdu was not very interested in this, and therefore, as soon as he entered the room, he immediately closed the door behind him. After this, the young man called Baijiu Er, who immediately asked what the master would order. The guy asked if he knew anything about buying real estate, explaining that he needed some warehouses. The blonde said that she knew several agencies that could be contacted and something suitable could be found. Our hero asked to contact them immediately, although he already knew the answer. It was that the prison had magical rules that prevented contact with the outside world, but if Fengdu went to the ghost space, none of that would happen. When he called the panel, the young man did not believe that the system's capabilities ignored the rules of the 9-fold hellish prison of Yin. A minute later, the guy said that he would leave the decision of this issue to his assistant, adding that she did not have to worry about the cost or money. The girl disappeared as quickly as she appeared, but something tormented the young man. Sitting on the bed, the young man decided that now that he had decided to buy the ore, it was time to develop his own business in the ghost world. The guy understood that money was good, but the status and personal information that connections with important people could provide him with could not be bought. Looking out the window, our hero thought that, with the exception of the incredible concentration of yin power and constant rules, the ghost world is similar to the human one. Fengdu felt that since entering the game, this involvement was only getting stronger, although he wanted the usual passive survival from task to task. The teenager was sure that one day he would learn the full nature of the horror game, why people from the real world were constantly being called here, what the wealth system meant, and why it chose him. The young man did not have time to develop his thought to the end because a blue glow appeared in front of him. And the next minute, the young man saw something like a beetle materialize from him. The guy said out loud that the contracted evil spirit had been following him all day and decided to show up. But he was in no hurry to answer. He simply growled, wanting to terrify the man. The teenager wasn't scared. He said that he wasn't even fit to hold a candle to him, but it was a pity that he didn't understand this. Not wanting to discuss anything else, the guy immediately threw his nail at the creature. Realizing that it was necessary to leave, the contracted evil spirit immediately began to move away. Holding a nail in his hands, our hero spoke out loud about how the enemies were just waiting to inflict as much damage as possible. And he added that after this test, he hoped that they should begin to have some idea of his true strength. Standing in front of the mines, the young man continued to think about how the relations between the 4 countries would change. A minute later, Kane suddenly appeared in front of the young man and his friends. Without any preamble, the man said that he wanted to cooperate with the young man to deal with the Japanese and Koreans. Hailun immediately called the man a hypocrite for joining forces with other teams, but when he learned that Fengdu had a good relationship with the guards, he immediately defected. Shanking also put in his word, noting that one must be careful. The Americans have always been deceitful and vicious, and therefore who knows what this man has in mind. Fengdu immediately asked Kane why he wanted to unite with them if he had recently fought against them. Approaching the young man, the man suggested that they be sincere and stated that they had a common goal, which was to eliminate competitors and earn more points. With confidence in his voice, the guy noted that they were also competitors. Moreover, the young man remembered everything that was said in the cafeteria. The man remained silent, but he was already extending his hand to Fenda. And a minute later, Kane said that recent circumstances did not allow the guys to trust them, but the surprise that their team had prepared would certainly reduce the level of tension. Our hero stated that they should also discuss this with the girls. Turning away, the American leader said he hoped for good news in the afternoon. Not much time passed, and the young people had already arrived in the negotiation room. The girls were glad to see the boys, although they did not understand the reason for the meeting. But seeing the state Xiao Nian was in, our hero immediately asked what happened to her eye. With her head down, the young man's friend said that she was fine and not injured. The blonde explained that there had been a fight the night before, and the girl had taken on too much, miscalculating her own strength. The brunette said that the guards started to treat the girls well, but after she heard the words of the Japanese and Korean teams, everything changed dramatically. Before lights out, the two teams started to brawl. Korea's 6-rank leader and Japan's 5-rank leader were working together, and the deputy also sided with them. They and Haiyue had a hard time dealing with it. And she added, while they were fighting with 3, Xiao Nian took on 8 opponents. Fortunately, the girl's strength is very high, and therefore she instilled fear in her opponents. Pointing to her eye, the girl said that it was a backlash due to her using her evil spirit too often. Her vision was blurred, but in a couple of days, everything would be fine. Fengdu apologized, saying that he had brought the beauty to such a harsh task, but was unable to protect her. Realizing that everything was going on too long, our hero pushed back his chair. Sitting on it, the young man thought that it was time to take care of the deputy prison guard on the women's side, so that this would not happen again. The girls realized that the guy was deep in thought, and so they began asking how he was going to deal with the security guard. At the appointed time, Fengdu came to one of the mines. One of the ghosts stated that Li Fuyu said that the young man wanted to see them. Our hero immediately got down to business, and therefore asked if they knew anything about the female prisoners. The ghosts immediately started talking about someone Fengdu had never even heard of. Handing over the money to his comrades, the young man asked if they remembered what he had told them earlier. Scratching his head, one of the ghosts suggested that it might be a question of taking action against people. While throwing money around, the young man added that people who are not on his list need to be beaten, and added that the same applies to women. If everything is done as it should be, the prisoners will receive more money. Looking greedily at the bills, the ghost said that they would do everything in the best possible way. As Fengdu left the cave, he heard Wentian running towards him with all his might, loudly calling for the emperor. The guy didn't understand what had happened, and the out-of-breath young man just repeated something about Kane. At that moment, the very same person who had just been discussed approached the boys. Fengdu looked at the American leader's black hands and asked if he had killed anyone. Laughing, the man said that the Korean team was destroyed by his contract ghost. He sucked them dry and added that it was a pity that the guys didn't see it. Wentian said that this man had suddenly attacked the opponents and killed them all in the hope that this would help him defect to the Chinese side. Extending his hand to our hero, Kane asked if Fengdu was satisfied with his testimony of defiant submission. The guys looked at the U.S. leader in surprise, but were in no hurry to do anything. Our hero's friend asked the guy if he really knew from the very beginning that everything would be like this. Fengdu thought that the rules of the game were very cruel. It required killing people. And therefore, if the executioner came to him voluntarily and offered his services, why not take advantage of them? Shaking hands with his former rival, the boy thought about Kane becoming his butcher knife. The man at this time said that the task lasts 7 days, and 1.5 days have already passed, and therefore they do not have much time left. And he added that the Koreans lost only one person. Their leader is in the women's section, and therefore it is better to use these people as a clue to solve problems. After thinking about it, the young man said that this was not a bad option, so we could do it that way. But Kane immediately shouted that it wouldn't work. In the men's part of the prison, there were the fewest Americans among all the teams, and the Koreans had begun to treat them with caution. It would be nice if the guy helped them. Turning his head, Fengdu abruptly declared that this would not happen. Our hero explained this by the fact that the U.S. leader has a 6th rank, and the Koreans have a maximum of 4th, although Kane noted that this is true, but he is alone, and there are several men. The young man folded his arms and noted that if even an American couldn't handle this, then what can we say about the Japanese team, which is stronger than the Koreans? With anger in his voice, Kane asked again what the teenager meant. The guy briefly explained which team had which rank and in what quantity. After this, the man shouted that in that case he would still choose the Koreans. And he asked again if it was true that Feng Du would take on a team from Japan, hearing that it was so. Watching the boys leave, the leader of the people from the USA shouted after them that he wished them luck. Wentian didn't understand how his comrade could trust this man, but the young man said that he understood the plan and therefore would not allow the team to achieve their goal. And a minute later, he asked his friend to call the rest of the guys. Not much time passed, and Feng Du saw how his comrades were walking slowly. While warming up, Hyland said that he didn't like the Japanese from the very beginning, and that's why they were probably called in to deal with the opponents. Our hero explained that Kane was a two-faced person. He would definitely not be at odds with the Japanese, but would go to Akiyama and tell him everything so that he could then strike a blow at them, the Chinese. Shanking said with a dejected voice that they would have to meet the Japanese team sooner or later anyway. But Feng Du noted that he had agreed with the Black Bros to beat up everyone who was not on the list, and the guys should look after their own safety, and sent his friends to the evil spirit Li Fuju. The guy himself went to the prison chief, who had one matter to deal with. Kane was standing in the corridor, saying that he and Feng Du were now friends, and therefore he had something important to discuss with the captain. Upon seeing the guy, the guard immediately began asking if what the American was saying was true. With calmness in his voice, the young man explained that this was, in fact, the truth, and therefore he should be treated with respect. Feng Du heard the American thank him, but he said that it was unnecessary. It would be better to get what was hidden behind his back. Kane casually said that it was a huge coincidence that the guy also came to the captain, and then he suggested going to the boss together, to which our hero happily agreed. When the men entered the office, the captain was sleeping very soundly, as evidenced by his loud snoring. The very next second, for some unknown reason, the American found himself outside the door. Feng Du walked closer to the table and began to cough, indicating that there was a visitor in the office. The boss reluctantly opened his eyes, not understanding who could have stopped him. However, seeing our hero in front of him, he immediately jumped up from his seat, saying that the emperor had arrived. The guy asked if he was disturbing him and added that he would like to sign the contract as soon as possible and also give him an advance payment. The man said that he respected the keeper's sincere intentions and would also find out if the prison warden was free. At this time, the guy was thinking that the head of the prison should have the highest fighting power, but the young man was interested not only in this, but also in escaping from these places. After hanging up, the warden said that the chief was free, and so they would go straight to him. Only a few minutes passed, and Feng Du was already leaving the office. Kane, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, immediately began to address the men. However, our hero abruptly stated that the captain did not want to talk to the American. Standing in the corridor, he watched the people who had just left the office. The captain said that he had been working in the prison for a long time and knew the crooks well who tried to appease him with all sorts of junk, but it wouldn't help because he had a goal. The guy said that the caretaker was doing the right thing, since desire is the key to success, but his deputy in the women's section does not always obey commands. But he stated that she was not his subordinate. They worked independently of each other, the employees reported to the prison director. Feng Du asked about the competition, and then told the truth, that now it was clear why the guards were targeting the girls he knew. Hearing that the captain's request had been ignored, the young man stated that the guards must have ulterior motives for deciding to issue such a challenge. Bowing, the captain apologized for his colleague and said that it was probably just envy, but in any case he would report everything to his superior. As the men approached the door, they saw a red glow that was everywhere. Feng Du thought that this aura was terrifying, many times different from the aura of the ferocious ghost he had dealt with before. At this time, the door opened, and the captain invited the guy to go inside. Right off the bat, our hero honestly said that he had long dreamed of meeting his boss. The young man had no fear. On the contrary, he was clearly moving towards his goal. Everyone knew what the current quest was because it was about the 9th level of the Yin prison, as well as the mission goal, to escape from this place within a week. If this were not done, it would be possible to destroy as many other teams as possible. Sitting at the table, Wentian said that it was already the third day, and they were all alive, thanks to the Emperor. Hearing from a comrade that one of the prisoners had died, Fengdu noted that the prisoner had been severely beaten the day before, but was forced to continue working. Wentian continued to say that Dapu from the northern region was killed by a person from the Mi region, not understanding why this was necessary, since Dapu would already be injured earlier. Our hero stated that this man tried to attack him, and the day before yesterday he sent his ghost, but it died, and therefore this is a kind of karma. The guys understood that their leader did not take on the matter directly, but indirectly he was still involved in the death of his competitors. Looking at Xiaonyang, the young man asked what condition her eye was in. With embarrassment in her voice, the girl explained that in a couple of days everything should be completely restored. And she added that yesterday Bai Ye and He Yue took her with them into battle. Surprised, the guy asked if it was true that yesterday they were the ones who fought in the women's prison. The brunette explained that after this, even the deputy chief was imprisoned, and they managed to damage the eye of the captain of the northern team. Fengdu said that in that case everything is even simpler. They don't need to waste energy on further resistance. Let the teams squabble among themselves. The blonde said that the most important thing for them now is not only to defend themselves, but also to escape from prison. Our hero said that on the 15th, the last day, an hour before midnight, the gates of Yin prison will open and hundreds of ghosts will come out. At that moment, there will be a chance to escape. The girls were scared, realizing that they would only have 1 hour to carry out their plan. Turning to Bai Ye, the young man said that he would be preparing to escape in the coming days, so the beauties should take care of themselves and develop tactics to defeat the spirits. The blonde answered honestly that thanks to the Emperor they had learned a lot and she would take care of the rest herself. After some time, ill-wishers came to the mine in the form of an opposing team. The enraged leader asked if it was true that Fengdu was involved in what happened the day before. The guy pretended not to understand anything. Then the man explained that an angry spirit broke the lock on the door and attacked them. After thinking about it, our hero decided that it was the Black brothers who had tried, and it wasn't for nothing that he had paid them. However, the young man said that his opponents should not make anything up, explaining that if he wanted to deal with them, he would have done it head-on. The opponent was sure that the teenager was involved, but he could do nothing to counter him. Realizing that it would be difficult to defeat Fengdu, the leader backed down and began to say that he had not intended to quarrel with the guy, and why should he? Because people should help each other. Our hero immediately recalled how 3 countries united to defeat the Chinese. Chu Shanming began to deny everything, asking the young man not to hold a grudge against him, and then suggested that they unite against the Americans. With firmness in his voice, Fengdu stated that he had already declared an alliance with the United States, and therefore the Japanese team was automatically considered an enemy for him. Turning away, the man pretended that our heroes had lost strong comrades and would now be on their own. Throwing a few packs of cigarettes to Wentian, our hero asked him to pass this on to the Black brothers and asked them to make some more noise. The guy holding the packs in his hands was surprised why his friend was giving such wonderful gifts. However, the young man added that it was all nonsense and also said that he had given a bribe to Lu Fujian, and therefore one could turn to him for any help. After a brief silence, Fengdu added that if they survived this quest, they would have to maintain contact with each other in the future in life. Wentian cried, saying that it was very touching, but the most important thing was not to mix up the flags. Not much time passed, and our hero was already standing near the door of his room. After thinking about it, the young man decided that the prison director could not release people according to the regulations, but he still intervened, although even General Zhu could not cope with all the ghosts from the upcoming procession. But even without any preparation for the night procession of 100 spirits, the guy needs to develop his strength. And so just a moment later, a lamp appeared in front of our hero. Sitting in the energy circle, the young man tried to concentrate. Relaxing, the teenager talked about how interesting it was to see how much this light bulb would pump him up. After some time, Fengdu thought that he needed to call the system. The young man saw that his spiritual knowledge and power had increased significantly, which was a wonderful bonus. Our hero rejoiced and said that this lamp was worthy of being called a third-rank yin artifact. As he left the room, the guy decided that it was time to finally get out into freedom, and therefore he could move forward. The young man knew that a night procession of hundreds of ghosts awaited him. At this time, prison guards were lining up on the parade ground. The chief explained that a procession of ghosts was coming at night, asking if everyone remembered what needed to be done. While the guards were shouting that they knew everything, the captain said that it was very important to watch the ghost gates. No one who tries to leave can be spared, even if it is council member Lin Yu himself. Feng Du walked into the room, hearing his comrades happily greeting him. The guy got straight to the point, saying that their mission was coming to an end, so they needed to work out a final tactic at the meeting. The blonde reported that due to provocations, the Americans and Koreans began to compete, as a result of which the Korean men's team and the U.S. women's team were completely destroyed. Wentian picked up the conversation, saying that ghosts do not distinguish between nationalities, so whoever survived, survived, but the Japanese were luckier. All participants from China are alive, but the other prisoners certainly don't like it. Bai Ye added that everyone knew about the upcoming night procession of hundreds of ghosts, and therefore they would try not only to escape, but also to destroy them at the end. A terrified Hailun couldn't understand why other teams would risk their own lives for a few points. The blonde noted that quests for single players are becoming more difficult. If you become stronger, the program will strictly filter you out. Due to the game's thriving concept, the government even created the No. 9 Investigation Center, hoping to somehow regulate the situation, just like their forum with Bai Ye. Many are even ready to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of newcomers, although for most foreigners the game is an opportunity to walk over heads to the top of success. Shanking also began to worry, saying that their opponents might kill them to reduce the number of competitors. The blonde began to calm down those gathered. The girl said that they took them here with the Emperor to protect and help them develop in the game. Hearing this, the guys unanimously noted that they would then be counting on Feng Du and Bai Ye. A moment later, the blonde turned to her friend and asked if he had prepared anything for the escape. Showing the map, the young man explained that his subordinates had scouted everything, right down to the position of the gate, which was located near the mine. He added that he wanted to discuss a very risky idea with his colleagues, hoping that everyone would support it. Night fell on the city very quickly, and so at the appointed time the group in full force made its way through the streets. Our hero was already awaited by a warden who greeted the guy and told everyone to follow him. There was no time to waste, so the boys ran very quickly after the guard. Suddenly, Kane's voice was heard behind the young people, asking where they were all going. Turning around, the young man replied that the warden had come to sort something out with him. Coming closer, the American leader said that it was already 10 o'clock. The gates would open soon, and Feng Du knew about it for sure. And he angrily declared, "Why the rush? Did the young man really receive the privilege of leaving early?" Our hero got angry and shouted, "What business does this have on Kane?" However, he did not lose his composure and said that the young man was really going to abandon his comrade at such a moment, adding that they had killed so many Koreans for the sake of the Chinese. But it turns out that they did not deserve the honor of going out with them. Feng Du thought for a moment and then fell silent, pondering his next steps. With calmness in his voice, the young man stated that there was nothing wrong with the American going with them. Answering the girl's question as to why they were doing this, the Emperor explained that Kane had already understood their plan, and therefore they had no need for unnecessary rumors. Besides this, they were cooperating. The U.S. representative thought to himself how easy it is to put pressure on moral principles, but this is not curable. And again, all those gathered ran along the road after the prison guard. For a moment, Kane began to look around in surprise. And then he said that this is not the road to the Ghost Gate. So where are they heading then? Our hero said that they were going to a secret passage, because they were escaping from prison, and would be there in a couple of minutes. And indeed, very soon everyone in full assembly approached some doors. Feng Du immediately asked the warden to open the gate. Opening them, the guard calmly declared that everyone was free to go. Walking with a confident gait, Kane thanked the young man for such a wonderful gift. The man smiled slyly and said that in order not to remain in debt, he had prepared something in response. Immediately, the leader's ghostly assistant appeared on the roof. The beauty immediately jumped up from her place and flew straight to where the boys were standing. In addition, she threw some kind of cold weapon towards the caretaker. The next moment, the weapon was destroyed by Feng Du's magic nail. Shielding his faithful assistant, the guy immediately accepted the fight, realizing that it would not be easy. Looking at Kane, the young man asked him what it all meant. And he was happy and said that the Chinese team was about to suffer a setback. The next minute, the Japanese appeared next to the ill-wisher. Angry, our hero asked where all these people came from. Chu Shanming proudly declared that it was in vain that they had been on guard for so long, because Feng Du and his friends did not even dare to attack, calling the guys ordinary fools. Bowing his head with sadness in his voice, the guy said that he didn't bother anyone, but they caught him so mercilessly. The Japanese leader laughed loudly and said that they needed someone's mercy, and added that it was not only the Japanese who came here. Immediately, alongside some ill-wishers, others appeared. These were Koreans. Our hero asked how they could be in the same alliance even after the Americans had destroyed so many of their people. One of the girls said that there are no eternal enemies, only profit matters, and the Americans will help them get out after they deal with the Chinese. With seriousness in his voice, the emperor noted that this was precisely their choice. But a moment later, Chu Shanming shouted that it was enough to talk, that he needed to deal with his opponents, earn as many points as possible, and leave the prison. Our hero didn't seem to be doing anything. He just snapped his fingers a couple of times. Immediately, reinforcements began to quickly approach from the ghostly space. The warden, who was watching everything that was happening, smiled, realizing that something interesting was brewing. The Black brothers were glad that they were also invited, and so they loudly announced that they had come. Standing in a row, our heroes heard Kane's indignation that they were being ambushed. However, the young man smiled, saying that why only other countries can be attacked from behind. The man did not understand how the boy could have guessed everything, because he did everything to prevent this from happening. But Feng Du said that it was not difficult to predict the actions of a person who had no principles at all. This angered Kane, but he said that the emperor should not be happy. Even the summoned spirits did not help him. The girls advised our hero not to waste time talking to this man. Immediately, the beauties began to call upon the black and white spirits. Looking at what was happening, the American leader said that the girls were of the 5th and 6th rank, noting that there were good masters in China. Hearing Kane's insults, the brunette told him not to threaten, but to come out and fight as expected, if he had the courage. Having summoned his spirits, the man said that he would not mind fighting, but he had other plans for today. After this, the spirits began to fight among themselves, and the girls discussed why it is so difficult to go into a one-on-one fight. At this time, our hero told Kane that it looked like he wanted to fight him. As he went to meet the enemy, the young man said that Fujian and the Black brothers should protect others. The assembled people smiled and said that they would do everything as needed. Summoning a bloody shadow to himself, the man was glad that he would definitely be able to defeat an ordinary teenager. The next minute the battle began, the ghost knew exactly his task, and therefore was ready to attack. The opponent shouted that a true evil demon is not something that is easy to resist, and therefore would the young man have enough strength to withstand the competition. The man was still shouting something while waving his weapon, but the young man decided to ignore it. And to himself he thought that General Zhu would give him the power of yin, and a moment later the battle between our hero and the demon began again. It was clear that the guy was doing everything he could to put up a worthy fight. The enemy also felt this and did not like what was happening. And while Feng Du was dealing with the demon, Kane decided to deal with our hero. However, the young man's attention was enviable. He understood what was happening, and therefore immediately parried the man's blow. And a minute later, there was an explosion, and in the place where Kane and the devil were now there was only smoke. Shanking said in surprise, "Could this really be the power of a yin-ranked weapon? The waves alone destroy everything. The master has a 3rd-rank spirit. But why does he have such powerful energy?" The guy, who had recently been hovering above the ground, decided to come down after all. Sitting on the ground, Kane spoke about how Feng Du left him no other choice. Suddenly, the demon stood behind Charles, but it was unclear what he was going to do. The next minute, this monster began to deal with the young man. With sadness in his voice, our hero declared that the American leader had once again betrayed his comrades for the sake of points. At this moment, the devil was already catching up with another member of the opposing team. The monster did almost the same thing to him in front of everyone gathered. Floating above the ground, the man said that he had previously underestimated Feng Du, but now, having had his fill of blood, he would fight with full force. Cain was so mad that he screamed that he would destroy the boy even if he had to merge with the demon. But this didn't frighten the guy at all. He said that it was he who would finish off the ill-wisher, who was the worst of people. Having grabbed his weapon, our hero, without further ado, immediately rushed into battle. The young man screamed for his opponent to go straight to hell. Cain clearly didn't expect this, and fear flashed in his eyes. The man understood that the young man's sword had somehow dealt him a crushing blow. At the same time, Feng Du stood calmly and just watched. The American leader was flying somewhere. It was clear that he had lost this battle. Chu Shanming noted out loud with horror that the guy had somehow managed to defeat Cain. A moment later, the Japanese man ran towards the open doors. Koreans who had not yet taken part in the battle noted that the Chinese would not get away with it so easily. However, the forces were unequal. Our heroes understood that they didn't even have to start the battle. Everything was clear anyway. One of the girls started asking not to kill her. She said that she was a member of a girls' club. Everyone knew her. She could not only be useful, but also help make a lot of money. Hearing that a Korean woman was offering herself as a girlfriend for Feng Du, he stated that he was very picky. As for money, he had long since lost the desire to receive it. At that moment, the ill-wisher noticed how her friend had stabbed herself in the stomach. After a while, Shan King asked if they would really just let Shan Ming escape. However, our hero noted that they probably forgot what was behind that door and asked Hyland to remove his blackie. At that very moment, everyone gathered saw some strange space, as well as a joker card. Running further and further, Shanming did not understand what a strange place he found himself in, nor where Yukiona was. Suddenly, Feng Du appeared behind the enemy and said that the man was wasting his time. And a moment later, his ghost, which he could not find, appeared in front of the enemy. The Japanese man angrily asked what the guy was up to again, because this is the outside world, although it is somehow strange. The young man wondered if he really thought they had actually taken the two-faced Cain with them. And, taking a playing card, he added that behind that door were the possessions of his artifact. It was all an illusion. Realizing that this was all yin weapon territory, Shan Ming was angry, saying that this was a completely different aura, unlike anything that had happened before. And then he asked who Emperor Feng Du really was, who had such a huge number of different high-ranking weapons. Our hero noted that he was simply a third-rank ghost lord, but he spent no more than half of the strength he had to kill Cain. The man bowed and said, "If China has such third-rank players, then there is nothing shameful about them losing." And the guy said that he initially did not intend to kill either his own or others. It was others who, for the sake of profit, began to follow inhumane rules and drove themselves into a dead end. However, the opponent noted that the teenager should not think that he will be able to get out of these places completely clean. As he walked away, our hero untied the ropes that covered Yukiona's mouth, and he said that the opponent could spend the last moments of his life with his spirit. Jumping into Shanming's arms, the girl said that he simply took her and abandoned her, and then meanly ran away. Growling, the spirit began to say that she would not forget this, and even more so, would not forgive. Returning to his comrades, Feng Du told them everything that had happened a few minutes ago. Hearing the boys praise the young man, saying that luring the snakes out of their hole was a good idea, the boy modestly said that it was a common defense. Suddenly, Lu Fujian spoke up, saying that he had revealed all his trump cards in the prison and asked if the young people were planning to break through the gate. The young man honestly said that he would try to break through, but he didn't know if he would be able to pull everyone out. The brothers unanimously declared that it was nothing to worry about. They had to try, and whatever happened, they would see each other again anyway. At that moment, a stream of powerful energy rushed over the guys, and they all noted that they had never dealt with anything like this before. Feng Du announced that the 100 Souls March was beginning, and therefore everyone needed to get ready. A moment later, the gap in the door became even larger as the gate swung further open. The crowd shouted that this was the moment they had all been waiting for so long. At that moment, dozens of prisoners rushed to the door, hoping that they would be able to escape. Our hero warned his friends that with the start of the procession, the main rule of the prison comes into force. Anyone who tries to escape will be considered a violator. The final mission is essentially a large-scale battle. Therefore, not a minute can be lost. Since time is very precious, it is necessary to run forward. The closer the prisoners were to the door, the more difficult it was for them, since the guards immediately knocked out everyone who got in their way. Seeing the young man, the guards asked him to stop, saying that he did not have the right to leave the prison, since he had not yet served his term. With a calm voice, Fengdu told Old Man Wu and Old Man Hong that they should understand that it was in vain that they were trying to stop him. But they respectfully stated that the rules were the same for everyone, and therefore they had to give it their all. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath later. However, our hero was surprised. It seemed he did not understand what was being discussed. And they asked the guy not to hold back, to fight properly, noting that even if they were defeated, the opportunity to learn from the master was an honor for them. Fengdu said that in that case he expected a fair fight. But the very next moment the guards, seeing the weapon, began to shout that they had never seen anything like it before. However, the guy was not going to wait, knowing that the gate would not wait, and so he began to strike. And it had its effect because the guards immediately flew back. As he passed them, the young man heard one of the guards say that the young man was worthy of being a member of the council. The teenager hadn't even managed to walk a few steps when someone called out to him again. It was the boss, who said that he had been waiting for the young man impatiently. However, he sharply stated that there should be more action and less talk. Immediately after these words, a confrontation between two strong personalities began. The director threw lightning bolts so hard that our hero had a hard time hiding from them. But at some point the boss sat down. It seemed as if he was waiting for something. At this moment, Bai Ye said that they would use a spell that would suppress the enemy's yin power, and while the emperor held back the main forces, everyone else should focus on breaking through. Suddenly the spirit began to bring some kind of fog to the place where they were. Shanming shouted loudly that they would first kill the evil spirits on the way and then quickly run on. And again the battle began, in which the guys had to not only fight with all their might, but also do it quickly. Finally, the chief shouted that he was giving up because he realized that he had been defeated in a powerful battle. He added that the most important overseer was ahead, and therefore wished the young man good luck. A few meters away stood the very one the guy had been warned about. His appearance was extremely menacing. The chief narrowed his eyes menacingly, addressing our hero as Lin Yu. And raising his hand, he said that he was going to test what the young man was capable of. Realizing that this battle would not be easy, our hero called for help from General Ju, who immediately appeared from behind. The first to enter the battle was the boy's assistant, who was resilient and strong. Swinging his hammer, the chief shouted, wondering if this was really the fierce spirit he had heard so much about. Turning to the other side's council member, Feng, the director shouted that the guy was hiding his true rank. At this moment, General Ju ordered the teenager to move forward, and our hero thought that he would get out of the demonic space very easily. The director continued to note that he was limited by the rules, and therefore there would be a fight, and a serious one at that. The general once again loudly called his name, declaring that he would fight to the very end. At this moment, Kane, who was lying on the floor, was closely watching everything that was happening, but no one knew that he managed to survive. He thought that he had used the blood embrace in time, faking his own death, and therefore he could quietly get out of this damned place. Suddenly, the man found himself enveloped in powerful fiery energy. Peering out from his hiding place, the U.S. leader noted to himself that there was a fierce spirit in front of him. The leader who led the battle said that Lin Yu's fierce spirit was absolutely enviable. Kane didn't know Fengdu's real name, so he thought that this was him. But it was strange that the boy had managed to form an alliance with that big guy Ju. The ill-wisher noted that their fight was intense, but the guy still had an ace up his sleeve. The prisoners managed to make their way step by step towards their cherished goal. They shouted that the gates were already very close. However, something alerted our hero, and so he said that there was something right ahead. The brothers, not understanding what was going on there, decided to ask the guys about it. However, everyone stood as if spellbound, stood and watched as the earth began to crack. Suddenly, some kind of monster came out from outside and screamed at the prisoners not to even think about running away. The monster raged, showing with her whole appearance that she would not let anyone escape. The roar was so loud and so powerful that people were literally blown out of their seats. Feng Du said that it seemed like the spirit in front of them was a fierce spirit, and it was not a simple one at all. Baya turned to our hero, her voice filled with desperation, but the guy beat her to it, saying that he would try. Although the very next moment the enemy directed a stream of energy towards the blonde. The boy, rising into the air, shouted at his opponent to hold on. The monster looked at the young man carefully and only smiled, thinking that Lin Yu was just joking. The spirit waited for this battle, confident that no man could defeat him, and again the enemy made sure that all the prisoners, including our heroes, flew as far to the side as possible. Sitting on the floor, the guys tried to come to their senses, realizing that the fight was not over yet. Feng Du's companions, seeing him sitting on the floor, immediately ran towards him. The wounded guy, leaning against a rock, said that this spirit was very powerful. The brunette noted that no one had ever spoken about anything like this before, and so she couldn't understand how other prisoners had managed to escape. The warden assumed that this was a 9th-level gatekeeper, and then said that the spirit had not manifested itself on previous nights of the invasion, and only came out when it was greatly angered by the circumstances. Our hero saw that his opponent was about to strike again, but he was not thinking about that, but about the fact that his aura seemed very familiar. Feng Du guessed that the gatekeeper appeared because of him. Suddenly, Wentian and Hailun started crying and wailing, saying that they would never be able to escape from this place. Looking at his opponent, our hero proudly declared that this would never happen. And he added that no matter how powerful the spirit was, he was alone, and there were many fugitives, and he said that he would detain this gatekeeper, and all the others should take advantage of the opportunity and flee. One of the girls started to worry and said, "What about the young man?" Turning around, the young man noted that there was no need to worry about him. He would still try to win. The surprised boys looked closely at their leader, but said nothing. The blonde stated that if the guy wanted it that way, they should try, noting that she had objects that could be used to discreetly distract and redirect the movement of ghosts. Bai Ye reiterated what their plan was, adding that she would stay by Feng Du's side and cover for him. The red-haired beauty also wanted to help, but she heard that her strength of spirit did not pose a threat to the guard, and therefore hinted at the fog that would help hide the fugitives. Bowing, Yu thanked the young man for everything and said that if he needed help in the real world, he could find it at the investigation center. The young man, with joy in his voice, told the brunette not to take everything to heart and added that after the task he would treat everyone to a drink. The comrades looked with glee at the best in their team, realizing that they were their only hope. Suddenly, Yu jumped up from her seat and ran, shouting that there was no need to waste precious time. The boys saw their target and realized that there were only a few meters left to the gate. At this moment, Bai Ye took out her staff and summoned the unity of spirit and soul. It was unclear how this technique affected the outcome, but our heroes managed to move on. Although a moment later, the enraged gatekeeper again began to use his abilities against the prisoners. And he succeeded because everyone, including Cain, flew far back again. But this did not affect our heroes, who confidently moved forward thanks to the staff and the spell. And the spirit continued to scream for the prisoners not to even try to escape from him. Suddenly he felt something that made him very confused. Feng Du very cleverly summoned his ropes and wrapped them around his opponent's arms. Crawling on the ground, Cain wondered where this big guy came from if there were only 6th-rank guards in the prison. The man looked up and saw our hero desperately trying to fight the gatekeeper, thinking that it was a real suicide. The brute tried to untie the rope, but he couldn't do it. But the young man shouted dispassionately that it was okay, since from now on they were opponents if he hadn't noticed that yet. The spirit did not like such impudence, but he could do little, realizing that the thread was being woven around him more and more tightly. The guy had a clear plan that he was going to follow, and it seemed that he succeeded, since the ill-wisher's hand was completely entwined with this dense thread. Seeing that Feng Du had climbed much closer, the enemy began to shout very loudly. He said that the young man was an ordinary worm who greatly overestimated his own strength. The guy wasn't going to hesitate or engage in a verbal altercation, so he told the cheating cards to block something. The young man was optimistic. He understood that there would be no other chance, and therefore it was necessary to win. A moment later, Feng Du shouted for the gatekeeper to let him pass. The opponent did not expect to meet such a strong opponent in battle, which he said out loud, and our hero at that moment, throwing his sword, was about to deliver a crushing blow. A bright and blinding light illuminated the entire room, and it seemed that the young man had succeeded in fulfilling his plan. But not a minute had passed before the fierce spirit raised his foot to step on the young man. The boy's comrades were afraid for him because they felt the power that emanated from the ill-wisher. Cain, seeing Fengdu sitting on the gatekeeper's forehead, said that this boy managed to defeat the brute, which seemed simply impossible. Suddenly, the Black brothers screamed that the ghost gates were starting to close, meaning they had a few minutes to escape. Bai Ye, who had been helping her comrades all this time, turned to our hero, stating that she needed to go, and therefore he should forgive her if something was wrong. The door creaked slowly closed as the fugitives ran out of it with all their might, realizing that freedom lay ahead of them. But the guy had no time to escape. He sat on his opponent and was not in a position to do anything. The guy thought to himself that he felt worse than ever before. Looking at everyone upside down, the young man realized that he had no strength left at all. He had spent everything on the fight. Fengdu watched as the doors closed rapidly, the gap becoming smaller with each passing minute, and so all he could do was simply reach out his hand. However, the guy realized that too much had been spent, and so he threw the rope into a small hole. Our hero read the spell of binding the insult, and at the same second his body was wrapped in a thick thread, the end of which was already in the doorway. After this, the teenager ordered the rope to pull him as fast as possible. The young man was supported by his spirit, Jo-Er, who repeated that she had come for him. Facing the prison warden, General Ju said that he must leave him to find his master. Turning around, the director said that they would definitely see Lin Yu again. At that moment, the heavy door closed with a loud sound. Sitting on the ground, the gatekeeper tried to collect his thoughts, but immediately began asking those around him why they didn't chase after the young man, and whether they had lost on purpose. And he added that if this is so, then the boss broke the rules. However, he began to justify himself, saying that this was not the case at all. He stopped to catch one 6th-rank fugitive. Pointing at Cain, the director said that if such a big fish could escape punishment, it would be worse than some 3rd-rank boy. Our heroes were free, and the system reported that the confrontation on the 9th level of the Yin prison was over. The current number of survivors in the team was 7. The young people tried to catch their breath. They understood that no one was chasing them and could not chase them. Noticing Bai Ye, who was quickly approaching, the brunette noted that now everything was really behind them. They had managed to do what they had planned. She added that this time the game was actually dangerous. If it weren't for her and the master, they wouldn't have been able to escape, and then asked where Fengdu was. Trying to catch her breath, the girl, with sadness in her voice, said that the guy was wounded. She didn't know if he managed to get out. She didn't see him. The beauty explained that the gatekeeper was strong. Most likely he was not a fierce spirit or the leader of spirits at all, but a more terrible creature, and the emperor fought with him, but was wounded. The men immediately stated that judging by the system's inscription, everyone had survived, even their leader. Hey Yu immediately explained that there were cases where players overestimated their strength in the game, but died only after returning back to the real world. The red-haired girl cried because she understood that nothing good had happened to the young man. Looking closely at the pink crystals, the brunette said that now was the time to teleport back. And until that happened, Bai Ye asked everyone to try to contact Fengdu as soon as they returned, as best they could, after hearing an affirmative answer. A few minutes later, the events moved to the real world and to a real house. Our hero was lying on the bed, and some of the guys were gathered around him. One of the Black brothers said that it would be impossible to heal the master's wound. It was so powerful that no one could cope with it, and therefore they were powerless. And he added that if he was not mistaken, the gatekeeper's body was the embodiment of the very power of the rules. The assembled people did not understand what was being discussed, but the speaker continued to explain that he had read about such entities in ancient manuscripts and knew only the general outline. It was said there that they were the true masters of the spirit world and the most terrible in the other world. With tears in her eyes, the girl said that this couldn't be possible. How could Lin Yu have won if it was an entity of this kind? After thinking about it, Lu Fujianu realized that there was only one answer, and that was that inside the master's body was exactly the same power of rules. And the next moment, fiery energy appeared around the guy. After that, a long corridor appeared with a very strong aura, the same as the one in front of the gate. Our hero was kneeling, while the guards he already knew were standing next to him. The guy watched everything carefully, but did not understand where he was, and most importantly, how he ended up in these places. One thing he could say for sure was that he was tortured, and the reason was clear. A burn appeared on Feng Du's chest, although it looked more like a glowing area. And this was so since the guy noted with surprise that this glow, for some reason, restored his wounds. The jailer also noticed this and told the warden that traditional methods were not working on this young man. The gatekeeper, folding his arms across his chest, declared that in that case that would be quite enough. The young man heard how they asked him to admit his guilt, but he just didn't understand what he had done wrong. And so he said it out loud. Although something was wrong, our hero was aware that he could not control his own body. After hitting the boy with a whip, the guard shouted, noting how the boy dared to deny it. And the gatekeeper spoke again. He said that for 8,000 miles around, evil spirits would forever remember his dishonorable act, and therefore, even if he went to prison, he would not be able to atone for his guilt. And then he suddenly said that the next day would be the day of his death penalty. The soul would leave the body forever, and would not be able to be reborn. At that moment, our hero opened his eyes in horror, not understanding what was happening. Jumping up, Lin Yu asked what was going on, seeing his friends who were very happy that he had come to his senses. The young man looked at everyone as if they were out of place in the room. Finally, the guy remembered. He was at home. Before that, he had worked hard for 7 days, was in prison, confronted 3 countries, then broke through the ghost gates, and survived. At that moment, the system notified the young man that he had opened a powerful block of energy flow. The teenager was pleased to know that the registration system was still very accurate and timely. While drinking water, our hero realized that he had a dream, but it was so realistic that he couldn't get it out of his head. In response to the young man's question about how long he had slept, Zhou Er said that Lin Yu had been unconscious for more than a day. One of the bros said that the guy has a special body that emits a golden glow. It heals wounds, and therefore everything is fine with the leader. The young man, looking at his hands, did not believe that this was a hidden ability in his system. There was another reason, but our hero didn't want to think about it. He was most interested in Bai Ye and the other guys, with whom he wanted to get in touch as soon as possible. When Lin Yu went down to the living room, he was shocked to see that his acquaintances from all sides were asking him how he was feeling and how lucky he was to be alive. The young man asked with surprise in his voice what the guys were doing at his house in the middle of the night. Hey Yu, running up to the young man, immediately called him shameless and said that they were running around looking for him, and now look how he was talking to them. Zhou Er explained that these people came when the master was in a coma. She knew that they were all friends, and therefore she could not help but let them into the house. At this moment, Wentian and Hailun shouted, "They said that the Emperor's face was not clearly visible in the game, but now they understand that he is still very young." Smiling, our hero thought that he didn't want to reveal his true age, although it was a little unusual when all these people treated him like a grown man, although the guy had nothing else to hide. At this moment, Bai Ye asked how the young man's injury was. He said that everything was fine already, and then asked about the results of the game. The brunette said that this time their scores exceeded all the results. If the calculations are correct, then the 20-odd foreign spirit masters were completely defeated. The young man said sadly that the death of a bunch of scum was entirely natural, but the fact that the game incited people to exterminate each other was a bad sign. The blonde said that the government is constantly consulting with other leaders of countries about solving problems peacefully, but the top officials already have a lot of trouble, and therefore changes, if there are any, will not happen soon. The brunette, on behalf of everyone, said that it was better to put this topic aside. It was much more important that they were in the teenager's house at night, and therefore he could show more hospitality. Lin Yu immediately turned to General Zhu and asked him to set a table that everyone could enjoy. Not much time had passed, and already a variety of dishes were being brought into the room. After some time, He Yu told Wentian that she would play something with him. At the same time, the red-haired beauty said that she would probably go. The guy didn't understand what was going on, and so he suggested that his guest take a little walk. A little embarrassed, the girl agreed to take a walk in the fresh air. A few minutes later, the boys were already descending the steps that led from the house to the garden. Now the beauty knew the young man's full name, moreover. She clearly saw his face and understood that this man was much more handsome than she had imagined him before. Hearing his companion's apology, Lin Yu said that he had not hidden his information. Besides this, everyone was now friends. Although it wasn't hard to guess, both Bai Ye and He Yu were high-ranking spirit masters, and also very beautiful. Suddenly, the beauty asked whether the demon girl was the young man's lover. However, he explained that Zhou Er was just his contracted spirit. But Xiao Li didn't calm down, so she asked if there was anyone the guy liked. And then she said that since the girl got out of prison, only the guy helped her, he did so much for her. Scratching his head, the young man said that he was glad to have been useful, and then, as if casually, asked if the beauty had her own yin weapon. He added that he had reserves of Tangled Heart silver ore and Sad Soul crystals, and could therefore share them when Xiao Li made his weapon. With embarrassment in her voice, our hero's comrade thanked him, noting that he was very kind to her. And Lin Yu added that for him the girl is like a younger sister, so he helps her. The beauty looked at the guy with wide-open eyes, although some surprise could be read in them. The next morning, after putting his guests in a taxi, the teenager stood on the road and waved to them. He thought to himself that now he could finally have a proper rest. A few minutes later, Lin Yu happily stretched out on the sofa. The young man wanted to satisfy his curiosity, and so he called the system. Smiling, the young man thought that that fierce battle with the gatekeeper had allowed him to unexpectedly quickly rise to the 4th rank. After this, the guy realized that the task of spending money was also completed. As a reward, our hero received cash back on the card. But now he got a new one, which was to buy some real estate, although in the last game, Joy Air had already bought one, the cost of which was 8 million. For a moment, the guy thought about the fact that the tincture of spiritual power should be an analog of the purified wine of the souls of the afterlife. But what is the license of the trading shop of the spirit world? To clarify this, Lin Yu turned to his assistant and asked if he needed any license to open a shop in the other world. The girl said that there are almost no rules there. There are only some restrictions. You can trade without a license, but someone can appropriate the shop for themselves. Only people with good authority can afford this, while others are better off having documents. In this case, even the weakest soul will be able to resist the attack of the devil. Our hero did not understand if there was no law where the prison came from, who was behind its activities, and by what right the spirits of violators were imprisoned there. And again, Zhou Er explained that there is no law in the other world. Behind the prison, there are influential spirits who sponsor its activities, and they keep in custody not so much criminals as undesirables. If someone goes against the basic rules of the ghost world, then, according to rumors, they will be immediately executed by the very power of the rules, but no one knows what the basic rule is. Having figured this out, the young man realized that since he had bought a lot of ore, he needed someone to create or sell yin weapons. For now, only the assistant is handling this case. But since the license provides protection, the girl can hire several low-ranking spirits to help her. If the others manage to escape, then they should be contacted and offered to work for him. The young man wanted to think about something else, but at that moment, He Yu called him. The brunette immediately began asking how our hero was feeling. Having answered that everything was fine, the guy wanted to know if anything had happened. The beauty said that she was a little jealous of the teenager, because he didn't have to do anything, and she had just come back from vacation and already had so much going on. Covering his face with his hands, Lin Yu noted that if he needed help, it was better to say so directly. The girl asked if Emperor Fengdu was ready to return to duty, and if so, a wonderful reward awaited him. The guy thought to himself who they were taking him for, and said out loud that he didn't really need money. The brunette immediately noted that she knew about his financial situation, but the fact is that they are responsible for something. And she added that in the outback, not far from his house, a vampire appeared, attacking people. The center suspects that it is someone who feeds on blood. The young man jumped up from the sofa and began to ask if his comrade really believed that Cain was alive, and she replied that such an option could not be ruled out. He Yu explained that the spirit has high intelligence and is excellent at hiding. Perhaps someone is controlling it. Low-ranking spirits may not be able to cope with this. And so she offered the guy 5 million for the job, although he named his price as 30 million. The joyful comrade proudly declared that she agreed, and therefore sent all the necessary information. Having finished the conversation, our hero said out loud that he didn't need the money, but that Kane's trash needed to be taken out properly. Walking along the streets of the suburb of Liujia, the young man did not understand why it was so quiet, and also where all the locals had gone. The information needed to be found out from someone, but there was no one, so the young man approached one of the houses. The guy knocked decisively and loudly on the window so that the owners would definitely hear. The frightened man, pushing the curtain aside a little, angrily asked who had disturbed him. The young man asked if it was true that this was the headman's house, and then stated that he was from Investigation Center number 9 and had come to deal with the vampire. The joyful man shouted to his wife to open the door because government officials had arrived. The whole family came to greet the guy. They told him to come into the house as quickly as possible. Lin Yu hadn't even managed to cross the threshold of the house when he already looked somewhere in fear. The guy's attention was drawn to the large number of coffins that were placed throughout the room. The teenager hesitantly asked if these were all the vampire's victims. The owner of the house said that this is indeed the case, and therefore the whole village is counting on the help of the police. Turning to the young man, the man asked him to go and make some tea. The guy in the wheelchair turned around and angrily declared that the headman had not made a mistake, that he really had to go somewhere. Our hero, realizing that he had put everyone in an awkward position, declared that he didn't need anything. He had simply come to gather information about the vampire. The man in the wheelchair shouted menacingly that there was no need to ask him, since he had not seen anything. The elderly man gave the same information, saying that there were simply various rumors circulating around the village. The first to see the vampire was a local taxi driver, Li Jun, who was driving past the cemetery and saw a dark silhouette jump out of a coffin. Then he did not dare to examine everything, and therefore returned the next day. When he calmed down, moreover, the man remembered that they have a tradition of giving the deceased silver or gold at burial. This is what made Li Jun think that there might be some grave robber. So he called his brother along, but who knew that they would immediately find an open grave, with no body inside. Taking the tea, the young man asked again whether there really was no corpse. The man said that they called the police, but they found out that the coffin had been broken from the inside, which was strange, and then they asked them not to tell anyone about it. It was only the next day that Aunt Lu discovered the dead local drunkard, whose blood had been drained dry, that everyone remembered the story of the graves again. And he added that after that incident, a plague began in the village that had never been observed before. That's why people are afraid to leave their homes, but he himself has to do it in order to collect the bodies of the dead people. At this moment, Lin Yu asked whose body was originally missing from the coffin. But the man, confused, explained that he didn't know that. Then the young man went the other way and asked if the gentleman knew who was buried in the cemetery. Then, by process of elimination, they would understand who was missing. However, in old age, he stated that the burial was new, but he did not even know who was buried there and when. Our hero did not calm down, and therefore asked if perhaps the man knew who had been buried the other day. Turning around, the owner of the house said in a strange way that many who could, and then fell silent. The headman's wife now began to ask Lin Yu if he had any guesses about this matter. The guy sat silently, not knowing how best to answer the question. And the woman continued to say that the young man was an employee of the authorities, and therefore he must definitely help them solve the problem as quickly as possible. The young man sitting in a wheelchair laughed at our hero, saying that the authorities had sent some boy who couldn't do anything. The man began to defend Lin Yu, and so told him not to pay attention to their son, who himself did not know what he was saying. Hearing the guy's question about where Li Jun's house was, the owner of the house briefly told him, but said that he couldn't show it. As he left, the teenager said that if he had any questions, he would return, and for safety's sake, he hoped that when the time came, these people would assist him. The joyful headman waved to our hero, saying that he would do everything possible. As Lin Yu walked through the city, he thought that the man's words were exactly in line with what he already knew, although he hadn't learned anything new. At the same time, the guy didn't like the behavior of the headman's son. It was quite suspicious. A few minutes later, our hero knocked on Liu Jun's house, and a man looked through the crack in the door asking who had arrived. Hearing that the investigation center had come to see them, the woman screamed and closed the door, declaring that they needed to question the headman, not them. Standing outside, the young man heard the arguments going on inside about whether the stranger should be allowed in or whether it was too dangerous. Opening the door again, the woman asked if the young man was really from the investigation center, and then began to carefully examine his ID. The stranger let Lin Yu in and warned him not to step on the glowing threads on the floor, although the boy could not see anything at all. And so he told the owner of the house that there were no threads or seals on the ground, that someone had simply deceived her. The woman started screaming, saying that some master had painted them on the orders of the headman to scare away the vampire. It was strange the village chief sent some man to the neighbors, but did not invite anyone to his place. As she moved through the house, the hostess grumbled, hoping that the young man had not damaged the seal. The good-natured man sitting on the sofa immediately invited our hero to sit down next to him. The teenager did not understand who was in front of him, and so he asked again. Coughing, the man said his name was Li Jun, and added that the investigation center probably still couldn't figure out what happened, which is why they were asking everyone. The guy noted that the owner of the house was sick, and therefore hinted that it would be best for him to go to the hospital. But the woman abruptly blocked the way, shouting that this could not be done, because as soon as the unfortunate man stepped out the door, they would immediately attack him and suck out all his blood. The owner immediately began to apologize, saying that after the attacks, his wife was not quite in her right mind, and he thought to himself that it wouldn't hurt for her to go to the hospital. And he added that that night not only he saw the monster, but also the woman. At first everything was fine, and then suddenly her older brother became a victim. Our hero understood that he didn't know this, and therefore asked if this information had been told to the investigator. Li Jun honestly said that no one knew about this. He didn't want his wife to become even more nervous after asking questions. Realizing that his family members were unwell, the young man once again suggested that they go to the hospital, saying that it was safe there. However, the man stated that he had a chronic disease that could not be cured. Having brought a cup with some kind of drink, the mistress of the house forced her husband to drink it, saying that, firstly, he would feel better, and secondly, the vampire would not even want to mess with him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and so the man took the cup and asked his beloved to go and see who had come to visit them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the man very quickly poured the contents of the container into the trash can. And after a moment, Lin Yu said that he had told everything, and therefore it was time for the young man to leave. Running around the house, the woman turned to the master and told him to examine the seal as quickly as possible, but the young man was interested in the emperor. The guy looked at his comrades in surprise, not understanding why they came here. But Hailong and Wen Tian also wanted to know this, so they asked a counter-question. A disgruntled Li Jun immediately began to shout at the boys, saying how they dared to come to their house again. Swinging his cup, the man said that these were not masters, but real swindlers. At the last second, our hero managed to intercept the indignant man's hand. The teenager said that there was no need to do stupid things. The owner of the house looked closely at the young man, but did not know what to answer. And then he turned around and sighed heavily, realizing that he had nothing to counter with. At this moment, our hero's comrades, leaving the house, shouted that everything was fine with the seal, but it was time for them to go. Lin Yu said that if the hosts had nothing more to tell, then he would go too. However, before the guy could reach the door, the man called out to him again. He said that he recommended the young man to question Miss Liu Fen, saying that the vampire's physique was similar to someone else's. Turning around, Lin Yu only said he realized that this was the lady who found the drunkard's corpse. Leaving the room, the teenager noticed his friend standing by the tree. Running up to the guy, the boys immediately began asking the emperor how he got to these parts. But the young man did not answer, but asked his own question about whether they came here on He Yu's orders. It turned out that the boys heard about a reward for information about the vampire case, then talked to the headman, who said that he was looking for masters with power. That's why they wanted to see if they could make money, but they didn't succeed. But the young people weren't deceiving anyone, because they are real spirit masters, not charlatans. This information interested Lin Yu, who realized that there were others in the village who called themselves masters. And the comrades confirmed that 3 or 4 people had already visited the village, but they had not succeeded. But our hero did not understand what kind of seal his friends were putting on it. Laughing, Hyland said that it was he who used his ability and copied the ghost of Hai. If the monster came, he needed to read the formula, then an illusion would appear, and the monster would not dare to enter. Hearing that it wouldn't work against a spirit-rank spirit, the young man said that the mistress didn't mention it. She just said that there would be a big reward. Raising his finger, our hero declared that this case was not simple at all. Hey Yu even said that Cain might be involved in this. Friends unanimously asked how this was possible, since he was supposed to die. But the Emperor explained that when Cain changed his appearance, he said it was his true appearance, meaning he could change it again without anyone knowing. And while Hyland was angry, the young man continued to explain that they needed to find out what was going on in the village. According to the information, the victims die only at night due to severe blood loss. The people are not connected by anything, which means the vampire attacks indiscriminately. It would seem that residents should cooperate with the investigation for their own good, but it feels like each of them is hiding something. What is interesting is to what extent the words of these people can be trusted. A moment later, the guy said that he needed to find and interrogate Mrs. Liu Fen, and so he asked if the guys were coming with him. Lost in thought, the blonde noted that this name was familiar to him from somewhere. However, a friend reminded them that this was the woman whose apartment the headman's wife had recommended they rent above. Approaching the next house, our heroes heard some woman scolding Li Jinjun, who liked to create trouble for them all. Lin Yu asked the lady what had happened, but she irritably asked him who the teenager was. Showing his ID, the guy once again told who he was and why he had come to these parts. Looking at the young man in surprise, the hostess of the house asked if he really was a representative of the authorities. Winking, the fat woman noted that she was worried that there was no one to help her clean up, but then the guys arrived just in time. A thunderstorm was approaching the city, and the woman explained that one of the craftsmen who rented the room had died unexpectedly. And along the way, the hostess noted that the young people should figure everything out. Looking at the poor man, our hero said that this man's blood had really been drained to the last drop. And sitting down, he added that it was clearly the same spirit or werewolf who had done it. In the hands of the deceased was a bell, which the young man was now holding. Looking at this item, which was a yin weapon, the system announced that this artifact summons spirits and automatically binds to the owner. Lin Yu immediately declared that the person in front of them was a real spirit master, which shocked his comrades, because they thought that there was no one else here except charlatans. The guys understood that they had settled on the floor below, but they didn't hear anything. The young people were afraid that some kind of spirit or Cain was actually operating in these places. Our hero asked the owner if she had the only hotel and how many people had visited these parts in the last few days. The woman noted that there really is only one hotel, but the difficulty is that guests often stay in groups, and therefore she does not always even see everyone. But the guy didn't stop, and therefore was interested in where everyone was, whether they had left or died. With a confused voice, Liu Fen began to say that she herself didn't know this. At this point, his comrades began to ask whether the Emperor had any clues. Our hero was silent, although something was bothering him very much. Once again, looking around the room, the young man thought that the incidents in Liu Jia were a conspiracy. It was just a trap for the spirit masters. The young man had previously found it strange that they continued to invite craftsmen to the city, even though an investigation was already underway. And these people, intoxicated by the reward, are simply food for the local evil spirit, because it is no secret that the blood of the rulers is rich in spiritual power, not to mention the healing and hardening effects. Most likely, the villagers are in cahoots with the killer. Everyone is under suspicion, including the craftsman who visited the village earlier. The young man wanted to interrogate everyone again, but decided that it was too early to act openly. When you want to defeat cunning people, a direct approach will backfire. It is better to pretend that you are playing by their rules and then, after waiting for the right moment, resolve the situation. Moving somewhere, the guy thought that his strengths would help him with this. Handing over the money to Auntie Lou, as our hero called her, he said that he wanted to book her entire hotel for the next couple of days. Looking at the guest with disapproval, the woman asked if it was true that the teenager wanted to book all the rooms. Lin Yu realized that the money was not enough, so he took out a few more wads of cash and announced that he was raising the stakes. A second later, the hostess's expression changed, and she said that she was happy with everything, but there were people living in some of the rooms, and therefore they should be thrown out. But the young man stopped her, saying that the guests could stay. He had initially believed that he could not live alone in such a large room. And he shouted that he needed as many craftsmen as possible to complete the investigation as quickly as possible, and therefore he was raising the reward to 10 million, and that would be enough for everyone. Hearing such a sum, his comrades declared that the emperor was in fact very rich. After a while, Lin Yu thought about how Hailun had found out that Aunt Lu had exactly 10 masters living with her. Besides the boys and the dead man in the room, 3 more people were missing, and therefore it would be better to gather the remaining ones so as not to give the spirit another head. At that moment, a stranger approached the guy and asked if the 10 million were real, and added that the center had never given such wildly profitable assignments. Handing the paper to the girl, the young man said that it was true, and therefore suggested that the beauty register, adding that there would be no more such chance. The stranger thought that with the advent of games, the number of strange games has increased, the government probably has a shortage of spirit masters, and her family passes on the experience of fighting spirits from generation to generation. Looking at the completed form, our hero did not believe that the girl's master was of the 4th rank. As she left, the beauty declared that she would give it her all to let the government know about the Luo family's hidden talent. The storm was still raging outside, and at this time some kind of animal was hiding in the bushes. He said that there were 4 overlords inside, there were even 4 rank ones, and therefore if you manage to drink their blood, you will be able to fully restore your own strength. On the other hand, one must remain cautious because there are too many masters. And heading towards the hotel, he added that not everyone was as crazy as Emperor Fengdu, and therefore one could take advantage of the chance. Only a few seconds passed, and the demon was already in the room of our hero's new acquaintance. The girl understood that something was wrong, and so she quickly opened her eyes. Grabbing the magic fan, the huntress shouted that it was not in vain that she lit the incense with demonic saliva, and it immediately arrived at the right address. Waving her weapon, which was a fan, the girl told the demon to go away. The enemy smiled when he encountered resistance, and it seemed that he was afraid of absolutely nothing. Addressing the spirit of her grandmother, the beauty said that this opponent easily blocked her attack, and therefore he is strong enough and there is no way to do without help. The devil stood and looked attentively at the huntress, as well as her assistant. Our hero's friend saw that her grandmother was scared and didn't understand how this could be. At that moment, the demon rushed towards the girl. He clearly was not going to let her go, which the beauty understood, and therefore began to scream loudly. The huntress just opened the door a crack and immediately saw something fly past her very quickly. The devil, looking at the magic nail that was rapidly approaching him, did not believe that it was a powerful yin artifact. Lin Yu didn't need to prove anything, so he simply stood there silently. The beauty pressed herself against the guy while he said that Cain's bloody shadow was here. And so our hero loudly asked where the demon's master was and then ordered him to call him. But this did not happen. The enemy realized that he was cornered, and so he jumped out of the window with lightning speed. Realizing that he had to act, Lin Yu gave chase, shouting for Hailong to stay put while Wentian should give chase after him. The boys saw that the enemy was running through the cemetery towards the village. Wentian still didn't understand how this devil could disguise himself and whether it was really true. Our hero was busy with something else, and so he called upon the soul imprisonment mirror Kui Long to help him, shouting that he would find the demon everywhere. The very next second, a village appeared in the mirror, which was quite strange. And while the guy's comrade ran after the ill-wisher, the young man turned around and ordered Wentian to do the same. As he approached the house, the young man said that he had not imagined it. A bloody shadow had run into Li Jun's house. For a moment the boys stopped, and just at that moment thunder struck and lightning flashed. The teenager looked in the mirror and noted with disappointment that the aura of that evil spirit had suddenly disappeared. Despite this, the guys did not stop, moving forward. They entered the headman's house, noting to themselves that the spirit had managed to disappear. The man shouted angrily that even people from the investigation center were not allowed to break into his house in the middle of the night. But our hero was not going to back down, and so he asked if the owner had seen anything strange that had happened a couple of minutes ago, hearing a negative answer. The guy went vey-bang, saying that the seal at the entrance worked, and to himself he thought that the shadow couldn't just disappear, which means it's somewhere here. The man continued to deny everything while the woman, hearing about the broken seal, dropped the cup from her hands. Lin Yu immediately smelled a strange smell coming from the vessel. A moment later, the cup fell to the floor and broke. Wentian was extremely surprised as he saw that the liquid that had poured in was blood, which our hero also noticed. At that moment, the guy understood everything, and so he openly said that Li Jun was no longer a human. At that moment, the hunter pointed his mirror at the man standing opposite him. The owner of the house, seeing the blue glow, covered his face with his hand. But it didn't help because a minute later, a bloody demon appeared behind him. The guy said he saw this ability of Cain in prison. It's not surprising that the mirror couldn't find the man because he latched onto the man from the very beginning. Turning to his assistant, the owner of the house told him to return home quickly. Realizing that the devil was leaving, our hero tried to follow him, but Li Jun stood in the way and declared that this would not happen. Pointing his staff at the man, the young man told him not to think that he would be spared just because he was human, since they had long been accomplices. But the owner shouted that it made no sense, since without the bloody shadow he would not be able to live anyway. Lin Yu raised his weapon and said that the man should forgive him then. The young man realized that it was not the village elder who stood before him, but someone who posed a danger to all the residents, and not only to his own village. A second later, the owner of the house was already lying motionless on the floor. Looking out the window, the teenager reasoned that the devil had most likely fled to his spirit master. While wrapping Li Jun with threads, the young man thought that his body only contained negative energy and decay. He was definitely not a spirit master. He was under the control of some spirit. At this moment, Wentian, pointing at the mistress, said that she was also lying unconscious. Our hero said that everyone needs to be tied up. Then they will find some other clues. Having met his comrades, the young man asked if everything was calm in the village. Hylan reported that everything was fine and happily asked if the emperor had already managed to catch the murderer. However, he explained that they were henchmen, but it would take them time to expose who was behind all this. The stranger, looking at the guy, began to ask if he really was the legendary Emperor Fengdu. The young man thanked Luo Su for her help and said that she would receive her reward later. With embarrassment in her voice, the beauty said that it was awkward to ask for a reward after the guy saved her. As he left, Lin Yu noted that he would pay, and so the girl shouldn't even think about it. The huntress stood and carefully watched the boys as they walked away. She thought to herself that this emperor was frighteningly strong, indecently rich, and yet so young. Realizing that she couldn't lose her chance, the girl ran after the guys and shouted if she could go with them. Not much time passed, and our heroes were already in some room where the headman was being interrogated. He said that Mr. Bloody Shadow had left, but sooner or later he would return to destroy everyone. However, the young man asked, if this devil was really so strong, then why did he run away immediately upon seeing him, the emperor? The young man did not want to waste time, and so he connected his energy. Li Jun looked at all this and realized that the guy had a terrifying aura, which meant that he might be stronger than the master. And the next second, our hero began to ring the bell that he found on one of the dead masters. This ringing had some kind of mesmerizing effect, and so the guy asked who was behind this bloody gentleman. The man said that it was Liu Jiai, the headman's son, Liu Jiai, but he silently scolded himself for not being able to control what to say and what was best left unsaid. He said that after what happened, he and his brother wanted to report everything, but this guy found out about everything and decided to kill them to cover their tracks. And then the young man came in person and confessed everything, and also offered cooperation if he brings the spirit masters, and he helps get rid of the disease. After this, the man gave Liu Jun the power of his spirit, allowing him to obtain life force from blood. Otherwise, a man would not be able to feel good. Emperor Fengdu continued to say that after this, the man killed his brother, drove his wife crazy, and deliberately began to lure the masters to the inn, where they arranged a feeding trough for the vampire. The unfortunate man said that after killing his brother, he drank his blood, although this drove the woman crazy, but she did not go against it, but carried out all orders and got fresh blood. The guys listening to this story called the man a real scum, and the ill-wisher continued to talk about how he had bribed Aunt Lu, although she suspected little since she was well paid. At that moment, our hero thought that the bell was useful but weak, and that at the first opportunity it should be given to Ding Liang so that he could refine it. At that moment, the girl spoke up and said that the real criminal would find out, and therefore everyone needed to be dealt with. Finally, the young man asked if the man wanted to add anything else. But he laughed and said that he would say nothing more, and the young people could go straight to the devil's lair, where they would not be able to resist him in any way. As he was leaving, the guy thought that the place, of course, matters, but not when they are one. Whether it's a secret conspiracy, traps, or whatever else they've prepared, together they can do it all. After a short period of time, the team arrived at the store in full force. When they entered, everyone felt that there was a very strong aura inside. Hylan, looking around, said that unfortunately there was no one here. Hearing Wentian talk about suppressing spiritual power, the Emperor said that Li Jun was not lying. This place was the lair of a monster, and he had an advantage here. It's most likely a nearly ferocious spirit in rank, since it's capable of such overwhelming energy. He added that this man was stronger than they thought, and therefore asked the guys to wait outside. The guys immediately turned around and ran away, while the girl did not understand why they did not want to help. Luo Su said that she was a talented spirit master, an outstanding one of the Luo family, so how could she get underfoot? However, the young man noted that this was unnecessary, and added that she would receive enough money anyway. As she ran away, the beauty screamed, "Does she really look like an easy girl that they treat her like that?" Left alone, the young man walked to the back door and pushed it open. Finding himself outside, where it continued to rain, the guy said that everyone had gone out, and he already knew that they were in this place. Moving on, our hero said that no one wants to do anything in a good way, and so the next second, he kicked the coffin with such a loud bang that the lid flew off. The zombie that was hiding immediately came out and started growling, trying to scare the teenager. Looking at them, Lin Yu said that these were the lowest of the zombies. After this, other coffins began to open, which the young man hardly expected. Strange creatures also began to emerge from there, behaving very aggressively. With surprise in his voice, our hero noted that there were a lot of them. It seemed that many more people had been killed than was said. But the zombies didn't care. They growled and came closer and closer, wanting to show their numerical superiority. The guy spoke with anger in his voice. Did all these creatures really hope to win by sheer numbers, and added that this was a mistake? The young man began to deal with his opponents very quickly and easily the very next moment. Suddenly, the headman's son and the devil appeared behind our hero, and upon seeing them, Lin Yu asked if he really was the 6th rank spirit master. He began to laugh, saying that government officials often underestimate people like him. The teenager honestly stated that he did not think that such a high rank could be achieved, even without support from the authorities, and asked if perhaps this was all due to the bloody shadow. But he was angry, noting that he had achieved everything on his own. The guy explained that he came across a yin pendant in the game. All he had to do was put it on and lie down in the place of the corpse to absorb the surrounding yin energy and control the dead for his own purposes. With this power, the villain quickly reached the 6th rank, but the only thing missing was attack power due to the lack of a spirit under the contract. He wrote a request to the investigation center to issue a spirit. But in this organization, they only gave refusals, and if this had not happened, it would have been possible to surpass even He Yu or Bai Ye. The enemy shouted that due to the greed of the authorities, he was unable to protect himself at the 9th level of the Yin prison and became crippled. Fortunately, he was pulled out in time by the bloody shadow. He added that they made a wonderful tandem, but because of their narrow-mindedness, the government made for itself a worse enemy, who could have been their strong ally. Lin Yu listened attentively to all this, but did not reveal his own emotions. However, the ill-wisher thought that the guy was laughing, and so he asked what was funny about his words. The young man shouted and told his ally to be silent, because due to his own selfishness and self-interest, he had destroyed about 20 or even 30 neighbors. The headman's son doesn't like this. He continued to say that he earned everything he has with his own efforts, and therefore there is no need to lecture him on morals. And all the little people who are now zombies should consider it an honor to be able to help in a great cause. Suddenly, the bloody shadow took its owner and lifted him above the ground. And from above, a young man shouted that very soon the teenager would become food. And after that, The young man began to read some kind of spell, hoping to become even stronger. And he joyfully shouted to his assistant that now was the time to begin their performance. Suddenly, the villain stopped because something really surprised him. The reason was that the demon stood still, and the young man did not understand what was wrong. And Emperor Fengdu said that he had simply met an old friend and was therefore a little nervous. The villain did not immediately realize that the famous emperor was standing in front of him. And just a moment later, the ill-wisher was shouting that this was simply impossible because the teenager looked like a typical fourth-rank spirit master. Smiling, our hero egged on his opponent, saying that he definitely didn't know what Fengdu's real rank was. The young man began to laugh, thinking that the young man was much weaker than they said about him, not understanding what the guy was actually hinting at. Realizing that he needed help, Lin Yu called General Zhu to his aid. Suddenly there was an explosion which meant only one thing: the assistant had arrived and he was angry. Liu Jia felt uneasy at what he saw. What struck him most was the powerful aura. He thought that there was a real fierce spirit in front of him. The ill-wisher ordered the blood shadow to carry him away as far as possible, not understanding how a fourth-rank overlord could obtain such a strong assistant. Answering General Zhu's question about whether the fugitives should be destroyed or not, the guy said that it was not necessary for now. The man said that he understood everything, and therefore he would be tactful. The assistant began to deliver powerful blows that threw the opponents off balance. With horror in his voice, Liu Jiayi shouted for his demon to hurry up. And at that moment the general continued to strike, but only to frighten his ill-wishers. The young man did not understand what was happening, and so he began to say that now Emperor Fengdu would be in trouble. At that moment, the zombies standing next to our hero for some reason began to burn. Seeing the bright bloody aura around the villain, our hero said that he apparently really wants to jump to the next rank. He really wanted it, shouting that it wasn't enough for him. Liu Jia needed much more blood. Holding the map, Lin Yu said that the opponents would not be able to escape so easily. The next moment, something unusual began to happen, and all thanks to the fact that our hero used cheating cards. The enemy screamed in horror that the guy even had his own personal ghost space, and added that if they didn't find more blood to move up to a higher rank, they would die. The bloody shadow immediately understood where they could get what they needed so much. Watching the Demon fly away, the young man asked his comrades if there were really any other people in the yard besides them. The conversation was about the head man and his wife, who looked closely at their son, not understanding what they wanted from him. The man shouted at Lin Yu, asking him what he had done, and added that just because he was an organ, it didn't mean he was allowed to do anything. But the young man shouted back. He pointed out that older people should open their eyes. The proof is right in front of their eyes, and therefore people need to think about themselves. Finally, something dawned on the man. At that moment, Liu Jiayi asked the shadow what he was planning, since his parents were in front of them. Looking at his hands, the young man decided that he was now his priority. Seeing how the devil grabbed his father, the boy thought about the fact that his mom and dad probably wanted the best for him, and therefore could sacrifice themselves. The woman cried and said that she wished the best for her son. Looking at all this, Lin Yu said that the boundaries between good and evil are erased when it comes to children. The parents understood what their son saw but still deceived the villagers. After satiating himself with blood, something unusual began to happen to Liu Jiayi. The young man noted that the villain and his shadow seemed to have merged into one, although it was a familiar turn of events. The villain shouted that thanks to his parents' power, he was now a 7th rank. He boasted about this, noting that now Emperor Fengdu was no longer a rival to him, and therefore he could defeat him without any difficulty. Holding the card in his hands, the young man said that this man simply irritated him a lot. However, the ill-wisher stated that this time it will not be as easy as before. At this moment, General Zhu joined the battle using the soul destruction technique. Our hero's assistant did his job masterfully, since this was not the first time he had encountered something like this. Looking closely at the killers, our hero said that this was not the end. Only a few minutes had passed, and the opponents were already tightly tied with ropes. Luo Su was surprised and shouted loudly that Emperor Fengdu had actually caught those villains, and alive. While the girl was talking about something, the guy was thinking about the fact that while he was riding on the train, he read the news about the game. It said about two executed spirits. They were both fierce. Moreover, it is a huge misconception to think that the 7th rank in China is the strongest. Looking at the captives, the young man realized that the problem with the vampires was practically solved. It remained to make sure that Cain had nothing to do with what was happening. While pushing the bloody spirit, the hunter told him not to pretend to be dead. No one would believe it anyway. And he added that the guy would ask questions, and the devil would answer, and so he asked what happened on the last day in Yin prison. Lin Yu knew that the enemy was silent, so he said so. Taking out the bell, the young man noted that this object does not affect strong spirits, but if it is cut into pieces, it will become much weaker. The spirit did not like this attitude, and therefore he became angry and growled. Our hero knew that it was some language, but not English or Chinese, and so he asked Zhou for help. The assistant said that it was like an ethnic language. If the guy wanted to understand it, then they should make an agreement. Lin Yu knew that he could still make them, but he didn't want to spend money on such a creature. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his seat. A brilliant idea came into his head. Coming out into the corridor, our hero asked Wentian if it was true that his spirit was capable of understanding a wide variety of entities, and received an affirmative answer. Grabbing his friend and dragging him into the room, the teenager screamed that this was just what he needed. The next moment, a bird appeared in the guy's hands, which was his assistant. She translated to Emperor Fengdu that this shadow was asking her not to kill him, promising to tell him everything he knew. In a dispassionate voice, the boy ordered this demon to tell everything he knew. It turned out that Cain was unable to escape and was in prison. Only the shadow was able to get out. He wanted to return to the United States and therefore had to team up with Liu Jiayi. It was he who forced everyone to kill. Our hero had already figured out a lot of things himself, but he didn't understand why he was running away to America if the owner was still trapped. He explained that he was not a spirit from another world, but simply passed down through the generations in the vampire clan to which Cain belonged, a clan with deep roots in the United States and Europe. If they summoned progenitor Lilith in search of Cain, she would cause a bloodbath. At this time, a very important conversation was taking place in the American city of Fo. One of the men lamented that a whole week had passed and there had been no news from Cain. The gray-haired man explained that they had tried to contact all the spirit masters who had taken part in the game, but all in vain. Understanding what the man was hinting at, the gentleman said that it was impossible because the player had taken a 6th rank blood shadow as an assistant, and therefore the other players should not be a problem for him. A minute later, the stranger began to read some very strange correspondence on the tablet. And after that, he said out loud that they absolutely had to meet with a certain Emperor Fengdu from China. After some time, relatives buried their loved ones who died at the hands of the vampire. The women gossiped about who could have thought that Liu Jiayi would be such a bad person. On the other hand, they understood that he deserved his death. However, Lin Yu didn't understand how to explain to everyone where the vampire came from. He Yu noted that now was not the best time to mention games and spirits. Our hero thought to himself that the brunette was actually right, and that it was better for ordinary people not to know about the other side of the coin. Even the young man knows little about the ghost world, and therefore it would not be a bad idea for him to fill in his gaps in order to keep the situation under control. The beauty kept talking about how strong the young man was, that he had defeated the representatives of the 7th rank, but the teenager asked directly what his friend needed. The law representative said that the blood shadow was now the emperor's trophy, but he knew too much, especially information that could affect international relations, and so she asked to sell this essence. The guy thought to himself that this fierce spirit was not as dear to him as one might think, but said out loud that he had enough money. He Yu said with a displeased look, but for some reason our hero bargained when he took on the case. The young man explained that he took on the case because he thought Cain was involved, and he asked for money so that he wouldn't be bothered for any reason. The girl said that everything was clear to her, and therefore wanted to listen to the hunter's conditions. Thinking about it, the guy noted that he wanted the government to give him full access to their databases. The brunette expected anything but this, and so she screamed that this was unacceptable. With a business-like air, the teenager replied that if that was the case, then he would eat this entity and forget about such things forever. Taking the phone in her hands, the beauty said that she had to make one call since the young man was asking too much. With his hands in his pockets, the young man said that he hoped he would not be disappointed. A minute later, the brunette, as if casually, suggested that the emperor join their organization, noting that their salary was good and that one could always have access to everything. But the young man sternly replied that he had no intention of joining any official organizations. Yu insisted because they needed such a valuable asset. The conversation was not finished because his comrades ran up to the guy, and Luosu reminded him that the young man had promised to share the monetary reward and she would like to receive her share. Seeing the guy showing 2 fingers, the girl thought he was offering her 200,000. But our hero said that in fact it was 2 million. Everyone gathered could not believe their ears and therefore opened their mouths in amazement. Lin Yu explained that Luo Su had lured the enemy, risking her life. The guy's illusion had helped a lot. And besides, the translation had also worked out well, so everyone deserved the money. The brunette was the most surprised, but our hero believed that money was created to be spent. Moreover, he planned to expand his influence. At that moment, the girl bowed and invited the guy to visit them at the Luo clan and thought to herself that she could use an expert. The young man politely said that he would definitely drop by, hearing the boys also shouting for Emperor Fengdu to come to them as well. Standing to the side, Yu thought about how Lin Yu had made good and useful connections. 2 days later, the girl called our hero and said that she had sent him official permission from the center with an account and password. It would be valid for 3 days. She added that the Central Analytical Center will have access to all information, but not to the most confidential information. Hearing the gratitude, the brunette asked the guy if he was going to participate in the next game. The young man said that he would, but this time he had his own interests, and he did not envisage working in a team, but noted that they would play together again sometime. A moment later, the young man was already sitting at the computer and entering the data he had received. Our hero was interested in information related to games. After reading some of it, he decided that the Bureau needed the experience of 5 previous investigation centers to arrive at such an organized system. Now a lot is clear. In addition to the spirit masters who have revealed their abilities, there are also people who have accidentally awakened spiritual power in reality. Some of them even founded and developed their clans. Reading the info, the guy understood that they pass on yin weapons or spiritual contracts from generation to generation, and the spirits from there are trained by the next generation. It's like the Cain clan that the Blood Shadow spoke of, a clan of vampires from the city of Fo. The Kulun clan owns an amulet that can summon vampires that have existed for over 300 years. They are very strong, and therefore you should not run into them, but rather increase your own strength. The trip to Liu Jia brought a lot of space. The guy received not only temporary access to the databases, but also a useful pendant. It was a Jasper burial pendant that could be used to upgrade one's own abilities. Stretching, Lin Yu noted that in his system, the fastest way to increase rank was to spend money. The young man decided it was time to prepare for the next game, the entrance to the world of horrors. And a minute later, our hero requested information about the number of his points. Seeing that there were 350,000 of them, the young man decided that for the last battle he received 3 times more than for the first 3. It is not surprising that he is constantly invited to the team. After this, the young man decided to make an exchange with the prophecy card. Lin Yu heard about a large city with a school and decided that it was an opportunity to buy a house. Not much time passed, and the system already welcomed our hero in a new game. It was about the School of the Afterlife Moon, and the goal was to hold out until the end of the final exams. The guy was waiting for this moment, and therefore he was interested in what place he would end up in. Standing at the educational institution, the guy noted that this was the central place on the map. The young man wanted to look around, but some noise caught his attention. There was a group of people next to him who had absolutely no idea where they were. The young man thought to himself that there were 5 newcomers in front of him, hearing some stranger remark that the newcomers were lucky. It was their first time in the game and such a difficult level. Emperor Fengdu said that they were in the game and added that after the bloody message, they should have read on the internet what it was. Scratching his head, one man said he had read it but just didn't expect it to be so realistic. The guy continued to note that the evil spirits in these places are real, and if you anger them, you can easily lose your life. The blonde standing nearby asked our hero if he could protect her, explaining that she was very young and there were so many terrible things happening around her. Unexpectedly, Feng Du gave his new acquaintance a flick on the face, who did not expect anything like that. The teenager rudely noted that a pretty face cannot protect a girl all her life, and if she wants to survive, she should play by the rules. And a moment later he added that since they were already at school, it was not difficult to guess what the rules would be here, and the first of them was probably being late. Looking at the clock, the boys realized that there were only 5 minutes left before the start of classes, and therefore they had to hurry. However, one of the beauties thanked the guy, but for some reason addressed him as senpai. Feng Du shouted to his new acquaintances that he wished for them all to survive. Sitting in class, the young man heard the teacher say that there were only 15 days left until the exams, and then ordered the head of the class to hand out tickets to check their knowledge again. The teacher warned that if anyone did not get a passing score, she would deal with him personally. The guy thought that the students in these places were targets. There were signs of violence on their faces, therefore, it would not be easy to survive during this time. But first, the teenager was going to get acquainted with the test that had just been brought to him. After reading what was written on the sheet, the young man was very surprised. This also surprised some girl, who jumped up from her seat and shouted, "What kind of strange questions are these?" At that moment, some sharp object immediately flew towards the student and injured her. The teacher was yelling that everyone had to follow the rules during the test, and so if anyone else said a word, she would shut them up forever. There was complete silence in the class, because everyone was very surprised by what was said. Once again, Feng Du thought about the fact that even though this was a game, there shouldn't be any unsolvable moments in it. But so far, he didn't understand anything from what was written. Everything here is under the control of the demoness, but it is worth the risk. The next moment, the guy stood up and was about to walk towards the teacher. The teacher snatched the piece of paper from the boy's hands and screamed at him, asking how he could finish so quickly. And then there was silence, the reason being that along with the blank sheet of paper, the young man also attached a banknote to it. But the effect was unexpected. The woman shouted that, firstly, this was not a store, and secondly, it would not be possible to get credit this way. This amazed Feng Du, who thought that this was the first time someone had not taken money. The teenager justified himself by saying that he couldn't answer the question, and therefore let everyone down, and therefore wants to make amends to the guys and sacrifices 10,000 minbi. Those gathered in the classroom could not believe their ears. The disciples said that in the afterlife, the salary is 3,000, and the guy donates 10, which means the young man has more money than Qian Jiahao. The teacher thought about what kind of family the teenager belonged to. She didn't want to offend him. Besides, a donation is not a bribe, and therefore the money can be used for the needs of the school. The woman said that Feng Du had just transferred today, and therefore he could be forgiven, and added that it was clear that he was a model student, and therefore she would not punish him. Turning around, our hero said that there were a lot of new people today. They all came with him, and therefore asked to explain the answer to the question. Having become kinder, the teacher, embarrassed, said that she would make this an exception. After writing a few numbers on the board, the woman declared that this was the answer to the question. The young man did not understand why a number was the answer to the question, and so he asked about it. However, the teacher said that there was no reason. This answer just needed to be learned. At this moment, the bell rang, and leaving the classroom, the teacher said that the newcomers should catch up on their knowledge because no one would give them a break at the exam. Feng Du returned to his seat, seeing how the guys were already crowded in the aisle. One of the strangers said that our hero saved everyone's lives. Without his help, all these people would not have survived even the first stage. The young man proudly declared that if no one interfered with him, he was ready to continue helping everyone. And the next second, the bravest young man, Gi Mian, a 4th-rank spirit master, introduced himself. The young man, turning the handle, immediately suggested to our hero that they join forces to achieve the best results. Snatching up a pencil on the fly, the boy said that they had very little information at the moment, and therefore it would be better to discuss it after class. And he added that if the others were ready to listen to his commands, then they could also join. Lost in thought, the emperor remembered that statistics in the database only appear after successful completion, and no one had completed this one. which meant that there were spirits in the school that were stronger than the fierce ones. And therefore you need to solve riddles, fight, and also not forget to spend money to complete the system quests. The game, as always, is challenging. To begin with, the teenager wanted to solve the riddle with the numbers 213. At 9 in the morning, the students had a math lesson, in which the teacher asked them to find a numerical function. At 10 o'clock, the literature lesson began, during which the teacher almost made one of the players jump out of the window. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, additional classes began, during which the teacher declared that long nails were forbidden, and love and other things should also be thrown out of the head. Finally, at 5 in the evening, the lessons ended and the children were able to catch their breath, at least a little. Guimian said with a mocking voice that they still came across kind teachers who should be thanked for the fact that everyone survived. And, coming closer to our hero, he asked Fengdu if perhaps it was time to discuss important matters. The guy didn't mind, and so he suggested that everyone go down to the dining room and discuss everything there. The young man said that everyone could go with him and added that, firstly, one must eat well in order to awaken one's spiritual strength, and secondly, he would treat everyone. The boys were pleased to hear this, and so they immediately began to thank their classmate. Coming closer, Guimian asked why the teenager had called almost the entire class, noting that the extra weight in the game would only slow him down. But the young man walking forward told his new acquaintance not to worry about this. Although after viewing the secret information, Lin Yu only became more anxious, spirits began to invade the real world more and more often, which means that it will not be possible to hide the game forever. Besides, the spirit world is large. Walking up to the food counter, the guy ordered 5 servings of ribs in sauce, fried cabbage, and spicy tofu. Putting a small piece of meat into a ladle, the woman said that there were many students, but little food. The blonde looked with horror at the tray that was handed to them all, but Fengdu forbade her to take it. Our hero handed the banknote to the worker and ordered her to fill the plates with food. There was silence for a while. The employee did not believe that dinner could cost 10,000. The woman looked closely at the banknote, noting to herself that it was real and also had such pure energy, and therefore decided not to anger the boy. Filling a tray full of meat, the worker said that the children were tired after classes, and therefore she wanted to feed them properly and offered to help themselves. The students were happy that they would be able to eat, and at the same time they heard someone asking when the rich man had managed to transfer to their school. Opponents sarcastically said that, among other things, the guy also donated money to the educational institution. Fengdu asked sternly, how could this matter concern guys? However, the leader said that they had to share with everyone, and so he told the young man to give them 10,000 each. But our hero replied that it looked more like extortion and asked if he was afraid that the young man would report a violation of the rules. However, they began to laugh loudly, saying that everyone knew the 3 of them from the second group well, and therefore no one would do anything to them. Then the teenager said that if anyone needed anything, they could come and take it. The opponents continued to laugh, noting that in that case there would be no problems. And then everything happened so quickly that no one had time to understand anything, since our hero instantly intercepted the enemy's hand. The villain, grabbing his wrists, shouted and cursed, talking about attacking the new student and taking revenge on him. Having connected his energy, it was now Fengdu who told them to come closer. The opponents became scared when they saw what the young man was capable of, and so they proudly left, but told our hero to be careful. One of the girls immediately began to shower the emperor with compliments. Guimian said that they were just little devils, and any experienced player could easily get along with them. Sitting down, Fengdu declared that the hooligans had been dealt with, adding that he and his senior comrade were not afraid of them, but the rest of them should not get into trouble, and then suggested discussing important matters. The young man explained that this time the final riddle of the game would most likely be during the exams, and the riddle about that death from the tests was some kind of key. One of the men said that 213 sounded like a class number or something like that. Our hero continued to say that the school had only 3 buildings, 1 dormitory, 1 administrative building, a cafeteria, a library, a gym, and a couple more buildings. That's why he suggested splitting into 2 groups and starting a search. Hearing Guimian ask who would be joining his group, everyone immediately lowered their heads and fell silent. But the young man shouted that he had the same rank as his classmate. He was unlikely to be stronger, and therefore it was possible to go to him. The blonde said with tenderness in her voice that everyone wanted to go with Fengdu, and then asked if he would take her with him. The guy said that today they had to search the first academic building for clues. Guai Mian said that he and a few other students would investigate the second one and exchange information tomorrow morning. One of the guys asked what to do about the curfew. The emperor replied that he would solve this problem, and therefore there was no need to worry. After some time, the guys all headed toward some building. Gui Mian, addressing the commandant, said that they had only just transferred today, and therefore he wanted to know where they should live. While handing over the keys, the employee told the new students to head to room 401. One of the girls said with displeasure that they were given one room for 6 people, and there was not even a division by gender, hearing how happy the blonde was that the young men would be able to protect them. Walking up to the window, Fengdu said that he saw that the lights weren't on the upper floors, which meant there were a lot of free rooms there, plus the guy had a cold, so it would be good for him to live there. The commandant did not believe that the young man handed him 10,000. The man said that it would be bad if the student infected someone, and so he added that there would be 2 more free rooms on the upper floors, and he was giving them out for a week. Taking the keys, our hero said that if his temperature suddenly rises and he needs to go to the clinic, it would be good if the teachers didn't find out about it. The employee said that he understood everything, let the boy take advantage of the kindness, but only today. Looking at the keys, the guys thought about how the newcomer had managed to agree on everything so easily. The spirit world is simpler than the real one, and it is dangerous here. But there are rules that can be used to your advantage. And everything can be bought with money, except perhaps life. And if not, then you simply don't have enough money. After lights out, our heroes heard the commandant's voice walking down the corridor and shouting that no one should think about breaking the curfew. And he added that the canteen was short of fresh meat. Sitting on the floor, the blonde spoke with horror about all that meat in the dining room and fell silent. Fengdu said at this moment that this is precisely why food saturates one with yin spiritual power. The guys looking at the open window asked if it was true that they were now leaving on a mission. Winding the magic rope around his hand, our hero said that they would not be checked, but they should still hurry up to rest some more. Only a few seconds passed, and the young man and the blonde were already going down. The boys who landed were already being waited for by their comrade to help them. Fengdu immediately commanded those who were with him that they were going to the first academic building. The door was closed, so the teenager had to use another magical trick to open it. Not much time passed, and the guys were already heading towards their goal. Looking over the plan, the young man said that room 213 was occupied by first-year students of the 9th group, so first they should go up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Moving further, the blonde said that the atmosphere in these places was creepy and asked if there were ghosts here. It was surprising that their guide was absolutely not afraid of anything and felt confident. Arriving at the right office, the guy told Gu Tiantian to look at one side and Xiao Shu to look at the other. After this, the boys got to work, carefully studying every corner. Our hero's friend even found some chewing gum and took the time to examine it, hoping for something. With regret, the young people acknowledged the fact that they were unable to find anything new. Only Fengdu remained positive, saying that the game lasts 15 days, and therefore he did not expect everything to be so simple. Before the young man could finish speaking, the blonde said that she wanted to go to the toilet and asked the young man to go with her because she was scared. Clutching his head, our hero thought that it was really difficult with newcomers, but he couldn't let Gu Tiantian get noticed, and so he agreed. Walked down the corridor, the guys heard someone addressing Li Xinping and saying that the person could give the answer to the next test. And they added that it was they who introduced the girl to Hao, and the young man would not have paid attention to her without a reason, after which they asked how she had passed so many exams on her own. Standing at Fengdu's door, he thought that the stranger knew the answers to the tests. The beauty cried and said that she was a simple and poor student from the suburbs and that she didn't know anything special. Moreover, she didn't want to have anything to do with perfumes. Our hero, realizing that the situation was getting heated, immediately kicked the door, opening it. Seeing those villains from the cafeteria, the guy shouted with a smile that the world really is a small place. The villain did not understand why the young man was violating curfew. He added that the day before he had warned Fengdu not to let them see him, saying that a fourth-rank spirit master had recently disappeared. Looking down but with confidence in his voice, the young man said that he had not come to quarrel. And pointing the magic nails towards the villains, he added that he wanted to destroy them all. Realizing that these creatures deserved what happened to them, the guy did not regret what he had done at all. After this, the young man approached the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. The student didn't understand what Feng Du wanted, so she immediately said that the answer to the next test was 0096. In a soft tone, the teenager said that the blonde was smart, but asked if she knew what that answer meant. The student replied that she heard it from Sun Hao, although she didn't know all the details. Our hero already knew that this was a first-year student from the second group, which the unfortunate woman confirmed, but added that he was skipping classes, and therefore no one would likely see him until the end of the semester. After this, the blonde thanked the young man for saving her, but recommended not to get involved with spirits and specifically with this person. And then suddenly she said that the student was immortal. The next day, sitting in class, Feng Du reflected on what he had heard the day before about the student's immortality. The boy had already asked General Zhu about this, but even in the spirit world there was no such thing. It was strange that after the last injury, the system wrote off 20 million from the teenager to return him to duty. It seems like the school is on the outskirts of the spirit world. There shouldn't be an entity stronger than a person with a system here, but this Sun Hao is clearly hiding something. At that moment, the teacher said that they would now write another test. For failure to complete it, she would hit them with a ruler 1,000 times as usual. Holding the piece of paper in his hands, our hero, as before, did not understand the essence of the question. The elder thought that he himself did not know the answer, but the newcomer, that is, Feng Du, suggested how to solve such problems. And a minute later, he was already raising his hand, saying that he couldn't solve the problem, but was ready to give 50,000 for the needs of the school, and he thought to himself that the trick was his today. The student's friends immediately started talking about how cool he was today, and that the new guy would never surpass their class leader in wealth. Getting up from his seat, the teenager thought that they had found something to measure themselves with, like little children. Approaching the teacher, our hero handed her a piece of paper, saying that he had already completed the assignment. Watching this, one of the students was indignant and said that they were seeing these questions for the first time, since it was possible to answer the test in just a minute. The headman thought to himself that Feng Du had once again handed in a blank sheet and therefore was waiting for the hour of punishment. Reading the answer, the teacher couldn't believe her eyes. She said, "How did it happen that the student answered correctly?" This angered the headman. He knew that in the entire history of the school, nothing like this had ever happened. Our hero's comrades, rising from their seats, declared that they had also passed the test. And again, one of the students said that there was nothing strange about this, since they were Feng Du's friends, and therefore on the same page with him. A minute later, some of the students changed their rhetoric, saying that there was such a wonderful new student in the spirit world that they would like to be friends with. And then they immediately began to bully the headman, noting that he was just an ordinary clown. At the hour of punishment, all the students who had not completed their assignment lined up in the corridor to receive their portion. Hearing the blonde talk about the terrible punishments with the ruler, Guimian explained that for mere mortals, most punishments are on the verge of death, so there is nothing strange about it. The ruler they use is not simple. It is a medium-rank yin weapon. The human body cannot withstand it. Even the spirits themselves will lose their yin energy after being hit. One of the girls thought that if it weren't for Feng Du, they would have been killed already. At the first meeting, he seemed arrogant, although in fact he was a kind and considerate guy. After some time, the elder approached the young man and asked his name. And then he asked how the teenager knew the answer, hearing him say that it was a secret. With anger in his voice, the enemy declared that our hero was doing something dishonest. The student didn't care what the student was saying. He continued to insist that Feng Du had brazenly peeked at the answer. He added that local tests require finding the answer. They cannot be known in advance. Punishments help to weed out those who are slow to think. They have always lived by such rules. How is it that a teenager does not follow the rules, but has never been punished? Our hero stated that his classmate was not very smart himself, and it was interesting why the guardian of the rules copied the trick with the donation instead of looking for the answer by trial and error. The spirits that began to enter the classroom immediately cursed at Qian Jiahao, who had paid off and forgotten about them. The boys didn't let the headman say a word, saying that he was only bragging but wasn't doing anything worthwhile. And then they said that Fengdu was incredibly cool. If he shared the answer with them, that would be very good. The guy said with a smile that students should help each other, and therefore he is always happy to help, hoping for reciprocity. After this, all the spirits as one declared that they were certainly ready to help. It was a pity that their elder was not the same. And he, not knowing what else to say, began to accuse his classmates of treason. The guys explained that they only talked to this impudent guy because his family had money, although now they realized that even despite this, he was worth absolutely nothing. And they added that it would be best for Fengdu not to share the answer with Jia Hao because he would never do anything like that. I don't know what to say. The headman started threatening, saying that he would complain about everyone to the senior teacher. Now the spirits were worried, saying that the father of this student sponsors this school. They will certainly listen to him. The boy noted out loud that even in the spirit world, not everyone can get by without the help of their father. But he thought to himself that this was a unique opportunity to meet the school's management. After a while, our hero and his teacher were standing in the teacher's room. They heard Jia Hao's father complaining to someone that his son was being bullied, and therefore measures should be taken. This is the responsibility of the head of the teacher's council. After hanging up the phone, the spirit thought that it was harder to deal with Mrs. Qian than with Director Qian, but if he let things slide, he might lose his job. Looking at the guy, the teacher asked menacingly if he was a first-year student from the 4th group. The teenager said out loud that it was true, but to himself he thought that the head of the teacher's council was not even strong enough to be a fierce spirit. It seemed that such people were not to be found in these parts. The leader immediately began to accuse Fengdu of peeking at the test, then bullying his classmate, and therefore should be punished. Without a hint of embarrassment, the boy asked if the teacher would like to first figure out how everything really happened. However, the teacher rolled his eyes and said that the teenager had money. He had bribed everyone, and therefore there was no point in finding out anything. And turning to the teacher, Song Lei asked what punishment awaits someone who spoils the atmosphere in the classroom. However, she boldly stated that they cannot blindly believe only one side. They need to make sure that the student is telling the truth. The head started shouting and talking about how a woman could doubt the words of the director's son. Perhaps she no longer wanted to work. Hearing something about a bribe, the same teacher said that she had never taken anything. Fengdu immediately stood up for Song Lei, saying that she was telling the truth and that the teacher was not quite grasping the essence of the problem. And under his leadership, the number of students was falling every year. The spirit jumped up from his seat, declaring that the school did not need such spoiled students, and told the boy to call his parents. Folding his hands, Fengdu calmly said that he had no parents. At that very moment, the chairman showed a sheet of paper on which it was written that the student had been expelled. Our hero was amused by this situation, and so he asked why he was suddenly being expelled from the educational institution. The teacher said that the young man insulted the director's son. Their school is not a market, and therefore it will not be possible to cause mayhem in this place. And he added that it would be better for the boy to voluntarily sign the notice. Otherwise, they would write such a character reference that he would not be accepted into school or into a job in the future. Closing his eyes, the boy declared that the leader was not interested in justice and therefore asked General Zhu to intervene in this matter. The very next moment, a real energy vortex arose in the room. The frightened chief began to wonder what was going on. There was no answer. Instead, a thug stood in the background of our hero. The teachers couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe that there was a supreme, fierce spirit in front of them. The aura was such that the spirit had most likely lost its rank, which meant that it was a demon general or even higher. Coming out from behind his desk, the leader turned to the fierce spirit and asked if he was Fengdu's guardian. But he sternly declared that the young man was his master. The teacher looked at the men in surprise and did not believe that this was even possible. It was hard to believe that a 4th-rank spirit master had a contract with such a powerful entity. How could he do this? It seems that the young man is not so simple, since he has already subdued the fierce spirit. Perhaps he is a descendant of the devil himself. The general did not like the attitude, and so he stamped his foot menacingly. And then he said that it seemed like the manager said that the owner had received an unfair pass and was also making fun of his classmate. With confusion in his voice, the spirit stated that this was what he was told, but he had not yet verified the information. Ju shouted even louder that they hadn't checked anything yet, but were already convincing the guy to drop out, and where were such rules written down that were more reminiscent of arbitrariness? Song Lei immediately began to say that their school didn't have such rules, although the next second the head tried to object to his colleague. After pushing the boss, Feng Du said, "Why does everyone have to lie? Maybe at least in the office you can tell everything as it is." Grabbing his hand, the spirit noted that he was guilty, and therefore he would go and conduct a thorough check. Having taken the head's place, our hero declared that he could not entrust such an important matter to a corrupt teacher, and therefore ordered that the leaders be called. The woman thought that the guy probably said the same thing that the boss had told the chief. Realizing that the teacher was standing still, Feng Du asked what he was unhappy about. As he left the office, the spirit noted in a somewhat doomed tone that he would now invite the director into the office. A couple of minutes later, the head stood in front of the teenager, as well as another spirit in a suit, who was most likely the director. Bowing, the stranger said that he was the school's vice principal and, on behalf of their school, asked for forgiveness for this incident and also promised that it would not happen again. But Feng Du proudly declared that he didn't want to hear anything like that. Their opinion of him changed only because they saw General Ju. The deputy director asked calmly what compensation the young man wanted. Standing up from his seat, our hero declared that he wanted this matter to be properly sorted out, especially the point about him being a liar, since this was an insult. And he added that he wants the entire testing process to be made public, from the questions to the stage of checking the work, so that no one has any complaints, and he thinks to himself that this can help in finding answers. The spirit explained that the questions were generated by a special yin weapon. No one could influence it, not to mention that their question-answer format left no chance for cheaters. The young man realized that the questions were generated by the artifact, and therefore there was no need to investigate anything, but how then would Sun Hao know the answers? Feng Du remained silent, so the deputy asked if the guy's apology would be acceptable. The teenager thought that the farce should not be prolonged, and therefore said that he hoped that in the future students would not be accused if there was no evidence. And a moment later he said that he did not want information about General Ju to spread beyond this office. After bowing, the spirit said that the student was very modest and promised that no one would find out about anything. And while the general was disappearing, the young man said that if there were no more questions for him, he would return to his studies. Bowing again, the teacher said that they could not detain the student any longer and asked Teacher Song to take the teenager to class. After everyone left, the leader asked his colleague what he should say to Madame Qian. As he left, the deputy director said that no one should know about the fierce spirit, and therefore it would be better to make up something plausible. The chief thought to himself that, compared to the devil's streams, the son of some president was not so scary to them. And a minute later, the deputy director added that the chairman should forget about the promotion. This was a sore subject for the unfortunate man, and so he began to ask why they were being so cruel to him. But the colleague said that he had insulted Feng Du, and if they angered the devil himself, how would the school get out of it later? And therefore it is better for the teacher not to stick his neck out. Otherwise, he will be fired altogether. And what is even worse, blacklisted. Besides, from now on the head is on his own. It was extremely unpleasant, but the spirit said that he understood everything. As he walked down the corridor, the deputy thought that he had never heard of Feng Du before, thinking that he had come from far away or even from the central zone. However, what was such a person doing at their school? Did he really come here to investigate the case? A frightening aura appeared in the corridor, but it wasn't just that was frightening, but also how the guy managed to write the correct answer on the test. If this was known, what else could this person know then? At this time, Song Lei was walking along the corridor with our hero. She thought that the young man was not an ordinary student, but she did not expect that the overlord would take possession of the contract with the fierce spirit. Fortunately, the teacher followed the rules of professional ethics and did nothing wrong. Our hero suddenly turned to the teacher and apologized to her for the trouble he had caused her. But she only modestly noted that it was the teacher's job to look after her students, Feng Du said that it was good that they had such a noble teacher, and he thought to himself that now was just the right moment to ask the right question. The young man casually stated that he was a little confused, and then he asked why this school conducts these particular tests.